Eternal Life Chapter 75 to Chapter 100. The Ascension Gate's instant kill art was one of the best among the Immortal Path sections. Feng Han had been envious of it many times, but he couldn't learn it, and he still couldn't use it. The sword light flashed, and the enemy was split in half. Instant kill, a sure kill. Between the heavens and the earth, taking lives was the #1 assassin-type divine ability. When Shilongzi used it, Feng Han was amazed. But now, when it was executed by the Ascension Sect's sect master, Feng Baiyu, it could no longer be described with the word stunning. It could split heaven and earth, split the universe. No words could describe the speed, the ferocity, the magnificence, and the death that came with that sword. Poochie, 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 poochie. 4 sounds. A deep wound appeared on the foreheads of the monster god, goddess heavenly silkworm, 9 yin and 9 yang fiend gods. They couldn't dodge the instant kill art. A long time ago, the Ascension School's headmaster's instant kill technique had shocked both the immortal and demonic paths. He had killed countless experts at several thousand times the speed of sound, breaking through the void and slaying formless beings. No magic treasure could withstand his attack. Now, Feng Baiyu's divine power had improved again. He could turn stone into gold, water into oil, humans into rats and cats, and change the structure of things. He was probably 10,000 times faster than the speed of sound. Feng Baiyu injured the 4 giants at the same time with a slash. Originally, this sword would have killed any transcendent secret realm expert. But the cultivators of the immortal secret state had all kinds of special abilities. They could regrow their limbs, grow their heads again, and grow their hearts again. They could even regrow a strand of hair. Even if they were cut in half, they could still regrow their essence G. Even if his entire body was smashed into pieces and hacked into pieces, he would still be able to reassemble and regain his original self. It was very difficult to kill them. That was the power of the immortal secret state cultivators. Those of the divine power secret state didn't even need to think about it. Even if it was Hua Tiandu, if his physical body was shattered, he would die and his Tao would vanish. There was absolutely no chance for him to survive. This is a good opportunity. I didn't expect our sect leader to be so fierce. What exactly is the Sky Emperor mirror? How could he be so powerful that he could replicate a mirror image? Even the experts of the longevity secret realm couldn't see through him? Following such a sect master, his future would be limitless. As expected of a great immortal Tao sect. Like I said, how could the sect leader be suppressed so easily? He should at least have some trump cards. Blade of blood. Return to my hands. When Feng Han saw this scene, he couldn't help but praise Feng Baiyu in his heart. The sect leader was indeed the sect leader. He was able to turn the tables at the critical moment, giving his disciples confidence and saving them from danger. This time, Feng Han established an invincible image in his heart. However, Feng Han was also someone who took advantage of every opportunity. Seeing this opportunity, how could he not retrieve the blade of blood? Without any hesitation, he drew on the most powerful of his 28 divine abilities, the exalted dazzling heaven, and grabbed the blade of blood. However, the blade of blood was still tightly clutched in a severed hand. This severed hand was the size of a palm leaf fan and could wrap around a person's head. The nails were pitch black and shone with a demonic luster. Each nail was much sharper than any flying sword treasure. Although they couldn't compare to the blade of blood, they were still extremely powerful treasures. The power contained in each nail was almost equivalent to that of a celestial realm expert, possessing the power of 10,000 horses galloping. It was terrifying. This was the hand of demonic god Xing Wuchen, which had just been cut off by the insta-kill art. This is the palm of an expert of the longevity secret realm. I have to take it and suppress my qi. Maybe I can refine it into a pill. A peerless pill. Feng Han almost immediately understood the value of this palm and made up his mind to take it. The palm of an expert of the longevity secret realm was rarer than the Jing Dan. Who could cut off the palm of an expert of the longevity secret realm to refine medicine? Only the legendary immortals could do so. That's right, this palm. If you can take it, there will be a lot of benefits. There's no end to the benefits. Yen suddenly spoke. Ever since the sect master of the Ascension Gate, Feng Baiyu, appeared, he had been silent. Now, he finally said something. All right. Let's take this palm together. As Fang Han spoke, he was overjoyed. With Yan's help, things would be a lot easier. A rolling yellow cloud and the dazzling sky formed a chessboard of 99 crisscrossing lines, which immediately enveloped the palm. Demonic God, demonic claw. You want my palm? Don't even think about it. You think you can do it? You overestimate yourselves. Immediately, a majestic will was transmitted from the palm's demonic claw. At the same time, the palm erupted with power and clenched into an iron fist. With a shake, it shattered Fang Han's dazzling sky. At the same time, the rolling yellow cloud formed by the Acheron map was completely shattered. Senior sisters. Lend me a hand. Fang Han's mind roared fiercely. He was already one with Fang Qingxue, Callan, Long Xian, and the others. They all knew each other's thoughts and could communicate spiritually. Now that Fang Han wanted to take the demonic god's palm, they immediately knew and were very willing to cooperate. The demonic god's palm was only equivalent to 1% of the demonic god's entire body's dermic powers. Although it was powerful, with the combined power of these people, 2 Dao artifacts might not be able to suppress it. Especially since the Acheron map could prevent the Sky Demon's great disintegration art from exploding. Although the demonic god was not the Sky Demon, it had a divine ability similar to the Sky Demon's great disintegration art. Alright, we can't deal with the demonic god, but can't we deal with one of his hands? Above Callan's head, a Jin Dan appeared. This Jin Dan was blue in color and shot into Fang Han's body. At the same time, a lightning talisman above Fang Qingxue's head also turned into a distorted image of Lei Di and entered Fang Han's body. Ah! Fang Han roared to the sky. His body expanded rapidly, and he grew a full 8 feet. All the bones in his body were stretched, and he became a burly man as tall as 2 people. Lightning coiled around his body, and all the mystiques in his body turned into a talisman under the immense pressure. Under the influence of external forces, he had temporarily reached the 6th level of the mystique, the unifying realm. The 6th level of the mystique was called the unifying realm. It was to condense all the mystique arrays into a talisman. It was not a messy array. Of course, Fang Han's was temporary. If Fang Qingxue and Callan withdrew the power of the Jin Dan and the inextinguishable lightning talisman, he would fall back to his original realm. But even so, his strength had increased exponentially. He grabbed with his hand, and the talisman formed by all the mystiques in his body flew out. The talisman hit the demonic god's palm, and it wrapped around the palm and suppressed it in the Acheron map. You dare to seal my palm? You guys are really too audacious. Huasha Yidi, Zhuge Yidi, Jiaolu Jiaolu. Heavenly demon descends, demon exterminates the human realm. Demon god Xing Wuchen was enraged when his hand was sealed. He spat out a string of twisted words from his mouth. It was an ancient demon language, and it changed at will. A powerful demonic aura immediately surged. This demonic aura was cruel, cunning, vicious, and ruthless. It spread out everywhere, and everyone felt their hearts constrict when they sensed it. The palm sealed in the Acheron map also sensed the demonic aura. It suddenly expanded, and became as black as a mountain. It tore through the rolling yellow clouds and reached out from the map. As the 5 fingers clawed, spatial rifts appeared. If a person was caught, they would be torn apart immediately. Fang Han's current body was very strong. He had cultivated the Yama golden body to the celestial realm, and his internal organs contained mystique arrays. His lifespan had reached 1,700 years. But even so, he would still be torn apart by the demonic god's claw. Humph! You dare to be so arrogant after taking my instant death art? You 4 titans still haven't retreated. It seems you're determined to die here. Since that's the case, don't blame me. When the Ascension Gates sect master Feng Baiyu saw that Fang Han and the others were having trouble suppressing the demonic god's palm, he snorted coldly. The Sky Emperor mirror above his head suddenly turned and shone fiercely. A beam of light shot onto the demonic god's palm. Chi La, when the demonic god's palm was illuminated by the mirror light, it immediately let out a mournful roar. Its strength decreased sharply, and it shrunk to the size of an ordinary person's palm. It was suppressed by Fang Han again. At the same time, the Sky Emperor mirror above Feng Baiyu's head turned again, shooting out 4 beams of light towards Heavenly Silkworm Empress, Demonic God 9 Yin, and Demonic God 9 Yang. Let's go. The demonic god already knew how powerful the Sky Emperor mirror was. With a demonic howl, the severed palm grew out again. It was complete and intact. It was prepared to abandon the severed palm. Although it could regrow the palm, it would consume a lot of its essence qi. It would take 100 years of hard cultivation to regain it. However, there was no other way. The Ascension Gate's sect master, Feng Baiyu, was too fierce and cunning. He hid his strength very well. Although the 4 giants might not be afraid of Feng Baiyu if they joined forces again, it was no longer necessary. Their carefully designed sealing plan was played by Feng Baiyu. He beat them at their own game and used the instant kill great art to attack them and injure them. If this stalemate continued, who knew what kind of tricks Feng Baiyu would play? At this moment, they knew that the Ascension Gate's strength was very strong. Among the 10 immortal Dao sects, it was ranked 2nd or 3rd. Although the 10 immortal Dao sects were ranked together, there were still differences in strength. The Tai Gate deserved to be the first. However, the second place was somewhat uncertain. Some said it was Exquisite Paradise, some said it was the Gemini Gate, and some said it was the Ascension Gate. Now, it seemed that the Ascension Gate was firmly ranked 2nd, especially after absorbing Feng Han. After each of the 4 giants was hit by the Sky Emperor mirror's light, they used the escape technique and turned into 4 streams of light, disappearing in an instant. Feng Baiyu waved his hand and the Sky Emperor mirror returned to his body. He did not chase after them. In fact, there was no way to chase after them. An Immortal Realm expert was very difficult to kill. Good. We're finally out of danger and suppressed the demonic god's palm. Feng Han also saw this scene and heaved a sigh of relief. Callan retracted her Jin Dan, and Feng Qingxue also retracted the power of the inextinguishable lightning talisman. His body shrunk, and the talisman formed by the various mystiques dispersed again. He fell from the 6th level of the Consolidation Realm to the 5th level of the Sky Mortal Realm. He wanted to cultivate from the 5th level to the 6th level of the All Techniques Return to 1. He still needed to cultivate the 5 Emperor's Great Devil Mystique. This was his foundation. The other mystiques were just icing on the cake to increase his strength. What's the Sky Emperor mirror? It's so powerful? I've never heard of this treasure before, Feng Han asked as soon as he calmed down. I don't know either. Callan shook her head. As one of the 5 outstanding disciples of the Ascension Gate, she also did not know the origin of the Sky Emperor mirror. Feng Qingxue also expressed that she did not know. As for Long Xian and the other true disciples, there was no need to talk about it. The Sky Emperor mirror is one of the treasures of the 3 ancient emperors. In the ancient past, the world tree still existed. The Xianhuang Great World had 3 emperors. One was the Sky Emperor, 2 were the Earth Emperor, and the 3rd was the Human Emperor. They were all extremely powerful in the primordial age. Each of them had a treasure, which was the Sky Emperor's mirror, the Earth Emperor's book, and the Human Emperor's brush. They were extremely powerful and were all immortal treasures. Yen spoke at this moment. What, the Sky Emperor mirror is an immortal treasure? If that's the case, the Ascension Gate has an immortal treasure. Since the sect leader has an immortal treasure, why didn't he kill the 4 great leaders? He could have made the Ascension Gate the number 1 sect in the immortal Dao. Feng Han was shocked. Although he had never seen an immortal treasure before, he knew how powerful it was. To the 10 immortal Dao sects, an immortal treasure was the sect's most important treasure. It could suppress one's fate and never decline. Now, among the 10 immortal Dao sects, only the Tai Gate had an immortal treasure. It's a pity that the Sky Emperor mirror is not an immortal treasure now. It's just an elite Dao treasure. Yen shook his head. Why? Feng Han was stunned. Back then, when the divine race invaded the Xianhuang Great World, the Almighty of the divine race cut down the world tree. The 3 sovereigns led the Qi refinement warriors to resist and severely injured the divine race. However, they were still killed. Their 3 treasures were also broken and lost most of their magic. They turned from immortal treasures to Dao treasures. 3,000 years ago, I obtained this broken Sky Emperor mirror during one of my explorations. That's why my powers increased tremendously. At this moment, Feng Baiyu's voice sounded. If this Sky Emperor mirror was as powerful as it was in the past, the Ascension Gate would have been able to compete with the Tai Gate. Don't you think so, Yan? Back then, when the Emperor Huangquan was still around, he was worried about the Tai Gate's immortal treasure. That's why he didn't start the Immortal Demon War. It turned out that the Ascension Gate's sect master, Feng Baiyu, had heard the conversation between Feng Han and Yan. When Yan heard this, the scales all over his body trembled. He suddenly flew out of the Acheron map and revealed his dragon form. He floated in the air and pointed his claws at Feng Baiyu. Old Feng, I haven't seen you for so many years. You're still as powerful as before. In fact, you've become much more powerful. TSK, TSK, TSK. However, you look even younger now. If you go to the mortal world, I wonder how many young ladies you'll seduce. They'll go crazy for you. It's really refreshing to see an old friend. Feng Baiyu smiled slightly. You're still so talkative, but your strength is pitifully weak. If I wasn't injured, old Bai, you might not be able to show off in front of me. However, life is full of ups and downs. There's nothing much to say. How are you going to deal with me? Yan laughed for a while before his tone became stern. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. Feng Baiyu laughed for a long time. What are you laughing at? Yan scratched his body with his claws. I'm laughing at how you're underestimating me, Feng Baiyu. I have the Sky Emperor mirror, and I don't care about any Dao artifacts. I don't care if you follow Feng Han and want to nurture him into the second Emperor Huangquan. Even if he becomes a devil emperor in the future, he's still from my Ascension Gate. He'll definitely protect my Ascension Gate. What's there to be afraid of? Feng Baiyu said. You're still you, and I'm still me. Of course, if you want to recover your strength, I can help you. I'll recover my strength myself. I don't need to owe you a favor. However, old Feng, you're a man of your word. I trust you. Yan waved his claws. As for what Feng Han will become in the future, he'll have his own decision. I have no right to interfere. I'm just relying on him to recover my strength now. With his strength, he'll definitely be able to recover my strength in a short time. Feng Baiyu looked at Yan for a while. You really don't want my help? However, I know that you want to become an immortal artifact. Back then, when the Yellow Spring Emperor refined you, he wanted to refine an immortal artifact. As long as he could find the Earth Emperor's book, which was one of the 3 Emperor's Dharma treasures, and fuse with you, you would transform into an immortal artifact. This was the meticulous plan of the Yellow Spring Emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have refined the entire Acheron's holy river, the Water of Oblivion. What? You know the whereabouts of the Earth Emperor's book? Yan was shocked. He stared at Bai Yufeng with his dragon eyes. It's possible that you have the Sky Emperor mirror. The 3 Emperor's treasures can sense each other. However, Emperor Huangquan couldn't find the whereabouts of the Earth Emperor's book even after searching for countless years. You might not know it either. That's right. As long as I recover my strength and obtain the Earth Emperor's book, I'll be able to merge the two and become an immortal artifact. The Earth Emperor's book was originally an immortal artifact, but it was beaten down and became a Dao artifact. Only I can make it complete again. It can become an immortal artifact again. Feng Baiyu waved his hand. I only have a vague feeling of where the Earth Emperor's book is. However, as long as my cultivation increases, I might be able to deduce where the Earth Emperor's book is. Since you don't want me to recover your strength, so be it. Feng Han, what do you think? His last sentence was directed at Feng Han. Feng Han cleared his mind and replied, Sect Master, this time, you saved me from danger. Feng Han understands that no matter what, I will protect the interests of the Ascension Gate. Of course. If the Ascension Gate doesn't let you down, you can't let the Ascension Gate down. If the Ascension Gate doesn't let you down, so what if you let the Ascension Gate down? Feng Baiyu said, when you return, you can hand over the secret techniques of the 28 mystical powers to the imparting elder. This is a contribution that the sect will reward you for. As for the 5 Emperor's great demon mystical powers, if you are willing to contribute them to the sect, that's fine too. If you aren't, then forget it. Sect Master, I have something important to report. Feng Han looked around and hesitated. What is it? Feng Baiyu said, I have sealed the surroundings with my powers. The Sky Emperor mirror can see through everything. No one can hear you. You can speak. Yes. Feng Han hurriedly told him about his encounter with the god race. At the same time, he took out the corpse of the god race that had not been absorbed by the world tree. The god race has reappeared. I know the situation is urgent and wanted to report it to the sect immediately. Unfortunately, I was trapped in the immortal mansion. Feng Baiyu's expression changed immediately. Looking at the corpse of the god race, he waved his hand and a wave of his powers enveloped it. This is no small matter. Let's go. Let's return to the sect first. Tribulation. Tribulation. With his status, even if the sky fell, his expression would not change. But when he saw the corpse of the god race, he immediately lost his composure. This showed how important this matter was. At first, Feng Han did not think much of it. But now, his heart was suddenly covered with a shadow. With Feng Baiyu's powers enveloping them and moving at full speed, they returned to the Ascension Gate in an hour. What a powerful abhijna. Even with my current cultivation base, if I fly to the Ascension Gate at full speed, it would take me 10 days to half a month to fly over the ocean and cross the continent. But the sect leader only took an hour. When the powers enveloping him dissipated, Feng Han saw that he had landed on the levitation heavenly palace. Looking down, he saw that he was surrounded by lush peaks. Some of the peaks had the light of treasure soaring into the sky. He knew that it was not a true disciple who was sacrificially refining a treasure. His own reincarnation peak was imprinted in his eyes. As for the levitation city in the center of the mountains, it was still bustling with activity. Hundreds of thousands of disciples were cultivating there. Who knew how many stories happened every day? How many grudges, sorrows, partings, and reunions? Feng Han suddenly felt that things were still the same, but people had changed. After painstakingly cultivating in the Taiyuan Immortal Mansion for 18 years, his state of mind was deeper and his spirit was more refined. Although he knew that only 18 days had passed in the outside world. With my current cultivation base of the celestial realm, I wonder where I rank among the 110 true disciples of the Ascension Gate? Feng Han thought to himself. Among the true disciples of the Ascension Gate, there were 5 who had cultivated the Jing Dan. Needless to say, Hua Tiandu, the others were all overlords. As for the other experts, there were 6th-tier consolidation realm cultivators and 5th-tier celestial realm cultivators. There were quite a few of them. Some of the disciples also had profound immortal fate and obtained many powerful treasures. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Remember not to reveal anything about what Feng Han said. Otherwise, I will destroy his body and soul and he will never be able to rise again. This matter concerns the survival of the immortal Tao and even the Xianhuang Great World. I have to inform the Supreme Elder first and discuss countermeasures. Then, I will convene an emergency meeting to discuss with the Grand Elders of the sect to deal with any sudden dangers in the future and prepare for the future. Feng Han, you can go to the Elder of Imparting Techniques. Hand over the cultivation methods of the 28 divine powers to the sect. The Elder of Imparting Techniques will reward you handsomely. Now, you can raise your strength at all costs to deal with the upcoming calamity. The Ascension Gate sect master, Feng Baiyu, looked very worried. He warned Feng Han, Feng Qingxue, Callan, and the others. After speaking, he disappeared. He went to discuss with the Supreme Elders who were cultivating in the depths of the Ascension Heavenly Palace. The Ascension Gate's elders were divided into 4 types. The first type was the quasi-elders who had not cultivated to the divine powers realm. They were in charge of various mundane affairs of the inner and outer sect disciples. These quasi-elders had authority but no strength. They were below the true disciples. The second type was the true elders, powerhouses of the divine powers realm. They could participate in the decisions of the sect. The third type was the grand elders. They had vast divine powers and were at the 9th and 10th level of the divine powers realm. For example, Master Tianxing, Elder of Imparting Techniques, and Elder of Heavenly Works. The fourth type was the most mysterious and the most powerful, the Supreme Elder. These Grand Elders had unfathomable cultivation bases. They were all old antiques and had the same authority as the sect master. However, they all cultivated in the depths of time and space and did not come out for thousands of years. They never cared about the affairs of the sect. Even if a disciple like Hua Tiandu betrayed the sect, they would not come out. They would only come out to protect the sect when it was in a life-and-death situation. Callan, Lingxiao, and the other disciples only knew of the existence of the Grand Elders. They did not know who they were. It was just a legend. Now that Feng Baiyu knew about the divine race, he went to the Grand Elders immediately. It was obvious how serious the situation was. After Feng Baiyu left, Callan, Fang Qingxue, Long Xian, Fang Han, and the others looked at each other. Fang Han then said, "Senior sisters, I will go to the Elder of Imparting Techniques and receive my reward. Please come to my reincarnation peak. We can cultivate mystiques together and refine the demon immortal's palm. I don't even know how to refine the flesh of the secret realm of longevity into pills. The flesh of a big shot like the demon immortal is indeed a peerless spiritual medicine. How to refine it and what kind of pill will be the most effective will require careful consideration. Let's go to your reincarnation peak now and discuss a specific plan. Everyone will benefit from it," Callan said. "All right. My royal cauldron of 5 hells is too big and inconvenient to carry around. Senior sister, please bring it to my reincarnation peak and install it on the earth vein to suppress the earth chi. It will be the treasure of my reincarnation peak." Fang Han pointed at the royal cauldron of 5 hells. It was as big as a house and inconvenient to carry around. "All right. You've received a reward from the sect this time. Even I am envious." The cultivation methods of the 28 divine arts were all quite powerful, and each of them was a secret of the immortal Tao that was never divulged to outsiders. According to the sect's rules, any disciple who brings back a cultivation method of a mystique from outside will be rewarded with a precious weapon. "You brought back 28 this time, TSK. Callan clicked her tongue. "When the time comes, I won't forget all of you, senior sisters." Fang Han cupped his hands. He knew that he had formed an unbreakable friendship with them. The price of this friendship was to fight side by side and entrust their lives to each other. They were also true fellow disciples. "All right, go. Fang Qingxue waved her hand. "When you come back, I still have some things to ask you. I'll also take you to meet Qingwei. I've said it before. When you cultivate to the divine realm, I'll marry Qingwei to you. Now, not only have you reached the divine realm, but you've also reached the 5th heaven. This matter is even more logical." "What?" Fang Han was shocked. "Qingwei has already been punished by the sect master and turned into a cat. We'll talk about this later." Callan smoothed things over. A blue aura wrapped around the 5 Hells King's cauldron and flew away. Fang Qingxue smiled faintly. No one knew what she was thinking. She snorted twice and flew away as well. But Fang Han's hair stood on end. He knew that Fang Qingxue was going to settle old scores with him. This woman is very powerful. "Fang Han, don't fall into her trap." Yanling communicated with his spirit. "Gurgle. Don't worry. I'm not afraid of what she'll do to me now." Fang Han waved his hand and walked toward the scripture library. The Elder of Imparting Arts was in the scripture library. This was also where he taught him the wood spirit art. He walked to the entrance of the majestic scripture library. Before he even entered, he heard a voice from inside. "Are you Fang Han? Come in. The sect master has just sent me a voice transmission. Your cultivation base and dermic powers have skyrocketed during this trip. You've even obtained a great immortal opportunity. You've been blessed." Fang Han hurried in and saw the Elder of Imparting Arts sitting cross-legged in the room filled with countless books. Next to him were the Elder of Heavenly Works and Master Qianxia. The 3 Grand Elders were gathered here. It seemed that they valued him greatly. "Greetings, Elders." Fang Han hurriedly bowed. "Forget it." The first to speak was Master Qianxia. "Take out the abhijna and dermic art that you want to contribute. After we've appraised it, we'll give you the reward you deserve according to the sect rules." "All right." Fang Han put his hands together. Many runes emerged from his body and condensed into pages of books. Finally, they turned into a thick book and flew in front of the three elders. He cultivated the Wood Emperor's stellar energy, so it was easy for him to turn it into paper. Paper was made of wood pulp. These are the cultivation methods of the 29 great magical powers. Elders, please take a look. Feng Han included the great cleaving skill in the list. Black Sun Calamity, Great Sun Fire. Dazzling Heaven. It even has such abhijanas. And the Great Cleaving Art. How much reward is this? Elder of Heavenly Works took the book and was shocked when he read it. Feng Han was already familiar with the rules of the Ascension Gate. If a disciple contributed to the sect, they would be rewarded accordingly. The most important thing was to contribute divine abilities to the sect. If a true disciple were to go out and have a fortuitous encounter, such as a Tao technique passed down from ancient times, they would immediately receive a rich collection of treasures. Even if they contributed a secret martial art or a body tempering technique, they would receive a large amount of pills. Thus, many disciples of influential families were willing to contribute their family's secret techniques in exchange for rewards after entering the Ascension Gate. Contributing a secret martial art realm would give them pills. What? Our Ascension Gate is a big family with a lot of resources. Is it difficult for a disciple to be rewarded? Grand Elders, you are all ancient giants. Any one of your hairs would be thicker than my leg. Feng Han saw that the three elders were silent and seemed to be in a difficult position, so he immediately said with a smile. Ever since the Acheron map was exposed and Sect Master Feng Baiyu didn't pursue the matter, Feng Han's mind became more relaxed. He felt particularly close to the Ascension Gate, as if he was at home. Thus, when facing the three elders, he also livened up the atmosphere and spoke without hesitation. You brat, you think it's nothing? You have to know that among the cultivation techniques you contributed, all of them are great divine abilities. There are even a few supreme divine abilities. How do you expect us to reward you with so many contributions all at once? It's not like you don't know the sect rules. The elder of imparting techniques' beard fluttered. He pinched his eyebrows and shook his head at Feng Han. Feng Han said with a smile, of course I know the sect rules. If I contribute a minor divine ability, I can receive one or several spirit tools. If I contribute a great divine ability, I can receive one or several treasured tools. If I contribute a supreme divine ability, the reward is even more generous. I can ask many elders to study it, and I can also make all kinds of requests. There were different levels of divine ability cultivation techniques. For example, the wood spirit technique was called a minor divine ability. It could nourish the body, absorb the wood spirit chi, and condense pills. As for the heavenly wood grand magic, it was a great divine ability. The 8 divine powers of the Ascension Gate were the purple lightning blade, the heavenly cold arcane underworld force, the great golden sword aura, and so on. As for the supreme divine powers, they were the yin-yang Tao of the void that the sect leader cultivated, and the instant kill technique that the great boundless gold sword chi transformed into were also supreme divine powers. The 5 emperors' great demon mystiques were also considered supreme mystiques. The demon marshal's connate white bone mystique and art of obliteration were also supreme mystiques. Every time a supreme divine ability was mastered, it would be immensely powerful. However, it was extremely difficult to master. Each technique was exceptionally precious. They were the quintessence of heaven and earth, the profound mysteries of the immortal Tao. Feng Han was also looking forward to it. What kind of reward would the sect give him for contributing so many mystical abilities? Master Tianqing flicked the book Feng Han had contributed and shook his head. Great cleaving art, exquisite great heaven, black sun hurricane, great sun fire. They are all supreme divine powers. The great cleaving art is fine since it was obtained from the sky demon. It won't cause any trouble. However, if exquisite paradise knows that our Ascension Gate has obtained the exquisite great heavens cultivation method, I'm afraid they will come knocking on our door. Tai Gate will also come knocking on our door to create trouble. Therefore, Feng Han, it will also be troublesome for you to hand over these mystical abilities to the sect. Every sect's cultivation method was forbidden from being leaked. If it was leaked, the sect would use all means possible to retrieve it. If the Ascension Gate's purple lightning blade was leaked, the Ascension Gate would send disciples to kill the person who had learned it. They would also hold accountable the person who leaked it. What was the secret of a mystical ability? It was something that would rather bury millions of corpses than leak. It was also the foundation of a sect. Tai Gate, it would be better if exquisite paradise comes knocking on our door. In any case, our Ascension Gate can just bargain with them. At worst, we can just ban our disciples from cultivating these mystical abilities. However, we will also need the two sects to compensate us. When the time comes, we will ask them for thousands of treasures. Wouldn't that be a huge profit? Elders, you are much smarter than me. This is also an opportunity. You are well aware that if you use this as an excuse to lower my reward, who will work for the sect in the future? Fang Han rubbed his fingers. Ha 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 ha, Tianqing, I already said that this brat isn't easy to deal with. Elder Tiangong burst into laughter. Alright. Master Tianqing waved his hand and revealed a trace of a smile on his face. You sly brat, nothing can be hidden from you. Logically speaking, with your contribution this time, not to mention the 29 mystical abilities, you can get at least 500 or 600 treasures for reporting the appearance of the divine race. You can even get a Dao item. However, the sect's storehouse does have a lot of treasures, and it's not like we can't take them out. But the assembly of immortals is approaching, and there are many disciples in the sect. In order to help them cultivate, we have to reward them. If we give them all to you and reward the other disciples, we will inevitably be stretched. State your conditions. No matter what it is, as long as it can be done, we will agree to it. When Master Tianqing mentioned the appearance of the divine race, he couldn't help lowering his voice, as though he was afraid others would eavesdrop. The three elders present were all heavyweights, the right-hand man of the sect leader. They held great power in their hands and were the cornerstones of the sect. Obviously, they already knew about this serious matter. Fang Han's contribution in reporting the appearance of the divine race was indeed much greater than the contribution of 29 mystical abilities. It could be said that it was related to the life and death of the entire immortal Dao. You want to state your conditions? It seems that I have cultivated to the celestial realm, so I can also state a condition. However, this time, the sect leader saved me from danger. I, Fang Han, will risk my life to serve the Ascension Gate. Let's not talk about anything else, I only have one request. I hope the sect can help me refine the 5 Hells King Cauldron and the Blade of Blood into Dao tools. Fang Han's expression became serious as he cupped his hands. Hearing Fang Han's words, the 3 heavyweights and elders present looked at each other, as if they had already known that Fang Han would make this request. After a moment of silence, Master Tianqing slowly said, for a treasured weapon to become a Dao tool, it is no small matter. It is not an easy task for an expert of the immortal realm to refine a Dao tool. Fortunately, your 2 demonic tools have a very strong foundation. However, the function of the 5 Hells King Cauldron is too complicated. To refine it into a Dao tool, you must first gather 8 million Sky Demon, and then temper it with the essence blood of an expert of the immortal realm for hundreds of years before it can finally transform. I don't think you can wait for hundreds of years. He is right. It is not an easy task for the 5 Hells King Cauldron to become a Dao tool. Yan spoke from Fang Han's body. Indeed, I can't wait for hundreds of years. What about the Blade of Blood? Fang Han thought about it and found it to be true. The Blade of Blood's quality is above the 5 Hells King Cauldron, but it has only one function and is known for its pure destructive power. It is easier to refine, but it will still take me more than 100 years of hard work. Master Tianqing said, then changed the topic. However, senior brother sect leader has cut off one of the demon god's hands, so it can save you 100 years of hard work. Take out the blood sky dome. Yes. Fang Han raised his hand, and a streak of blood flew out and was caught by Master Tianqing. The demon blade's original body was revealed. Master Tianqing was an expert of the immortal secret realm, an ancient giant. Naturally, he was not afraid of the blood sky dome cutting his hand. He held it in his hand and observed it for a while. There are still remnants of the 7-leaf demon king's demonic nature, which you have not completely refined. The 7-leaf demon king's body should be with you too. Take it out and I will refine it for you. All right. Fang Han then remembered that the 7-leaf demon king was still suppressed at the bottom of the Acheron River. He quickly communicated with Yen, and with a wave of his hand, a demon shadow gradually rose. It was the 7-leaf demon king, wearing a silver demon robe and looking very young. He was completely dead. Not to mention anything else, he had starved to death in the Taiyuan immortal abode for 18 years without any supplies. However, his cultivation was still there. It had turned into balls of pure vital energy and did not dissipate. Now, he was the corpse of the Sky Demon King, who had cultivated to the 6th level of the Transcendent Power Realm. It was quite valuable. Soul transfer. I will lend you a hand and refine the 7-leaf Demon King into your doppelganger. Master Tianqing pointed with his finger, and Fang Han felt the spiritual power in his body rushing out. More than half of it poured into the 7-leaf Demon King's body. Then, the corpse gradually opened its eyes, and Fang Han felt as if it had become his own body. However, he was surprised by Master Tianqing's spiritual power. With a finger, he could not resist. It seemed that the difference between their levels was too great. It would be easy for the other party to kill him. Quickly, summon the weapon spirit of the Blade of Blood. Let your doppelganger and the weapon spirit become one. From then on, you will completely control this demonic blade. It will be like your second body, Master Tianqing said hurriedly. Lord of the Bloody Night. When Fang Han saw this, he roared fiercely. Suddenly, a blood shadow rushed out of the Blade of Blood. This blood shadow was like a bat. It was the size of a person and emitted a vicious aura. As soon as it appeared, the entire hall was covered in a layer of blood mist, covering the light. As expected of the Lord of the Bloody Night. The Lord of the Bloody Night was the weapon spirit of the Blade of Blood. As soon as the blood shadow flew out, Fang Han commanded the 7-leaf Demon King's doppelganger to pounce on it. The doppelganger merged, and the weapon spirit of the Lord of the Bloody Night suddenly expanded. The blood mist in the hall became thicker. The quality and power of the Blade of Blood increased again. However, no matter how much it increased, it could not be promoted to a Dao weapon. However, when the doppelganger merged, Fang Han immediately felt that he was the Lord of the Bloody Night, and the Lord of the Bloody Night was him. However, it had nothing to do with his own cultivation base. Take out the demon god's palm. Master Tianqing said again. Fang Han quickly released the demon god's palm. Elder, please leave some of your blood essence. I will go back and refine pills for my senior sisters. Of course. Master Tianqing spat out a stream of sword qi and cut off the 5 fingers of the palm. Tiangong, pass on the technique. Lend me a hand. All right. Elder Tiangong and Elder Pass on Technique shouted and spat out 2 streams of pure vital energy that wrapped around the Lord of the Bloody Night. Fang Han felt his doppelganger of the Lord of the Bloody Night constantly expanding. Although these 2 elders were not big shots of the longevity secret realm, they were ruthless people who had reached the 10th level of the transcendent power. Their cultivation bases were even higher than Hua Tiandu's. If they helped the Lord of the Bloody Night, how could their cultivation bases not skyrocket? Devour these 5 fingers. I will perform the yin-yang vacuum path. Let's transform. Whether I achieve the Tao or not, it all depends on this. Master Tianqing shouted. The Lord of the Bloody Night immediately opened his mouth and devoured the demon god's fingers. Every time he devoured a finger, the Lord of the Bloody Night would undergo an unbelievable change. Blood Night descends, cover the heavens. When the Lord of the Bloody Night devoured the first finger, his body expanded dozens of times and became a giant. The bloody light on his body became thicker and thicker, and the smell of blood was overwhelming. The bloody mist in the air was incomparably sticky. When he devoured the second finger, the Lord of the Bloody Night's figure became clearer. A pair of bloody wings like a bat's had condensed into substance and was no different from flesh and blood. When he devoured the third finger, the Lord of the Bloody Night shrunk again and became the size of a human. However, his body was highly condensed and became a young man with large bloody bat wings. He had delicate features and wore a wide bloody robe. This young man's face was Fang Han. Originally, Fang Han had lived in the Taiyuan immortal abode for 18 years. He was now in his 30s and was already a middle-aged man. However, because he had cultivated to the celestial realm and consumed the 9 orifices Jing Dan, his appearance did not change much. He still looked like he was less than 20 years old. When he devoured the 4th finger, the Lord of the Bloody Night changed again. The smell of blood gradually became thinner, but the bloody light became thicker, as if it was turning evil into good. In the end, after devouring the fifth finger, the Blood Knight monarch's aura became even more ancient. His entire body was graceful, and the blood-red light around him was like the light of a treasure. A blood-red Saraira gradually rose from the depths of his forehead, as if it was enveloping an endless world. The blood-red light that shot out from it no longer had any stench. Instead, it had a fragrance, like the scent of blood-red dew. No, it was 100 times more fragrant than the bloody dew. It was refreshing. Good. Turning evil into good. Turning pure yin into pure yang. Achieving Tao. Becoming a doctrine artifact. Watch my means of immortality. Master Xianxia saw all of this and knew that he had to control the intensity. Otherwise, it would be a waste of blood and essence. Countless seals appeared in his hands, and Fang Han watched without blinking. Master Xianxia was worthy of being an expert in the secret territory of immortality. His magic power was so profound that when he opened his 5 fingers, each of his fingers formed a big formation. Each formation was equivalent to a celestial realm expert, with the power of 10,000 horses galloping. In a moment, countless big formations flew out and revolved around the Lord of the Bloody Night. Suddenly, they imprinted on the body of the Lord of the Bloody Night. Then, Elder Gong and Elder Chuan waved their hands and formed countless big formations and restrictions. The body of the Blade of Blood and the weapon spirit of the Lord of the Bloody Night were combined again by the big formation of the 3 elders. Then, the 3 elders spat out flames from their mouths, incessantly burning, and a wave of power was being nurtured. A peerless monster was faintly about to be born. Seeing the 3 elders working together, Fang Han clicked his tongue. In his hands, the Blade of Blood could not be refined into a Tao weapon. Even if he cultivated it for 1,000 years, it would be useless. However, in the hands of an expert in the secret territory of immortality, it was different. Fang Han remembered the method and essence of the 3 elders when they refined the weapon. In a moment, he had a great understanding of it. Tao weapon, Tao weapon. Only when it has achieved Tao can it be called a Tao weapon. What is Tao? It is the law of heaven and earth. You have to understand it well. A Tao weapon can only be refined by an expert in the secret territory of immortality. Because when you cultivate to the secret territory of immortality, you can comprehend the law of heaven and earth and enlighten the weapon spirit to achieve Tao. Master Xianxia did not forget to give Fang Han advice while refining. Elder Tiangong kept flying out many materials from his sleeves and fusing them into the Blade of Blood. It seemed to be providing materials for this peerless demonic blade to upgrade and transform. TSK 9 heavens meteoric iron, 5-colored divine stone, connate blood jade, gold and silver dragon stone. So many good materials. Looks like the Ascension Gate is treating you well. Yanli looked at the materials flying out of Elder Tiangong's sleeves and could not help but exclaim in admiration. It could see that all of them were rare treasures of heaven and earth. Some of them were even collected from the outer realm. Each of them could be refined into a treasure weapon. Especially the palm-sized blood jade that Elder Tiangong took out. It was unknown how much power these blood jades contained. Fang Han knew that this was the legendary connate blood jade. It was very precious. Produced from the outer realm, it was the connate blood. If an expert in the divine territory of immortality obtained a little, he could absorb a large amount of connate blood. It could cleanse his body, increase his lifespan, and increase his strength. One after another, treasures of heaven and earth were refined into the Blade of Blood. The 3 peerless experts and the leaders of the various sects poured vital energy into the spell formation. 10 days and 10 nights passed, during which time the Devil Saber Bloody Firmament had undergone countless transformations. The King of Bloody Night appeared and disappeared from time to time, and his power continued to increase. It's done. Fang Han was at the critical moment when Master Xianxia suddenly grabbed with his 5 fingers. A large amount of spiritual qi in the Ascension Heavenly Palace gathered and concentrated on the blade. Rumble. The blade changed again and formed the Lord of the Bloody Night that looked exactly like Fang Han. The wide blood wings, the ancient blood robe, the pair of blood red eyes, and the blood saraira between his eyebrows showed the style of the ancient times. In the void of space, melodious music was being sung. Then, a straight beam of crimson light shot into the sky and into the 9 heavens. Everyone in the Ascension Gate could see a pillar of crimson light rising from the Ascension Heavenly Palace. Then, the sky was shrouded in crimson as all the white clouds turned into blood clouds. They had truly become blood firmament. However, this scene only lasted for a short while. The crimson light slowly receded, and the sky was clear again. In the scripture hall of the Ascension Heavenly Palace, Master Tianqing handed the crimson saber to Feng Han. This blade of blood has transformed into a Dao treasure. You must take good care of it. Bring glory to the Ascension Gate. Feng Han took the demonic saber. It was no longer a demonic weapon, but a fusion of immortal and demon. Its majestic power delighted him. The blade spun around him and transformed into the Lord of the Bloody Night. The strength of this Lord of the Bloody Night was even greater than his. It had the strength of 1,000,000 fierce horses. Moreover, it was incomparably sharp and ever-changing. What are you so happy about? Even if this blood firmament has become a Dao treasure, it has not touched upon the changes of space and time. It is only a low-grade Dao treasure. When I recover my strength, it will be a peerless grade Dao treasure. It will be on the same level as the Sky Emperor mirror. I can crush it with one claw. Yan shook his head disapprovingly. I don't know when you will recover your strength. Feng Han kept the saber and bowed again. The three elders have spent so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures to help me refine the Xuetzangqiong into a Dao weapon. I will definitely use this divine saber to fight for the Ascension sect and seize glory. Go. We have also used up a lot of vitality to refine this demonic saber. Master Tianqing waved his hand. Feng Han retreated silently and flew back to his reincarnation peak. At the same time, on Sky Capital Peak, Hua Tiandu retracted his gaze. He had also seen the bloody clouds in the sky just now. His fingers moved slightly and he already knew what was going on. Senior brother, it seems like the elders have helped Feng Han refine the blade of blood into a Dao treasure. I didn't expect Feng Han to have hidden his strength so well. He even obtained the Acheron map from the Demon Emperor. No wonder he had the confidence to challenge senior brother 10 years ago. With his current strength, I'm afraid I can't defeat him. A young Taoist stood beside Hua Tiandu. He was one of the 5 disciples, Southern Wanro, an expert of Jin Dan. Emperor Huangquan's talisman is indeed powerful. However, it's not an immortal weapon. As long as Taoist Hua enters the longevity mystic realm, Feng Han will become a piece of cake. Unless he obtains the Earth Emperor's book and combines the two to become an immortal weapon. At that time, he will turn you into a piece of cake. At this moment, a person sitting beside Hua Tiandu's pill furnace spoke. This person was dressed in black and seemed to be an extremely mysterious rogue cultivator. Earth Emperor's book? I didn't expect Taoist Ling Huan to know about such ancient classics. You are indeed very knowledgeable. There aren't many rogue cultivators who are as knowledgeable as you. When Hua Tiandu heard the mysterious black-clothed man's explanation, he couldn't help but have a strange look in his eyes. This mysterious man in black was an overseas rogue cultivator that Qing Wei had recommended. His name was Mr. Ling Huan and he was very powerful. His cultivation was at the 5th heaven of the transcendent power realm. It was quite impressive for a rogue cultivator to be able to cultivate to the heaven realm. He must have obtained some kind of secret inheritance, the legacy of an ancient immortal. Hua Tiandu also valued rogue cultivators like him, so he decided to meet him. The moment he met him, he realized that Mr. Ling Huan spoke elegantly and was very knowledgeable. He didn't seem like a rogue cultivator at all. In fact, he was even more orthodox than a disciple from an orthodox sect. He knew many ancient secrets like the back of his hand. Furthermore, he was proficient in many Dao techniques. Hua Tiandu immediately felt that this person wasn't just a heaven realm cultivator. He must have some hidden tricks up his sleeve. However, he wouldn't expose someone else's background. It wasn't strange for a cultivator to have a few hidden trump cards. Emperor Huangquan refined the Acheron map so that one day, he could find the Earth Emperor's book and combine the two to become an immortal weapon. You have to know that the Acheron evil sect originally obtained some of the Earth Emperor's divine powers. It's a branch of the Earth Emperor's orthodoxy. Taoist Hua, you have to be careful. If he obtains the Earth Emperor's book, you won't be able to control him. Mr. Ling Huan spoke tirelessly as if he was a trusted friend. It made one feel a sense of familiarity. I'll take note of this. Thank you for your reminder, Daoist Ling Huan. Hua Tiandu nodded. May I know which immortal mountain Daoist Ling Huan is staying at? I'll definitely pay you a visit when I have the time. I don't have a fixed place to stay. I gather herbs and refine pills everywhere. However, Daoist Hua's cultivation is high and you have a rich collection. If I obtain any good treasures in the future, I'll definitely come to you to exchange them for pills. I'll take my leave now. After he finished speaking, Mr. Ling Huan stood up. Wanro, help me send Mr. Ling Huan out, Hua Tiandu called out and nodded. After a while, Wanro sent Mr. Ling Huan out and walked back into Hua Tiandu's pill room. With a serious expression, he said, Senior apprentice brother, I think this Mr. Ling Huan has an unknown background. He doesn't seem like a disciple of a big sect of the Devil Dao, nor a disciple of a big sect of the Immortal Dao. He definitely doesn't seem like a rogue cultivator. Furthermore, his strength isn't just limited to this. We've already benefited greatly from him when he came to trade with Senior apprentice brother. I think he's hiding evil intentions. That's right. Hua Tiandu played with a jade pendant in his hand. It was bright red in color and was actually another piece of connate blood jade. This piece of connate blood jade is a rare treasure in this world. It wouldn't be a problem to exchange it for 3 low-grade artifacts in the Dashuan Empire, but he only exchanged it for 100 Foundation establishment pills? Rumor has it that Elder Tiangong also has a piece of connate blood jade. This time, he helped Fang Han refine the Blade of Blood into a Dao artifact. I'm afraid he used it as well. These 3 elders are really generous to nurture Fang Han. It seems that the sect is somewhat dissatisfied with Senior apprentice brother Tiandu's dominance, Wanro analyzed. The sect wants to establish 2 peaks among the true disciples. In the past, they tried their best to nurture Fang Xianxia so that she could compete with me. Now, they're trying their best to nurture Fang Han. I'm well aware of this, and there's nothing wrong with it. If I were the sect's elders and sect master, I would do the same. Hua Tiandu said without a care, however, Fang Han alone is not enough to compete with me. With Fang Xianxia, they can still pose a little threat to me. But once I step into the secret realm of immortality, they won't be able to do anything. At that time, several secluded grand elders will also come out to watch the ceremony. The secret realm of immortality was known as an eternal giant. If a sect had a new expert in the secret realm of immortality, it would be a great matter. They would have to send out invitations to all the immortals in the world to promote the sect's glory. This was a rule that had been in place for many years. If Hua Tiandu stepped into the secret realm of immortality, the Gate of Ascension would immediately notify the 9 gates of immortality. Many rogue sects and grand elders would come out to watch the ceremony. The sect masters would also come to congratulate Hua Tiandu. At that time, Fang Han and Fang Xianxia would be worthless in front of his glory. Moreover, the secret realm of immortality was huge. He could unleash the full power of Dao treasures. It was incomparable to the Divine Ability secret realm. The difference between the Divine Ability secret realm and the secret realm of immortality was too great. Although Hua Tiandu was at the 10th level of the Divine Ability secret realm and was only 1 step away from changing fate, he still didn't succeed in defying the heavens. He couldn't become an eternal giant. Mr. Ling Huan landed on a barren mountain outside Ascension Mountain. He saw more than 10 black-robed men guarding there and knelt at the same time. Greetings, Divine Lord. You may rise. Mr. Ling Huan waved his hand and a black-robed man walked forward. Divine Lord, I wonder if Hua Tiandu is someone we can rope in? It's too early to say. However, our tribe has many treasures. It's not impossible to tempt him with benefits. Especially since Hua Tiandu has enemies now. Mr. Ling Huan sneered. However, we definitely can't let that Fang Han go. The Acheron map in his possession is an important item for the Earth Emperor's book to upgrade to an immortal artifact. It's also the key to stopping our tribe from returning. We must get our hands on it. At all costs. Let's go back first and gather the group of 8 in the Xianhuang Great World. We'll see if we can get our hands on the Acheron map. More than 10 black figures disappeared into the wilderness, leaving behind only gusts of wind. While Hua Tiandu and Wan Luo were discussing on Sky Capital Peak, a group of black-robed men were scheming and plotting, Feng Han had returned to his reincarnation peak. Reincarnation Peak was very tall. Looking around, the peaks extended to the horizon. White clouds floated halfway up the mountain. The sky was high and the clouds were light. Birds were flying in the sky. It was truly a sacred place for immortals. Feng Han looked into the distance and suddenly realized that the Ascension Heavenly Palace was surrounded by the mountains where the true disciples lived. Every mountain was connected to the veins of the earth, and they were vaguely arranged into an extremely powerful formation. Once there was a large-scale battle or an attack by the Sky Demon, the sect would be in an emergency. All the true disciples would sit on the peak and activate the heaven and earth Yuan Qi. They would immediately produce an unimaginable power to kill the demons and protect themselves from harm. At this moment, Feng Han had cultivated to the 5th level of the heaven realm. He understood the profoundness of the heaven realm and the wonders of array formations. However, he could see the true intention of the Ascension Gate to build peaks for the true disciples in the divine ability realm. Now, the Ascension sect had a total of 110 true disciples, which meant that there were 110 mountain peaks. Each mountain peak stood tall on the ground and was the core of the formation. When the sect was in a life or death situation, the true disciples would stay on their own mountain peaks and protect themselves and the sect with their life energy and soul. The more true disciples there were, the more peaks there were, and the more array cores there were, the greater the power. The Ascension Gate is indeed one of the 10 immortal Tao sects. Such a grand plan. After seeing through this mystery, Feng Han continued to observe and discovered another mystery. Every peak had a difference in the strength of its aura. Among them, the peak in the center had the strongest aura. It was Hua Tiandu's Tiandu Peak. The other 4 peaks in the east, west, south, and north all had their own peaks. Their auras were also extremely strong, like swords piercing the heavens. It was obvious that these were the peaks of Wanrou, Lingxiao, Kalan, and Yaoguang. The other peaks also had strong auras, but they could not compare to these 5 peaks. As for his own peak, it was dark and gloomy. It did not have any aura and was in a pitiful state. Obviously, it had been built not long ago and he had not taken care of it. This could not go on. One had to know that a peak was his home, his cave abode. If he encountered a strong enemy, it was the best place to rely on the geographical advantage. If a 5th-level Transcendent Realm expert managed a cave abode well, even if a 7th-level Jing Dan expert came to kill him, he could still survive. Feng Han, you're finally here. When I saw that the sky was filled with blood, I knew that Elder had blood bonded the blade of blood into a Tao treasure. Congratulations. Even I don't have a Tao treasure. With your current strength, even a Jing Dan expert would not be able to do anything to you. Kalan's voice came from behind Feng Han. Feng Han. You're finally back. In the sky, there was a cry of a crane, and a white gold red-crowned crane slowly descended. It was actually the crane fairy. Looking at her appearance, she was even more majestic and powerful. With a slight flap of her wings, there were clusters of storms and whirlpools in the air. Crane fairy, how has your cultivation been these days? Feng Han looked at her and felt a sense of familiarity. He waved his hand and had the crane fairy land beside him. It's fine, it's fine. Hongyi and I have been cultivating every day. Thanks to Big Sister Kalan's care, we've made some progress in our cultivation. In time, we might be able to step into the divine ability realm. The crane fairy said. It no longer needed the 10,000 beasts tablet to transmit its words. Instead, it had refined the hyoid bone in its mouth so it could speak. Its voice was soft and crisp. Yes, I've also reached the peak of the divine transformation realm. I just don't know when I'll be able to enter the divine ability realm. On the back of the crane fairy, a woman in red turned over and jumped down. It was Princess Red Joy. Feng Han looked at her and knew that she had cultivated into a spirit. She could use her spirit to create all kinds of illusions for the enemy. She had powerful spirit power and was at the peak of the divine transformation realm. However, to transform into the divine ability realm and reach the heavens in a single step, who knew how much training she would have to go through? Unfortunately, our sect's peerless mortal grade pill, the Foundation Establishment pill, is not easy to refine. It requires a lot of herbs and even pure spirit energy. If Hongyi can take the Foundation Establishment pill to cultivate, then stepping into the divine ability realm won't be difficult. Callan shook her head. Now, the disciples of the Ascension Gate were using the Essence Pill and Fasting Pill as food. One was mortal grade mid-grade and the other was mortal grade low-grade. Their medicinal strength was average, but they were still very rare. Only the inner disciples had a supply. Hundreds of thousands of outer disciples could only go to Jade Cuisine Hall to eat. Is that so? I don't know how to refine the Foundation Establishment Pill, but I can refine the Tai Gate Yuanying Pill. As Feng Han spoke, a pure yuan qi shot out from between his eyebrows. This pure yuan qi circulated at his fingertips and turned into a yuanying pill. It was crystal clear and there seemed to be a chubby baby sitting in the middle. You. This time, not only Callan, even Feng Qingxue was shocked. They never thought that Feng Han would be able to refine such a peerless pill without using any herbs. If this continued, what would happen? Streams of pure primordial qi rushed out from the center of Feng Han's eyebrows and flowed through his fingers, turning into nascent soul elixirs. And the quality of this yuanying pill was even higher than the one at the Tai Gate. The little baby inside seemed to still be breathing and had a heartbeat. It was the result of the flow of dermic powers that gave it spirituality. Seeing the yuanying pill being refined one by one, Callan and the others were stunned. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Even a clever wife can't cook without rice. Feng Qingxue shook her head. No matter what kind of pill it was, refining it required a large amount of essence qi herbs and a pill furnace to purify it. Especially for a peerless human-level pill like the yuanying pill. Without herbs, no matter how powerful one was, one could not refine it. Even a clever wife could not cook without rice. Feng Han, on the other hand, did not need any herbs to refine it. He could cook without rice, of course. This was with the immortal world spiritual qi absorbed by the world tree. Refining it into a pill. The immortal world spiritual qi could only be absorbed by experts at the longevity secret realm. This essence qi was pure and vast, the source of all qi. It was best used to refine pills. There was no need to purify it. Because the purification process was to refine the herbs into essence qi and then combine them. And the immortal world essence qi itself was qi. Other people would gather medicinal herbs from all over the place. Thousands of kilograms or even tens of thousands of kilograms of medicinal herbs would be refined into pill furnaces non-stop. But Feng Han could refine the immortal world essence qi from the world tree with a wave of his hand. What kind of difference was this? In the Taiyuan immortal abode, the world tree could only absorb a little bit of spirit qi, barely enough to sustain its cultivation. There was no surplus for refining pills. But outside, the immortal world essence qi rolled in. The surplus immortal world essence qi could be used to refine large amounts of yuanying pill. After Feng Han killed Zhao Dian, Xia Yu, and Yu Fen, he seized the Sky Lion art and their 100 treasures pouches, which contained the method to refine the yuanying pill. The yuanying pill of the Tai Gate could strengthen one's foundation. After taking it, the blood essence in one's body would curl up into an egg and rapidly transform. It was the best food for qi practitioners and cultivators. However, it was also very troublesome to refine. It was far from being able to benefit the entire sect. If the Tai Gate allowed all its disciples to take the yuanying pill, they would have already unified the Xianhuang Great World. There were millions of disciples in the Tai Gate. Compared to the Ascension Gate, there were 10 times more Tianyi pills per person. That was a few million pills. Even a true immortal wouldn't be able to refine that much. Besides, no immortal would be willing to work for them. The strength of a sect didn't depend on how amazing the sect's Dao techniques were or how powerful the sect leader was. It depended on how abundant the resources were. This was the same as how a dynasty raised an army in the mortal world. The strength of an empire's army mainly depended on money and food. If there was enough money and food, the soldiers would have meat to eat every meal. Their bodies would be strong, and they would have enough nutrition to train every day. It would be difficult for them not to be strong. Similarly, if the disciples of an immortal Dao sect all had peerless spirit pills to provide abundant essence qi for cultivation, they would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. This was a universal truth. Although the cultivation of the Dao was also about comprehension, if one didn't have enough food and didn't have enough origin qi, any comprehension would be fake. The world was a material world, and the mind also relied on material things. In fact, the mysterious person in the Taiyuan immortal abode had already seen that the strongest thing on Feng Han wasn't the Five Hells royal cauldron, the blade of blood, or the Acheron map. It was the world tree. Senior sister Xianxia, Hua Tiandu has the orthodoxy of the Panwu great strength immortal lord. That's why he's in the center. What does he rely on to gain the respect of many disciples? Half of it is his powerful dermic powers, and the other half is a large number of pills to win people's hearts. Now, I can refine a large number of yuanying pills at any time. I'm relying on this to win people's hearts and get a large number of disciples to join me. Right now, one of us can't fight against Hua Tiandu. But if the two of us work together, no one will have to fear us. Feng Han looked at Feng Qingshua's surprised eyes and felt a little proud. He knew that Feng Qingshu wanted to find trouble with him. Now, he could only use this move to resolve it. He had firmly tied Feng Qingshu to his war chariot to fight against Hua Tiandu together. Indeed, if the two of them worked together, their strength would increase greatly in the Ascension Gate. Even outside, they would be able to do whatever they wanted. Can you really refine a large number of yuanying pills? There should be a limit. Otherwise, it's too heaven-defying. It's not impossible for me to become the #1 in the Ascension Gate. Callan pondered for a while. In the end, she felt that it was impossible. Feng Han must have used a trick. If he could really produce an endless number of yuanying pills, then the hundreds of thousands of disciples in the sect would all have to take them every day. In less than 10 years, there would definitely be thousands of mystical arcane realms. This, Feng Han secretly praised Callan for her meticulousness. He calculated and found that although the world tree absorbed a lot of immortal world essence Qi every day, it could not condense it into yuanying pills forever. Excluding his own cultivation needs, it could refine about 300 yuanying pills every day. It can refine 336 yuanying pills every day. Ah. As soon as Feng Han said this, Callan, Feng Qingshu, and the other female true disciples were shocked again. Callan looked around. Come, let's go to the alchemy room. Feng Han, let's talk about this matter. Don't spread it. Otherwise, I'm afraid the demonic path and the immortal path will target you. What kind of Dharma treasure did you get? Can you cook a meal without rice? They entered the alchemy room and sat cross-legged around the Five Hells imperial cauldron. The cauldron was resting on the earth vein and had yet to be fully activated. As soon as Feng Han sat down, he waved his hands and a series of divine arts flew out and hit the cauldron. The cauldron immediately shook, causing the entire reincarnation peak to shake violently. Then, a mountain rock suddenly collapsed below the cauldron, forming a large hole. From the large hole, blazing flames spewed out and poured into the cauldron. With the help of the flames, some of the cauldron's arrays slowly began to operate. Then, the entire reincarnation peak shone brightly. Streams of light rose up, and the air flowed rhythmically. An invisible majestic aura soared into the sky. Among the peaks of the true disciples, he could be considered to be one of the most outstanding. Feng Han could be considered to have connected with the earth vein and caused the earth fire to rise. Elder Tiangong had sent the Titan demon to help Feng Han build Reincarnation Peak. It wasn't built casually. There was a passage that connected to the earth fire. The earth fire was a type of pure yuan qi. It could activate many things, especially refining pills. Once Feng Han communicated with the earth fire, his spiritual force vaguely followed the passageway down. He could see that deep underground, there was an endless flow of lava and huge flames. Countless mountain peaks and earth veins connected to the lava and extracted the fire energy within. In an emergency, the true disciples of the Ascension Gate can sit on this mountain peak and use their cauldrons to extract the underground fire and condense it into a fire dragon to fight the enemy. Callan used a spell to guide the fierce flames that spewed out from the ground. They flew out of the cauldron and formed a fire python that was 10 feet long. It circled the Reincarnation Peak 3 times before flying back into the cauldron. The longer a true disciple sits on the mountain peak, the deeper their communication with the earth fire, and the stronger the fire dragon will be. This is relying on the geographical advantage, not their chi. This is because there's a fire net array below the mountain peak, a female true disciple explained. Feng Han looked at the female true disciple. Her eyes were green with a faint green fire. She cultivated the same fire attribute mystique as Xianxia's Jade Flame 7 cultivators. However, her cultivation level was much higher than Xianxia's. She had already cultivated Taoist Qi. She was an origin energy expert at the 3rd level of the divine ability realm. As she spoke, there was an unconcealable majesty. It was obvious that she was a person of her word. As for the other 2 core female disciples, one of them had immense dermic powers. Her dermic powers were as strong as the earth and as majestic as a mountain. Fang Han knew that this female disciple cultivated the mountain form aura. Her dermic powers had reached the yin-yang realm. She was the same as Yao Dian. The last true disciple had a sharp aura. Her eyes flashed with sword light. She cultivated the great gold sword aura, which wasn't any weaker than Shilongzi. These 3 true disciples were all incredible characters. No wonder they were with Callan and followed the Ascension Gate's sect master to save Fang Han. These 3 are junior sister Yi Piaoling, junior sister Luo Shui, and junior sister Sha Qingmei. They are all outstanding disciples of the Ascension Gate. This time, the sect master asked us to save you so that Long Xian and the 3 junior sisters can form a 5-element cycle with me. They will assist junior sister Fang Qingshui in activating the inextinguishable lightning talisman. Callan explained. I see. Fang Han nodded. Good. Since you have saved me, you are all my trusted subordinates. As he spoke, countless Wu Qi condensed into a book again. It recorded 29 mystiques. I have recorded 29 mystiques in this book. Everyone, remember them. While everyone was reading the book, Fang Han placed the demon god's palm into the 5 Hell's Pill furnace. There was still a portion of the demon god's palm left. It would take a long time for it to be refined into pills or artifacts. It would take 8 to 10 years at most, 3 to 5 years at least. It can produce 336 nascent soul pills in a single day. This is too shocking. Junior brother, what will you do now? Will you really give it to the sect's disciples for free? Callan returned to the main topic. Of course, we will give priority to the disciples who are loyal to us. For example, Callan will do it. Fang Han said. To be honest, I have a treasure that can continuously absorb the immortal world's spiritual qi to refine pills. However, only our trusted subordinates know about this. I won't divulge anything else. Good. Since Fang Han has such means, I will let bygones be bygones. I can use something like the Yuanying pill. Fang Qingshui calculated for a while. Fang Han's opportunity was too heaven-defying. Good. I will refine the pills first. Callan, senior sister Qingshui, you can refine the demon god's palm. In half a month, I will have accumulated a large amount of Yuanying pill. We will be able to win the hearts of the disciples. Rumble, as a large amount of immortal world spiritual qi rolled down, the Yuanying pill was successfully refined. 10 days later, it began to be distributed as a reward. Instantly, the disciples of the Ascension Gate were in an uproar. Clang clang, 2 flying swords stabbed at each other in the air like dragons and snakes. It was a man and a woman practicing flying sword assassination techniques. As the 2 swords clashed, Su Yuer's eyes suddenly twitched, and an invisible wave of spiritual qi was transmitted. Immediately, the man on the other side trembled, as if unable to resist. Illusions appeared, and all sorts of emotions were stirred. The spiritual qi was unable to control the flying sword, and it fell to the ground with a clang. Amazing! Senior Sister Su, how are you so amazing? Your spiritual qi has skyrocketed. You can actually make me hallucinate. What spiritual qi have you cultivated in these 10 days? Last time, we were on par. The male disciple had recovered with great difficulty. He stood up, panting slowly. Su Yuer's spiritual qi attack had almost turned him into an idiot. It's nothing. I just took the Tai Gate's spiritual pill, the Yuanying pill, every day. I didn't expect the Yuanying pill to be so miraculous. After taking it for 10 days, my qi and blood merged and broke through the shackles. No wonder the Tai Gate is the #1 immortal Dao Gate in the world. This Yuanying pill has laid the foundation. Su Yuer smiled, and a sparkling and translucent pill appeared in her hand. In the middle of the pill, there was a small and lifelike image of a baby. It revealed the miraculous nature of creation. Ah. Yuanying pill. It really is the Yuanying pill. Senior sister is actually able to take the Yuanying pill. Seems like in this mountain river list competition, the first place will definitely belong to senior sister. I wonder where senior sister got the Yuanying pill from? A few of the inner sect disciples surrounding her were all envious. It's nothing special. This Yuanying pill is not from the Tai Gate, but was refined by senior brother Feng Han from the Reincarnation Mountain. Senior brother Feng Han actually has a divine ability, and is able to refine a large amount of Yuanying pill. He bestowed it to us, the 8 sisters of the Kalan Society, and each of us received 200 pills. There are still 4 to 5 months before the Mountain River List competition begins. I heard that in this competition, the sect's rewards will be even more generous, so all of you have to work hard. Also, senior brother Feng Han, recently the Reincarnation Mountain is recruiting disciples who can refine pills, watch over fires, plant herbs, and rear spirit beasts. All of you can go to junior sister Hong Yi to take a look, and see if you can find such a job. At that time, senior brother Feng Han will bestow the Yuanying pill to you. Yi said indifferently, and with a few words, all of the disciples were excited. Suyuer and Yi were disciples of the Kalan Society that Feng Han had met at the Sky Demon battlefield. Feng Han had refined a large amount of Yuanying pill and bestowed it to them, allowing them to spread it everywhere, stirring up people's hearts. Feng Han, isn't that the person who challenged senior brother Hua Tiandu? He's so powerful? No wonder he dares to challenge senior brother Hua Tiandu, but where did he get so many ingredients to refine the Yuanying pill? Let's go take a look. If we are able to obtain the Yuanying pill as a reward, our martial arts will improve. If not, if we continue to muddle along, we will never be able to reach the divine realm. In a few days, the news of Feng Han being able to refine a large amount of Yuanying pill spread throughout the entire sect. Among the hundreds of thousands of inner and outer sect disciples, the news spread like wildfire. A large number of disciples rushed to the foot of the Reincarnation Mountain, wanting to meet Princess Red Joy, and become part of the Reincarnation Mountain. Princess Red Joy chose a few reliable inner sect disciples, and bestowed them with 10 Yuanying pills, and set a rule that they could receive 1 Yuanying pill every day. Seeing that the news was true, in that moment, all the disciples in the Ascension Gate went into an uproar again. The Yuanying pill was a top-grade pill, and Feng Han was able to refine it endlessly. This was equivalent to opening the barn during a famine. The disciples in both the inner and outer sects of the Ascension Gate were in a complete mess. Originally, they treated Hua Tiandu like a god, but now, Feng Han was slowly turning things around. With each passing day, Feng Han was able to refine 336 Yuanying pill, and his strength was growing by the day. Not only were the hundreds of thousands of inner and outer sect disciples in an uproar, but even the true disciples were beginning to get restless. True disciples also needed to consume pills in order to cultivate. Only in the immortal realm could they consume qi. Gods do not die. On the southeast side of the Ascension Gate, there was a black mountain peak that seemed to be made of black iron, piercing the sky. This was the peak of a very powerful true disciple, called Black Iron Peak. On Black Iron Peak, the disciple was called Black Iron Spiritual Master. He was an expert who had cultivated to the 6th level of the Transcendent Realm. He had refined all kinds of mystiques into a talisman, and his spiritual power was tyrannical. He was one of the top figures in the Ascension Gate. Although he was not as good as Zongtiandu, Dongling Shao, Wanro, Kalan, or North Yaoguang, he was still an illustrious figure, and was respected outside. In the alchemy room of Black Iron Peak, a few true disciples were gathering. The leader was naturally Black Iron Spiritual Master, a middle-aged man dressed in black. Although he was dressed in black, he was wearing an extremely powerful treasure called the Black Iron Battle Robe. Even water, fire, and lightning could not corrode it. He had also cultivated many mystiques, and had already cultivated all 5 elements. He was almost equivalent to a 7-leaf demon lord. The other disciples were dressed in different colors, and their spiritual power was surging. The quality of their clothes were actually treasures. And they were not low-grade treasures, but high-grade treasures with great power. Their auras were no different from that of Spiritual Master Fushou and Spiritual Master Lu Ming. They were all experts who had cultivated to the celestial realm. This group of people could be said to be the upper class among the true disciples of the Ascension Gate. In a sect, those above the Jin Dan realm were the top. Then those at the 5th level of the Celestial realm and 6th level of the Consolidation realm were the upper class. At this moment, Black Iron Spiritual Master held a yuanying pill in his hand. He looked left and right, then shook his head. This yuanying pill was really refined by Feng Han himself. I've seen the yuanying pill of the Tai Gate before, and its quality was not as high. The pill I'm taking now is only a foundation establishment pill, and I still have to painstakingly collect herbs to capture the Sky Demon to refine it. I've wasted so much time cultivating. Celestial Realm and Consolidation Realm experts only have a lifespan of 800 years, and I've already lived for more than 400 years. If I don't change, after a few decades, my essence, chi, and spirit will dry up, and I'll have no hope left. I can only die of old age. Yes. A true disciple next to him nodded. In the history of the Ascension Gate, there have been some Celestial Realm experts who have died of old age. Once their essence, chi, and spirit begin to dry up, they begin to age and go downhill. No one can save them. Celestial Realm and Consolidation Realm experts had a lifespan of 800 years, but if they were over 500 years old, they would become old people, and their essence, chi, and spirit would dry up. At that time, even if they had pills to increase their lifespan, they would not be able to break through. Only by cultivating to the Jin Dan realm could they increase their lifespan to more than 1,000 years. If Feng Han can provide us with a large amount of yuanying pill every day, saving us the time to cultivate and refine pills, it's not impossible for us to cooperate with him and help him fight against Hua Tiandu. A cultivator in the divine ability realm would spend most of their time searching for medicinal herbs and refining pills. It was impossible for the sect to provide for them. The elders in the sect also needed to cultivate and refine pills. It was improper to raise a parasite all the time. In that case, how about we go find Feng Han now? Among our true disciples, besides the East, South, West, North, and Middle realm experts, there are also a few disciples in the Consolidation realm who want to cultivate to the Jin Dan realm. If we can get Feng Han's help this time and get him to provide us with yuanying pill, we'll save the time to refine pills, and our chances of cultivating to the Jin Dan realm will be much higher. Senior brother Xianxia, you should make the first move. You should be on good terms with Feng Han. Moreover, Feng Han has the Acheron map, and he can get a drop or two of oblivion water to expel the impurities in his earth chi. It's very good for condensing the Jin Dan. Let's go find Feng Han. The other two true disciples in the perfected person realm rubbed their palms. It turned out that when experts gathered all kinds of primal chi between heaven and earth to condense Taoist earth chi and gather it into a formation, they could not avoid coming into contact with all kinds of complicated thoughts and emotions between heaven and earth. When these thoughts were refined into one's dharmic powers, they were not pure and were a huge hindrance to one's cultivation. It was especially difficult to condense the Jin Dan. Between heaven and earth, there were things that could expel impurities and purify one's earth chi. The oblivion water was the best medicine. If an expert at the 6th level of transcendent power obtained a drop of oblivion water, he could use it to cleanse his distracting thoughts and forget most of his worldly emotions. Then, he would have a much higher chance of forming a golden core. Even if an expert who cultivated the Jin Dan obtained the oblivion water, he could purify the Jin Dan even more. When the 8th tribulation of wind and fire arrived, he would be able to pass it safely. If the heavens had feelings, the heavens would also age. Legend had it that the oblivion water was a holy water produced to help the heavens forget their emotions. Regardless of whether it was the yuanying pill or the oblivion water, they were both things that cultivators and chi practitioners dreamed of. Wait. Perfected person Xianxia saw that his junior brothers were about to go to the reincarnation peak to look for Feng Han and quickly stopped them. Although Feng Han is from the same sect as us, we don't have any feelings for him. If we go there rashly and ask him for a large amount of the yuanying pill and the oblivion water, will he give it to us? He's just a heaven realm expert. We're on the same level as him. We're all upper class among the true disciples. If he takes out a bit of the yuanying pill and the oblivion water to take us in, we won't let him down. A young true disciple with a high nose bridge dressed in dark golden clothes said. His tone was somewhat arrogant. It seemed that his aptitude was also very high. He should be a genius who cultivated very quickly. Indeed, this person was a rare genius called Wu Li, junior brother Wu. What you said is inappropriate. Immediately, a true disciple shook his head. He's not even afraid of Hua Tiandu. We can't suppress him either. I can ask him to take out a large amount of the Yuanying pill and the oblivion water. Perfected person Xiantai said quietly, he has obtained the Acheron map. He must be cultivating an unparalleled fiend technique, the 5 Emperors' fiend mystical ability. Legend has it that these 5 mystical abilities are extremely powerful after mastering them. It's on par with the 12 arts of the celestial sect, the 3 calamities and 9 disasters of the Tai Gate. However, it's also the most difficult to master. It requires a large amount of 5 elemental essence. Without a few hundred years of continuous cultivation, it's impossible to achieve phenomenal success. Given his bet with Hua Tiandu, how can he wait that long? Therefore, as long as we can provide him with the 5 elemental essence, he will definitely hand over the Yuanying pill and the oblivion water. Oh? The 5 elemental essence is good stuff. Every Qi refinement warrior wants to collect it. Where did we get it from? Furthermore, if this person cultivates the 5 Emperors' fiend mystical ability, he might not be able to master the mighty golden Emperor chop even if he absorbs 100 mountains of gold and silver. It's a little unbelievable that he has absorbed all the mystic gold or veins in the Ascension Gate. Even if 10 people cultivate the natural mystic gold sword aura, it might not be enough for one person. Wu Li smiled coldly. Have you forgotten? The 5 elemental spirit roots. Perfected person Xiantai licked his lips. 5 elements spiritual roots. Are you talking about the 5 elements spiritual roots that Meng Xiaobai obtained? Wu Li's body trembled. Yes, the 5 elements spiritual roots. Otherwise, junior brother Meng Xiaobai wouldn't have reached level 6 of the divinity realm, the peak of the unity realm at the mere age of 12. He is known as the Little Immortal. Last year, he went to the wilderness again and said that he wouldn't return to the sect until he reached the Jin Dan realm. I reckon that he will be back soon. Once he returns, my Ascension Gate will have another Jin Dan expert. I once used a profound iron crystal to curry favor with him and obtained information about the 5 elements spiritual roots. Taoist Master Xiantai said. Where is the 5 elements spiritual roots? Wu Li hurriedly asked. The Wilderness Temple. Taoist Master Xiantai lowered his voice and spat out these words. The Wilderness Temple. What a dangerous place. All the disciples sucked in a cold breath. Taoist Master Xiantai laughed. It doesn't matter if it's dangerous. If we sell this information to Feng Han, he won't take the bait. If he wants to catch up to Hua Tiandu in 10 years, he must have the 5 elements spiritual roots. The Wilderness Temple contains a large amount of treasures and I have long wanted to explore it. However, it is dangerous inside. This time, we can borrow Feng Han's strength and let him take the lead. Won't we be able to take advantage of him? Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Firstly, we can obtain Feng Han's spiritual pills. Secondly, we can let him take the lead while we follow behind and take advantage of him. It can be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. A disciple praised. Of course, he is still too inexperienced. Furthermore, there is the pressure of the 10-year bet. This is a good opportunity for us to take advantage of him. Taoist Master Xiantai stroked his beard and stood up. Junior Martial brothers, follow me to the Reincarnation Peak. After half a month of cultivation and refining pills on Reincarnation Peak, Feng Han also knew that the news of him being able to refine the Yuanying pill had caused a frenzy in the entire sect. However, Zhongyu remained unmoved and waited patiently for changes to occur. While he was refining the monster god's palm with Callan, Long Xian, Feng Qingxue and the others, he was also practicing the 5 monarchs demon god's skill. The most important thing for him now was not to make the Yuanying pill, but to master the 5 emperors' great demon mystique. Once he had all 5 elements, he would be able to step into the consolidation realm. However, the 5 emperors' great demon mystiques were all unparalleled mystiques and were extremely difficult to master. Right now, there was only one type that he had mastered, and that was the Azure Emperor with Imperial skill. And that was with the help of the World Tree. Even the Red Emperor's Fire Emperor's aura was still lacking despite having absorbed Fairy Firecloud's treasure, the Vermilion Bird flag. As for the Earth Emperor, Water Emperor, and Golden Emperor, there was no need to mention them. Every mystique required 1 to 2 cycles of 60 years to master. At this rate, it would be extremely difficult to step into the consolidation realm. Zhongyu could only endure. After the Yuanying pill incident causes a stir in this sect, I'll have to go out and travel in search of the 5 elemental treasures to absorb and master the 5 Emperor's great demon mystique. In order to master the cycle of the 5 elemental treasures quickly, I'll have to condense the 5 elemental qi into natural treasures. Blackwater Kingsnake. After some thought, Feng Han used his spiritual power and 2 long fangs flew out of the Acheron map. They were the venomous fangs of the Blackwater Kingsnake. They were extremely precious. The flesh and blood of the Blackwater Kingsnake had been refined into a blood pill and eaten during the 18 years it was trapped. Now, all that was left of the Blackwater Kingsnake was its skin and 2 venomous fangs. Feng Han flicked his fingers and strands of earth qi emerged from his body, forming a few arrays that were engraved on the 2 venomous fangs. Then, he spat out 2 streams of flames from his mouth. One of the flames formed a vermilion bird, while the other formed a phoenix. A vermilion bird and a phoenix pounced on the 2 venomous fangs, vaporizing them instantly. The power of the flames was many times stronger than that of the earth fire. Vermilion bird dance, phoenix cry. Callan could tell at a glance that these were 2 extremely powerful fire elemental mystiques. They were the mystiques of Fairy Firecloud's Jin Dan. After Feng Han stole them, they still had the power of a Jin Dan expert. 5th-level celestial realm cultivators could refine spiritual weapons. Only with good materials could they refine treasured weapons. Feng Han was refining 2 flying sword treasured weapons. At the same time, Feng Han made a grabbing motion. The sonic demonic saber on Princess Rejoi's body flew up and disintegrated, fusing with the 2 balls of vital energy. Soon, the 2 venomous fangs transformed into 2 flying swords. They were pitch black, with flaming patterns and bird-shaped characters flickering on them. Crane Fairy, Red Joy, these are 2 low-grade treasured flying swords. They are extremely powerful, a level higher than the sonic demonic saber. They can also transform into armor to protect the body, Feng Han said as the 2 flying swords fell into the hands of Crane Fairy and Princess Red Joy. These 2 flying swords shall be named Dragon Sparrow Swords. The Blackwater Kingsnake's body was a treasure. After being refined by Feng Han using the Vermilion Bird Dance and Phoenix Cry, they had become treasured weapons. Their destructive power surpassed that of the Sonic Demonic Saber and could even rival Yi Nanshan's 8 Barons Divine Sword. For an inner sect disciple to be able to possess such a precious weapon, that was already quite impressive. They were quite wealthy. Is Feng Han here? Enlightened Master Xian Tai of the Black Iron Peak is here to visit with a group of senior and junior brothers. I wonder if I can disturb you. A vigorous voice sounded. Enlightened Master Xian Tai? Feng Han furrowed his brows. Enlightened Master Xian Tai is a consolidation stage cultivator of the 6th stage of the Divine Power Realm. However, he is a bit unlucky. His cultivation base is inferior to mine and he has yet to master the Jin Dan. However, he is still one of the candidates for the Jin Dan. He must have been tempted by your Yuanying pill. Callan chuckled. If you throw out the bait of the Yuanying pill, who knows how many disciples and even sect elders will take the bait. I'll go and meet them. Feng Han stood up. Outside the reincarnation peak, there was already a faint glow. Atop the auspicious clouds, there stood 5 Taoists with extraordinary auras and powerful magic power exuding from their bodies. Feng Han could immediately tell that among the 5 Taoists, one of them wore a black iron-like robe and had the most powerful Tao spell technique. He was actually 2 or 3 times stronger than the 7-leaf Devil Lord. As for the other 4 Taoists, as they breathed in and out, they could vaguely see the formation taking shape. They were also celestial realm cultivators. That one in black is Xian Tai. That one in dark gold is Wu Li. He has an excellent root frame. He is also the most arrogant and unruly. Callan's voice sounded in Feng Han's mind. She introduced the prowess and background of these 5 true disciples. What divine powers did they cultivate so that Feng Han could know them like the back of his hand? Everyone is from the same sect as me. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Please descend and come to my alchemy room for a chat. Fang Han cupped his hands. Xian Tai and the others looked at each other and slowly descended to the square in front of the main hall. Following Fang Han's lead, they entered the alchemy room. They immediately saw Callan and Fang Qingxue and were stunned. However, they did not greet Callan as senior apprentice sister. Instead, they nodded and sat down cross-legged. His seniority was even higher than Callan's. It was just that he had yet to cultivate the Jin Dan. Naturally, he would not be willing to call a junior senior apprentice sister. Of course, Callan, Fang Qingxue, Yi Piaoling, Luo Shui, Sha Qingmei, and Long Xian ignored him as well. They floated in the air above the alchemy room and formed various seals around the five hells royal cauldron to refine the demon god's palm. Majestic demon chi and essence blood rolled like dragons. Immortal Xian Tai and the rest looked on with serious expressions. Everyone is here for my Yuanying pill, right? Fang Han also sat down and looked at the five people who had come with ill intentions. He had thrown out the Yuanying pill as bait and had lured many inner and outer sect disciples. However, none of the true disciples had taken the bait. Today, Tianyi had come with five powerful people. He could not help but secretly plan in his heart. Immortal Xian Tai, Wu Li, these five people could be said to be the top power among the true disciples. If he could use them wholeheartedly, then he would be able to summon the wind and summon the rain in the sect. There were more than 100 true disciples in the Ascension Gate. Jin Dan was the top with only 5. However, there were many true disciples in the Heaven Realm and Consolidation Realm. There were at least 10 to 20 of them. Among them, there were also hidden dragons and crouching tigers. If these people were roped in together, then Hua Tiandu would definitely not have too much authority in the sect. He thought about himself. With one order, all the true disciples obeyed and cooperated. All the inner sect disciples praised him in unison. All the outer sect disciples worshipped him like a god. With this kind of power and influence, once it was deeply rooted, it was possible that he could find an opportunity to chase Hua Tiandu out of the Ascension Gate in the future. He could even arrange for Hua Tiandu to be charged with communicating with the Tai Gate and plotting to destroy the foundation of the Ascension Gate. Today, the true disciples came looking for me. Tomorrow, some of the elders in the sect might come looking for me as well. Hua Tiandu, let's see if you have the rich resources of the Panwu Immortal Sect or I have the rich resources of the World Tree. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through his mind. Finally, he calmed down. He knew that it would not be easy to subdue these people. They might even plot against him and subdue him. I'm not here for the Yuanying pill. I'm here for junior apprentice brother Fang Han's cultivation. Enlightened Master Xian Tai was a powerful character. He expressed his thoughts vividly with a single sentence. Oh, for my cultivation. What do you mean? Fang Han smiled. Junior apprentice brother, you're cultivating the legendary Five Emperor's Great Devil ability, right? Enlightened Master Xian Tai said confidently, the Five Emperor's Great Devil ability is the peak of the Five Elements ability. It's a supreme ability. The Five Elements essence chi it requires is also vast. I wonder how many of them junior apprentice brother has cultivated so far. I've cultivated a wood-type ability. Fang Han lowered his eyelids. Oh. It seems like you'll need at least 300 to 500 years to cultivate the rest of the abilities. Enlightened Master Xian Tai exchanged glances with the others. I wonder how junior apprentice brother's bet with senior apprentice brother Tiandu is. Enlightened Master Xian Tai, I don't like to beat around the bush. Let's not beat around the bush. Fang Han chuckled. Upon hearing Fang Han's words, Enlightened Master Xian Tai did not say anything. However, Wu Li raised his eyebrows. He seemed to be unhappy with Fang Han's attitude and was about to explode. He was also a famous person with overflowing talent. He also had hidden methods and fortuitous encounters. Until now, Fang Han had not addressed him as senior apprentice brother even once. He could not stand it. However, Wu Li only smiled coldly. I wonder if junior apprentice brother Fang Han has heard of the Five Elements Spirit Root. Five Elements Spirit Root. When Fang Han heard this, he was immediately shocked. He had heard of this treasure in the various worlds. This item naturally contained a large amount of pure 5 elements essence qi. It was a treasure that divine ability realm experts dreamed of. However, it was only a legendary item. It was rare to see in 10,000 years. It was rumored to possess the 5 elements spirit root and fuse it with the body. Cultivating the 5 elements Dharma ability would immediately reach greater mastery. Divine ability realm experts would no longer need to painstakingly collect wood qi and fire qi. Who knew how much cultivation time it would save? One had to know that even cultivating the Ascension Gates heavenly wood great art required at least tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of trees to reach greater mastery. Cultivating the natural gold sword aura required an unimaginable amount of metal and iron. However, with the 5 elements spirit root, all of this was unnecessary. However, this treasure was extremely rare. It was even rarer than a Dao artifact. Once it appeared, it would immediately cause a bloodbath. You have the 5 elements spirit root? Feng Han raised his voice a little. Of course I don't have such a thing. Enlightened Master Xianxia said, however, I know where to find it. If junior apprentice brother Feng Han thinks it's worth it, take out some Yuanying pill, forgotten love water, and the 5 emperors great devil ability cultivation method. Our senior apprentice brothers are willing to bring you to that place to find the 5 elements spirit root. Oh? Feng Han smiled noncommittally. Does that mean junior apprentice brother agrees? Wu Li and the other true disciples exchanged glances again, as if they were not afraid of him not agreeing. Everyone, what a good scheme. You want to obtain large amounts of pills, holy water, and supreme abilities from me with empty words. Are you trying to bully me for being insensible? Feng Han's gaze turned to enlightened Master Xianxia, Wu Li, and the other experts. His voice became stern. How dare you? How dare you try to trick me? As soon as Feng Han said this, a wave of icy coldness rippled through the alchemy room. No one expected Feng Han to suddenly change his expression. Whether it was Wu Li or enlightened Master Xianxia, they all stood up abruptly and looked at Feng Han in shock. They had originally planned to use the matter of the 5 elements spirit root to blackmail Feng Han. They were sure that Feng Han would be anxious for success and would definitely agree to their request. Then, he would hand over the pills, unruffled water, and even the incantation with both hands. Then, he would obediently go with them to the extremely dangerous savage divine temple as the vanguard and let them reap all the benefits. At this moment, Feng Han only had 8 to 9 years left before he would have a life and death battle with Hua Tiandu. Everyone knew that time was extremely precious to Feng Han. Enlightened Master Xianxia, Wu Li, and the others all had good intentions. How could they have known that Feng Han would immediately turn hostile without any discussion? It was faster than flipping a book. Moreover, his killing intent was deep, as if he was a king who had been deceived by his subordinates. His cold gaze swept across them, causing enlightened Master Xianxia, Wu Li, and the other true disciples to feel as if they had committed the crime of deceiving their king. I can refine the Yuanying pill because I want to be kind to others. If you came to ask for the pills, I would not be stingy, nor would I covet your treasures. However, you have bad intentions and actually dared to use such methods to deceive me. Do you think that I, Feng Han, am someone to be trifled with? Feng Han saw through everything clearly. When he heard enlightened Master Xuantia's words, he knew what they were thinking. At this moment, enlightened Master Xianxia came to his senses. His face turned ashen as he pointed at Feng Han and said, Feng Han, we wanted to tell you the whereabouts of the 5 elemental spiritual roots out of goodwill. Not only did you not appreciate our kindness, but you also spoke ill of us. What are your intentions? I don't have any ill intentions. Feng Han said in detail, if you want an exchange, I can give you a large amount of Yuanying pill and even unruffled water. You can tell me the whereabouts of the 5 elemental spiritual roots. As for the rest, there's no need to talk about it. Now, I don't want to talk about it. I'll let you fight with Hua Tiandu 9 years later. Enlightened Master Xianxia suddenly smiled sinisterly. Since we can't come to an agreement, you think we want to harm you. What else is there to talk about? We'll take our leave now. You want to leave after failing to deceive me? How can it be so easy? Feng Han shrugged his shoulders. He knew that his experience was shallow. Although it was said that he was making friends by giving out the Yuanying pill to the sect's disciples, in the eyes of some people, he would become a sucker. However, enlightened Master Xuantia's disciples thought that he was a sucker. He might as well take this opportunity to teach them a lesson and establish his prestige in the sect. When he heard that Fang Han didn't allow him to leave, enlightened Master Xuantia's body immediately emitted a murderous aura. Wu Li's killing intent surged as he laughed out of anger. Ha 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 ha, Fang Han, you're arrogant and conceited. Do you think that you can look down on all the true disciples of the Ascension Gate just because you had a few fortuitous encounters? You haven't cultivated the Jing Dan yet. It seems that our good intentions have been treated as ill intent by you. You think you're powerful? I want to see your Dao techniques. You? You don't seem to have the qualifications for me to make a move. Fang Han stared at Wu Li for a while. The 6 enlightened masters of the Tai Gate fought with me and were all captured by me. Do you think you can compare to those 6 enlightened masters? Ha 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 ha. How can those hedonistic sons of the Tai Gate be compared to me? They were raised by the sect and were given everything. Other than having their eyes higher than the sky, they were useless. How can they be compared to me? I've been slaying demons and devils since I was young. I've been through hundreds of battles. I've broken into demon caves and caused trouble for demons. I've come in the wind and gone in the rain. I've tempered my divine abilities. It seems that you relied on those 2 treasures that you obtained by chance and beat up a few hedonistic sons. Do you think that you're about to become an immortal? Enlightened Master Xuantia's tone was arrogant. Alright, since that's the case. How about you fight with me on the Heaven's Punishment platform? You're at the 6th level of the divine ability, the consolidation realm. I've only just mastered the 5th level of the divine ability and haven't even condensed the 5 elements. You should be able to deal with me. However, if you lose, you have to tell me the whereabouts of the 5 elements. If I lose, I'll give you 3,000 Yuanying pills and 3,000 drops of forgotten love water. Do you have the guts to fight with me? Fang Han looked at enlightened Master Xiantai and Wu Li with a mocking gaze. Enlightened Master Xiantai shook the black iron battle robe on his body. About a month ago, the elder helped you forge the Blade of Blood into a low-grade Dao artifact. That's why you're so impressive. Since you're so determined to give me 3,000 Yuanying pills and forgotten love water, I won't stop you. Humph. Let's meet on the Heaven's Punishment platform. As he spoke, enlightened Master Xuantia's body flashed and forcefully teleported out of Fang Han's alchemy room. Wu Li and the rest sneered and flew out as well. Fang Han, you're fighting with them on the Heaven's Punishment platform to establish your might, right? Callan stopped. These people indeed thought that you were weak and easy to bully. They actually wanted to use the 5 elements to lure you. They saw through your eagerness to cultivate and wanted to take advantage of you. However, you saw through their plan. Senior Martial Sister, do you know where the 5 elements can be found? Fang Han quickly asked. Callan shook her head. If I knew, I would have told you long ago. However, there's a disciple in the Ascension Gate called Meng Xiaobai who obtained the 5 elements. This person is known as a little prodigy and has always been traveling outside. I'm afraid that he has already cultivated the Jing Dan and is also a proud son of heaven. Enlightened Master Xiantai once tried to curry favor with him and found out the whereabouts of the 5 elements. There are more than 100 true disciples in the Ascension Gate and all of them are very mysterious. There's actually such a person? It seems that I'll have to take a good look at them in the future. Fang Han said, I'm going to the Heaven's Punishment platform now. I wonder if Senior Martial Sisters are going to watch the battle. Of course we're going to watch the battle. It's been a long time since the true disciples had a fierce battle. Callan said, I'm guessing that once the alarm rings, all the cultivating true disciples will go and watch the battle. Alright. This will make it easier for me to establish my might. Fang Han's body moved and a green gas rose from his feet. He directly flew into the sky and flew towards the Heaven's Punishment platform in the Ascension Heavenly Palace. At this moment, enlightened Master Xiantai, Wu Li, and 3 other Sky Realm true disciples were already standing on the Heaven's Punishment platform. When they saw Fang Han flying over, they only sneered. What? The 5 of you want to gang up on me? As Fang Han spoke, he let out a long roar that shook the surroundings and the mountains responded. The various mountain peaks flickered with brilliance. Many true disciples flew up from the mountain peaks and looked at the heaven's punishment platform. When they saw that there seemed to be a battle between true disciples, they could not help but become excited and glided towards the Ascension Heavenly Palace. It was rare for true disciples to compete on the heaven's punishment platform and compete in Tao techniques. It was even rarer for experts who had cultivated to the 5th level of the transcendent realm to fight. These experts were busy gathering medicinal herbs, gathering the essence of the 5 elements, cultivating divine abilities, breaking through to the next realm, and fighting for their lives with the heavens. How could they have the time to fight to the death? The true disciples from all directions flew to the surroundings of the Ascension Heavenly Palace and looked at the tall heaven's punishment platform where Feng Han and enlightened Master Xianxia and the others were facing off. It's that Feng Han again. He's been in the limelight recently. Yeah, he can actually refine the Yuanying pill. The pill formula is fine, but the ingredients are hard to find. How can he refine such a large amount? Does the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron really have a magical effect? This time last year, he was still an outer sect disciple in the physical body realm. This year, he has cultivated to the 5th level of the transcendent realm and can communicate with the transcendent realm. This speed is shocking. It's rare. That's not true. I heard that he stayed in the Taiyuan immortal abode for 18 days. A day outside is a year inside, so he has cultivated for a total of 18 years. 18 years. That's still impressive. 20 years is only enough for us to cultivate one type of divine ability. I wonder why he wants to compete with enlightened Master Xiantai this time. Xiantai is an expert who has cultivated to the consolidation realm. 10 years ago, it was rumored that he was about to cultivate the Jing Dan. No matter how powerful Feng Han is, he's probably only slightly weaker than enlightened Master Xiantai. That's not necessarily true. Have you forgotten? A few days ago, the blood light soared into the sky. It was Feng Han's blade of blood. Master Qianxing refined it into a Tao weapon for him. I wonder what he contributed to the sect. Oh? Ling Xiao and senior brother Wanro are here to watch the battle. Amidst the discussions of the true disciples, Zhongnan Wanro and Dongling Xiao of the 5 great true disciples flew over and landed around the heaven's punishment platform. I wonder if senior brother Hua Tiandu will be here. Senior brother Hua Tiandu went to the Tai gate. Come at me together. What a joke. Let me take a look at your divine ability. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have the blade of blood? Wu Li ignored the surrounding true disciples and grabbed with his hand. Instantly, a sharp sword chi appeared above his head. When he grabbed it, it turned into a strangely shaped longsword. There were many patterns carved on it. It looked like gold, but it was not gold. It looked like iron, but it was not iron. This ancient sword emitted powerful dermic powers. Waves of dermic powers rushed out. It was as if there were thousands of monsters roaring and laughing maliciously inside. As long as he waved his hand, the ferocious monsters would rush out and drown the people inside. This sword was also an extremely high-quality dermic artifact. Howling Shadow Sword. It's also a high-grade dermic artifact. However, it's definitely no match for me. You guys should come at me together. Save me the trouble. Feng Han laughed. 5 rays of bloody light condensed in his palm. They were like lightning and wind. They were bright red, like cinnabar. Suddenly, they shot out and attacked Wu Li and the others. This was the blade of blood saber chi. He attacked the 5 of them at once. Bang! 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 The 5 rays of bloody saber chi collided with the 5 rays of sword chi. 5 figures flew up. Wu Li and the others released their flying swords to block Feng Han's saber chi. The 5 of them were upper-class true disciples of the Ascension Gate. The flying swords in their hands were all high-quality dermic artifacts. Especially Daoist Xuantia's flying sword. It was a peerless dermic artifact called the Great Hidden Heavens Dragon Sword. When he attacked, a deep dragon roar could be heard. You guys are courting death. All of you, back off. I'll do it. Daoist Xiantai flew out and blocked the bloody saber chi with his Great Hidden Heavens Dragon Sword. Suddenly, the heavenly dragon sword changed and disappeared into thin air. In the next instant, it slashed onto Feng Han's body. It was actually an instant kill technique. He was furious and decided to challenge Feng Han to a duel. Feng Han didn't know the instant kill grand magic, because he hadn't cultivated the unrestrained golden sword chi, nor had he learned the instant kill grand magic. In fact, his current cultivation level was incomplete, and he had only just entered the Deva realm. Daoist Master Xianxia, on the other hand, was at the peak of the Unity realm. The difference between the two could be said to be huge. Fortunately, Feng Han's magic power was surging, and he had the power of 500,000 galloping horses, while Daoist Master Xianxia only had 150,000. The difference was about 4 times. Experts who had just entered the Deva realm generally had the power of 10,000 galloping horses. As their cultivation deepened and they completed the 5 elements, their divine abilities would gradually increase. At the peak, they could cultivate to 30 or 50,000. Once they entered the Unity realm, all their divine abilities would condense into a talisman, and their psychic power would transform and skyrocket. They could advance to 100,000. When they reached the peak, their power would increase even more. When they entered the Jin Dan realm, they would be even more powerful. Back then, Yao Dian, Xia Yu, and Yufen had consumed the demonic frenzy life reduction pill, which increased their magic power tenfold. They had used up all their magic treasures, but they were still destroyed by the demon marshal's prodigious annihilation art. That was the difference. Pop, Daoist Master Xianxia's instant kill grand magic hit Feng Han. The instant kill technique was all about speed. As soon as it struck, it would kill. The enemy would not even have the time to activate their Dharma treasures or activate their protective energy before they died. Daoist Master Xianxia's instant kill grand magic was more than 10 times stronger than Shilongzi's. There were very few people who could dodge a sudden attack. Even if they were Jin Dan stage experts, they might be ambushed and fail miserably. It hit. Many experts present saw Daoist Master Xianxia's flying sword slash Feng Han's body. In an instant, it tore through all kinds of light and protective energy, and was about to cut his body in half. However, Feng Han's body suddenly exploded into a ball of vital energy that seemed both real and illusory. It was like a mirage that evolved into all kinds of waves, blue sky, white clouds, and islands. See Mirage Energy Art. It turned out that it had not hit Feng Han's body, but a cloud of sea serpent chi. At this moment, no one knew where Feng Han's body had gone. There was no trace of him at all. Even his mana fluctuations, breathing, and heartbeat had all disappeared. This was one of his divine abilities, known as the Sea Glutton Energy Art. It was one of the 28 divine abilities of Fairy Firecloud's Jin Dan. Fairy Firecloud's Jin Dan had 28 divine powers: Black Sun Hurricane, Great Sun Fire, Chongqing Great Technique, Sky Lion Technique, Blessing Technique, Milky Way Grand Magic, Dragon Tiger Wind and Cloud Technique, Great Swamp Sword Chi, Wu to True Soul, Tai Divine Thunderbreak, Scarlet Blood Rush, Origin Spirit Energy Art, Ice and Snow Boundary, Boundless Expanse Tactics, Tao of Destruction, Phoenix Dance, The Cry of the Vermilion Bird, Chong Kong 7 True Fists, Crystal Void Lightning Spirit Claw, Earth Heaven Primordial Force, True Form Illusion Technique, Sea Glutton Energy Art, Diamond Iron Bone Palm, Heavenly Fragrance Bewildering Art, Pure Aura Dragon Wave, Snake and Sparrow Wandering Divine Chi, 8 Extremities Primordial Spirit Tao, Dazzling Heaven. Each of these 28 divine abilities was a powerful divine ability that was abnormally powerful. When executed, there were countless variations that were impossible to guard against. Among them, the Sea Glutton Energy Art was painstakingly cultivated by harvesting sea serpent chi from the deep sea. It could change at will, conceal one's tracks, and confuse one's enemies. It was unparalleled. The Sea Glutton Energy Art was a great divine ability cultivated by Fairy Firecloud, not Feng Han. Therefore, even though Daoist Black Tai's cultivation level was higher than Feng Han's, he could not tell. Tisk, TSK. Do you think you can compete with me alone? Even if I don't use the Blade of Blood, I can easily capture you. Feng Han's ethereal voice echoed across the Heaven's Judgment platform. Everyone could only see phantoms that moved around like ghosts. thousands of phantoms moved around. Everyone felt as though Fang Han was closing in on them. They could not tell which was Fang Han's true form and which was an illusion. This was another divine ability. True form illusion technique. It was a technique that was painstakingly cultivated by gathering the energy of light, darkness, and shadow. In order to master this divine ability, Fairy Huiyun had spent 60 years of her life on it. Once the true form illusion technique was executed, one's body would shake, and thousands of phantoms would appear. It was a perfect counter to instant kill. Instant kill needed to be aimed at the target to be able to kill in one strike. However, thousands of phantoms did not know the true form, so how could they be killed instantly? No divine ability was invincible. There was always a counter to it. Because of this, the more divine abilities one cultivated, the more powerful they were. There would always be divine abilities that countered others. Cold light chainmail. Taoist Black Tai was, after all, a veteran of hundreds of battles. He did not panic in the slightest. The pitch-black chainmail on his body suddenly emitted thousands of rays of cold light that shot out. His black iron chainmail was a rare treasure from ancient times. It was a high-grade treasure. Although it did not have as many functions as the Five Hells Royal Cauldron and had many array formations, its defense was still very high. Waves of cold air mixed with metallic chi sliced at the thousands of phantoms. At the same time, his body gradually rose. In his eyes, the appearance of the 9 palaces appeared. This was the 9 palaces divine appearance technique of the Ascension Gate. When condensed in his eyes, he could see through all obstacles. The 9 palaces divine appearance technique was similar to the exquisite Great Heaven's divine ability. It involved the transformations of illusory spacetime and was very powerful. After cultivating to the longevity mystic realm, one could set up a spacetime maze. At the divine mystic realm, one could see through all illusions. Coupled with the black iron chainmail's cold light, he instantly saw through Fang Han's true form. With a raise of his hand, he threw out another Dharma treasure. This Dharma treasure shot out a shuttle-shaped black light that emitted thousands of sharp and strange sounds. The sound waves seemed to shake the peaks of Ascension Mountain. At the same time, the tail of the shuttle vibrated, constantly bursting out thousands of phosphorescent green sparks that resembled fireworks. These phosphorescent green sparks struck many of Fang Han's phantoms, destroying them. Every spark contained destructive power. Heavenly Note phosphorescent shuttle? Wanro, Ling Xiao, and Callan, who were watching the battle, were slightly taken aback. This Dharma treasure was extraordinary. It was a supreme-grade treasure. As Jingdan experts, they did not have many such Dharma treasures in their possession. Treasures and Dao treasures were also divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade. The 5 Hells Royal Cauldron and Blade of Blood were both supreme-grade treasures. They could be said to be rare treasures. Exquisite Great Heaven. 99 chessboards suddenly burst out around Fang Han's body, enveloping the Heavenly Note phosphorescent shuttle. Then, he raised his hands. A huge light cannon condensed into the shape of a dragon and charged forward. This light cannon was like an aurora. It was bright and dazzling, and the crystal light pierced through the heavens and earth. Aurora of the extreme earth, heavenly heaven aura, yin and yang surge, destroy evil. Dragon form aura wave. It was another great divine ability, the aura wave aura wave. It was painstakingly cultivated from the aura of the aurora. It was extremely powerful and could flatten a mountain. Pop. Enlightened Master Xiantai did not expect Fang Han to use divine abilities to trap his well-hidden Heavenly Note phosphorescent shuttle. Just as he was about to use his Dharma power to retrieve it, a dragon-shaped aurora charged toward him. He could not dodge in time. It directly hit his black iron battle armor. In an instant, the black iron battle armor's treasure light disintegrated and melted. 9 Palaces Divine Form Art. He roared and raised his protective aura. A 9 Palaces pattern appeared on his body and collided with the dragon form aura wave. The 9 Palaces pattern blocked all of the dragon-shaped aurora and spun at high speed. Sizzle. Light rain flew everywhere as if it was an aurora rain. You can even block this? You're indeed more powerful than a 7-leaf demon lord. You're just a little bit away from mastering Jingdan. The true disciples of the Ascension Gate are indeed very powerful. Fang Han was shocked. He wanted to defeat enlightened Master Xiantai with his continuous attacks, but his opponent managed to block them. Tai Divine Lightning Break. Feng Han did not hesitate anymore. Both of his hands shot out, and a cloud of fire mixed with lightning enveloped over. It was like a pot lid, directly covering Daoist Xiantai. Thunderbolts shook the earth and the mountains. Ripples appeared in the air, and the clouds in the sky were all scattered. The Tai Divine Lightning was even more violent than the purple lightning. When it attacked, it was overflowing with ferocity and majesty. Metal of the five metals. Form of the sun and moon, great freedom, void wanderer? Break for me. At this critical juncture, Sage Xiantai once again displayed his formidable strength. His body erupted with tens of thousands of sword beams, which fused together with the great sky-hovering dragon sword. They transformed into a stream of sword energy, which broke through the lightning and fire. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The heavenly note phosphorescent shuttle that was trapped by the exquisite great overarching heaven shook its head and wagged its tail. It burst out with phosphorescent flames and charged out. It seemed to have broken free. Feng Han's expression was extremely cold. He rubbed his hands together, and a ball of black wind and a ball of radiant flames brewed in his palms. He suddenly struck out. This was the true beginning of his attack. Two supreme mystiques, the 12 arts of the celestial sect, Black Sun Calamity, and Great Sun Fire. The moment the two balls of wind and fire appeared, an overwhelming pressure surged out. In just a moment, the heavenly note phosphorescent shuttle was extinguished, and it fell onto the heaven's punishment platform. Following that, a ball of fire flew out and struck enlightened Master Xiantia's body. Great Sun Fire. Enlightened Master Xiantai also recognized that this was the Great Sun Fire of the 3 calamities and 9 disasters of the Tai Gate. Although this mystique was not as profound as the exquisite great overarching heaven, in terms of pure killing power, it could burn all things. Attack together. When Wu Li saw the Great Sun Fire strike enlightened Master Xiantia's body, he immediately made his move. Instantly, his entire body was flooded with water, and a mighty river rushed out in an attempt to extinguish the fire. This was the myriad water divine art of the Ascension Gate. The other 3 true disciples also displayed the all-water divine technique. They were all at the 5th level of the transcendent realm and had cultivated various mystiques. At the very least, they had cultivated the 5 elements to a certain level. The myriad water divine art, heavenly wood grand magic, jade flame 7 cultivators radiance, mountain refining form aura, and boundless dark gold sword aura. These 5 mystiques were must cultivate. Using water to suppress fire, the 4 experts wanted to extinguish Feng Han's Great Sun Fire. Whoosh, the Great Sun Fire and the 4 myriad water divine arts collided. Immediately, the heaven's punishment platform was filled with violent steam. The water of the myriad water divine arts was heavy water. A drop was heavier than mercury, and when it spread out, the world was filled with water ripples. However, it still could not withstand the Great Sun Fire, and a large amount of it evaporated. Seeing that things were not going well, enlightened Master Xiantai also used the myriad water divine art to fight Feng Han together. A ball of water vapor and a ball of fire instantly clashed in the sky. Many of the true disciples watched with wide eyes as Feng Han used his mystiques to fight 1 against 5. Feng Han had not used the power of the blade of blood when he attacked. I still underestimated this person. He's already so powerful without even gathering the 5 elements. If he successfully cultivates the 5 Emperor's great demon mystique, how powerful will he be? Wanro and Ling Xiao, the 2 great Jin Dan disciples, looked at each other at the same time. They could see the ruthlessness in each other's eyes. Using water to counter fire? Good. The 5 elements are supposed to counter each other. However, I would like to see how much your water can counter my fire. Vermilion bird dance, phoenix cry. Red Emperor fire Emperor aura. Feng Han saw that his fire of the great sun had been blocked. The water and fire forced each other to stop. He laughed coldly and the 3 balls of fire on his body rose again. One of the balls of fire turned into a vermilion bird divine bird that was dozens of feet long and covered in bright flaming feathers. The other ball of fire was a fire phoenix. There was also a ball of flames. Although it wasn't as strong as the 2 divine birds, it was much more terrifying than the 2 divine birds. Within the flames, a figure could be seen holding a scepter and wearing a fiery crown. It was the Scarlet Emperor, the Fire Emperor. He was the one who controlled all the flames in the world, the Emperor of Fire. Feng Han now had a total of 4 fire-type mystiques. The first was the Fire of the Great Sun, the second was the Vermilion Bird Dance, the third was the Phoenix Cry, and the fourth was the Red Emperor Fire Emperor Aura. Among them, the Fire of the Great Sun was the most powerful, and the Red Emperor Fire Emperor Aura was the least powerful. However, the most profound technique was the Scarlet Fire Emperor's Qi. However, Feng Han had not mastered it yet. Although he had absorbed a fire-type treasure, the Vermilion Bird Flag, he was still far from mastering it. The 5 Emperor's great demon mystiques could not be compared to ordinary mystiques. It required a huge amount of 5 elements Yuan Qi. Feng Han was clear about this. If others cultivated a metal-type mystique, they would only need to refine a few flying swords to reach a small mastery. However, if he wanted to cultivate the mighty Golden Emperor Chop, it would not be enough even if he refined a few mountains of gold, silver, iron, and bronze. However, once he mastered it, his power would be boundless. He would become one of the 5 emperors and 5 emperors, ruling over the world. He would be able to dominate the heavens and become the ancient demon emperor, invincible. Otherwise, this would not be the sect leader's mystique of the former number 1 demon sect. The Vermilion Bird, the Phoenix God, and the Red Emperor's Fire Emperor's energy were all unleashed. Instantly, the entire heavenly sentence dais was filled with flames. Even the true disciples who were dozens of kilometers away, using magical treasures to protect themselves, found it difficult to withstand the heat. Bang 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 bang. 5 explosions, the myriad water true energy of Reverend Xianxia, Wu Li, and the other 3 true disciples was completely dispersed. They were all shaken off the heaven's punishment platform by the intense flames. The flames enveloped them and formed a transparent eggshell, trapping all of them within. The fire burned with a hiss. However, it did not burn their bodies. What? Taoist Black Tie originally thought that even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. However, he didn't expect that the flames would only condense into an eggshell around him. It enveloped him but didn't seep in at all. He didn't feel any heat from the flames at all. This was clearly Feng Han's control of the flames, which had reached a level of perfection. This person's ability is truly unfathomable. No matter what, Taoist Black Tie knew that he had already lost. If Feng Han hadn't shown mercy, the flames would have wrapped around him and turned him into ashes. At this moment, he naturally couldn't treat his life as a joke. It wasn't easy for him to cultivate to the peak of the 6th level of the divine power, the Unity Realm. There was hope for him to live forever. If he destroyed his life in one go, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. As long as he was alive, he would have everything in the future. Feng Han, you have great abilities. I admit defeat this time. I'll tell you where the secrets of the 5 elemental spiritual roots are. This is a map that records the secrets of the 5 elemental spiritual roots in detail. I'll give it to you. Taoist Black Tie took out a map and tossed it with all his might. Oh? Feng Han's eyes flickered. The flames immediately transformed into a large hand that grabbed the map and took it back. The Red Emperor's Fire Emperor's Qi had this kind of ingenuity. If it restrained its heat, it wouldn't burn anything. When it was refined to the extreme, it could even transform into cold flames. A bone-chilling flame. Wait. At this moment, the words 5 elemental spiritual roots startled Wanro and Ling Xiao. Wanro suddenly reached out and grabbed. A strong force shook the flame eggshells of Taoist Black Tie, Wu Li, and the other direct disciples. Bang 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 bang. Feng Han felt a boundless force coming from all directions. He couldn't hold on to his flames and was forced back. Taoist Black Tie, Wu Li, and the other direct disciples immediately broke free from their restraints. What? Wanro, what are you trying to do? Feng Han's face turned cold as he looked at Wanro. He didn't know why Yi Shiwen had interfered. Wanro was a Jin Dan expert and was different from Taoist Black Tie. When he attacked, the strength of his spiritual energy was not inferior to Ling Xiao's. Once one reached Jin Dan, one's spiritual energy would be boundless. One's life would be transformed and there would be a fundamental difference. I'm not trying to do anything. Wanro smiled. I didn't expect your bet to be about the whereabouts of the 5 elemental spiritual roots. I also want such spiritual roots. Feng Han, you think you have great magical powers. You had a fortuitous encounter in the Taiyuan immortal manner and cultivated all kinds of mystiques. You don't even care about the 6th level of the divine power realm. I wonder if you care about me. I see. Feng Han nodded and grabbed the map. So Wanro wants to fight with me. Let's make a bet, shall we? Do you dare? Wanro smiled sinisterly. Senior brother Wanro is going to make a move. This is going to be a good show. The surrounding direct disciples had just seen Feng Han fight 1 against 5. They thought that today was exciting enough, but they didn't expect there to be more exciting things to come. 7th level of the divine power realm, a Jin Dan level expert. Southern Wanro actually challenged Feng Han. The 5 direct disciples of the Ascension Gate were all high and mighty. They were revered by tens of thousands. No matter how powerful Feng Han was, his reputation was not as good as these 5 disciples. Yeah, senior brother Wanro obviously wants to suppress Feng Han's arrogance. He's too popular. He's just like Meng Xiaobai. But Meng Xiaobai always travels outside and doesn't cultivate in the sect. If these two meet, it'll be more interesting. Don't say that. Guess who will win, senior brother Wanro or Feng Han? That's hard to say. Although senior brother Wanro's realm is high, Feng Han has so many mystiques. What's more, he has a Dao artifact, the Blade of Blood. He even has a legendary treasure like the Acheron map. I heard that his Acheron map is already damaged and can't unleash its power. He can only use it to refine pills or something. How can senior brother Wanro not know what we know? Senior brother Wanro dared to challenge Feng Han with his own reputation. He must have seen through Feng Han's background and is absolutely confident. Yeah, senior brother Wanro definitely won't be careless. He must have a card up his sleeve. Feng Han heard all these discussions and couldn't help but frown. Of course, he knew that Wanro clearly knew his strength. He hadn't even used the Blade of Blood, yet he still dared to challenge him. He clearly came prepared. He had to be careful. If the experts of the Longevity Secret Realm were the ancient giants, then the experts of the Jin Dan level were the ancient giants. Every expert of the Jin Dan level had a moving story, fortuitous encounters, and immortal fate. This was because it was impossible to cultivate to the Jin Dan level without immortal fate and fortuitous encounters. In cultivation, the first was luck and luck. The second was comprehension. The third was hard work. As the saying went, when luck comes, heaven and earth work together. When luck leaves, heroes are not free. When luck came, even a fool could obtain an unparalleled immortal fate. When luck left, even a peerless hero would end up in a miserable state. Since Wanro could cultivate to the Jin Dan level, he had great luck. Feng Han couldn't let down his guard against such a person. Now that his cultivation was getting deeper, he could already sense a trace of luck and destiny. From these illusory things, it could be seen that Wanro was full of confidence, as if he was certain that he would win. Wanro obviously heard the discussions of the true disciples, but he still forced Feng Han to say, "Feng Han, do you dare to make a bet with me on this Heaven's Punishment platform?" Seeing Wanro's aggressiveness, Feng Qingshui raised her eyebrows. Just as she was about to speak, Feng Han raised his head and said, "Wanro, how do you want to bet? If you want the map of the 5 elemental spiritual roots, you have to take out something decent to bet." "I will naturally take out something decent." Wanro seemed to have guessed Feng Han's thoughts. With a wave of his hand, 2 objects appeared in his hand. One of them was platinum in color, and it shone fiercely. At first glance, the platinum light seemed to be able to cut a person's eyes and cause them to bleed. Feng Han had never seen such a sharp metal object. As for the other object, it was like a drop of water. It was the size of an egg, and the sound of countless waves could be faintly heard from it. It was as if a drop of water contained a large river. Tai by golden star stone. 10,000 layer soft water essence. Callan was shocked when she saw it. She could clearly see the weight of these 2 objects. How about it? You need enough 5 elemental essence to cultivate the 5 emperors' great demon divine art. I can already see that you have not started cultivating the metal and water Dao. If you can obtain these two treasures, although they are not as good as the 5 elemental spiritual roots, they will save you at least 100 years of hard work. How about it? Wanro laughed. All right then. Let's bet. Fang Han narrowed his eyes. Wait. Wanro shook his head. What? Fang Han said, you don't dare to bet? I just think the stakes are a little too small. Our Ascension Gate is not the best immortal Dao sect in the world, but we are at least second. I, Wanro, do not gamble, but when I do, it will be earth-shattering. I want you to add something else. Wanro said. What is it? Fang Han gritted his teeth and laughed coldly. The secrets of the 5 emperors' great demon divine art. Wanro said, if you lose, you have to give me all the secrets of the 5 emperors' great demon divine art. Kiki, Kiki. Fang Han let out an owl-like cry from his throat. You want to bet the 5 elemental spiritual roots with just a piece of Tai-Bai golden starstone and 10,000 layer soft water essence? And the secrets of the 5 emperors' great demon divine art? Each of the 5 emperors' great demon divine arts is a supreme mystique. Millions of floating corpses, they can kill people, they can destroy countries, but they cannot be taught. You have such a big appetite to want them? Of course I will add something. Wanro shrugged and took out a jade book. This is the Panwu Great Demon Divine Art that I learned from senior apprentice brother Hua Tiandu. It may not be weaker than the 5 emperors' Great Demon Divine Art. If you win, I will give you the Tai-Bai Golden Star Stone, 10,000 layer soft water essence, and this book. And if you lose? Ah. Whether it was Callan, Fang Qingxue, Enlightened Master Xian Tai, Wu Li, or the other disciples, their hearts beat faster. This was no longer a gamble, it was a gamble. Okay. Fang Han's eyes flashed with a bloody light. As soon as the word good came out, everyone's heartbeat quickened. They were all watching this shocking gamble. Such a huge gamble, it was probably the first time since the Ascension Gate was established. On one hand, it was the legendary Great Demon Divine Art of the 5 Emperors' Great Demon Divine Arts. One was the Panwu Great Demon Divine Art, a supreme technique passed down by the ancient Panwu Immortal Venerable. After cultivating it, one's Dharma power would be 10 times higher than ordinary cultivators. No matter which of the 2 great techniques one obtained, one would be able to stand out among countless experts. One would become a proud son of the heavens, a peerless genius. There was another reason why Fang Han agreed. That was, he could no longer increase his Dharma power by consuming pills. That was because his Dharma power had reached its limit. Experts at the 5th level of the Transcendent Realm usually only had the strength of 10,000 horses galloping. Peak experts only had 50 to 80,000. For a freak like Fang Han, who had 500,000 Dharma power, it was a rare fortuitous encounter in thousands of years. Moreover, he mainly cultivated the Yama Golden Body, which made his body extremely strong and tough. There was also the World Tree, which was something that could only be found by chance, to strengthen his body. Even so, the powerful Dharma power of 500,000 horses galloping was already the limit that Fang Han's body could withstand. Even if there were pills that could increase Dharma power, such as the Dharma Saint Sarira, he could not eat them. Because it would cause his body to explode. If Fang Han wanted to increase his Dharma power now, the only way was to break through the realm. His current body was like a wooden barrel filled with water. If he wanted to hold more water, he had to expand his body. He could not continue to add water. However, it was different after cultivating the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. Rumor had it that Panwu Immortal Venerable had some disciples 10,000 years ago. They were terrifying. They had just stepped into the Transcendent Realm and they could already have the Dharma power of 10,000 horses galloping. Fang Han had just stepped into the Transcendent Realm and only had the Dharma power of a few hundred horses galloping. He was already looking down on all the heroes. Therefore, the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art was unique and famous in the Immortal Tao. Because after cultivating it, one's Dharma power could increase almost endlessly, and one did not have to worry about exploding and dying. Even the Tai Gate did not have the mysteries of this divine art. Hua Tiandu was actually willing to teach it to Wanro. Obviously, Wanro was his most trusted aide. Fang Han and Hua Tiandu were life and death enemies. How could he not know anything about Hua Tiandu? Early in the Taiyuan immortal abode, he had asked the mysterious person about Panwu Immortal Venerable. In addition, Yan also knew a lot about Panwu Immortal Venerable. Combining the two, he had a deep understanding of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. Now that Wanro had taken out this Dharma art as a wager, this was a huge bait. Although it was another matter whether he could swallow it or not, there was indeed no other choice. Good, good, good. Wanro laughed loudly. In that case, let's do it. You also condense the 5 Emperors' great demon art into a Dharma art. Let's put it on the plaque of the Heaven's Punishment Hall. Whoever wins will take it. Okay. Fang Han clasped his hands together, and the Wood Emperor's Gang Chi condensed into a 5-colored book. It flew out together with the picture that contained the secrets of the 5 elements' spiritual roots and landed on the right side of the plaque with the 2 words Heaven's Punishment. Wanro also waved his hand, and the Tai Bai Golden Star Stone, 10,000 Soft Crystal, and Panwu Great Strength Divine Art were placed on the left side of the plaque. This was also the rule. When the disciples of the Ascension Gate fought on the Heaven's Punishment platform, the wager would be placed behind the plaque of the Heaven's Punishment Hall. No one dared to take it, otherwise they would be killed. Come. Come. Wanro's body moved, and he had already landed on the Heaven's Punishment platform, facing off against Fang Han. At this moment, only the 2 of them were left on the Heaven's Punishment platform. The rest of the disciples, including Fang Qingxue, Callan, and Ling Xiao, had all retreated outside. Everyone knew that this was the real contest. Not only was it a contest of supreme Dharma arts, but it was also a contest of reputation. It could be said to be a fierce battle. Junior brother Fang Han, I'm afraid you're going to lose both your life and your wealth. I know all about your background. You're very strong, and you've obtained Fairy Huiyan's Jing Dan. You have 28 Dharma arts. You've also obtained the Blade of Blood, which was refined into a Tao artifact. Moreover, you definitely have a Wood Elemental Supreme Treasure on you. Even if it's not a Tao artifact, it's still a supreme treasure. However, I'm still going to fight you on the Heaven's Punishment platform. Do you know why? I never fight a battle that I'm not confident in. Wan Luo stood on the Heaven's Punishment platform. His robes fluttered even though there was no wind. In the eyes of many people, his figure suddenly grew taller, covering the sky and covering the earth. He gave people a feeling that he was undefeatable, like a majestic mountain. However, he didn't make the first move. Instead, he constantly urged his aura, and a strong fighting spirit and the belief of victory surged over like a tidal wave. He was trying to put immense psychological pressure on Fang Han, so that he would plant the seed of his defeat before Fang Han even made a move. His Dharma power rose steadily. In his body, Dharma power circulated, and his body emitted a sound that many people could hear. It was like an army of thousands of men and horses, constantly charging forward. The strength of 100,000 galloping horses, the strength of 300,000 galloping horses, 500,000, 800,000, in the end, it finally stopped when it neared 1,000,000. At this moment, Wanro's aura was overwhelming. No one had expected him to have such strong Dharma power. No one knew how he had managed to cultivate it. It was almost twice as strong as a freak like Fang Han. Obviously, it was the result of his painstaking cultivation of the Panwu Great Strength Theurgy. Ordinary level 7 Jin Dan experts, even if they cultivated to the peak, like Song Wei and Zhao Xuani from the Tai Gate, their Dharma power would only be 300,000 to 400,000, or at most 500,000. They were neck and neck with Fang Han. If he continued to grow stronger, he would explode and die. His mind and body couldn't contain so much violent power. From this, it could be seen that Wanro had challenged Fang Han and made such a heavy bet. It was definitely easy for him to win. With such strong Dharma power, he could simply sweep away any expert in the same realm. The two's Dharma powers instantly clashed. Many of the true disciples watching from the outside could clearly see that Wanro was like an old cat, and Fang Han was like a little mouse. The disparity between the two's strength was first pulled apart. Feeling that his opponent's pressure was suffocating him, Fang Han finally couldn't take it anymore. With a roar, a blood shadow gradually rose above his head. A power comparable to Wanro suddenly spread out. At the same time, a blood-colored pillar stood erect in the sky. Then, the sky was filled with blood light. the sky turned blood red. The Lord of the Bloody Night, who looked exactly like Feng Han, had a pair of blood-colored bat wings on his back, wore a blood-colored robe, and had delicate features. His eyes were empty. The Sea of Blood's Lord of the Bloody Night bobbed up and down in the endless blood light. After the Blade of Blood was refined into a Tao artifact, its Dharma power was extremely strong. The artifact spirit, the Lord of the Bloody Night, was also like an ancient demon god. When the Blood Sea demon descended to the mortal realm, his Dharma power was vaguely on par with Wanro. Good. Lord of the Bloody Night. If it weren't for the fact that you don't have this Tao artifact, I wouldn't be able to bully you with the coiling martial great strength divine art that I painstakingly cultivated. Wanro looked at the bloody sky, the Lord of the Bloody Night, and nodded. Feng Han, if you want to challenge senior apprentice brother Hua Tiandu, you'll have to pass through me first. But from the looks of it today, you're doomed. Where did all this nonsense come from? Feng Han did not hesitate. The bloody light in the sky suddenly retracted, and all of it entered the body of the Lord of the Bloody Night. A blade aura floated out of the Blood Demon King's body, and with a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye, it slashed towards Wanro's forehead. Panwu cultivators transcend the transformations of the heavenly Tao, turning the limits of the four seasons, connecting with the gods in martial arts, shattering eternity. Live as long as heaven and earth, shine as bright as the sun and moon. Panwu cultivators can blot out the heavens, capture the stars, and use martial arts. True power, illusory devilish shadows, all will be destroyed by my palm. Wanro's body flickered like a ghost as he retreated backward. Shockingly, the lightning-fast blood-colored saber light couldn't even touch him. It was impossible to say what type of divine ability he was using to make it so miraculous. At the same time, he began to chant something that sounded like an epic poem. Every word he uttered transformed into a spell formation, which layered on top of each other and destroyed the power of the blood-colored saber light. In the blink of an eye, the blood-colored saber light was weakened, and Xianxia reached out and grabbed it. The blood-colored light flickered as if it were struggling to break free. However, a burst of fire erupted from his hand, and the blood-colored saber light was burned into a green smoke. Boundless true flame. That's the boundless divine ability of the Ascension Gate, recorded in the White Sun Soaring Sutra. It's no less powerful than the Grand Sun Flame. Feng Han's yen immediately transmitted the information into his mind. Feng Han's mind was as clear as a mirror. The highest ancient text in the Ascension Gate was known as the White Sun Soaring Sutra, which contained all sorts of boundless divine abilities. It wasn't something that could be easily passed on to disciples. Only those who had successfully cultivated the Jin Dan could be taught. Experts in the Deva realm could learn 8 divine abilities. However, they couldn't learn any of the boundless divine abilities. That was one of the rules of the sect. Although it was just a bit of the Lord of the Bloody Night's saber energy, it was still incredibly powerful. Ordinary magical items would be destroyed in an instant, and spirit items would be destroyed. Wanro only relied on his own boundless true flame to refine it, which showed the power of this divine ability. Just as Feng Han's mind was changing, analyzing the power of the boundless true flame, Wanro seized the opportunity and suddenly waved his palm. A large expanse of Gangqi condensed and formed a palm. This palm was as big as a house, with runes entwined on it. There were actually 7 fingers, and on each finger, the runes condensed into a word, which were respectively happiness, anger, sorrow, joy, sorrow, bitterness, and worry. It represented 7 extreme emotions. For a moment, everyone felt that their mood was shaken. There was a feeling of wanting to be overjoyed, crying, and angry at times. Their mood was completely out of their control, not to mention calming their mind and operating their mana. Feng Han was also in a moment, his mind was swaying, and he couldn't calm down. This is the 7 emotions great palm. Yan suddenly shouted, it's extremely powerful, using the 7 emotions of a person as the foundation. Unless you've cultivated to the extremely high realm of the immortal realm, and your mind is untainted and unaffected, you'll suffer great damage. Quickly, use the blessing technique of the 28 divine abilities. Among the 28 supernatural powers that Feng Han had obtained, one of them was called the Art of Blessing. It was neither offensive nor defensive. It was a kind of peace of mind. It suppressed one's own spirit and observed one's fate in the dark. It was a supernatural power that dispelled all kinds of bad luck and allowed one to have a close connection with heaven and earth. There was nothing wrong with cultivating such a Tao technique. At most, it would clear one's mind and reduce one's desires. It increased one's intelligence and made one smarter. At the same time, one would not be affected by all kinds of powerful evil thoughts. It would maintain the stability of one's Tao heart and make progress without being rushed. It was only a supportive supernatural power. The blessing technique was a cultivation method that sincerely prayed and worshipped the blessings in the unseen world. It increased one's immortal fate and brought good luck to oneself. Such a supernatural power did not have any effect during cultivation. However, when one's cultivation reached the highest level, one could foresee danger and avoid it. It was better to prevent trouble before it happened. For example, if an expert in the longevity secret realm cultivated the blessing technique, then, if others were to plot against him in secret, he would have a sudden impulse and become vigilant. Feng Han's blessing spell was painstakingly cultivated by Fairy Huiyun. Although it was not at the level where one would be alerted to the plotting of others, it was still very effective in suppressing one's mind and preventing one from being disturbed by evil spirits. At that moment, his mind stirred and the supernatural power of the blessing technique was activated. A faintly discernible sound of scriptures filled the area. The sound of scriptures was like the morning bell and evening drum, waking one up. It was also like a wake-up call that made one feel enlightened. Suddenly, the negative emotions brought about by the 7 emotions giant palm were swept away. Feng Han regained his clarity of mind in an instant. He had no desires and his mind was lively. Wisdom was born spontaneously and he seemed to have thousands of ways to deal with Wanro. All of a sudden, his body flew up like a snake slithering between the bushes or a sparrow shuttling between the branches. He was small and exquisite, and his body seemed to have shrunk by half. He bounced up like a bullet and actually jumped out between the fingers of the 7 emotions great palm when it was about to hit him. The 7 emotions great palm, which was the size of a house, slammed down. It seemed to be impenetrable, as if it could even tear apart a mountain. However, Feng Han was unimaginably small, and he managed to find a gap. He drilled out, causing Wanro's attack to miss. This was a divine ability, the snake and sparrow wandering divine chi. The amazing thing about this ability was that there was always a sliver of hope between heaven and earth. The cultivated stellar energy was like a snake or a sparrow, agile and free. No matter what killing move the enemy used, it could always find a sliver of hope. The Lord of the Bloody Night above Feng Han's head laughed strangely like an owl. Then, a series of blood-red saber auras burst out, interweaving into a net of saber auras that enveloped Feng Han. It formed a large blood-colored cover that kept spinning. It was actually the saber net formation. Wanro did not expect that Feng Han could actually come out from the gaps in his 7 emotions great palm. He was shocked. Before he could react, the Lord of the Bloody Night's saber net enveloped him, and the surrounding area was cut by the blood-red saber auras. His 7 emotions great palm slapped out, and he did not have time to withdraw it. The saber net spun down like a meat grinder. If it caught him, it would twist violently and shatter an iron mountain. Feng Han was determined to kill this time, and he wanted to succeed in one strike. Otherwise, undue delay would cause trouble. Wanro must have been well prepared, and he still had a trump card that he had not used. What was the Blade of Blood? It was a Tao artifact. Its power was definitely not something that an ordinary precious artifact could compare to. It was an item with shocking power that could make ghosts and gods cry. Not to mention the Jin Dan experts, even the experts of the longevity secret realm would not be easily killed by this saber. If it really went on like this, no matter how many divine abilities Wanro cultivated, he would not be able to withstand it. When the true disciples saw this scene, they felt a sense of fear towards Feng Han. They originally thought that once Wanro's 7 emotions great palm was used, Feng Han would definitely resist it with all his might. But they never expected Feng Han to come out and counterattack so fiercely. This move was simply a stroke of genius that could move unhindered for thousands of miles. It was breathtaking. Looks like I have to be careful of Feng Han's snake sparrow wandering divine chi, or I will fall into his trap. Although I know that he has obtained Fairy Huiyun's 28 divine abilities, I don't know what they are. What a pity. I should have interacted more with Fairy Huiyun 10 years ago. When Ling Xiao, a Jin Dan expert, saw this scene, his heart skipped a beat. He thought that if he were to fight with Fang Han, he would also be flustered when faced with this move. Even if he didn't die, he would be at a disadvantage. Fang Qingxue also narrowed her eyes. This Fang Han is indeed becoming more and more powerful. However, I've already cultivated to the great success of the consolidation realm during my seclusion in the lesser immortal realm. Soon, I'll be able to become a Jin Dan. It's nothing. In that instant, everyone had their own thoughts. You want to kill me? I'm afraid that's impossible. Wanro's whole body was covered with blood-red saber lights. The situation was urgent. He was also a ruthless person. He immediately took out a magic weapon from his bosom and threw it upwards. This magic treasure was in the shape of a veil. Layers of thin pink, emerald green, light yellow, black, and purple veils rippled in the air like clouds. TSK TSK, TSK TSK, TSK TSK. Just as the blood-red saber light was about to slash down, it was blocked by the five-colored smoke of the gauze magic treasure. The veil of the five-colored smoke looked pitifully thin, as though it couldn't block anything at all. However, it managed to block Xianxia's saber light. Kill! The Lord of the Bloody Night let out an intense killing cry. Instantly, the blood-red light shone brightly as it unleashed its might once more, tearing apart the layers of the five-colored smoke veil and scattering them everywhere. Some of the formations within were broken as well. This magic treasure was called the Five-Colored Clouds Veil. It was a treasure that was painstakingly crafted by gathering the chi of the clouds and the skies and adding in a large amount of astral energy. Its quality could be considered to be above average. However, it was destroyed just like that. However, Wanro's face did not show any signs of pain or pity. He had sacrificed a treasure to buy some time. He wanted to buy some time for himself. The moment the five-colored clouds veil was destroyed, the seven emotions palm outside retracted and grabbed at the Lord of the Bloody Night. Wanro's hands danced in the air, drawing out a series of mysterious patterns. Above his head, the heavenly gate opened up, and a fist-sized Jin Dan rose up. The Jin Dan was surrounded by all sorts of mystic skills. The great golden sword Qi, the heavenly cold dark force, the purple thunder saber, and the mountain transformation form. All 8 mystic skills of the Ascension Gate were present. Other than that, the strongest thing within was a talisman that looked like a human yet not a human. It was filled with boundless power. Evidently, this was the great strength mystic skill of Panwu, the strongest of all. Wanro's Jin Dan contained 17 different mystic skills. Compared to Kellen, he had 2 more. For a level 7 mystic skill of the Jin Dan level, the strongest was still his own Jin Dan. If he used his own Jin Dan to self-destruct, even the experts of the immortal secret realm would have to retreat. Especially Wanro's Jin Dan, which contained the great strength mystic skill of Panwu. It was powerful enough to tear apart everything. Without a Dao treasure, Wanro could only use his Jin Dan to fight against the blade of blood. Boom! 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 His Jin Dan struck out and knocked away the blade of blood's saber light. The 7 emotions palm also grabbed back, raising a large patch of bloody light. Wanluo's entire body rose from the blood-red light like a dragon. He aimed at Fang Han and punched him. As soon as this punch was thrown out, its power immediately changed. The whole world shook with the power of the fist. Cracks appeared in the sky, and the breathing of the whole world seemed to be integrated into the fist. In an instant, Fang Han felt that the whole world and Wanro had become one. And he was superfluous, not tolerated by the heavens or the earth. He was not tolerated by the ghosts and gods of heaven and earth. This was the heaven-shaking punch, one of the supreme martial arts of Pan Wu's great strength mystic skill. Fang Han breathed heavily. Vital chi rolled down from the world tree between his eyebrows. Immediately, his spiritual will vaguely communicated with the immortal world. The awkwardness of being tolerated by the ghosts and gods of heaven and earth disappeared. Lord of the Bloody Night, come back. Under Wanluo's powerful will, the Blood Knight monarch retracted his attack and punched out, meeting Wanluo's heaven-shaking punch head-on. When the 2 fists collided, the whole heaven's punishment platform shook. Good chance. The wind helps the fire. Dazzling lock. Seeing the Lord of the Bloody Night and Wanro tangled together, Fang Han exclaimed inwardly. This was an excellent opportunity. Without another word, a divine ability flew out of his body. It was the dazzling sky. It wrapped around Wanro, preventing him from going berserk. Then, the great sun fire, the black sun storm, the vermilion bird cry, the phoenix dance, and the red emperor's fire emperor chi flew out one after another, burning toward Wanro. The wind helped the fire. The black storm of the black sun storm blew on the flames, causing them to burn even more fiercely. Its power was almost doubled. Fang Han was relying on the Lord of the Bloody Night to tie down his opponent and use the dazzling sky to trap him. Then, he used the two supreme divine abilities to slowly refine his opponent to death, wearing down his vital chi. The dazzling sky had a kind of space-time confusion that was the most powerful at trapping people. It was a supreme divine ability created by Venerable Ling Long. Although Fang Han hadn't reached the level of creating a space-time maze, Wanro was tied down by the Lord of the Bloody Night. Now that he was trapped by the dazzling sky, it would be difficult for him to escape. Intense flames and a black storm revolved around Wanluo, burning and attacking without any regard for their lives. Wanluo immediately sensed that something was amiss. He quickly attempted to escape. However, no matter which direction he tried to go, the Blood Knight King would stop him. At the same time, his body fell into a maze. It was as though he was a chess piece on a chessboard, incapable of escaping. The dazzling sky was just that powerful. Being trapped in it was equivalent to being a chess piece on a chessboard. Of course, if the Lord of the Bloody Night wasn't around, Wanro could use the Jin Dan to forcefully break through. But now, he was tied down, so he couldn't concentrate his strength. Trying to trap me? How is that possible? If I don't break out of this dazzling sky, it will be very dangerous. Do I have to use my last resort? Humph. This Fang Han is very difficult to deal with. At this moment, Wanro couldn't see Fang Han at all. Around him were layers upon layers of labyrinths. Gray buildings. It was as if he was trapped in a gray maze where he could neither ascend nor descend. The sky was gray. The ground was also dark. The surroundings were also dark gray passageways. They led to an endless abyss of darkness. He flew along the passageways, but he couldn't fly out of the maze. And when he used brute force to break through, bombarding the gray gas in the sky and on the ground, a wisp of bloody light would appear, blocking all his spiritual power. At the same time, a bloody hand would grab the Jin Dan on his head without fear. At this moment, even if he self-destructed his Jin Dan, he couldn't hurt Fang Han. At most, he could break out of the maze of the dazzling sky and knock the Lord of the Bloody Night down a level, causing the Dao treasure to fall back to the level of a treasure. But he couldn't hurt Fang Han. Jin Dan's self-destruction was powerful, but Fang Han was outside, trapping him with the demonic saber. It had nothing to do with him. If he wanted to explode, he could only hurt the blade of blood. At this moment, endless flames seeped out of the dark tunnel and pounced on him. At the same time, there were black storms in the flames, burning the protective aura around him until it sizzled and exploded. Golden Bell Protective Shield. At this moment, he knew how powerful he was, and hurriedly shook Jin Dan. An extremely strong golden light shot out from it, turning into a large bell covered in ancient patterns that covered his entire body. This was a mystique specially used for protection, the Golden Bell Protective Shield. His entire body's chi transformed into a large bell that covered him, impenetrable by all evil and impenetrable by all spells. Rumble. Rumble, but in the end, the flames became fiercer and fiercer. Huge vermilion birds and fire phoenixes, surrounded by black storms, rammed madly. Each time they collided, they exploded into millions of sparks and thunderbolts. Especially in the midst of the wind and fire, there were streaks of blood-colored saber light. They were incomparably sharp and came and went like lightning. They hacked at the bell, sending sparks flying. In the end, many cracks appeared on the bell, and it collapsed with a boom. This mystique had been broken. At this critical moment, Wanro once again displayed his mystique. He had come prepared. He threw out a door in his hand. Endless streams of air shot out from it and spun above his head, blocking all the wind, fire, and blood-colored saber light. Rashomon. Fang Han recognized it at a glance. This was Wanro's strongest artifact. He had once lent it to Yinantian to deal with him, but Xianxia basically had no spiritual power, so he could not use even 1% of the artifact's power. This artifact was actually a peerless treasure, on par with the Five Hells Imperial Cauldron. It was Wanro's signature artifact as a 7th-tier Jin Dan disciple. It was used to suppress mountains, and now he was finally using it to deal with Feng Han. "Feng Han, I'll show you what I'm made of," Wanro sneered. The Rashomon kept spinning, and the streams of air that it shot out grew thicker and thicker. The streams of air were almost solid. This was the enormous amount of astral energy stored within the Rashomon. Then, his body trembled, and he threw his great Jin Dan, which contained 17 mystiques, into the Rashomon. Instantly, the Rashomon expanded, and the streams of air swept out in all directions. Wherever they went, the flames would scatter. The maze created by the dazzling heavenly structure also showed signs of disintegration. He actually blasted his Jin Dan into the Rashomon and temporarily combined it. He once again raised the power of this peerless treasure to the edge of a Dao treasure. Impressive indeed. "Feng Han, hurry up and use the wood to make fire. Unleash your Wood Emperor's astral energy. Circulate the 5 elements and upgrade your fire mystiques. Burn him to death." Yanni did not make a move. He was waiting to see what would happen, not because Feng Han was certain of victory, but because someone like Wanro was extremely powerful. If he had any trump cards, he would be able to kill him. It was inevitable that something would happen. Therefore, he had to guard his bottom line and not make a move. Now that Wanro had combined his Jin Dan with the Rashomon could temporarily match the power of the Blade of Blood. This was a trick. The Jin Dan of a Jin Dan expert was a treasure in itself, and the Rashomon was a treasure that he had painstakingly refined for many years. He had used his essence blood to refine it, and could become one with the treasure. Although it was a temporary upgrade, it was still not a Dao treasure. But its power was not weak. Using wood to make fire? Good. Let him have a taste of the power of the 5 Emperor's great demon mystiques. Feng Han immediately unleashed his Wood Emperor's astral energy. This Wood Emperor's astral energy was not used for attack. Instead, it fused with the fire of the sun, the dance of the vermilion bird, the cry of the phoenix, and the Red Emperor's fire mystique. Instantly, the wood chi was burned by the fire, and an incredible change happened. Whoosh, the vermilion bird and the phoenix grew more than 10 times in size, and the fire of the sun was even more terrifying. A bright, blazing sun shone in all directions, and as the flames spat out, the world was dyed a golden yellow. The void was burned until it was distorted, as if it was about to collapse. Of course, the most dramatic change was the Red Emperor's fire mystique. This mystique was originally very weak, but now that it had ignited the Wood Emperor's astral energy, it was like adding oil to the fire. The fire chi surged, and a Red Emperor, who controlled fire, was completely formed. Another Fire Emperor slowly rose, his face clear. These 2 emperors controlled all the flames in the world. They were so strong that they had come into contact with the origin of the world. Even the fire wheel of the great sun changed when it saw the appearance of the Scarlet Emperor and the Fire Emperor. It circled around the Fire Emperor and the Fire Emperor as a sign of submission. Although the fire of the sun was now stronger than the Red Emperor's fire mystique, it was a sign of submission. The vermilion bird's dance and the phoenix's cry were needless to say. They had already danced around the Red Emperor and the Fire Emperor. It was as if they were singing the praises of the 2 primordial emperors who had returned to the world. Once again, they controlled the power of all flames. Feng Han's Wood Emperor's astral energy was being consumed and burned rapidly. However, the power of the fire mystiques increased by several times. It was earth-shattering. Just the sound waves from the burning flames could tear a human body apart. "I control all the flames in the world," the Red Emperor and the Fire Emperor said in a deep voice. All the flames pressed down on Wanro like a mountain. Ah! 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 Wanro had just broken through the exquisite great overarching heaven and charged out. He was about to aim for Feng Han's fatal blow when Feng Han's fire mystiques increased in power. The mountain-sized flames pressed down on him. The intense heat seemed to ignite every inch of his blood. On his Jin Dan, there were several fire mystiques, such as the clear true fire, the blue flame 7 cultivators radiance. They all started to tremble, as if they were afraid of the Red Emperor and the Fire Emperor. After cultivating the mystiques to the yin-yang stage 4, they would gain spirituality. This should have been a good thing. However, the spirituality of the flames was purely affected by the pressure. Wanro had to increase his strength several times before he could use the mystiques. The power of the 5 Emperors' Great Devil mystiques was that they could suppress all 5 elements mystiques. That was an instinctive pressure. Moreover, the 5 elements complemented each other and countered each other. When cultivated to the extreme, one could even open up space and create a world of their own. Feng Han cultivated the 5 Emperors' Great Devil mystiques. Among them, the Verdant Emperor's Wood Emperor technique was the strongest. He had cultivated it to the greater success stage. However, he did not use it against his enemies. Instead, he used it to increase his fire mystiques. This was because the fire mystiques were cultivated by the Jin Dan expert, Fairy Huiyun. Her realm was much higher than his. Using the Wood Emperor's stellar chi to fuel fire was the wisest choice. It was also a mystique of the 5 Emperors' Great Devil mystiques. Bam! 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 Feng Han used the flames to suppress Wanro once again. Instantly, the exquisite great overarching heaven reassembled and trapped Wanro within. And within the flames, his mystiques were released again. He struck out with his palm. A huge palm that was the color of gold and iron shot out. It was one of the 28 mystiques, the Vedra Metalbone palm. Immediately after, countless bolts of lightning erupted from Feng Han's body, transforming into a sharp claw. Behind the palm was another lightning claw. This was a great mystique, illusory crystal lightning spirit claw. Following that, Feng Han also released a few extremely powerful offensive mystiques. The vast sky's 7 true fists, Crimson Blood Rush, and the Tao of Annihilation's Earth's Origin Universe Force attacked consecutively. Wave after wave of explosions bombarded Wanro, not giving him any chance to catch his breath. At the same time, the Blade of Blood was retracted. Lord of the Bloody Night, man and treasure as one. The Lord of the Bloody Night suddenly entered Feng Han's mind. Immediately, Feng Han's body was covered in blood-red scales. He shuttled through and drifted around. He used 2 great mystiques, the Serpent Sparrow Roaming Divine Chi and the True-Formed Phantom Technique. Kacha, under this series of attacks, the Rashomon Stellar Chi was blasted apart. Cracks even appeared on the door. This supreme-grade treasure was actually damaged. And one of Wanro's Jin Dan had been blasted out. Exasperated. He was absolutely exasperated. Wanro did not expect Feng Han to have so many tricks up his sleeve. Why does this kid have so many tricks up his sleeve? He's actually willing to give up the Wood Emperor's stellar chi that he cultivated. Humph, I'm not afraid of your tricks. No matter how powerful they are, I can still beat you to a pulp. He gritted his teeth. With a thought from Wan Luo, 100 treasures pouch suddenly opened in his robes and a medicinal pill flew out. This pill was actually the demonic life reduction pill. The reason why Wanro was so confident in Feng Han's victory was because of this pill. He was reluctant to use it because this pill would reduce his lifespan by 100 years. Moreover, it could only be used once in a lifetime. Even a Jin Dan expert with a lifespan of at least 1,000 years would not want to lose 100 years of lifespan. However, just as the pill flew out, a strong blood-red light flashed and sent the Rashomon flying. Wanro roared. The Jin Dan flew out and crashed into Feng Han. The two collided and the blood-red light was repelled. However, a huge dragon claw appeared out of thin air. It grabbed the demonic life reduction pill in its hand. Ha ha ha, Wanro, I knew it. I knew why you were so confident in fighting me. You were relying on the demonic life reduction pill, right? Now that I've taken your last item, what do you have to fight me? You've lost. Feng Han burst out laughing. Just this move alone was enough to confirm his unshakable victory. Awoo, awoo, awoo. The moment Wanro's demonic life reduction elixir was snatched away, he knew that the battle was over. A bestial roar came from his throat. Like a crazed tiger, the Jin Dan spun furiously. Feng Han chuckled coldly. He once again activated his mystique and gave chase. He wanted to break Wanro's Jin Dan. He wanted to make him lose a lot of cultivation, so as to dispel his arrogance. He wanted to establish his extremely high status in the Ascension Gate. Stop. Ling Xiao saw Feng Han's blood-colored saber radiance slashing at Wanro's Jin Dan. He immediately knew that Feng Han wanted to destroy the Jin Dan and cripple Wanro's cultivation. Even a supreme-grade weapon wouldn't be able to destroy a golden core, but a Dao weapon could. If the Jin Dan was destroyed, Wanro would need decades or even centuries of hard cultivation to make up for it. If that happened, his entire life would be ruined. Cultivating immortal Dao mystiques was like sailing against the current. If you did not advance, you would fall behind. If Wanro's Jin Dan was destroyed, he would need 100 years of hard cultivation to make up for it. Then 100 years would be delayed. Cultivation time would never be enough. In this way, there would be no hope of immortality. Previously, if Wanro had consumed the demonic life reduction elixir, although it would have reduced his lifespan by 100 years, he would have obtained the secrets of the 5 Emperors' great demon mystiques. It would have been worth it. Now that he had lost, and his Jin Dan was about to be destroyed, the loss would not be worth it. Ling Xiao sent out a burst of Gang Qi to block the blood-colored radiance. He wanted to block it for Wanro. But Callan immediately sent out a burst of blue Gang Qi. What, Ling Xiao, you want to fight 2 against 1? Bang, just as something happened to Ling Xiao and Callan, Wanro's Jin Dan had already been struck by Feng Han's saber. That perfectly round Jin Dan, which contained many abilities, suddenly had many cracks appear. Wanro fell onto the Heaven's Punishment platform, spitting out large mouthfuls of black blood. Feng Han retracted his god art and stood on the stage. He looked coldly at Wanro. How is it, Wanro? You lost and I won. The winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. If you still want to continue fighting, then I will accompany you to the end. However, if your life's worth of cultivation is destroyed in a single day, think about all the hardships you went through to cultivate to the Jin Dan level, and then die with your Dao gone. How unworthy is that? Feng Han's voice was very loud. This was the voice of a victor. All the true disciples heard it. Senior brother Wanro actually lost. Ah. Senior brother Wanro was full of confidence and had a trump card. How could he lose? Senior brother Wanro's trump card was the secret Tai Gates demonic frenzy life reduction pill. This pill was rumored to be a suicide pill. It was harvested from the destruction Yuan Qi from beyond the heavens. Just a little bit could trigger the entire body's essence, qi, soul, blood, and spirit. It would cause one's dermic powers to skyrocket and become invincible. Unfortunately, that Feng Han was too shrewd. He actually snatched the demonic frenzy life reduction pill, causing senior brother Wanro's efforts to fall short. Yes, if senior brother Wanro had consumed this pill and used the destruction Yuan Qi to stimulate his potential, Feng Han would definitely be no match for him. The potential of a Jin Dan expert is too great. Senior brother Wanro lost unjustly. Unjustly? Not at all. Feng Han had cultivated to the heaven realm, but he had many dermic treasures and abilities. He was able to fight evenly with Jin Dan experts. This time, he won and obtained the whereabouts of the 5 elements spiritual roots, the Panwu great strength ability, the Tai Bai Goldstar stone, and the 10,000 weight soft crystal. I don't know how fast he's progressing. I'm afraid he'll quickly rise to the Jin Dan level. Looks like other than senior brother Hua Tiandu in the Ascension Gate, no one is his match. This time, he defeated Wanro and established his name. That's not necessarily true. Meng Xiaobai hasn't returned yet. If he does, I'm afraid there'll be a fierce battle. Let's wait and see. There'll be a lot of fun to watch in the future. Don't you want to get close to Feng Han? After all, we're all brothers in the Ascension Gate. He can make the Yuanying pill. If he can provide us with a large amount of Yuanying pill, our cultivation speed will increase tenfold. There's hope for us to live forever. Otherwise, no matter how powerful our abilities are, we'll die of old age and turn to dust one day. All our efforts will be in vain. Dying of old age and turning to dust. That's too sad. But many of our disciples in the Ascension Gate who had great abilities died of old age. In the past 5,000 years, there were even level 10 experts who couldn't step into the immortality secret realm and died of old age. No pills were effective. Feng Han did not listen to these discussions as he stared at Wan Luo. Although Wan Luo's golden elixir had been cracked and his primordial qi had been greatly damaged, a centipede was still alive. If Wan Luo fought back desperately, Fang Han would have to be extremely careful. Humph. Fang Han, the green hills will never change, and the clear water will always be there. I lost this time, but in less than 10 years, I'll definitely get back at you. Just you wait. On the Heaven's Judgment platform, you and I will fight again sooner or later. Wanro suddenly said in a hoarse voice. There was too much unwillingness in his voice. His loss this time was too great. I'll wait for you, but in less than 10 years, you won't be able to recover. I'm afraid you won't be able to recover. Fang Han smiled coldly. Since you've admitted defeat, it means I've won the bet. The secret of the Pan Wu Great Strength God Art, the 10,000 weight soft crystal, and the Tai Bai Golden Star Rock are mine. This is also the rule of the Ascension Gate's judgment platform. Of course I'll fight you in less than 10 years. Otherwise, in 10 years, you'll already be turned to dust by senior brother Tiandu. I'll tell you the truth. This time, senior brother Tiandu went to the Tai Gate to borrow an immortal item from the Tai Gate to cultivate the immortality secret realm. Although you've gotten a great deal today, I'm afraid you won't be happy after hearing this news. Wan Luo laughed deeply. Sweeping his gaze across the many true disciples present, he suddenly flew up and headed towards his own Wan Luo peak. Humph. Ling Xiao glared fiercely at Jiao Lan before flying off as well. Humph. The immortality secret realm can be entered with the help of an immortal item? Then aren't all the experts in the Tai Gate experts of the immortality secret realm? To tell you the truth, it's not that my Ascension Gate doesn't have an immortal item, but Hua Tiandu wants to go to the immortality secret realm. This time, the sect leader saved me by using an immortal item to break open the Taiyuan immortal matter. Fang Han smiled coldly. Although the Sky Emperor mirror used to be an immortal artifact and was now a peerless Dao artifact, Fang Han still wanted to spread the word about it so that the heir disciples would have a sense of respect for the sect. At the same time, Wan Luo's words would not distract them. As for Hua Tiandu wanting to use an immortal item to enter the immortality secret realm, that was a dream. Fang Han had chatted with the mysterious person in the Taiyuan immortal matter for more than 10 years. He knew how terrifying the immortality secret realm was. There were many experts in the 10th level of the transcendent secret realm who tried to defy the heavens and change their fate. However, they did not succeed and died of old age. Sure enough, when he said that, suddenly, the disciples of the Ascension Gate were surprised. It turns out that our Ascension Gate also has an immortal item. It seems that it's not difficult for our Ascension Gate to become the first in the immortal Dao and compete with the Tai Gate. Yes, if we work hard to cultivate, the disciples of the Tai Gate won't show off in front of us in the assembly of immortals. That's true. Senior brother Hua Tiandu forbade us from clashing with the Tai Gate. Now that Fang Han is fighting against him, I'm afraid that his order will be difficult to carry out. We can also breathe a sigh of relief. Our Ascension Gate has an immortal item, so we have more confidence. This time, we won't be suppressed by the Tai Gate in the assembly of immortals. Fang Han didn't care about this. He suddenly grabbed the Pan Wu Great Strength Divine Art on the plaque of the Tianqing Palace, the Tai Bai Golden Star Stone, and the Wanzhong Soft Crystal. They were caught in his hand. His powerful divine sense immediately penetrated the jade book of the Pan Wu Great Strength Divine Art. For a moment, majestic and vast thoughts, techniques, and images rolled in. When they were transmitted into his mind, it seemed that his mind was going to explode. That's right, this is the cultivation technique of the Pan Wu Great Strength Divine Art. This Wanro didn't play any tricks. Humph. How dare he play tricks on the Tianqing platform? I also don't dare to play tricks. If he wins, he can really get the secret of the 5 Emperors' Great Demon Divine Art. Fang Han and Yan Duan answered. Let's go, I'll go back and refine the Tai Bai Golden Star Stone and the Wanzhong Soft Crystal. The Baidi Golden Emperor Chop and the Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist can also reach the minor accomplishment level. When I get the 5 elements spiritual root, I'll reach the great accomplishment level and cultivate all 5 elements. Fang Han was very proud. After defeating Wanro, he had basically established his unshakable position in the sect. Dongling Xiao, Wanro from the south, Callan from the west, Yaoguang from the north, and Zhang Tiandu from the east. From now on, there would be one more Fang Han from the reincarnation peak. However, before Feng Han left, he did not forget to win the hearts of the disciples. He cupped his fists and said to the disciples present, "Junior brothers, I, Feng Han, have some tricks up my sleeve. I can refine the Yuanying pill. If you need any elixirs, you can find me at the reincarnation peak. I, Feng Han, will definitely not be stingy. In addition, most of the elixirs I refine will be given to senior sister Kellen and senior sister Qing Shui. You won't be disappointed if you ask them. I'm going back to cultivate in seclusion now. Junior brothers, please help yourselves." As he spoke, Feng Han left the Heaven's Punishment platform. He transformed into a streak of fiery light and landed on the reincarnation peak. As soon as he landed on the reincarnation peak, Feng Han immediately circulated all the spiritual power in his body. He pointed at the Venus Goldstar rock. This rock immediately erupted with an incomparably sharp Venus Goldstar chi. It sliced in all directions, like thousands of flying swords stabbing everywhere. Many deep trenches immediately appeared on the alchemy room's floor. The Venus Goldstar rock was the core ore of a star from beyond the heavens. It was even rarer than the connate blood jade. It was a planet rich in metal ores. Over the course of hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years, the metal chi had gradually been sucked into the planet's core by gravity, where it brewed and condensed into a vast, pure metal chi. This metal chi was extremely sharp. It shone with a white light that could blind the eyes of ordinary people. Even if it was a 10th level divine transformation martial artist, if they stared at this Venus Goldstar stone for too long, they would still be blinded and bleed. It was because of this that ordinary people cultivated metal elemental mystiques. They were unable to refine the Venus Goldstar rock. If they tried to forcefully refine it, the metal chi would enter their body and cause their body to shatter. But Feng Han's mighty Golden Emperor chop didn't have this problem. The thicker the metal chi, the better. The Venus Goldstar rock was touched by Feng Han's finger. Powerful spiritual power disintegrated this rock that contained an unknown amount of metal chi. Endless platinum light flowed out, but all of it was sucked into Feng Han's mouth. This platinum light was incomparably sharp. If it touched a person, they would be torn to shreds. Even swords and sabers would be cut apart. But when it entered Feng Han's mouth, it became tamed. Under the smelting of powerful spiritual power, it gradually formed small platinum snakes. They connected head to tail, forming a great array. Two figures gradually appeared in the array. One was a man, and the other was a woman. They were two emperors, the White Emperor and the Golden Emperor. Once the two emperors were successfully formed, the metal chi that filled the air was immediately tamed. It surged into his mouth like a tide, gradually condensing and being refined into a great array. Feng Han followed the cultivation method of the mighty Golden Emperor chop and absorbed the metal chi step by step, giving the Venus Goldstar chi spirituality. He wanted to cultivate the white sovereign metal slash, and he needed to absorb an endless amount of gung metal chi. If he went at the usual speed, he would have to go to places with more metal chi. It would take years or even decades. He would even have to suck up a few mineral veins and search everywhere. This was an extremely time-consuming matter. But now, this Venus Goldstar rock contained metal chi that even a few mineral veins didn't have. It was unbelievably huge, enough for Feng Han to cultivate the mighty Golden Emperor chop. If this Venus Goldstar rock were to be sold in the myriad returns market, it would fetch an unimaginable price. Those sword cultivation sects, such as the Heavenly Sword School, Sun and Moon Kenshu, Danding Sword School, and other sword cultivation sects, needed this treasure even more. If a sword cultivation elder obtained this rock, he would be able to go back and refine it into an upper grade or even a supreme grade flying sword. With just one sword, he would be able to travel everywhere, increasing his power greatly. The White Emperor, the Golden Emperor, the hero of the metal, immortal spirituality. Feng Han chanted. In an instant, all the metal chi turned into a formation. In the formation, besides the White Emperor and the Golden Emperor, many white tigers, golden dragons, steel giants, sabers, spears, swords, halberds. Everything that symbolized killing intent appeared in the formation. In the end, all of the golden chi was retracted, and the formation took shape. For a moment, the air was filled with the sound of countless armored horses galloping through the air. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging at the same time, and the aura of slaughter was faintly discernible. This was the killing intent unique to the White Emperor and the Golden Emperor. Among the 5 elements, metal was the sharpest, and it was used for killing. Therefore, metal element mystiques were the sharpest and the most convenient for killing. The Ascension Gate sect master had such a powerful mystique, but even he used metal element mystiques to kill his enemies. Metal Qi returned to the lungs. As soon as the formation took shape, Feng Han sucked all the metal Qi into his lungs. In an instant, his lungs turned platinum in color. They were incomparably sturdy. As he breathed, the air he exhaled had a faint golden hue. It contained an extremely strong murderous aura. At the same time, his eyes flickered with blinding white light from time to time. Puke! He spat out a breath, and large patches of bluestone on the ground seemed to have been cut. They were all cut a few feet deep, as if they had been stabbed by the sharpest of flying swords. At this moment, Feng Han finally understood the power of his mighty Golden Emperor chop. From now on, he would not need any flying swords. This martial art was the best flying sword. When he opened his mouth, the metal Qi was much more powerful than a flying sword. It's a pity that the blade of blood has become a Dao artifact. Otherwise, if I absorbed this blade, to what extent would the mighty Golden Emperor chop be cultivated? Feng Han shook his head and abandoned this idea. After refining all the Taibai Golden Star rock, the next step was the 10,000 layers soft crystal. This was also an extremely powerful mystique of water. It contained 10,000 types of water Qi, and each of them was extremely heavy. They were the essence of treasures condensed between heaven and earth, and their rarity was no less than the Taibai Golden Star rock. This time, Feng Han did not expend any energy. He broke the 10,000 layers soft crystal. With a move of his palm, a suction force suddenly appeared and sucked in all the water Qi. He quickly refined it into a formation, and then settled it between his 2 kidneys. The lungs were metal, and the kidneys were water. Therefore, Feng Han stored the metal Qi in his lungs, and the water Qi in his kidneys. The metal and water Qi were refined in an instant. Instantly, Feng Han's body transformed again. He grew a little taller, and he grew into a 9-foot man. His body was extremely well proportioned, and his hair was pitch black with hints of platinum. At a glance, he was overflowing with immortal Qi. At this time, he slightly operated the 5 elements in his body. Strands of flesh and blood were closely intertwined. In the dark, a huge amount of essence Qi poured down and cleansed his body again. In the past, because of the body that had taken the demonic life reduction pill, all the internal injuries were healed, and his lifespan increased again. Now, in his body, the Red Emperor's Fire Emperor Qi had been achieved, and the Black Emperor's Water Emperor Fist had just been successfully refined. The mighty Golden Emperor Chop had also been cultivated to a certain level, and the Verdant Emperor's Wood Emperor skill had been achieved. The only thing that had not been achieved yet was the Huang Emperor's Earth Yellow Path. He had to find an Earth-type mystique or a 5-element spirit root. I want to cultivate from the celestial realm to the consolidation realm. I must have all 5 elements. It seems that the search for the 5-element spirit root is imperative. Feng Han unfolded the map of the 5-element spirit root. Suddenly, many mountains, countries, and territories appeared on the map, such as the Dali dynasty, the Daxa dynasty, and so on. However, these were not the places where the 5-element spirit root were hidden. There was an arrow on the map that directly guided one's gaze. One country after another was searched. Finally, at the end of the largest empire in the world, the Dashuan Empire, a boundless wild forest appeared. In the depths of the desolate forest, ancient temples were marked out one after another. Ah? This is the Wilderness Temple. I didn't expect the 5-element spirit root to be hidden here. Yan Di exclaimed in surprise. Wilderness Temple? Isn't that the ruins of an ancient civilization that has been abandoned for a long time? In the wild forest, who knows how many temples like this there are? Each temple is occupied by strange beasts. There are even some extremely powerful aboriginals. Even the devil sect of the wilderness is among them. That's very dangerous. Feng Han had read about various worlds and had a rough idea of it. The world he was in was called the Xianxia Great World. It stretched for billions of miles and was the center of heaven and earth. It was also called the main world by the extraterritorial sky demon. There were many mysteries in it. It was rumored that it was the closest place to the immortal realm. The world tree grew in the Xianxia Great World. In addition, outside the black-yellow Great World, there were many voids. In the voids, there were countless stars, and there were billions of species living on them. There were also endless spacetime storms. In the spacetime storms, there were many folded spaces and worlds. No one knew what strange things were in them. In short, even the most powerful immortal realm experts could not explore 1/1000th of the entire universe. They could not even explore everything in the Xianxia Great World. The Wilderness Temple was located at the periphery of the Dashuan Empire. There were many abandoned temples in the wild forest. It was rumored that a long time ago, in the forest, someone had built an incomparably huge empire. It was even bigger than the current Dashuan Empire. Many magnificent temples had been built there. But for some reason, this huge empire suffered a huge calamity almost overnight. Tens of billions, even hundreds of billions of people died. Many years later, those cities and temples were submerged in the sands of history. In the wild forest, there were hundreds of thousands of magnificent temples on tens of thousands of miles of land. One could see the glory of the mysterious empire. In the past, there were many disciples of the immortal Tao who went to explore the divine temple in the savage forest in an attempt to find some treasure. However, no matter how powerful the disciples were, when they entered the divine temple in search of treasure, some of them were trapped inside. Even if they came out, they would suffer an indescribable misfortune and die for no reason. Therefore, most sects regarded the Wilderness Temple as a forbidden area. Now, the 5 elements spiritual roots were in one of the temples in the Wilderness Temple. This put Feng Han in a difficult position. Yan, do you know? What secrets does the Wilderness Temple have? I don't know. The Wilderness Empire was a powerful empire that prospered after the 3 ancient emperors fought the god race and the Dashuan Great World was destroyed. Later, it disappeared. No one knows what happened. Yan said, anyway, some cultivators who enter the Wilderness Temple will suffer inexplicable misfortune. There are also those who don't suffer misfortune. They will become overlords in the future. If you go this time, you have to be very careful. Back then, even the Emperor Huangquan didn't explore the Wilderness Temple. Because he divined that there was an inexplicable danger in it. So mysterious? Feng Han sucked in a breath of cold air. After thinking for a while, Feng Han decided, if I don't find the 5 elements spiritual roots, I'm afraid 10 years won't be enough for my 5 emperors' great demon divine ability to reach large success. I still have to go. Besides, that Meng Xiaobai went to the Wilderness Temple and found the 5 elements spiritual roots. Besides, I have to go through the Dashuan Empire to get to the Wilderness Temple. I can go to some markets in the Dashuan Empire and buy some heaven and earth treasures. The Dashuan Empire was the largest empire in the world. It had a population of tens of billions and a territory that spanned tens of thousands of miles. It was extremely prosperous, and the most famous place was the market for all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Many tycoons of the Divine Ability Secret Territory and even the Longevity Secret Territory would go there to trade. The 10,000 Returns Market was built to imitate the Dashuan Empire's Heaven and Earth Treasure Market. The Dashuan Empire was backed by the world's #1 immortal Tao, the Tai Gate. No one dared to mess around there. The trading area was very orderly. Feng Han could now make 336 Xuanying pill a day. It was a popular item no matter where he went. He could exchange it for many good things. It was necessary to go to the Dashuan Empire to find treasures. After deciding to go to the Savage Temple to search for the 5 elements spiritual roots, Feng Han was not in a hurry. Every day, he quietly cultivated in his own reincarnation peak, refining the 5 emperors' great demon mystique. Especially the Huang Emperor's Earth Yellow Tao, which was at its weakest now. It had to slowly absorb the essence of the earth and adjust the balance of the 5 elements. Other than cultivating every day, he would also guide Princess Red Joy and the Crane Fairy in their cultivation. Although they had not reached the mystique realm, under Feng Han's guidance, they had improved a lot. Even Long Xian and the witch had received a lot of guidance from Feng Han. Even the few female direct disciples, Yi Piaoling, Luo Shui, and Sha Qingmei had received guidance from Feng Han. Even Callan had benefited a lot. Although Callan's cultivation level was higher than Fang Han's and she had already cultivated the Jing Dan, her understanding of cultivation was not as good as Fang Han's. When Fang Han talked about cultivation and Dao techniques, he would always hit the nail on the head. With one sentence, he would solve the mystery that she had been pondering for years. The reason why Fang Han had such a deep understanding of Dao techniques was partly because of the flood dragon Yen. The other half was the result of 15 years of discussion with the mysterious person in the Taiyuan immortal abode. No one knew how strong the mysterious person in the Taiyuan immortal abode was. His understanding of the essence of Dao techniques had already seen through the origin of the world. After receiving his guidance, Fang Han's understanding of the Dao of cultivation was not inferior to any big shot. He did not need any guidance from any teacher. He could even guide others. Besides that, Fang Han also guided some of the inner and outer sect disciples who came to the reincarnation peak to ask for elixirs. He even guided a few of the direct disciples. Just like that, more than a month passed. Fang Han had stabilized the 5 elements cycle and made some progress. At the same time, he managed to cultivate a huge amount of Yuanying pill. Of course, the main reason why he didn't go to Savage Temple was because he wanted to comprehend the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. That day, he won a bet with Wanro and obtained a jade book. Fang Han immediately memorized all the contents of the jade book. When he came back and studied it carefully, he realized that the coiling martial Herculean strength divine art was as vast as the sea. Among them, there were more than 1,000 kinds of martial arts that were used to train the body. Moreover, they recorded the secrets of the various acupoints in the body, as well as the positions of the various stars in the sky that corresponded to the acupoints in the body. In addition, there were also techniques of prayer and worship. Using one's will to sense the various hidden spaces in the world and absorb the vital energy there to cleanse oneself and stimulate one's potential. The human body was a mystery. How could one cultivate to extend their lifespan? There were many martial arts in the mortal world and the immortal Tao. Fang Han knew quite a bit, but after seeing the foundational techniques of the coiling warrior great strength divine ability, there were thousands of ways to temper the body, thousands of ways to cultivate the mind, and prayer. It truly surpassed any other divine ability. Just the foundational cultivation of the body alone would take at least a few years or even a decade. As for how to circulate the Dharma power, how to expand the mind, how to adjust the Dharma power, how to strengthen the connection between the body and the world, how to condense the sacred spirit, and so on, it was even more vast. There were also all kinds of training methods, which opened up another wonderful world of cultivation for Fang Han. So, cultivation can be like this. For example, there was the use of the faith of the people to expand the mind, condense the sacred fetus, and open up another mind. There was the use of the murderous aura of the battlefield and the essence of life and death to stimulate a certain acupoint in the mind and store it inside. There were all kinds of cultivation methods, some of which he had never seen or heard of before. Combined together, they formed this unparalleled divine ability from the ancient times. Although Fang Han didn't cultivate it, he was enlightened after looking at them one by one. No wonder Hua Tiandu inherited the legacy of the coiling martial immortal. He's so powerful. If he stepped into the immortal realm, his cultivation would be even more amazing. Fang Han memorized all the cultivation methods of the coiling martial great strength divine art in his mind. He then left the jade book on reincarnation peak for Callan and the rest to comprehend. But Fang Qingxue returned to his Zidian peak in a month, and continued to cultivate. It was as though he was about to break through the Jing Dan realm. Fang Han didn't care about him. In the autumn wind, the mountains were filled with red leaves, and he left Reincarnation Peak. He directly flew towards the Dashuan Empire, the strongest empire in the world. It was already late autumn, and winter was about to arrive. Fang Han was prepared to go out for 2 months, and after obtaining the 5 element spirit roots, he would return for the Mountain River List competition. He wanted to see how many geniuses would appear in the sect this year, and whether or not they would step into the divine realm. In the past few days, he had used a lot of pills, and they were all mortal-grade spirit pills, the Yuanying pill. Those extremely talented disciples, who were in the top 10 of the Mountain River list, had sufficient pills, and stepped into the divine realm. So, a faintly discernible line broke through the air. After that, it hid in the clouds, and disappeared into the horizon. This time, Feng Han did not bring the 5 Hell King cauldron, because it was too big, and it was inconvenient to bring it anywhere. It was better to leave it on his reincarnation peak, to suppress the earth veins, and to refine pills for the demoness and the rest. The demoness had already cultivated to the true Qi realm, and was about to step into the true divine realm. Although she was not considered a true disciple of the Ascension Gate, but to guard the peak for Feng Han, it was more than enough. Feng Han flew in the sky, shuttling back and forth in the clouds. He did not fly very fiercely. This time, when he went out, he still had the intention to travel the world, to admire the beautiful scenery of the world, and to experience all kinds of things in the world. The last time he went out with Long Xian to the returning void, because his spiritual power was too low, flying was very exhausting, and of course he did not have the time to admire the scenery. This time, it was different, his spiritual power was profound. Using the blade of blood, he could travel 1,000 miles in a blink of an eye. Coming and going like a ghost, like lightning, naturally he had a lot of time to do other things. After a while, Feng Han flew to the Dragon Lake River, and along the way, he actually saw the Dragon Lake Province's Feng family. Dragon Lake City was still bustling with activity, the crowd was packed, and the traffic was endless. And the governor mansion was getting bigger and bigger. It was obvious that the Feng family's power had expanded in the Dali dynasty. But Feng Han was not prepared to go down. There was nothing in the Feng family that he was reluctant to leave. Just as he was about to fly away, he suddenly had a thought, and landed on the beach by the Dragon Lake River. In the tall reeds on the beach, he found a place, and with a push, a big cave appeared. But, in this big cave, there was nothing. How could this be? Where's Master Bai Haichan's body? Feng Han was shocked, he clearly buried Bai Haichan here. How could the body disappear? Bai Haichan gave him the Acheron map and the 9 orifices Jing Dan, which allowed him to have his current achievements. He promised to revive him, and naturally he would not go back on his words, but now even the body was gone. I wonder who took the body away. Could it be Feng Qingxue? Feng Han suspected someone. But why did Feng Qingxue take Bai Haichan's body away? It's useless. There's no need to go back and ask now, wait until I get the 5-element spirit root first. Originally, he wanted to find Bai Haichan's body, and think of a way to revive him. But now, even the body was gone, Feng Han could not do anything, and could only search carefully in the future. Flying up again, Feng Han sighed, he did not have time to admire the scenery along the way. He flew straight to the edge of the Dali dynasty. The edge of the Dali dynasty was a vast grassland, and there was a nomadic empire, the Dali dynasty, on the grassland. It was very powerful, and often fought with the Dali dynasty, fighting over land, population, and resources. After passing through the Dali dynasty of the grassland, and dozens of medium-sized countries, one would reach the largest empire in the world, the Dashuan Empire. Just as Feng Han was about to fly over, he suddenly saw plumes of smoke rising into the sky from the grassland in front of him. Countless bloody lights, grievances, fierce spirits, and murderous auras filled the sky. Is there a war? Feng Han immediately looked down, and saw that at the border below, there were countless secular armies, fiercely fighting. It was the cavalry and infantry of the Dali dynasty, besieging the border cities of the Dali dynasty. The Dali dynasty built countless impregnable passes at the border near the grassland to resist the cavalry of the Grassland Empire. The battle this time was no small matter. Feng Han looked down from the clouds, and saw that the hundreds of miles long border was filled with smoke and fire. Groups of soldiers were densely packed like ants, and arrows were shot out like locusts. Countless people fell, and countless soldiers advanced dauntlessly. In this battle, there were at least hundreds of thousands of people on both sides fighting. At every moment, there were large numbers of people dying. Among them, there were some experts who had practiced martial arts to a very high level. They were at the 7th or 8th level of the physical body realm, and they were leading the troops, charging back and forth. Fierce spirit chi soared into the sky. Feng Han felt the killing intent of the war from the clouds. The spirit of hundreds of thousands of people fighting with their lives on the line was somewhat shaken. At the final moment of life and death, it was equivalent to burning one's own spirit, and the spirit released was abnormally powerful. On the battlefield, because the spirit of millions of people was connected, even ghosts and gods would have to hide. Fang Han, the coiling warrior strength divine ability, has a technique that can absorb the spirit of the battlefield, stimulate the acupoints in the head, and open a second mind. Since you're in the middle of a battle, why don't you give it a try? Yandi's voice suddenly rang out. That's right, Xianxia said. With a thought, Fang Han prepared to absorb the killing intent of the battlefield, as well as the wills of countless people fighting, to open a second mind. However, before he could do so, he used the sea glutton energy art to transform himself into a completely different person. He wore a black robe and seemed both righteous and evil. His face was ordinary. Absorbing the spirit of the dead and the killing intent of the battlefield was a technique from the Tao of Devils. Fang Han didn't want anyone to see his true face. The coiling warrior strength divine ability was a divine ability that both immortals and devils cultivated. There were many divine abilities from the Tao of Devils that were based on the resentment, rage, battle energy, and the pain and despair of people on the verge of death, as well as the killing intent of the mortal battlefield. Such divine abilities from the Tao of Devils were extremely powerful, and could be used to summon millions upon millions of battle souls, filled with killing intent, and could even create personal domains. It was similar to the dazzling Megaplex's Heaven and the Nine Palaces Godform art, which could trap and torture people to death. For example, Wanro's 7 emotions Grand Palm could be used in the mortal world to gather the emotions of others, such as joy, anger, grief, joy, sorrow, and anxiety. When one cultivated the 7 emotions, they could be used to blot out heaven and earth like tidewater. Even top Jin Dan experts would be affected by them. However, the coiling warrior strength divine ability was different. It didn't rely on the killing intent of the battlefield, nor did it rely on the feelings of despair. Instead, it opened a second mind. It was a wondrous idea that had never been attempted before. Even Yandi, who had inherited the various divine abilities of the Acheron evil sect, couldn't help but prostrate himself in admiration at the thought of opening a second mind. After all, the mind was the source of all divine abilities, and the foundation of all magical power. In many Taoist scriptures, the mind was also known as the Sea of Consciousness, or the Purple Palace. The size of a person's divine ability and magical power all depended on the size of the mind. Fang Han's mind now had the divine ability of 500,000 galloping horses, which had already reached its limit. If he wanted to increase his magical power, he would have to increase his realm and expand his mind. Otherwise, no matter how much he cultivated, he wouldn't be able to increase his magical power. However, the coiling warrior strength divine ability didn't increase the capacity of the mind, but opened a second mind. The human mind was extremely precious. It was also very delicate and fragile. The slightest bit of true qi and gang qi would cause devastating damage to the brain. All cultivators of the divine arts had to follow the prescribed order and be careful when it came to the cultivation of the brain. Otherwise, they would suffer from qi deviation, and their mind would explode and they would die immediately. The idea of opening a second mind in the mind wasn't unheard of by many seniors and experts, but it was too difficult to test. Even immortal realm experts weren't willing to test it on their own minds. The mind was the leader of the 6 suns. It couldn't be used lightly. However, the coiling warrior immortal really created the method of opening a second mind, and explored all kinds of magical uses. Therefore, his disciples were all abnormally powerful and were known as great strength. When facing an enemy, they directly used their strength to suppress them, and didn't use any magic treasures. This also explained why Wanro, as a Jin Dan expert, had such great magical power that even the Blade of Blood, the Lord of the Bloody Night, couldn't suppress him. The battle at the border below was in full swing. Smoke and fire rose into the sky, and the golden spears and armored horses swallowed the mountains and rivers. The fierce battle was so fierce that the sun and moon didn't shine. The strong aura spread thousands of miles away. Fang Han used the coiling warrior great strength theurgy, and fiercely condensed his magical power into a vortex, absorbing the murderous aura, all kinds of spirits, and despair into his mind. A strong murderous aura entered his mind. Suddenly, Fang Han felt that in his mind, thousands of war drums were beating at the same time. Thousands of soldiers were killing each other, and blood was everywhere. It was as if a new battlefield had opened up in his mind, and he was sucked into it. The murderous aura on the battlefield wasn't so easy to absorb. If one didn't know the method to absorb it, and recklessly collected it, their mind would immediately be destroyed, and in less serious cases, they would go insane and die. In more serious cases, the balance of the magical power in the mind would be destroyed, and the mind would explode. Although Feng Han knew the theurgy in this aspect, he didn't dare to act rashly. That murderous aura, the excitement, agitation, despair, pain of countless people. When all kinds of emotions entered his mind, he immediately activated his magical power, and slowly circulated it according to the method of the coiling warrior great strength theurgy, suppressing them one by one. Finally, it condensed into an extremely small ball, and floated in his mind. This small ball in his mind was extremely small, but it seemed to contain a battlefield, and inside it, there were many people's faces turning back and forth, and the sounds of killing and war drums were faintly stirring. Feng Han continued to cultivate, and constantly absorbed the murderous aura of the battlefield below, and the emotions of the people in the clouds. The small ball in his mind grew bigger and clearer. It was night time, and the battle below stopped, and both sides slowly withdrew their troops. The aura in the sky slowly dissipated, and Feng Han felt that there was no more aura to absorb, so he stopped and stood up. What a pity, I was so close to refining a battle soul Saraira. According to the cultivation method of the coiling warrior great strength theurgy, the murderous aura produced by a big battle is enough to condense into a battle soul Saraira. 108 battle soul Sarairas condensed together to form the cycle of the heavenly spirits and earthly fiends. Then, with the burning of my own essence, it's enough to open a second mind. But today's battle aura seems to be a little less. Feng Han felt that the battle soul Saraira in his mind was not complete, and had not been refined. He could not help but feel a little strange. This is not strange, because other than us, there are others who are also absorbing the murderous aura of the battlefield. Humph. They're coming out. Looks like they're here to denounce us, Yan Meng said. Only then did Feng Han realize that he was surrounded. There were a total of 7 figures in the sky around him. They were all wearing long robes with skulls printed on them, and their bodies were full of ghostly aura. They carried a pitch-black gourd on their waists, and the gourd was also engraved with skulls. The white bones were eerie, as if they were about to fly out and bite someone. The 7 of them were wearing skull-shaped robes, which were actually low-grade precious artifacts. They flew at high speed. The ghostly aura and yin qi faintly twined around them, showing how strong their defensive capabilities were. This is him? How dare he absorb the murderous aura of the battlefield here? How dare he snatch it from our young master? Kill him. One of the ghostly aura looked at Feng Han and pointed fiercely. He laughed viciously. Feng Han had used the sea glutton energy art to transform himself into someone who was neither righteous nor wretched. Unless one was an expert of the Jin Dan level, no one would be able to see his true face. There was no way these 7 people were experts of the Jin Dan level, so how could they possibly see through him? So, it was you thieves who caused me to fail to form my battle soul Saraira. Feng Han's eyes were sharp, and he could tell that these 7 were all in the 10th stage of the fleshly body realm, and were at the peak of the divine transformation level. They were on the same level as Princess Red Joy, Qing Wei, Yinan, and Tianyi. However, they had not yet stepped into the divine ability level, and yet they were able to fly so high because of the low-grade treasured clothing they wore. And yet, they dared to be so arrogant. These 7 people all had gourds at their waists. They were treasures that could absorb the murderous aura of the battlefield. However, they did not dare to absorb it into their minds. They only dared to use the gourds to collect it and use it to refine some magical treasure. These 7 people were clearly demons. As an orthodox disciple of the Ascension Gate, Feng Han had a duty to slay demons and collect magical treasures along the way. Without another word, Feng Han reached out and used a divine ability. A milky white aura violently emerged, condensing into a white lion the size of a mountain in the sky. The moment the white lion opened its mouth, the winds and clouds changed color. The airflow in a radius of dozens of miles suddenly collapsed, all of it being projected into the lion's mouth. The 7 black-clothed men in skeleton robes were instantly shocked by the white sky lion. They struggled with all their might, but it was to no avail. The strong airflow from the white sky lion's mouth made them unable to move, and they were thrown into the lion's mouth. They were about to be swallowed by the lion. Feng Han's heavenly lion great art was a divine ability cultivated by Fairy Huiyun. It had also fused with the intrinsic heavenly lion aura of Yao Dian, Xia Yu, and Yu Fen, 3 Tai Gate disciples. It was unbelievably powerful. Although it could not devour 100,000 troops in one go, it could devour 10,000 troops. As long as the lion opened its mouth, it could devour any army in the mortal world. These 7 black-robed men had yet to cultivate any divine ability. Even if they were at the first or second level of the divine ability, they would not be able to withstand the lion's devouring. How dare you devour my people? You are courting death. Just as the white sky lion swallowed the 7 skeleton-robed men, a gloomy voice suddenly rang out. Then, a dark green shadow flew out. With a wave of his hand, a dark green sword broke through the air and slashed towards the sky lion. This jade-green sword, when Fang Han saw it, he was alarmed. This was because the green longsword was extremely powerful. It was comparable to the blade of blood that had yet to become a Dao artifact. It was a supreme-grade treasured artifact. Even if it was a supreme-grade treasured artifact, every supreme-grade treasured artifact could cause a bloodbath. Even Jin Dan experts did not have many of them. He had come across one casually when he came out. Bloodshed Soul Vanquishing Sword? Yan suddenly communicated telepathically. Clearly, he had recognized the origin of the green longsword. Looks like it's something good. I'm really born with great luck. The moment I came out, I met a sucker. It's the perfect time to kill him and steal his treasures. This person's dermic powers aren't high. He's not Jin Dan. He doesn't even seem to have cultivated to the consolidation realm. Nor has he cultivated to become a heavenly man. He's even at the 4th level of the divine ability, the yin-yang realm. He looks powerful, but he's really unlucky to have met me today. Fang Han immediately became excited. With that, he waved his hand and a black storm shot out. It was his supreme divine ability, Black Sun Hurricane Calamity. In just one move, the bloodshed soul vanquishing sword was swept up in the air and could not fall down. Lord of the Bloody Night. Fang Han's mind moved violently. The Lord of the Bloody Night, who was dressed in a blood-red robe and had a pair of blood-red bat wings on his back, flew out. He opened his bloody hand and grabbed at the bloodshed soul vanquishing sword. You're courting death. At that moment, the green shadow revealed its body. It was a young man in a green robe. His face was sinister, and the earth energy around him flickered like wildfire. Crackle. Sometimes, it condensed into a skull, and sometimes it condensed into a monster. This was the result of cultivating a divine ability to the 4th level, the yin-yang realm. This level of cultivation was actually extremely powerful and could dominate a region. However, it could not be compared to a freak like Fang Han. At that moment, Fang Han wanted to give this person a vicious blow. The Black Sun fire contained the intention to burn this person to ashes. However, Yan's voice suddenly sounded, Fang Han, you can't kill this person. You can't take his bloodshed soul vanquishing sword either. Otherwise, there will be great trouble in the future. This person has a backer. What background? I'm not even afraid of the demon god. Hua Tiandu is also not afraid. Why would I be afraid of this person's background? Could it be that his background is an immortal? Fang Han stared blankly and did not continue to kill and seize the treasure. He knew that Yanju would not speak without thinking. Although the bloodshed soul extinguishing sword was very tempting, the most important task now was to find the 5 elements' spiritual roots. If he really got into big trouble, the gains would not make up for the losses. Who would have thought that just as he was hesitating, the young man in the dark green robe fiercely clenched his teeth and took out a dark green peach-like grating thunder from his bosom and shook it in the air. Pop, the grating thunder made a muffled sound out of nowhere. It was as if millions of pounds of gunpowder had exploded underwater. All the air boiled together and a huge wave blew apart the black storm of Fang Han's black sunstorm. The bloodshed soul extinguishing sword drilled out like a swimming dragon and dodged the large palm of the Lord of the Bloody Night. It wrapped around the young man and fled far away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Just you wait. You won't have a good time. The young man in the dark green robe left these words from afar, you took away all the killing intent of war that I painstakingly collected. You're dead, you're dead. Humph, Fang Han coldly snorted and was about to chase and kill the young man. But Yanju said, don't chase a cornered enemy. That bloodshed soul-extinguishing sword is a magic treasure refined by the bloodshed old monster thousands of years ago. This person is the Grand Elder of the Blood Shadow Demon sect and is very powerful. Furthermore, the bloodshed old monster is vengeful. Whoever offends him, he will use all kinds of methods to kill that person. Even the younger generation is no exception. Although you offended the demon god would look for Feng Baiyu for revenge and not chase after you. As an ancient giant, he still has this bit of demeanor. But the bloodshed old monster is an exception. If you kill this person, he will keep an eye on you every day. Unless you don't leave Ascension Mountain, he will come to kill you. Furthermore, this old monster was crafty and cunning. He was proficient in countless techniques of the devil cult, such as the 1,000 miles clear sight technique and the chi essence sensing technique. As long as they smell you, they will know where you are. The distance of 10,000 miles was covered in the blink of an eye. Back then, the Emperor Huangquan wanted to get rid of him several times, but he couldn't. He ran away. This person is the only one who doesn't have the demeanor of a master among the giants of the longevity secret area. This is a powerful character. Feng Han sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard that. If he was constantly being targeted by an old monster from the longevity secret realm, the other party would kill him as soon as he left the mountain. Then what was the point of cultivating the immortal Tao? Although he had offended the demon god was not so ungentlemanly as to target a junior like him all year round. If he wanted to kill someone, he should kill Feng Baiyu first. Since that's the case, it's fortunate that I've disguised myself beforehand. No one knows who I am. Now, let's leave this place and see how much killing intent there is in the gourd of the 7 people swallowed by the Sky Lion. As Feng Han spoke, he put away the Sky Lion. He flew out fiercely. After flying for more than 2 hours, he stopped at a place on the prairie and returned to his original appearance. His current strength could be said to be extremely powerful. He could defeat Wanro, who was at the 7th level of the transcendent power, Jin Dan. However, compared to the longevity secret realm experts, his strength was like a child's. There was no comparison at all. Not to mention the longevity secret realm, he might not even be able to defeat the 8th level of the transcendent power, the tribulation of wind and fire, or the 9th level of the transcendent power, the Dharma of heaven and earth. Although he had the Tao treasure of the Lord of the Bloody Night, the difference in cultivation level was too great. Right now, he was only at the 5th level of the transcendent power, and he wasn't even at the peak. He hadn't cultivated all 5 elements. If he cultivated the Jin Dan, it would be different. However, right now, he was still far from the Jin Dan. He took out the 7 skeleton-robed men that the Sky Lion had just swallowed. Feng Han already knew that they were disciples of the Blood Shadow Demon sect, one of the big sects in the 7 lineages of the demon sect. Their strength was not below that of the Ascension sect. However, Feng Han wasn't interested in those who weren't at the transcendent power. He used the water of forgetfulness to erase the memories of these 7 people. Then, he took the skeleton robes and the 7 gourds from their bodies. The 7 skeleton robes were all low-grade artifacts. It could be seen how rich the Blood Shadow Demon sect was. Feng Han naturally accepted them all. Although he didn't need these clothes, he could take them to the various markets of the Dashuan Empire to sell. There were countless people who wanted to buy them. In the market, there were 3 things that were the best to sell. The first was pills, the second was flying swords, and the third was robes. This was because this was something that all sects needed to cultivate their disciples. However, Feng Han focused his attention on the 7 gourds. These 7 gourds were a bit like the 7 evils gourd. Their quality was excellent, but they had no defensive or offensive function. Their only function was to absorb. There was only an extremely powerful array inside, which was a bit similar to the 5 Hell King Cauldron Spirit Devouring Array. However, in each gourd, with a slight shake, the sound of thousands of soldiers and horses fighting was transmitted. The rumbling of war drums made one's blood boil, as if they had arrived at an ancient battlefield. How much war and killing aura did it take to condense this? Feng Han condensed his mana into his eyes and vaguely saw through the gourd. He saw that it had completely formed an illusory world inside. He didn't know how many people were fighting. The war and killing aura in each gourd was 10 times stronger than the battle soul Saraira he had just condensed. 100 times, he didn't know how many wars it took to collect them. It's really a case of someone giving me a pillow when I'm sleepy. I'm about to open up my second mind and condense the war and killing aura. I need 108 battle soul Saraira. That would take a lot of effort. Now, it saves me a lot of trouble. Fang Han said happily. In the secular world, although there were many countries and wars everywhere, but to collect 108 battle soul Saraira required war and killing aura, it was definitely not easy. It would take at least a few years or even 10 years. And the war and killing aura in these 7 gourds was enough for 108 battle soul Saraira to condense. It could allow Fang Han to open up his second mind smoothly. If this wasn't luck, then what was? When the time comes, heaven and earth will work together. Looks like my luck has come. Everything will go smoothly. Fang Han sat cross-legged and used the Sea Glutton Qigong to change the surrounding environment. Other than the level 7 Jin Dan experts, no one could see any clues. At this time, autumn grass covered the grassland. He sat in the grass and hid, which was the safest. Moreover, there was Guardian Yin. Flipping the 7 gourds, Fang Han absorbed the murderous aura of war from them. Damn it, damn it. It's really too despicable. I worked so hard and let 7 servants collect for 9 years to secretly collect the war and killing aura in 7 gourds. I don't know how many wars I've experienced and provoked. I want to succeed now and go back and ask Father to refine the bloodshed soul-destroying sword into a Dao artifact. But now, it's all for naught. Damn it. Who is that person? All my years of hard work have been destroyed in a single day. How dare he steal my young masterling's things? He must be tired of living. At this time, the young man in a jade-green robe with a cold face was also cursing in the depths of the grassland. The deep sword chi cut the ground within a radius of 10 miles into cracks. Looks like I can only hire an assassin. The young masterling thought for a moment and suddenly grabbed a black talisman and burned it. Immediately, countless black smoke escaped into the void. After a full 4 to 6 hours, the sound of air being torn apart suddenly came from the horizon. Then, countless air distorted, and 3 figures appeared in front of the young masterling. These 3 figures were all tall and slender, and their faces were masked. It was impossible to see what they looked like. They were exactly like assassins in the mortal world. However, the auras on their bodies were so powerful that it was suffocating. They were not inferior to Zhao Xuani and Song Wei at all. Jin Dan experts. These 3 masked men were actually at the 7th level of the divine art, Jin Dan experts. So it's young Master Ling. You sent out the talisman. Who are you asking the 3 of us to come together to deal with? One of the masked men said, the 3 of us are not easy to invite. Every time we kill someone, we need a high-grade treasure. I know that the 3 of you are ranked 2nd, 3rd, and 4th among the 40 great bandits overseas. The Wangue Immortal Island has tried to encircle you many times, but they have failed. Instead, they have suffered heavy losses. Many disciples of the Tai Gate have also tried to kill you, but you are still alive and well. This time I invited you, so of course, I will pay you. Do you think that I can't even pay you? Young Masterling said coldly. It turned out that these 3 people were actually the ferocious overlords ranked 2nd, 3rd, and 4th among the 40 great bandits overseas. That day, Fang Han had killed the Suicide Island Master, who was ranked 38th among the 40 great bandits, and obtained the 5 Hells King Cauldron. That Suicide Island Master was at the 3rd level of the divine art, an origin energy realm expert, and had cultivated Gang Qi. He was very powerful. However, one was ranked 38th, while the other was ranked in the top 5. One could imagine how big the difference was even with their toes. In the vast and distant sea, the most ferocious forces were the 40 great bandits. Even the immortal island of the 10 sects of the immortal Tao found it difficult to exterminate them. Now, this young Master Ling had called out the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th overlords. His background was indeed ferocious and powerful. Young Master Ling, your father is the blue blood ancestor. Naturally, we won't suspect that you won't pay. One of the masked men said carefully, who do you want to kill? Tell me that person's appearance, cultivation, and identity? That person's appearance is like this. Young Master Ling waved his hand. and Fang Han's appearance appeared. Of course, it was the appearance of the sea glutton Qigong. His cultivation should be at the celestial realm. Haven't you seen this person before? I'm afraid it's not his true appearance. Another masked man saw through it at a glance, showing his powerful insight. I caught his aura. His aura is in this jade bottle. Young Master Ling smiled sinisterly. There's nothing wrong with you using this aura to kill people. After killing him, bring back the 7 gourds for me. That's not a problem. The 3 masked men agreed in unison. They took the jade bottle, shook it, and disappeared. In the depths of the grassland, a strong murderous aura of war rotated. Countless auras that seemed to come from an ancient battlefield were transmitted. The despair, pain, excitement of millions of people, all kinds of emotions were brewing. These countless emotions were enough to break through the brain of any divine art realm expert. At this moment, Fang Han was wholeheartedly opening up his second mind. The 7 gourds with skulls imprinted on them revolved around him, and an extremely strong murderous aura was transmitted. All of it was instilled into his mind. These 7 gourds contained the murderous aura of war that young Master Ling and his men had gathered for 9 years. It was unknown how many battlefields they had gone through to condense it. Originally, he wanted to rely on this murderous aura to condense it into the Bloodshed Soul Destroyer sword. Then, he would let the bloodshed old monster make a move and finally cultivate it into a Dao artifact like the Lord of the Bloody Night. This was no small matter, but it allowed Fang Han to take advantage of it. It directly provided enough power to open up the cultivation method of the second mind in the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. There's yin and yang in the sky, clear and turbid on the earth, and men and women. Solitary yin does not grow, solitary yang does not grow. Heaven and earth's true aura, sun and moon, water and fire, second sea of consciousness, purple mansion reopen. Fang Han absorbed the murderous aura of war from one gourd after another. Suddenly, one battle soul Saraira after another was condensed in his mind. First, there were 72 small battle soul Saraira, followed by 36 large battle soul Saraira. 72 earthly fiends, 36 heavenly spirits. In the end, almost all the murderous aura of war in the 7 gourds was poured into his mind. The 108 battle soul Saraira in his mind were like heavenly spirits and earthly fiends stars, shining brightly. Each of them was filled with heavenly spirits and earthly fiends chi. Fang Han followed the heavenly spirits and earthly fiends formation diagram and formed a star formation in his mind. Then, he made the final effort to sense the 36 heavenly spirits and 72 earthly fiends in the starry sky in the outer realm. Then, he would let the person and the star power sense each other and achieve the connection between heaven and man. With the help of the majestic and vast power of the stars and the murderous aura of the battle soul Saraira, he finally opened up the second mind. The most important step in opening up the second mind was the connection between heaven and man. This would take at least 3 to 5 days, and at most more than 10 days. Or those with poor aptitude would never be able to sense the star power in their entire lives. However, Fang Han did not have the problem of poor aptitude. He was already a great expert of the heaven realm and had even defeated an expert of the Jing Dan realm. He was also a top figure in the cultivation world. No matter what cultivation technique, as long as he cultivated it diligently, there was nothing that he could not cultivate. Just as Fang Han was trying his best to sense heaven and man, communicating with the 36 heavenly spirits and 72 earthly fiends in the outer realm with his will. On the vast and boundless grassland, 3 shadows were searching carefully in the sky. They were the top assassins of the 40 great bandits overseas that young Master Ling had hired. In the cultivation world overseas, they were people who made people tremble in fear. As for Fang Han, he was practicing cultivation on the grasslands, using the sea glutton energy art to disguise himself as he worked on his second brain. Of course, the 3 gold core assassins, as well as the vicious bandits, were hunting him down. At this moment, the many elders of the Ascension Gate were also discussing important matters. In the floating city floating among the white clouds in the sky, in the Ascension Heavenly Palace. Elder Tianqing, the ancient giant of the longevity mystic realm, Elder Tianqing, Elder Tiangong, who was at the 10th level of the divine power, Elder Tianqing, and many other great elders, such as the Medicine King Elder, the Hidden Sword Elder, the Constellation Elder, and so on. They were all at the 7th level of the divine power, and there were dozens of elders above the level of Jing Dan. This was the essence of the entire sect. Now that they were all gathered together, it was obvious that something major had happened. In fact, ever since Feng Han told the Ascension Gate's sect master, Feng Baiyu, all the high-level elders had been secretly discussing important matters every day. As long as one knew a little about such a major event in the God race, no one would not be shocked. Great elders, senior brother sect master is in the depths of endless space and time, refining the heavenly emperor mirror with the supreme elders. He hopes that he can refine the heavenly emperor mirror into an immortal artifact before the great change arrives. This upcoming great change is likely to be the most serious calamity in the Xianxia Great World. If we don't handle it well, our Ascension Gate will naturally be annihilated. If we can handle it well, our Ascension Gate can become the #1 sect, replacing the Tai Gate and controlling everything in the Xianxia Great World. Elder Tianxing swept his gaze across the many elders as he spoke in a serious manner. We all know about this great change. However, there is a place for it to start. Where should we start? Even the great beings of the God race can't attack the 10 immortal sects, the 7 demonic sects, the 5 monster sects, and the underground demons at the same time. We have to do it one sect at a time. We have to seize the initiative. An elder in a starry robe stroked his beard and said. This elder in starry robe was the constellation elder. He was the one who observed the stars in the outer realm and guided the power of the stars in the sky to maintain the operation of the Ascension Heavenly Palace. This person's divine power was extremely high, just a little bit away from entering the longevity mystic realm. He was a powerhouse with divine power level 10 that could defy the heavens and change fate. The entire Ascension Heavenly Palace floated in the air. It required a huge amount of power, and all of it used the power of the stars in the sky. Otherwise, no powerhouse could sustain the operation of the Heavenly Palace for a long time. Among the sects in the world, the most proficient in using the power of the stars was naturally the Gemini Gate. However, the other sects also had their own divine powers that used the power of the stars. Overseas. If the God race invades. Senior Apprentice Brother Sect Master predicted that they would start from overseas. Senior Apprentice Brother Sect Master already had some precautions. He knew that the overseas factions were the most complicated, and there were many rogue cultivators. This time, the God race's invasion will probably start by controlling some rogue cultivators overseas to establish sections. Then, they will expand and make everyone less vigilant. It's like boiling a frog in warm water. Master Tianxing said, that's why Senior Apprentice Brother Sect Master let Feng Qingshui establish the Lady Cave abode overseas to test the waters. This is also a form of foresight. I see. I thought Feng Qingshui established the Lady Cave abode because she wanted to establish her own sect. A Grand Elder was enlightened. Feng Qingshui wants to establish her own sect. She will need to cultivate to the immortal secret realm first, but that is still too early. Elder Chuan smiled and said, actually, there are many powerhouses that have a vague feeling that something is wrong overseas. Otherwise, why would Great Monarch Xiantian send the Demon Marshal overseas to eliminate the 40 thieves? What? Are the 40 thieves related to the God race? Sword Songxing Elder asked. His eyes flashed red as he said, then I will kill every one of them. Sword Songxing Elder was in charge of the Sword Tomb in the Ascension Gate. His murderous intent was rare among the cultivators. The 40 thieves are not easy to kill. Among them, there are 6 Jin Dan powerhouses. The strongest among them is the heaven-abandoning bandit. He is probably stronger than us and could enter the immortal secret realm at any time. This time, the God race's invasion is probably to find him. They promise to help him enter the immortal secret realm and establish their own sect. But we can't act recklessly. If we send the elders to eliminate the 40 thieves, it will be too conspicuous. All the sects will pay attention to it and even the Wangui Immortal Island will not allow it. The best way is to send the disciples so that they will be less conspicuous. Thus, the reason why Feng Qingshui built Lady's Cave dwelling there is to lure the 40 thieves and eliminate them one by one. This is a chess piece. Elder Tiangong said. I'm afraid that even if all the disciples of the Ascension Gate go, they won't be able to eliminate the 40 thieves. Sword Songxing Elder shook his head. If Feng Qingshui can cultivate to the 7th level of Jin Dan, and if Fang Han can enter the desolate celestial temple and find the 5 elemental spiritual roots, then enter the unity level and cultivate the Jing Dan, their strength will increase tremendously. Both of them have Dao artifacts and are from the same family. It's reasonable for them to establish a sect overseas and eliminate the 40 thieves. No one will suspect them. Master Tianqing said. Let's see if Fang Han can find the 5 elemental spiritual roots and successfully cultivate the Jing Dan. He is indeed a talent, a person with great immortal fate, and he can actually defeat Wanro. With the strength of the heaven realm, he can defeat an expert of the Jing Dan. This kind of example is rare since ancient times. Many elders sighed. A month ago, Fang Han and Wanro had a bet on the Heaven's Punishment platform. Many elders knew about it. Some elders also saw it with their own eyes. They all had a new estimate of Fang Han's strength. An expert of the 5th level of the Heaven Realm was an important figure to the sect, but he was definitely not a seed to be nurtured. The 7th level of the Jing Dan was. However, a Heaven Realm expert who could defeat an expert of the Jing Dan was a peerless genius. Yeah. When Fang Han fought with Wanro, we thought it would be a draw. We didn't expect Fang Han to be so powerful. All of his divine abilities have reached perfection. If Acheron Map recovers his strength in the future, I'm afraid he will be stronger than Hua Tiandu. If such a character doesn't die prematurely, he will be another Ling Long. A Grand Elder nodded. Ling Long was Venerable Immortal Ling Long, the current sect master of Exquisite Paradise. Her magical power was unimaginably high. Even the Tai Gate, who had an immortal artifact, was afraid of her. One could see how powerful she was. Fang Han is a seed that can be nurtured. Moreover, he seems to distinguish between kindness and hatred. Whoever is good to him, he will be good to them. This kind of character is not evil. Sword Concealing Elder chuckled. I like characters with this kind of character. I hope that there will be a day when the Yellow Springs diagram recovers its full strength. I would like to see how powerful this talisman decree of the demonic path is. By the time Acheron Map recovers, I'm afraid Fang Han will have to cultivate to the immortal secret realm. Constellation Elder shook his head. The immortal secret realm is extremely difficult. Once you step in, you will become immortal. Even we have cultivated for more than 1,000 years. What kind of fortuitous encounters haven't we had? I'm afraid there is no hope for us in this life. The immortal secret realm is not something that can be entered by luck. That's true. Even if Hua Tiandu has cultivated to the 10th level of the divine ability, his magical power is boundless, and he has a few Dao artifacts left behind by Pan Wu Immortal Venerable, it will still be very difficult for him to break through that barrier and successfully change his fate. Heavenly Works Elder shook his head. He was also stuck at the 10th level of the divine ability. Although his magical power could move mountains, he couldn't take that crucial step. Only those who had reached the 10th level of transcendent powers and changed their fates would know how difficult it was to enter the longevity secret realm. Let's see if Fang Han can find the 5 elemental spiritual roots smoothly this time. Elder Gong Chuan said. There are indeed many strange things about the desolate temple. There are many ancient curses hidden inside. We have to be careful when we go in, not daring to go too deep. However, it is also a kind of training for Fang Han. Let's see how lucky he is. Fang Han's luck should still be good. But I think more highly of Meng Xiaobai. He had also entered the Savage Temple and came out unscathed, and even obtained the blessing of the 5 elements spirit roots. I am afraid he has already cultivated to the 7th level of the transcendent technique, Jing Dan. Pil King Clan Elder, who had been quiet all this while, finally spoke. Pil King Clan Elder was the great clan elder in charge of the Ascension Gates pills, and could be said to be the lifeline of food, and he held the only Dao tool pill furnace in the sect. In the sect, there were many clan elders, as well as hundreds of thousands of inner and outer disciples. Meng Xiaobai. He is truly a genius, and in the upcoming Mountain River List competition, he will definitely come back to watch. And he also heard that the sect has produced a genius called Fang Han. In a few months, he will be back. Let's see how his cultivation is like. Maybe it is even higher than what we guessed. Just like what we guessed, Wanro and Fang Han fought to a draw, and no one could do anything to the other. But we guessed wrong. The Constellation Clan Elder said excitedly, our ascension gate is a sign of prosperity, to have Fang Han, Meng Xiaobai, Fang Qingxue, Hua Tiandu, these kinds of disciples. But what I am most curious about is, where did Fang Han get so many ingredients to refine so many yuanying pills? He is even more powerful than me. If he can truly provide our sect with the yuanying pill every day, this mortal-grade pill, then I will just let him be the Pill King Clan Elder. Pill King Clan Elder said with a weird expression. Our Ascension Gate disciples, including the clan elders, have a total of 500,000 people. Every day, when we cultivate, we need to consume at least one yuanying pill spirit qi, and Fang Han needs to refine 500,000 pills every day. Even a deity cannot do that. Stop joking, but as long as he is able to refine a few hundred yuanying pills every day, and distribute them to the disciples, in less than a year, our sect will have 3 to 5 more Divine Realm true disciples. This speed is too good. If you could give us 1,000 years. I wonder what our sect's strength will be like. Fang Han, oh Fang Han, this person is a lucky star. Isn't he distributing yuanying pill in large quantities now? This is the advantage of competing with Hua Tiandu for the popularity and support of the disciples. Many elders began to discuss excitedly. One by one, they discussed. Hua Tiandu was deep and experienced. He was thorough and had the demeanor of a sect leader. Fang Qingxue killed decisively, the reincarnation of the goddess of lightning. He possessed a Dao artifact and his methods were ruthless. He was the #1 killer in the sect. Fang Han, on the other hand, was full of tricks and had extremely good luck. Taking advantage of people's unpreparedness, he was extremely daring, but he did not lose his alertness. He was so meticulous that oil could be squeezed out of a stone. However, she made her move when she had to. Compared to Fang Qingxue's decisiveness, she was more ruthless. Furthermore, he had only made his move when he was sure of it. This could be called a fierce and ruthless person. As for Meng Xiaobai, he was a young genius. He was shockingly talented. One man and one sword, he traveled everywhere. He could be called a divine dragon. For any sect, having any one of these disciples was a sign of great prosperity, let alone having 4 of them. Right now, I'm worried about the cannon in the nest. If these 4 disciples fight with each other, it will be very difficult to deal with. A grand elder said. This is a difficult problem, but for the time being, we can still suppress it. Besides, with competition, there will be motivation. The hidden sword elder did not think so. Alright, now, there are 2 steps to this matter. The first step is that all of us must focus on cultivation and comprehend the White Sun Soaring Sutra with all our strength. This time, many of the Grand Elders and the sect leader have already decided to open all the supreme divine abilities of the White Sun Soaring Sutra to us. The understanding of the heavenly Tao in the sutra will be imparted one by one. At the same time, all the spirit pills in the storehouse will be taken out. We will do everything possible to increase our strength to deal with the upcoming great calamity. The second step is to let Fang Han and Fang Qingxue greatly increase their strength. They will go overseas to manage Ladies' Cave Abode, recruit overseas itinerant cultivators, and kill the 40 great bandits. Monitor the movements of the Celestials. If the Celestials want to enter the Xianhuang Great World in large numbers, they will have to go through the returning void. We have built a bridge overseas, so there will be room for buffer. If the Celestials appear, the Ascension Gate will be destroyed if we don't make a decision to deal with them. Master Tianqing made a decision. The elders nodded. That's right, that should be the case. Among the elders, Master Tianqing was a powerful figure who had cultivated to the immortal secret realm. Now that the sect leader was not around, the elders naturally took him as the center of attention. At this moment, a celestial sound suddenly came from afar. Then, a ray of golden primal chi shot into the sky, condensing into golden rainbows in the sky. There were a total of 24 rainbows, spanning from east to west. Above the golden rainbows, there were countless human figures, celestial gods, flames, strange flowers and herbs, and spirit beasts dancing. Rays of light and auspicious chi surged like the tide. Finally, the golden rainbows all gathered and turned into a pearl in the sky. In the sky, it competed with the sun for glory, overshadowing the sun's light. Jindan great success. This is the Zidian peak. Fang Qingxue has cultivated Jindan so quickly. the golden light came from the violet lightning peak. It was obvious that Fang Qingshui had finally broken through and cultivated the 7th tier of the Abhijna. She had transformed once again and cultivated the Abhijna seed. Her cultivation speed was so fast that it was rarely seen in the world. 1828383824. It's Jin Dan now, and there are 24 kinds of divine abilities. Many elders counted the divine abilities contained in Fang Qingshui's Jin Dan. There were actually 8 divine abilities in a group, and there were a total of 24 divine abilities. It would be considered good if an ordinary Golden Core expert could master more than 10 kinds of divine abilities. Other than Hua Tiandu, the Jin Dan disciples of the Ascension Gate had 15 divine abilities, Wanro had 17 divine abilities, Ling Xiao had 14 divine abilities, and Yao Guang was the most mysterious, but she definitely did not have more than 20 divine abilities. As for a freak like Fang Han, no one would say anything about him. However, the more divine abilities one had, the harder it was to cultivate Jin Dan. Ordinary experts would only cultivate the 5 elements. They would first cultivate to the peak, then merge into one, turning into a 5 elements divine talisman. Finally, they would transform and step into the Jin Dan seed realm. After reaching Jin Dan, they would cultivate various divine abilities. However, these kinds of people would usually not step into the immortal realm. At most, they would stop at the divine ability realm. This was because the more divine abilities one had, the more yuan qi one had. When one stepped into the Jin Dan realm, all the divine ability yuan qi and the body would undergo a huge transformation, and the body would receive more benefits. In other words, before reaching Jin Dan, the more divine abilities one cultivated, the more one's lifespan would increase when one stepped into Jin Dan, and the stronger one's body would be. As for the divine abilities that Jin Dan cultivated in the future, the yuan qi would not transform into the body, and would not increase one's lifespan. Experts at the 5th level of the divine ability realm had a lifespan of 800 years. The 6th level of the consolidation realm did not increase one's lifespan. As for the 7th level of the divine ability seed Great Jin Dan, one's lifespan could be more than 1,000 years, usually 1,500 years. However, if one cultivated many divine abilities and reached Jin Dan, one's lifespan would break through this limit, and even reach 5,000 years. For example, Fang Qingshui, who had reached Jin Dan with 24 divine abilities, had a lifespan of 3,000 years, and in the future, if Fang Han could reach Jin Dan, he would really have 5,000 years. However, with so many divine abilities Fang Han had, it was especially difficult to combine them. Even if he stepped into the 6th level of the divine ability realm, it would still be difficult. However, the longer one's lifespan was, the more time one had to cultivate, and the higher the chances of stepping into the longevity secret realm. Many elders at the Ascension Gate were discussing. Fang Qingshui had broken out of seclusion, cultivated Jin Dan, and become a small powerhouse. Fang Han naturally did not know about all this. He was working hard on his heaven's perception, allowing the 108 battle soul Saraira in his mind to connect with the 36 Big Dipper stars and 72 earthly fiend stars in the sky. For 3 days and 3 nights, his powerful consciousness spread out, rising into the starry sky. Gradually, his mind wandered between heaven and earth. In the sky, countless stars became huge, and in Fang Han's mind, they became incomparably large, immeasurable spheres. Every star contained an incredible power. Some of the smaller stars were weak, but some of the bigger stars that had existed since the beginning of time emitted endless light and heat. Fang Han felt suffocated when he got close to them. The power of these stars could easily destroy 10,000 of him. Even the experts of the immortal secret realm could easily kill them. Perhaps, only the legendary immortals had the possibility of shaking these stars. This was also the first time Fang Han felt the vastness of heaven and earth, the infinity of the universe, the changes of time and space, the insignificance of life, and the unpredictability of the stars. A human's lifespan is too short, too short. Even an expert at the longevity secret realm. It's impossible to compare with the universe's time and space. I want eternal life. It's not enough to have the same lifespan as heaven and earth. I want heaven and earth to be destroyed, but I won't be destroyed, and the sun and moon will decay, but I won't be destroyed. I want eternal existence. Fang Han suddenly felt a sense of pride in his heart. In the face of the stars and universe that had existed for who knew how many billions of years, or even billions of years, he had used his silent divine consciousness to shout such a cry. Rumble, just as Feng Han's spirit was bursting, he used his mind to shout at the starry sky. He was so focused that he suddenly sensed the 108 strange stars in the depths of the starry sky. His mind had formed a connection with the stars. In the sky, 108 strands of starlight suddenly fell and shot into his mind. Together with the 108 battle soul relics in his mind, they merged into one. If it was an expert who cultivated the star technique, when he sensed the stars and absorbed the power of the stars. When the power of the stars shone down, it was like a huge pillar or a waterfall, and could be seen from thousands of miles away. It was an unprecedented spectacle. However, Feng Han had only cultivated for a short time, so he could only gather a little of the power of the stars, which was why the power of the stars was as thin as a strand. Even so, he still gained strength. Generally speaking, a true disciple of the astral sect would need decades of hard work to sense the stars. As soon as he absorbed the power of the stars, a strange spiritual space gradually opened in his mind. Oh no, Feng Han has a murderous aura. What a powerful person. At this moment, the most serious warning came from Yin. 3 black shadows appeared in the clouds in the sky. They seemed to have discovered Feng Han, and all their murderous aura was concentrated. They were like beasts that had locked onto their prey, and were preparing for the most ferocious attack. Who wants to kill me? I have the Lord of the Bloody Night and you to protect me. Even an expert from Jindan can't do anything to me. Although I chose to stay in the grassland, I'm not unprepared. If someone comes to spy on me, Yen, you can take care of it for me. I'm at a critical juncture in refining my divine ability, and I can't spare any of my magic power. Just another moment, and I'll be able to open my second mind. Feng Han was focused on absorbing the power of the stars, fusing it with the battle soul Saraira, and opening his second mind. He couldn't afford to be distracted, but when Yan's will entered his mind, he could sense it. However, he was very careful, and knew that it wouldn't be a big deal. With Yan and the Lord of the Bloody Night protecting him, even an expert from Jindan wouldn't be able to do anything to him, so why would he be afraid? How many Jindan experts in the world would go to the grassland to ambush him? Wouldn't that be like a millionaire begging for food among beggars? Furthermore, he had used the sea glutton energy art to change his form, so no one would be able to detect anything. I'm afraid I won't be able to deal with it this time. I'm afraid there are 3 experts from Jindan coming. Moreover, the magic power of these 3 experts is very strong, not inferior to Wanro at all. One of them is even stronger than Wanro, and has at least 20 divine abilities. We can't even deal with one of them, let alone 3 of them working together. We're doomed. Quickly open up your second mind. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll be in big trouble, Yen said hurriedly. What? This time, it was Feng Han's turn to be shocked. 3 Jindan experts are coming to kill me. What's going on? Could it be that I've angered the heavens? Is my luck starting to decline? Feng Han's mind was in turmoil. He knew that Yen definitely wouldn't lie. After all, he was equivalent to an expert in the secret realm of immortality, and his eyesight was very sharp. He could definitely sense the aura of 3 Jindan experts. If it was a Jindan expert in a one-on-one battle, Feng Han would be able to defeat him if he didn't have a Dao treasure, but he wouldn't be able to kill him. Defeating and killing were 2 different concepts. If a Jindan expert wanted to escape, there would always be a way. 1 against 2, Feng Han would definitely lose. 1 against 3, there was no suspense. Feng Han would definitely die. With regards to his own abilities, Feng Han was very clear. Before he mastered the 5 Emperors' great devil mystique, his foundation was still unstable. Against a true expert, he would reveal a huge flaw. With 3 experienced Jindan experts coming to kill him, Feng Han's only choice now was to run, as far as he could. However, he couldn't run now, because his second mind had not been successfully opened up. If he ran away, all his efforts would be wasted. Furthermore, the battle soul Saraira would lose its harmony with the stellar energy, and his mind would be in danger of exploding. If he ran, he would die. If he didn't run, he would die. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. I hope that the three Jindan experts will have some misgivings. If they attack later, my second mind will be successfully opened up, and I can leave. Fang Han made up his mind. He fiercely operated all his mental energy, and once again drew in the stellar energy. Suddenly, the gossamer starlight in the sky suddenly became thicker, becoming as thick as a finger. One by one, it was unknown how long they were, but they were sparkling and translucent. He was doing his best to successfully open up the second mind in the fastest time possible. Above the clouds in the sky, three figures were hiding, wandering, and lurking. One of the tall figures looked down at Fang Han absorbing the stellar energy and couldn't help but ask, "Is he the person that young Master Ling wants to kill?" Another person said, "According to the smell, there's no mistake. It's just that his appearance is a little different." However, this person changed his appearance using a strange technique. It seems to be exquisite paradises si glutton qigong. Moreover, the essence of this divine ability is extremely strong. It seems to be refined by a Jindan expert. With this person's cultivation, it's impossible for him to cultivate such a powerful divine ability. This is strange. It seems like someone cultivated a divine ability and forcibly poured it into him. Could he be the son of a sect leader? Someone who painstakingly cultivated a divine ability, and then directly imparted it to him? That's right. There's something strange about this person. He's surrounded by flickering blood-red light, as if he's protected by some powerful magical treasure. We have to be careful. We have to kill him in one blow, lest he escapes. Unexpectedly, one of the assassins was a woman. We're the Galactic Extermination Bandit, the Moon-Piercing Bandit, and the Immortal Slaying Bandit. If the three of us can't kill a puny 5th-level Deva Realm cultivator, our reputation will be ruined, and we won't be able to get any business in the future. Just as the three Jindan experts were talking, the gossamer starlight suddenly became thicker and thicker, until it was the size of a finger. The three of them were immediately shaken. We've been fooled. This person discovered us long ago. Furthermore, he's not cultivating an ordinary technique. He's cultivating a very dangerous divine ability that he can't escape from. If we don't kill him now, he'll escape after cultivating the divine ability. Kill him. The three experts of the 40 pirate lords overseas were the Star Destroyer Bandit, the Moon-Piercing Bandit, and the Immortal Slayer Bandit. They attacked at the same time. The Star Destroyer Bandit was a tall man. Once he attacked, a large patch of bright starlight pressed down. Within the starlight, there were countless grains of sand. Each grain of sand let out a rumbling thunder, as if it could explode everything. This was a great divine ability called the Star Sand Refining Thunder Dipper. It gathered all kinds of starlight from the outer realms and used a secret method to refine them into grains of sand. Each grain of sand was a grain of divine thunder. When he attacked, millions of star sand would wrap around a person and then explode together, turning anything hard into powder. As for the Moon-Piercing Bandit, he opened his mouth and spat out countless yellow clouds, covering a radius of dozens of miles like a sandstorm. This was an earth element divine ability, the 1,000 miles yellow sand art. The Immortal Slaying Bandit was the second-ranked bandit, second only to the Abandoned Heaven Bandit. He had the most powerful supernatural power. She was a woman. When she attacked, she opened her 5 fingers and shot out a sword chi from each finger. Each sword chi showed different colors, which were red, green, blue, yellow, and purple. After the 5 sword chi shot out, they condensed into a lotus flower the size of a water tank in the sky. The 5-colored lotus flower shone with thousands of rays of light. It had an enormous force of concentration, freezing the void within a radius of dozens of miles. It was as if the air had turned into steel and mercury in an instant. On the grassland within a radius of dozens of miles, all the animals were sent flying. They were bleeding from their 7 orifices because the frozen air was extremely heavy. It squeezed all the blood out of their bodies. All of the plants withered. Their juices were all squeezed out of them. At that moment, the grassland that was originally covered with autumn grass turned into a desolate desert with a radius of dozens of miles. It was as if the world had been destroyed and cleaned. This was a supreme divine ability, similar to the Black Sun Hurricane and the Great Sun Fire. It wasn't a great divine ability like the Heavenly Wood technique. World-cleansing lotus flower. When Yanni saw the 5-colored lotus flower, his eyes almost fell out of their sockets. This is a supreme divine ability of the Buddhist sects outside the realm. There shouldn't be any Buddhist sects in the Xianxia Great World, and the Buddhist sects wouldn't come to the Xianxia Great World to spread their teachings. There was a secret agreement 100,000 years ago. Why would this woman have cultivated a supreme divine ability of the Buddhist sects? Fortunately, I know a lot. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to find out about this. Quick! I can't let that world-cleansing lotus flower reach its limit. Otherwise, it really has the power to cleanse the world. Lord of the Bloody Night. Break that lotus flower. I'll deal with the Star Sand Thunder Dipper and the 10,000 miles yellow sand technique. The true spirit of the Lord of the Bloody Night was a clone of Feng Han. However, it had its own independent will. It could cultivate on its own. However, the speed of its cultivation was extremely slow. Tao treasures, Tao treasures. Treasures that had attained the Tao naturally had the ability to grow on their own. As a clone, the Lord of the Bloody Night naturally obeyed Feng Han's orders unconditionally. However, as an artifact spirit, it could make its own decisions before Feng Han gave the order. In fact, the Lord of the Bloody Night already knew that the five-colored lotus flower posed a great threat. His entire body exploded into a 300-meter-long beam of crimson light that slashed viciously at the five-colored lotus. At the same time, he sent two smaller beams of light toward the Star Destroyer pirate and the Moonpiercer bandit. Lord of the Bloody Night, you brat. Are you afraid that I can't handle this? You're underestimating me far too much. You're pissing me off. If I were to recover my strength, I'd have no problem dominating both the immortal and demonic sections. You're really pissing me off. All of you trash, go to hell. Great formation of decaying immortals of the 9 heavens and 9 lands. When Xianxia saw that the Lord of the Bloody Night had sent 2 crimson sabers to help him, his face contorted with rage. He knew that the Lord of the Bloody Night was afraid that he couldn't handle it. But how powerful was Xianxia? Not only did he not appreciate the Lord of the Bloody Night's kindness, but he was also enraged. 2 large formations flew out from the Yellow Springs diagram. One was turbid, and the other was clear. They both had 9 layers, as if they were heaven and earth. This was the great formation of decaying immortals of the 9 heavens and 9 earths, one representing the 9 heavens and the other the 9 earths. Whoosh, the crimson saber beam first broke through the stars and thunderblast and myriad yellow sand art. Xianxia's great formation of decaying immortals of the 9 heavens and 9 earths sucked in all of the stars and thunderblast and sandstorm. The 5-colored lotus was also shaken by the saber beam. Although it didn't shatter, the pressure on it lessened. It's a Tao treasure? A puny 5th-level divine ability cultivator dares to take out a Tao treasure? He's courting death. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasures are guilty. Kill this person and take the Tao treasure. Even if we have to offend the big shots of the longevity secret realm, we won't hesitate. The Annihilation Galactic Pirate and the Piercing Moon Bandit were overjoyed when their divine ability was broken. They looked at each other, and 2 Jin Dan rose from their heads and blasted violently. Pa, the 2 crimson saber beams were shattered, and Xianxua's 2 great formations were also blasted apart. Xianxua's entire body was blasted into the Acheron map, his flesh lacerated. Even his claws fell off. The current Xianxia was only equivalent to a celestial realm cultivator. Although he could use some of the Acheron map's effects, he was no match for a Jin Dan cultivator. This bombardment nearly obliterated his body and soul. My current strength is too weak. If I could truly recover my strength, I wouldn't even need to worry about these 3 little thieves. Even if they're experts from the immortal secret realm, I could still easily escape. Unfortunately, how difficult is it to recover my strength? Feng Han hasn't reached the immortal secret realm yet. If he reaches the immortal secret realm, he would be able to extract 9 types of pure yang spiritual qi from the immortal world spiritual qi to help me recover. Ah! One day, I'll regain my strength and kill everyone who's ever beaten me. After letting out a series of unwilling cries, Yen returned to the Acheron map and went silent. It had been struck by 2 golden cores, and its injuries were too severe. Although it wasn't beaten back to its original form, it would take at least a year and a half to recover. After it went silent, the Acheron map turned into a yellow light that wrapped around Feng Han's body and became a tattoo. Compared to Yan's weak strength, the Lord of the Bloody Night was much stronger. After all, this bat-like crimson great demon was extraordinary. It was a genuine Tao treasure. There was no loss in its power, and its spiritual power was boundless. If Feng Han knew another blood-refining mystique, he could nourish it with his essence blood every day and its power would be even greater. In time, it might even become a mid-grade Tao artifact 1,000 years later. After weakening the most powerful 5 colors lotus in the sky, the Lord of the Bloody Night didn't hesitate. He moved his body and turned into a bloody shadow that wandered around. He opened his sharp claws and attacked the immortal slaying bandit. He didn't care about the other 2 immortal slaying bandit at all. This claw attack was completely a suicidal move. The reason for that was because it could tell that although it was powerful, it was impossible for it to stop the 3 of them by itself. He might as well give up on 3 and fight one. Although the Lord of the Bloody Night didn't know the origins of these 3 people, he knew that the most powerful one among them was the woman who released the Lotus of Purification. If he fought with his life on the line and attacked this woman with all his strength, he would definitely be able to hold back the other 2. The Bloody Night Monarch was the weapon spirit of a demonic saber. Ever since it was refined, it had gone through countless battles. It was cunning, seeking for survival in the cracks, searching for a chance of survival in the midst of despair. When it was on the spot, it would always find the best method to seize every opportunity. Humph. You're courting death. Immortal Execution Bandit snorted the woman. The 5-colored lotus spun in the air again, emitting a multicolored radiance. It ruthlessly slammed into the Blood Night Monarch. As the lotus bloomed, countless sword chi surged out, forming a sword formation that enveloped the Blood Night Monarch. You're looking down on me too much. The Lord of the Bloody Night smiled coldly. His face was exactly the same as Feng Han's. He had also inherited Feng Han's personality. He was cunning and ruthless. Seeing the sword chi formation coming towards him, he twisted his body and suddenly turned into a ray of blood light, disappearing into the air. In the next instant, wung 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 wung, wung 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 wung, countless sounds came from the void. A strand of blood light had already closed in on the Immortal Extermination Bandit. Instant death art. The Immortal Extermination Bandit was shocked. The protective astral chi on his body was shattered. Even his outer robe was shattered, revealing the protective treasure robe inside. This treasure robe was embroidered with lotus flowers. Once it was attacked, it would blossom into white lotus flowers and block out the saber light. Her treasure robe was a supreme grade treasure. It was a true treasure with extremely strong defense. It was called the Myriad Lotus Robe. Compared to Sage Enigma Tai's Enigma armor from Ascension Sect, it was 1 level stronger. Ordinary attacks would not be able to break through it. Even the demonic saber Xianxia in the past could not break through it. However, the current Xianxia was a Tao artifact. Why would he care about the defense of a prized artifact? Bang 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 bang. Those white lotuses were shattered. The Lord of the Bloody Night didn't use the instant death art. Instead, it was the bitey Golden Emperor chop. The 5 Emperor's Great Demon Mystique was the highest cultivation technique among the 5 elements mystiques. Among them, there was a mystique that was similar to the instant kill technique. Moreover, when cultivated to the extreme, its power would far surpass that of the instant kill technique. However, this mystique had not been used since the Emperor of Netherworld passed away. It had been lost for thousands of years and was about to be buried in the memories of everyone. Save the Immortal Slayer first. The Star Destroyer Bandit and the Piercing Moon Bandit wanted to kill Feng Han. However, they instantly sensed the danger of the Immortal Slayer Bandit and went to save him. The Lord of the Bloody Night's tactic was indeed effective. Rumble, the 2 Jin Dan flew out again and teleported over. Their techniques turned into threads and entangled the Lord of the Bloody Night's saber light. The Immortal Slayer Bandit exerted all his strength and forced a blood-red demonic saber out of the air. It was blasted dozens of miles away. The saber let out a long cry as if it was an injured beast. This time, the Lord of the Bloody Night was also slightly injured. Facing 3 Jin Dan experts, even the Lord of the Bloody Night couldn't handle it unless it was a middle-grade Tao artifact or a high-grade Tao artifact like the inextinguishable lightning talisman. Of course, if it was a peerless Tao artifact like the Sky Emperor mirror, the 3 Jin Dan experts would be severely injured even if they didn't die. However, after the Lord of the Bloody Night's torment, the power of the stars in the sky increased again. Feng Han floated in the air with starlight surrounding him. The heavens gate above his head seemed to be an endless vortex that sucked in all the power of the stars. At this moment, the 108 battle soul Saraira in Feng Han's mind had completely merged with the power of the stars. A second mental sea that was different from the original one was slowly opening up. It turned out that Feng Han's mind was filled with arrays and vigorous mana that filled his mind to the brim. With a slight movement, there was a feeling that it was going to overflow, like a reservoir that was filled to the brim with flood water. Now that the second mental sea had been successfully opened, the crowded mana immediately flowed in, and the original mental sea was no longer so crowded. Suddenly, Feng Han felt his entire body was unprecedentedly relaxed. It was as if his entire body was much lighter, as if he had unloaded a heavy burden of 10,000 pounds. This was like a person who trained every day and carried a few hundred pounds of lead on his back. One day, when he suddenly removed the lead, he naturally walked as if he was flying and his body as light as a swallow. This kind of comfortable feeling was simply indescribable. "Everyone, why do you want to assassinate me? I don't seem to have offended you." Feng Han's second mental sea had been successfully opened. Although his mana didn't increase, the flexibility in using his supernatural powers and mana had greatly increased. His body was also much lighter. Previously, he could trigger the Black Sun disaster in a blink of an eye. Now, it only took half a blink of an eye for him to unleash the Black Sun disaster. Don't underestimate this half a blink of an eye, it was often the difference between life and death. The blade of blood also returned to Feng Han's hand with a clang. The Lord of the Bloody Night was looming above Feng Han's head. Feng Han's body was surrounded by a vast airflow. This was the vast expanse technique, one of the 28 divine abilities of Fairy Huiyun. Outside the vast expanse technique was a layer of transparent cold air that wrapped around him like an eggshell. Snowflakes were fluttering inside the cold air, as if it was a world of ice and snow. Feng Han was hiding in the depths of this world of ice and snow. This was the ice boundary. Vast expanse technique, ice boundary. Who are you in exquisite paradise? You're only at the 5th level of divine ability realm, yet you already possess a Dao weapon. Moreover, many of your divine abilities aren't cultivated by yourself. It seems like they were imparted to you by others. Could you be the son of Venerable Ling Long? No, Venerable Ling Long doesn't seem to have a son. Seeing that Feng Han had successfully cultivated a divine ability and recovered, Star Destroyer Pirate spoke while moving secretly, blocking all of Feng Han's escape routes. "Ha ha ha ha. You're trying to assassinate me for no reason, yet you're asking about my origin. Don't you think it's too abrupt? How could I be besieged by 3 Jin Dan experts? The Jin Dan experts in the cultivation world are all overlords of a region. How could you join forces to assassinate a celestial being? Don't you want your reputation to be tarnished?" Feng Han didn't seem to have noticed the intention of Star Destroyer Pirate. Instead, he tried to reason with him. Upon hearing Feng Han's words, the 3 pirates exchanged glances and moved slowly, forming the best encirclement. "He's still too inexperienced. If he didn't talk to us and ran away immediately, he would have had a 30% chance of escaping. Now that we're in position, he doesn't even have a 10% chance. He's too naive. Does he think we'll let him go?" Star Destroyer Pirate, Piercing Moon Bandit and Immortal Execution Bandit communicated with each other mentally. "You've taken away the 7 gourds of war and slaughter chi that young Master Ling painstakingly collected. He was enraged and spent a huge sum of money to hire us to kill you. If you want to blame someone, blame that young Master Ling." Piercing Moon Bandit suddenly shouted, "Attack." Just as the 3 bandits were about to make their move, they suddenly felt a burst of fragrance that seeped into their minds. They were instantly mesmerized, as if they were immersed in a boundless sea of flowers, unable to extricate themselves. Heavenly fragrance mind hypnosis art. Not good. This guy is extremely cunning. He's definitely not a playboy. He's actually secretly using this divine ability. The female Immortal Execution Bandit was the first to regain her senses. The Jin Dan in her mind revolved violently, refining all the fragrance. She then saw a streak of blood light flying into the distance, disappearing after a few ups and downs. Feng Han's voice could be heard in the night wind. 3 masters, I will definitely repay you in the future. I will remember you. Just wait for the endless trouble in the future. It turned out that Feng Han had secretly used one of the 28 divine abilities, the heavenly fragrance mind hypnosis technique. This divine ability specialized in hypnotizing one's mind without them noticing. Fortunately, the 3 pirates were Jin Dan experts. Otherwise, they would have lost their minds and become Feng Han's slaves. Chase. He won't be able to run far. The Star Destroyer bandit roared and chased far away. On the boundless grassland, many rivers meandered like jade-colored ribbons. Looking down from the sky, it was unimaginably beautiful. Many grassland tribes, races, and empires thrived here, giving birth to countless civilizations. Some of the remains of the gods represented the pinnacle of the grassland civilization. It gave one a sense of ancient majesty and grandeur. However, Feng Han wasn't in the mood to appreciate all of this. He quietly descended from the sky. His entire body was wrapped in an earthy yellow halo. He flew close to the ground. His aura seemed to have merged with the earth. No one could detect anything wrong. Some herders who were grazing on the grassland, preparing to fatten up their cattle and sheep before winter came, only felt a light gust of sand and dust sweep past them. The yellow autumn grass spun in the air. Other than that, they couldn't see Feng Han's figure flying past them. Feng Han's entire body blended perfectly with the earth essence energy of the earth. It was like water and milk. He was trying to shake off the 3 assassins who were chasing him. Star Destroyer, Moon Piercer, and Fairy Slayer. They were the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th members of the 40 pirates overseas. 3 Jin Dan experts were trying to assassinate one person. If he was careless, he would be in danger. At this moment, he was using the Earth Escape technique of Huang Emperor's Earth Sovereign Tao. His entire body was stuck close to the earth. He flew while cultivating this supreme-level primordial devil Tao divine art. Among his 5 emperors' great demonic mystiques, the Earth Emperor's way was the weakest because it lacked the essence of the earth element. However, once it was mastered, the power of this mystique would be the greatest. This was because Earth was in the center of the 5 elements and was the leader of the 5 elements. As he flew, he used his magic power to absorb the essence energy of the earth. Earth element energy was constantly being absorbed into his 2 sea of consciousness. Ever since he opened up his 2nd sea of consciousness, his cultivation speed had doubled again. Opening up his 2nd sea of consciousness was equivalent to having 1 more person to cultivate with. Feng Han's current speed of absorbing the essence energy was equivalent to 2 cultivators at the 5th level of the transcendent realm cultivating at the same time. If there were no accidents, it would take 20 years to cultivate Huang Emperor's Earth Sovereign Tao to continuously absorb the essence of the earth. Now, it would only take 10 years. Furthermore, the speed at which he was absorbing the spiritual energy of the immortal world and converting it into magic power was also increasing exponentially. In the past, the spiritual energy of the world tree absorbed from the immortal world could be used to refine 336 yuanying pills every day. Now, it could only refine 180 yuanying pills. Those who cultivated the Panwu Great Strength Mystique would have incredible magic power. However, the amount of pills they consumed every day was many times that of ordinary cultivators. If not for the fact that the world tree could absorb large amounts of spiritual energy from the immortal world, Feng Han would not have been able to cultivate the Panwu Great Strength Mystique. These pursuers are really annoying. They've been chasing me for 3 days and 3 nights, and I haven't shaken them off. I must find a chance to get rid of them. As Feng Han flew, he opened his mouth and spat out a ball of watery light. It was as round as the moon on the 15th day of the Lunar New Year. It was actually a water mirror. At this moment, a few faint black dots appeared on the water mirror. They were getting closer and closer to him. He knew that they were the 3 Jin Dan experts. He couldn't help but be angry. He secretly swore to himself that he would kill these 3 people. This was a small technique that Feng Han had learned after cultivating the Black Emperor Water Empress Fist to a small extent. It was called the 1,000 Miles Water Mirror Technique. It could communicate with the water vapor within 1,000 miles and detect all kinds of heresy in a water mirror without anyone noticing. The Black Emperor Water Empress was the ultimate controller of all water sources. If Feng Han cultivated it to the extreme, then the water vapor of the entire world would be his eyes and ears. Feng Han, these three people have a secret technique. I'm afraid we won't be able to shake them off. However, past this grassland is the Dashuan Empire, the #1 empire in the world. That's where the Tai Gate's forces are. They won't dare to mess around. If we hide a little more, it won't be difficult to shake them off. Yandi's voice was transmitted. He had recovered slightly in the past 3 days. The Dashuan Empire? Legend has it that the Dashuan Empire has a huge market where all kinds of rare treasures and materials can be bought. It's thousands of times bigger than the 10,000 returns market. There are even legends that some cultivators have found fragments of ancient Dao artifacts. When Feng Han heard this, he also wanted to see how the Dashuan Empire, the #1 empire in the world, compared to the Li dynasty that he was in. That's right. There are many forces entrenched in the Dashuan Empire's market. There are even Devil Dao experts who hide their identities and do business there, exchanging rare treasures for miraculous medicines. As long as these Devil Dao experts know their place, the Tai Gate won't expel them even if they know their place. They will only collect heavy taxes. Every year, the Tai Gate relies on the Dashuan Empire's huge market to earn countless miraculous medicines and materials to support their millions of disciples. Yandi said softly. Although the Tai Gate claims to exterminate demons, they don't dare to rashly destroy their own market. Otherwise, the sect's resources will immediately run into problems. Every day in such a huge empire, who knows how many miraculous medicines circulate. These resources are turned into taxes and enter the pockets of the Tai Gate. It's equivalent to both the Immortal Dao and the Devil Dao working for the Tai Gate. No wonder the 10,000 returns Immortal Island wants to open an expansion market. The profits are too tempting. Feng Han secretly wondered if he should open up a market on Reincarnation Peak. He would first test it out by letting the sect's disciples trade among themselves and then slowly expand it. However, this idea only flashed through his mind. His current priority was still cultivation. Because time was of the essence, there were only 8 years left before the decisive battle with Hua Tiandu. Let's go. To the Dashuan Empire. A gentle breeze suddenly sped up close to the ground. In an instant, he was hundreds of miles away. Immortal Slayer, this guy is flying much faster. It seems like he's going to enter the Dashuan Empire. The Dashuan Empire is within the Tai Gate's sphere of influence. We can't make a big fuss there. In the distant sky, the Star Destroyer pirate's expression suddenly changed. He seemed to have sensed something. This person is very strange. We've been chasing him for 3 days and 3 nights, but we haven't stopped for even a moment. He's actually still holding on. His dermic powers haven't been exhausted. You should know that even with our Gene Dance cultivation base, we're still absorbing dermic crystals and jade stones to replenish our dermic powers. The piercing moon pirate shook his head. We've lost a lot of dermic crystals and jade stones in this pursuit. We'll have to get back from that young masterling in the future. As he spoke, bang. The dermic powers within a dermic crystal and jade stone were completely absorbed. They lost their effectiveness and turned into powder. Dermic crystals and jade stones were the best spirit stones to replenish dermic powers. Each piece was worth a lot. If one could obtain such spirit stones in battle, one would not have to worry about their dermic powers being exhausted. However, Feng Han did not rely on dermic crystals and jade stones. Instead, he relied on the immortal world spirit chi. Back then, he had obtained a box of dermic crystals and jade stones from underground. They had long been used up. Since this person has a Dao artifact, it's not strange for him to have a large amount of dermic crystals and jade stones. Even if it's not for the employment fee of that young Master Ling, we'll still kill this person and take the many treasures on him. However, once we enter the Dashuan Empire, we'll have to hide our identities and follow this person closely. We'll find an opportunity to kill him secretly. The immortal execution pirate's woman was expressionless. At this moment, Feng Han had been flying for half a day. He could vaguely feel that in the distance, there seemed to be a thick power suppressing the Earth's vitality chi. It seemed to be an extremely majestic and vast building. He hurriedly flew up and looked into the distance. At the end of the horizon, there were patches of white. The closer he flew, the more he saw that the patches of white were actually city walls. The city walls were as tall as a few hundred people. They were pure white and spotless. Within the city walls, tall buildings rose from the ground. Looking from afar, the city was densely packed with people. Outside the city, roads extended in all directions. There were even people flying in the sky and landing in the city. This was something that couldn't be seen in any other country. Feng Han wanted to see the end of the city. However, at a glance, the city seemed to have no end. It was filled with tall houses, rows upon rows of wide streets, and palaces that connected thousands of miles away. Countless rivers flowed through the city, rippling with blue waves. Seeing such a scene, Feng Han's mouth was almost wide open. He had never seen such a majestic city, a large city that stretched for thousands of miles. Dragon Lake City was big enough. As the ancient capital of the previous dynasty, there were singing and dancing everywhere. There were endless streams of horses and carriages, shops and commercial buildings, and countless 10-mile-long streets. It was as prosperous as a raging fire. However, compared to this large city that stretched for thousands of miles, it was simply like a small shabby market in the countryside. That's right, it was a shabby market in the countryside. It was dirty, messy, and extremely backward. Even the governor's mansion of the #1 aristocratic family in Dragon Lake City, the Feng family, couldn't compare to a slightly bigger shop in this city. In terms of cleanliness, it was far inferior. There was no need to mention the enormous palaces in the city. The Grand Xian dynasty, as the #1 empire in the world, is fully deserving of the title. When other countries see this city, I'm afraid they will have thoughts of submitting. Feng Han sighed. At the same time, he revealed his body. However, it wasn't his original appearance. Instead, it was the sea glutton Qigong that transformed into a cold man in black clothes. He gradually descended into the large city. This was because there were many cultivators flying in the sky. Obviously, this large city didn't prohibit people from flying. Feng Han landed on a wide street in the city. Some of the pedestrians on the side of the street made way for him. They showed envious gazes towards him, and there were even some who were discussing spiritedly. This is a divine ability realm expert. He definitely is. I can tell from the aura on his body. It's different from those who fly with the help of magic artifacts. It'll be great if I can cultivate to that level. How can we have enough medicinal pills to cultivate to the divine ability realm? Unless we first cultivate to the 10th layer divine transformation realm, then go to the Tai Gates Secular Martial Arts School to register. If we are lucky, we might be recruited as an outer court disciple. That way, we will be given medicinal pills and have hope of cultivating. Let's think about how to earn Xianhuang coins to buy medicinal pills. The patrolling soldiers are coming. Let's avoid them. These were patrolling soldiers. Unexpectedly, each of them was at the 7th layer divine transformation realm. In other countries, they would be called martial arts masters. They could open a martial arts school to accept disciples and become a master. But here, they were just a small soldier. Xianhuang coins were the currency of the Dashuan Empire. It was not gold or silver, but made of a strange metal. In the world of cultivation, it was sometimes used as currency. However, the hard currency in the world of cultivation was still medicinal pills, flying swords, and magic robes. Feng Han listened to some people's discussion and didn't think much of it. He wandered around the streets of the city, looking for a shop that sold strange medicinal herbs. Strolling through the wide streets of the Dashuan Empire, Feng Han felt the atmosphere of a great country, a real celestial empire. Even he, a cultivator at the 5th layer of the supernatural realm, felt a burst of shock and admiration for this dreamlike city. After touring for a while, Feng Han had a general understanding of some of the local customs of the Dashuan Empire. The people of the Grand Xian Empire were all strong and robust, courageous and powerful. They were especially good at preserving their health. The most special thing was that there were no starving people, nor were there any beggars seen in other countries. It seemed that everyone had food to eat and clothes to wear, which made Feng Han feel very emotional. Most of the ordinary residents cultivated some superficial martial arts, even some weak women seemed to be between the 3rd and 4th layer of the physical body realm, and even knew the moves, and even knew the hard and soft changes of force. Some of the residents with good family backgrounds were actually experts at the fifth layer of the physical body realm. In the Dali Empire, a cultivator at the fifth level of the fleshly body stage was sufficient to become a great general, commanding thousands of troops, fighting on the battlefield, and making illustrious contributions. It was even possible to be conferred a noble title. But here, they were just ordinary residents. Even the patrolling soldiers were experts at the seventh layer of the physical body realm. The quality of the people of the largest empire in the world could be seen. Feng Han knew that the rice planted by the ordinary farmers of the Dashuan Empire was a kind of white sun rice seed distributed by the Tai Gate. It was the best at absorbing the essence of the earth, and was extremely nourishing, and it could produce 30 to 50,000 caddies per mu. It was because of this that the tens of billions of people in the Dashuan Empire did not show any signs of starvation. The imperial court of the Dashuan Empire was also full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Other supernatural realm experts, in some big empires, could even ignore the emperor, but in the Dashuan Empire, it was absolutely not possible. Some of the nobles and ministers in the Dashuan Empire were almost all supernatural realm experts. If the imperial court of the Dashuan Empire was an independent sect, then it would be no less than the 10 immortal sections. Feng Han walked on the wide street. This street was paved with white stones and was spotless. It could allow 50 carriages to walk side by side. There were drainage ditches on both sides of the street. The drainage ditch was not a ditch, but a river more than 10 zhang wide. Every 500 steps there was a bridge, just like the golden river of the imperial palace. After crossing the bridge, there were all kinds of shops. Every shop was decorated with gold and jade in a dazzling manner, not at all inferior to the imperial palaces of an empire. Behind the shops were manors and tall buildings. In Longyuan City, an ordinary 4-story building was already very tall. But here, there were dozens of stories of tall buildings, just like a huge pagoda. People were shuttling back and forth in the sky. There were also some people flying around in the sky. They were cultivators with spirit tools and magic robes or divine ability secret realm cultivators. He had a high and mighty attitude, just like the officials in other empires who were sitting in palanquins. Being able to fly in the sky was a symbol of strength. Feng Han walked around for half a day, secretly using the Black Water Emperor Fist to check on the 3 great assassins, Star Destruction, Piercing Moon, and Celestial Slayer. But unexpectedly, he did not feel anything. At this moment, a huge shop attracted Feng Han's attention. This shop occupied a street that was 10 li long. It was a tall building with bright red walls. There was a jade qilin that was as tall as a few people. There was also a row of meticulous guards wearing bright yellow vests standing at the door, emitting a powerful aura. These guards were actually level 10 physical body realm, divine transformation realm experts. Although their mental strength was not strong enough to become a spirit, it was at least the strength of 5 or 6 fierce horses. What was more impressive was that the bright yellow vests on these guards were all low-grade spirit tools. Feng Han knew that this shop was no small matter. Especially when there was a huge signboard hanging above the shop, Heaven Dao Pavilion. The 3 large words were written in a flamboyant and majestic style. It faintly revealed an overwhelming domineering aura. Feng Han could tell from the aura of the words that the person who wrote the plaque was at a higher level than him. Heaven Dao Pavilion? It seems to have been mentioned in various worlds. Feng Han recalled that in various worlds of the Ascension Gate, the description of the Heaven Dao Pavilion was as follows: a mysterious organization, with both the Celestial Dao and the Demon Dao. They do not do evil, but they specialize in trading magic treasures, pills, and treasures. They have a lot of resources. They have existed for thousands of years. They have a Dao item, whoosh 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 whoosh, a few rays of light descended from the sky. They were all experts. Some of them were in the divine realm, and some of them were disciples of the sects who possessed upper-grade spiritual equipment or even treasure equipment. They all landed in front of the Heaven Dao Pavilion and walked in. Feng Han could vaguely hear many voices. This is the annual treasure auction of the Heaven Dao Pavilion, one of the 3 great treasure pavilions. There are countless magic treasures and pills to be sold. This time I have brought all my belongings. I hope to buy a few pieces of black hero iron to cultivate the great gold vital energy. This was the voice of a cultivator who had just entered the divine ability realm. The black hero iron was also a type of meteoric iron. It contained a rich and pure metal type Xianxia. Although it was far inferior to the Taibai golden star stone, it was still a rare treasure. If one cultivated the Great Freedom Dark Gold Sword Qi, they would only need a few pieces to absorb and have a 50% chance of cultivating Xianxia. I would like to buy a treasure pill furnace. I would like to get a peerless Yuanying pill. I can take it for a year. After a year of hard work, I hope to enter the divine ability realm. Yuanying pill. That is not easy to get. 100 white sun pills can only be exchanged for 1 Yuanying pill. Even the true disciples of the Tai Gate can't have a large amount of Yuanying pill. When Feng Han heard these words, he knew that this was an event organized by a large trade association in the Dashuan Empire that specialized in providing cultivators with treasures. This was not unusual. He wanted to buy some earth elemental treasures for himself to absorb so that he could cultivate the Huang Emperor's Earth Emperor's Dao. Thus, he also walked in with him. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by a guard in a yellow vest. Do you have an invitation from the Heaven Dao Pavilion? Only cultivators with an invitation can enter this treasure auction. If you don't have one, please go back. The yellow vest guard said. Oh? Even I can't enter? Feng Han's finger moved slightly. A gust of Daoist Gang Qi circled around his fingertips, forming a small formation that rotated continuously. Ah. Divine Ability Level 5. A Heaven Tier Expert. The yellow armored guard staggered back a few steps. His face was filled with disbelief. Then, he couldn't help but show respect. The guard had seen a lot of Divine Arcana Realm experts, but a 5th Celestial Realm expert was not ordinary. They were people who could cultivate many kinds of divine abilities, form great formations, and refine spirit weapons. A spirit weapon could allow people without divine abilities to fly. Many people wanted a spirit weapon but couldn't get one. A flying sword could be exchanged for a city. However, people with divine ability level 5 could refine it as they wished. Even in the 10 great sects of the immortal Tao, disciples with divine ability level 5 were nurtured repeatedly. They were rare and precious, and their status rose slowly. In the outside world, an expert at the 5th level of the transcendent realm was considered a master of cultivation. What? This person is a heaven realm expert. That's right, this person is really a heaven realm expert. This person might be here to buy materials for the 5 elements. All 5 elements have to be formed. So this is what a heaven realm expert looks like. In a short period of time, Feng Han caused quite a commotion. After all, it was rare to see a heaven realm cultivator in the cultivation world. In the eyes of many, they were all experts. What are you waiting for? Let me greet Senior. At this moment, a voice was heard. It was a girl in a long dress. Her eyebrows were light green. Feng Han could tell that this girl was a divine ability level cultivator. However, she was only at the 1st level of dermic power and had yet to cultivate true qi. The moment this girl with green eyebrows appeared, she shouted at the yellow armored guard to retreat. She hurriedly invited Feng Han in. I am Lu Mei, a deacon disciple of the Heaven Dao Pavilion. With Senior's cultivation, of course you have the right to participate in the treasure trade meet. The guard is not sensible, please don't take offense. After saying that, Lu Mei handed over an invitation card with both hands. Feng Han grinned and took the invitation card. However, he realized that this invitation card was made of pure gold. On it, there were words carved with cold iron. There were waves of dermic power. It was actually a magic weapon that was difficult to fake. With Senior's cultivation, you can be called a VIP. Please follow Lu Mei to the VIP room. Lu Mei said as she led the way. I have long heard that the Heaven Dao Pavilion is one of the 3 biggest chambers of commerce in the Dashuan Empire. You can even buy and sell Dao weapons. I wonder if it's true. Feng Han followed the green-browed man inside, complimenting him profusely. You flatter me. Dao weapons are precious treasures that can only be found by chance. Although we have them, they are all used to suppress fate. As for buying and selling, I am afraid that is impossible. Those are all rumors from the outside. Lu Mei's words shocked Feng Han. He did not expect the Heaven Dao Pavilion to really have Dao weapons. Before Feng Han could speak, Lu Mei said, I wonder where Senior is from? What do you want to buy at this treasure trade meet? Of course, they are the natural treasures condensed from the essence of the 5 elements. I need the essence of the 5 elements to cultivate the 5 elements skills. As for where I came from, I am a rogue cultivator. Fang Han said with a wooden face, I wonder what you are using to buy treasures. Is it the Dushuan Empire's black gold coin? The black gold coin is a worldly item. Although you can go to many shops to exchange for herbs, a big chamber of commerce like the Heaven Dao Pavilion does not use the black gold coin. The hard currency is the White Sun pill, an upper-grade human-level pill. Lu Mei smiled and explained, of course, if Xianxia has any magic weapons or spirit weapons to sell, you can exchange them for the White Sun pill. Then you can buy the 5 elements items at the treasure trade meet. Xianxia is a Heaven Realm expert. We will definitely buy Xianxia's spirit weapons at a discount. As Lu Mei spoke, she tried to rope him in. So it's the White Sun pill. It can be used as a hard currency. Fang Han nodded. The White Sun pill was the Tai Gate's upper mortal level pill. It was consumed by the inner and outer sect disciples. The main ingredient for refining it was the White Sun rice. However, after 5,000 pounds of White Sun rice was refined repeatedly, with many supplementary herbs, multiple methods, steaming, crushing, washing, fire forging, etc. Only after removing the dregs and extracting the essence, could one White Sun pill be refined. The White Sun pill was of the same level as the life-extending gene pill. If a disciple at the 10th stage of the divine transformation realm had a decent level of talent and had a top-grade cultivation method, they could practice day and night, taking White Sun pills every day for 20 to 30 years. Then, they would have a 50% chance of stepping into the divine ability mystic realm. The White Sun pill was the most suitable pill for all martial arts cultivators. Experts in the divine ability realm were also willing to use it as food. It was also one of the best upper mortal level pills in all the sections. It was on the same level as Acheron's Gate's Heaven Draw pill, and its effects were similar. It was very precious. Of course, if one could take the Yuanying pill, then the chances of entering the divine ability realm would be much higher. However, the Yuanying pill was too rare. In normal transactions, 100 White Sun pills were exchanged for one Yuanying pill. Listening to Lu Mei's explanation, Fang Han gradually understood some of the details of the transaction. For example, a upper mortal level magic weapon, divine travel talisman, wind talisman, armor talisman, etc., would require dozens to hundreds of White Sun pills. And a spirit weapon, such as a flying sword or a robe, would require thousands or even tens of thousands of White Sun pills. As for a treasure weapon, even an ordinary treasure weapon would cost hundreds of thousands or millions of White Sun pills. After a while, Fang Han was brought upstairs to a single room. In this room, there was a huge square outside the window. It was not inferior to the square of the Ascension Gate's gathering. The countless seats in the square were all filled with people. It was as if they were waiting for the people of the Heaven Dao Pavilion to display their treasures one by one. Then, they would look for the right opportunity to buy them. Fang Han was a master of the celestial realm, but he had a VIP seat. There's still some time before our treasure trading conference. This time, there are all kinds of rare spirit medicine and magic weapons, and there are more than 10,000 of them. Among them, there are many treasures that contain the essence of the 5 elements, but their prices are not cheap. I think this is the first time you've come to the Dushuan Empire, so you definitely don't have any White Sun pills to buy. However, you're a heaven tier expert, so you can easily make spirit weapons. Once you make a spirit weapon, hundreds and thousands of White Sun pills will come rolling in. I wonder if you can earn some money to buy treasures with the essence of the 5 elements? Lu Mei looked at Fang Han's expression and asked. That's not necessary, but I do want to sell something. What do you think of the price? As he spoke, Fang Han waved his hand, and a pitch-black robe appeared. On the robe, there was a creepy skull. This was a robe that he took from young Master Ling's 7 followers. It was a lower-grade treasure equipment. Ah? A treasure equipment Dharma robe? Lu Mei was shocked. He quickly took it and touched it. This is made from the silk of the Black Jade Silkworm King, which is more than 1,000 years old. Then, it was made into a formation using the essence of the white bones. When it is integrated into the robe, it contains the power of 100 horses. If an ordinary person drips a drop of blood to refine it, after wearing it, he would be equivalent to a Tier 1 magical power realm expert. This low-grade artifact is worth about 300,000 white sun pills. 300,000? Not bad, not bad. However, 300,000 white sun pills can only be stored in a few hundred gourds. How am I going to take it? Fang Han was satisfied with the price. Senior, you don't have to worry about this. The Heaven Dao Pavilion has countless branches in the Dashuan Empire. I'll give you a crystal card. You can withdraw the pills from our branches at any time. This is the same as banknotes in the mortal world. While speaking, Green Eyebrows took out an amethyst-colored card from his sleeve. There were words flowing on it, and a number appeared. 300,000. Very good. Fang Han knew that the credibility of the Heaven Dao Pavilion was very strong. In the past, even the ancient giants of the Longevity Secret Land came to purchase elixirs. The various worlds recorded such an incident hundreds of years ago. The savage emperor of the devil sect of the wilderness came to purchase elixirs for his hundreds of thousands of disciples. He purchased 1 billion elixirs at once. He used a few peerless weapons like the Five Hells Imperial Cauldron in exchange. In the end, the Heaven Dao Pavilion transferred 1 billion white sun pills to the savage emperor in one day. This incident shocked all the 10 immortal Dao sects. Even the Tai Gate was shocked. This was the first time they saw the power of the Heaven Dao Pavilion. Even the Medicine King Elder of the Ascension Gate came here frequently to purchase pills. One must know that the bigger the immortal Dao sect, the more disciples they had, and the more pills they consumed. The Ascension Gate consumed 500,000 pills a day, while the Tai Gate consumed 5 million pills. After keeping the crystal card, he passed the treasure robe to Lu Mei. With a wave of his hand, the same treasure robes were arranged neatly on the table. There were a total of 6 of them. I still have 6 of these robes. Let's sell them all at once. Ah. Lu Mei looked at the 6 robes in a daze. She couldn't help but exclaim softly. She calmed herself down and said, "This involves millions of pills. I can't make the decision. Senior, please wait." With that, she hurriedly walked out. Fang Han wasn't in a hurry. He just leisurely sipped his tea. This VIP room was very comfortable. The jade table was lit with ambergris. The tea on the table wasn't ordinary tea leaves, but was soaked in pills. Fang Han took a sniff. It was actually the Yuanying pill from the Tai Gate. Evidently, he was treated well. Looking down from the window, there were many people chatting in the square below. There was a sense of superiority. This was the first time Fang Han felt the benefits of cultivating to the celestial realm. If he was still in the yin-yang realm, he would probably be sitting with a group of people in the lower levels. As he was thinking, the curtain suddenly moved. A beautiful middle-aged woman walked in with Lu Mei. This middle-aged woman was wearing a glowing robe. Fang Han could tell that it was a high-grade treasure weapon. It wasn't inferior to the black iron armor. And this middle-aged woman was actually like him. They were both experts in the heaven realm. She could be called a real person. Fang Han was first shocked. He didn't expect to meet such an expert. But thinking about it, the Heaven Dao Pavilion could satisfy the barbaric emperor's request of 1 billion pills. It wasn't strange for them to have experts in the heaven realm. They might even have Jin Dan experts. You're right. How should I address you? The middle-aged woman walked in and stared at Fang Han. Then, she introduced herself. I'm one of the managers of the Heaven Dao Pavilion. You can call me Lady 13. I'm Fang Ling. Fang Han hesitated for a moment. I wonder if the Heaven Dao Pavilion will be able to take my other 6 robes. Lady 13 looked at the 6 robes on the table and smiled. Let's not talk about 6 low-grade treasures. Even if you have 6 supreme-grade treasures, the Heaven Dao Pavilion can still take them. Our Heaven Dao Pavilion might be able to take them. Perfected Fang Ling, you must have obtained these robes from killing the disciples of the Blood Shadow Demon sect, right? Because only the Blood Shadow Demon sect can cultivate dark jade silkworm kings that are more than 1,000 years old, it's easy to make them into robes. Fang Han's face turned cold. This isn't a big deal. The Heaven Dao Pavilion doesn't care about the origin of the treasures. Even if the Blood Shadow Demon Emperor knows about this, he might not dare to cause trouble in the Dashuan Empire. After all, the Tai Gate is here. Lady 13 saw Fang Han's expression and quickly explained. One robe for 300,000 white sun pills. Here's a crystal card containing 1,800,000 white sun pills. If you need, you can withdraw them at any time. As she spoke, Lady 13 handed over another crystal card. Fang Han kept the card in his sleeve. Lady 13 also kept the robes. Both of them benefited from this transaction. Fang Han was secretly shocked when he received 2,100,000 white sun pills. He had never received so many pills in his life. The only time was when he refined 200,000 sky demon pills in the Taiyuan immortal residence and turned them into 200,000 blue sky pills. Now, he received 2 million pills in one go. This was shocking. It was enough to support the disciples of the Ascension Gate for 3 to 4 days. The Heaven Dao Pavilion was indeed rich and overbearing. It was extraordinary. I wonder if perfected Fangling has anything else to sell? The treasure trading convention is about to begin. There are many magic treasures and even earth-level pills that can increase one's lifespan. The more money you have, the more chances you have to obtain treasures. Lady 13 said again. I do have some left. Fang Han thought for a while and took out the flying swords and Dharma robes that he obtained from killing the Suicide Island Master. He obtained 36 flying swords and dozens of Dharma robes from killing the Suicide Island Master. He used a lot of them in the 10,000 returns market. After returning to the mountain, he gave some to his disciples. However, he still had a lot left. These spiritual weapons are all ordinary goods. However, it seems like perfected Fangling obtained them casually and exchanged them for some money. I won't be stingy. I'll take them all. How about 200,000 pills? Lady 13 said. It seems like I'm taking advantage of you. Fang Han didn't bargain and took the pills directly. After this transaction, Fang Han was clean. After checking his body, other than the 2 Dao weapons, the Acheron map and the Blood Firmament Dome, he was left with 300 treasures pouches. They belonged to the 3 core disciples of the Tai Gate, Yao Dian, Xia Yu and Yu Fen. These 100 treasures pouches were also good stuff. Many people wanted them but couldn't obtain them. They were worth at least a few 100,000 pills. However, Fang Han couldn't take them out. Otherwise, it would cause some clues. It wouldn't be good if someone found out. Other than that, Fang Han was left with a strange egg and 10,000 yuanying pill. He found them in the throne of the 7-leaf demon lord after he killed him. He didn't know what kind of egg this was, so he didn't sell it. He would decide when it hatched. Anyway, the huge egg contained a strong life essence. It was definitely not an ordinary item. After checking, Fang Han immediately knew that he wasn't rich. Seeing that Fang Han didn't have anything else to sell, Lady 13 nodded to Lu Mei. Lu Mei, stay here and watch the treasure market with Enlightened Master. If there's anything suitable for Enlightened Master, just tell him. I'll go host the treasure market. Yes. After Lady 13 left, Lu Mei said to Fang Han, the treasure market is about to start. Senior, please look ahead. Fang Han hurriedly looked over. Indeed, there was a large altar in the center of the square. On the altar, dozens of guards in yellow vests were carrying a jade box. In the jade box, there was a piece of divine metal about 8 feet long. It shone brightly, and a boundless chi of Gengjin emanated from the divine metal. This is a piece of Western Tai true gold. It's rich in the essence of the 5 elements. Enlightened Master needs it to cultivate metal-type divine arts. Lu Mei introduced, this piece of true gold is also an excellent material for refining treasured flying swords. The starting price is 500,000 white sun pills. Each increment is 10,000 white sun pills. This is good stuff. Although it's not as good as the Tai Bai Golden Star Rock, after refining this piece of Western Tai true gold, the power of the Baidi Golden Emperor chop will increase by a lot. Yan and Fang Han communicated telepathically. But it's too expensive. 500,000 pills, the Heaven Dao Pavilion is really making money. Indeed, on the altar, Lady 13 appeared. She opened her mouth and immediately suppressed many people who were about to make a move. 500,000 pills was enough to scare off 99% of the people. I want it. Feng Han didn't hesitate and raised his hand. He signaled to Lu Mei. Lu Mei quickly shouted. Instantly, many people below looked towards the VIP room Feng Han was in. 600,000. At this moment, a voice came from another VIP room. Feng Han did not expect that he would be stopped on his first purchase. He was shocked and hurriedly looked towards the VIP room that shouted 600,000 elixirs. After he mastered the Green Emperor Wood Emperor technique, it was hidden in his liver and reached his eyes. His eyesight could see through all kinds of obstacles in the void and reach the realm of reality. He saw a young man in blue sitting in the VIP room. He seemed to have sensed Feng Han's gaze and looked over. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. Feng Han knew that those who could sit in the VIP room were all experts of the 5th level of the transcendent realm or people with status. For example, the son of a sect leader or a member of the royal family of the Dashuan Empire. 600,000 elixirs was not a small number. Even a Jin Dan expert like Wanro would have to sell his treasured weapons to take it out. That person did not even bat an eyelid. It was obvious that he was really rich. However, Feng Han was not one to be outdone. He raised his hand. 700,000. Unexpectedly, the young man in blue did not even hesitate and said, 1 million. Feng Han immediately trembled. At this point, a piece of Western Tai true gold was sold for 1 million elixirs. It had greatly exceeded its value. There was no point in continuing the fight. Furthermore, he only had 2 million elixirs on him. If he saw something good and had no elixirs to buy, he could not possibly snatch it. Therefore, he laughed and put down his arm. He allowed the Western Tai true gold to be bought by the young man in blue. This guy is dead. Feng Han, why don't we go out and aim at his path, kill him and take his treasures to vent our anger? Yan Wawa shouted. I am a disciple of the Ascension Gate after all. Killing someone to snatch their treasures just to buy something is not good. It's not a good thing, so let's just forget it. Feng Han shook his head. Let's see what good things there are below. Although the things in the Heaven Dao Pavilion are a little expensive, they cannot be found outside the Heaven Dao Pavilion. However, there are many treasures that can't be found outside. For example, this Western Draconic First True Gold might not be available in the Myriad Returns market. Lu Mei saw Feng Han's sinister smile and thought that he was angry. She was afraid that he would cause trouble. Although she could suppress it, it would be troublesome. She quickly said, Senior, you don't have to worry about it. There are still good things below. Feng Han waved his hand and looked down. The second treasure was actually 100 treasures pouch. It immediately attracted many people to buy it. In the end, it was bought by a level 3 Divine Ability Realm expert for 400,000 pills. Feng Han immediately thought of selling his 300 treasures pouches. Feng Han was naturally not interested in treasures like these. He continued to look around and saw dozens of treasures. They were all low-grade treasures, flying swords, dharma robes, magic treasures, pill furnaces, and 2 spirit pills. They were actually the Gemini Gates Astral Condensation Pill and the Jiazi Divine Pill, which could increase one's lifespan by 60 years. Hua Tiandu was most proficient in refining pills. These 2 pills were actually sold for the price of 300,000 White Sun pills. However, Feng Han was not interested in these. After waiting for half an hour, there was finally an item that caught Feng Han's attention. The next treasure is a sacred item for cultivating Earth-type divine abilities, the Divine Mountain Pearl. Lady 13 pulled the red cloth off the table and revealed a pearl the size of a human head. The starting price is 1 million White Sun pills. The orb was yellowish-brown in color. As soon as it appeared, countless yellowish-brown lights began to swirl around it. The thick and solid earth essence chi emanated violently. Even Feng Han's Yellow Emperor's Way of the Earth Sovereign began to stir, as if it was about to fly out and devour the orb. Divine Mountain Pearl. You can even get something like this. The Heaven Dao Pavilion is indeed extraordinary. Yan Yu said, when Emperor Huangquan was still around, the Heaven Dao Pavilion was just a small business. Who would have thought that after a few thousand years, it would develop to such an extent? This divine mountain pearl is not inferior to the Taibai Golden Star Rock. In fact, it is slightly stronger. This pearl is formed from the soul of the mountain that contains spiritual energy. Who knows how many thousands of years it has taken to form this pearl? If it continues to absorb the earth essence for a few 100,000 years, it could even transform into a divine mountain. This means that after I obtain this divine mountain pearl and cultivate it, I will be able to cultivate the Huang Emperor's way of the Earth Emperor? This is indeed a good item. My Earth Emperor's Xianxia has not reached the small success stage. If all of them reach the small success stage, I will be able to circulate the 5 elements endlessly. Its power will also increase by a lot. Fang Han nodded his head. Then, he said to Lu Mei, I want it, 100,000. Just as he was about to make his move, a voice sounded from another VIP room. It was not the young man in blue, but a mysterious woman in red with a red veil covering her face. 1,200,000. Fang Han was determined to get this divine mountain pearl. How could he give it up? 1,300,000. The woman in red did not show any signs of weakness. Her aura was calm and her expression was indifferent. On the other hand, the young man in blue did not move at all. It seemed that he was not interested in the divine mountain pearl and did not bid. In the other VIP rooms, no one made a bid. Fang Han knew that there were at least 100 other VIPs besides himself. It could be said that there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. However, the divine mountain pearl was very important to him, so he made another bid. 1,400,000, 1,500,000. The woman in red's voice was still emotionless. 1,600,000. Fang Han licked his lips. 2 million. The woman in red suddenly raised the price by a lot. It seemed that she was impatient to compete with Fang Han. 2,100,000. Fang Han sneered and put his own net worth on the line. He only had 2,300,000 white sun pills in total. 2,500,000. The woman in red did not give Fang Han any chance and made a bid directly. Fang Han let out a long sigh and put down his hand. Senior, don't be angry. That woman in red is a fairy from exquisite paradise. Even the Tai Gate has to be careful of her. Lu Mei knew that Fang Han was angry when she saw that he did not succeed in bidding twice. She quickly tried to calm him down. Are they from exquisite paradise? Forget it. Fang Han laughed at himself. I thought I had some wealth. Today, I know that I am a frog at the bottom of a well. There are a lot of rich bosses in the cultivation world. Heaven Dao Pavilion's Treasure Trade Convention is the world's top treasure trade convention. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Your net worth is nothing at all. Unless you sell the Lord of the Bloody Night and the 5 Hells King Cauldron. Only then can you become one of the richest people in the world. Yan Gaga laughed. I think it's better to sell you off. Emperor Huangquan's talisman, the Water of Oblivion. I'm afraid that you can buy the entire Heaven Dao Pavilion. The Lord of the Bloody Night snorted and said coldly. He was now a weapon spirit with spiritual intelligence. When he heard that Yan Gaga wanted to sell him off, he could not help but be angry. Stop arguing. Look at that treasure. What's that? Fang Han quickly used his mind to stop the 2 weapon spirits from arguing and looked down. After the Pearl of the Mountain God was sold, another treasure was exchanged. It was a huge piece of wood as tall as a person. It was actually carried to the center of the altar by a few divine arcana state experts secretly using their mana and a few precious weapons. This large piece of wood, which was as tall as a person, had an ancient color. There were rings on it, and it was unknown how many rings went deep into the wood. After sniffing it carefully, there was no smell of wood. It seemed to be an ancient fossil. He did not know how heavy it was. This is a nameless piece of divine wood. Even precious weapons cannot destroy it. True fire cannot burn it. Even water cannot soak it. It is a top treasure in the world. The starting price is 100,000 pills. Lady 13 caressed the strange piece of wood and said in a desolate voice, this piece of divine wood was found by an expert in the returning void stage. It might be a fragment of some ancient Dao weapon. If someone can refine it, they will be able to get a huge bargain. This is... Fang Han's eyes widened in shock. His heart started beating rapidly, and the blood in his body started to boil. This is... Yan Gaga was also stunned. He rubbed his eyes with his huge claws and said, "That's right, this is a fragment of the world tree. Such a huge piece. Fang Han, even if you have to risk your life, you must get this fragment. The fragment you got from the 10,000 returns market is only the size of a palm. Although it has been refined into a sapling, if you can absorb it, how powerful will you be? How much spiritual energy can you absorb from the immortal world every day?" A fragment of the world tree the size of a human, the world tree in Fang Han's brow was nurtured by a fragment the size of a palm. In this world, there were very few people who could recognize a fragment of the world tree. Very few, except for those ancient antiques. Even Yan Gaga was not sure. It was only after Fang Han used the Green Emperor Wood Emperor skill that he was able to confirm that it was a fragment. Even Yan Gaga was not sure. No wonder the people of the Heaven Dao Pavilion did not recognize it. They only thought that it was a nameless piece of divine wood. Furthermore, the starting price was only 100,000 pills. Fang Han's world tree could only produce 180 nascent soul elixirs a day because he had opened up a second spiritual sea. But if he could get his hands on the fragment, he would be able to do it. If the world tree expanded, it would be able to absorb more than 100 times more spiritual energy. He could refine tens of thousands of yuanying pills every day. One yuanying pill was equivalent to 100 white sun pills. This meant that Fang Han would be able to produce millions of pills every day. In 10 or 20 years, he would be able to buy the entire Heaven Dao Pavilion. What kind of concept was this? What kind of opportunity was this? The fragment of the world tree could only be cultivated by someone who knew the Green Emperor Wood Emperor skill. Fang Han was the only person in the world who knew how to use this supernatural power. Yan Gaga was not a human and could not master this skill. Compared to this fragment of the world tree, the Western Tai True Gold and Mountain God Pearl were all items that could be thrown into the trash. 200,000. I want this nameless piece of divine wood. Fang Han said immediately. No matter what, he could not let go of this fragment. He was also glad that he did not successfully bid for the Mountain God Pearl. Otherwise, he would have regretted it to death if he did not have any pills to buy this fragment. 300,000. Indeed, from one of the VIP rooms, a voice competing with Fang Han sounded. Another fragment of the world tree appeared. To others, it was a piece of trash that could not be cultivated without the Green Emperor Wood Emperor skill. However, to Fang Han, it was an unparalleled treasure. It was a supreme treasure that could produce large amounts of resources every day. A fragment of the world tree that was as tall as a person. Fang Han could not imagine how much spiritual energy he would be able to absorb after fusing with the world tree sapling, and how many yuanying pills he could refine in a day. Within the Great Xian Empire, there was such a benefit. With a large amount of pills, one would be able to purchase the items one wanted. There was basically no need for one to rush about in search of various natural treasures, fighting and killing, exhausting one's efforts. There were both the Celestial Dao and the Demon Dao, and even the Monster Dao. There were thousands of individual cultivators and sections. Once a sect was established, it would require large amounts of pills. In order to obtain large amounts of pills, one had to use all kinds of treasures to exchange for them in the Dashuan Empire's market. Therefore, countless treasures flowed into the Dashuan Empire's market every day. The power of millions of cultivators was not something that could be compared to any other person's fortuitous encounter. Even if you had hundreds of millions of pills, it was not impossible to buy a supreme treasure like the Five Hells Imperial Cauldron. Didn't you see that one of the 7 great demon emperors of the demon sect, the Manhuang Emperor, used a supreme treasure to exchange for pills? Even the experts of the longevity secret state had to use the advantages of the Heaven Dao Pavilion to get what they needed, let alone the cultivators of the divine power secret state. To be honest, Fang Han came across the Heaven Dao Pavilion's treasure trading convention by chance, purely to see what kind of treasures there were. He did not have much hope. He wanted to increase his cultivation level, so he had to find the 5 elements spiritual roots. However, he did not expect to encounter a fragment of the world tree. And it was such a huge piece, 400,000. Fang Han shouted this number without hesitation. At the same time, he looked over. He wanted to see who was fighting with him for this item. Logically speaking, even the most powerful people of the longevity secret state would not recognize the fragment of the world tree. Normal people would not waste so many pills to buy this useless item. Unless they had too many pills, they would buy it for their collection. In the VIP room that was fighting with him, there was a middle-aged man wearing a white crane cape and a star-shaped crown. He seemed to have sensed that Fang Han was looking at him. With a wave of his hand, a fog appeared in the VIP room, and Fang Han could not see him. 500,000. Just as Fang Han was about to shout this number, he did not expect another person in the VIP room to shout this price first. The person in the VIP room was an old man. He caressed a 7-inch sword in his hand, and his eyes were fixed on the fragment of the world tree. His eyebrows trembled slightly, and it was unknown if he was trying to determine the value of this item. Lu Mei, who are these two people? Fang Han turned his finger, and a jade bottle appeared. The jade bottle was filled with dozens of crystal-clear, finger-sized, baby-like pills. He passed it to Lu Mei. Yuanying pill. Lu Mei was shocked, but he calmed down and kept the jade bottle. That middle-aged man is a cultivator from the Crystal Cave, and that old man is an elder from the Sun and Moon Kenshu. They are both seniors above the Heaven Realm. 600,000. At this moment, the young man in blue shouted. He obviously did not know what the nameless divine wood was, but he wanted to buy it for research. 700,000. The red-clothed woman's voice did not waver, and Fang Han felt a chill in his heart. 800,000. Fang Han waved his hand. He was very nervous. He did not have enough money. 2 million elixirs might seem like a lot, but it was not worth mentioning compared to some rich people in the world of cultivation. Just look at the masked woman in red. She could buy the mountain god pearl with 5 million pills without batting an eyelid. 900,000. The middle-aged man in the crane robe and star crown shouted from the VIP room. 1 million. Another dark horse appeared out of nowhere. It was conveyed from another VIP room. Fang Han wanted to run over and kill everyone who was fighting with him for the fragment of the world tree. However, he suppressed the anger in his heart. The Heaven Dao Pavilion was unfathomable, and he could not kill anyone for the treasure. Not to mention his cultivation, even the longevity secret area would have some reservations. The background of the Heaven Dao Pavilion was unfathomable. The one who bid 1 million was a devilish man with purplish black hair. He wore a loose robe and held a white scepter in his hand. The material of the scepter seemed to be ivory, rhinoceros horn, and human bone. At this moment, he stood up straight and stared straight at the fragment of the world tree. He shook his head, nodded, and then shook his head again. This guy is mysterious. Where did he come from? Fang Han thought. He is also a rogue cultivator, but his background is unknown. Lu Mei said hurriedly. 1,100,000. Fang Han increased the price without hesitation. Some of the cultivators below began to discuss. They did not expect that a useless item could be sold for 1 million pills. Could it really be a fragment of an ancient Dao weapon? I think it's probably the case. Otherwise, the big shots in the VIP rooms above would not be fighting like this. It's a pity that we're not that rich. Only experts at the 5th level of the celestial realm can set up great formations and refine spirit artifacts to sell. Only then can we make a lot of money. Any material that is refined into a formation will be worth 100 times more. A Heaven Realm expert is indeed powerful. 1,200,000. The demonic man with the scepter raised the price again. Fang Han gritted his teeth slightly. Fang Han, that man is a great sky demon king. His mana is very high. I'm afraid he has already cultivated the sky demon Jin Dan, or even stronger. Yan reminded, however, since he is not a demon god, he probably does not recognize the fragment of the world tree. Even demon god Jiao Yin and demon god Jiao Yang would not recognize it. Unless he is an extremely ancient sky demon god. However, those ancient sky demon gods are all level 80 to 90 levels of the longevity secret realm. If they descend on the Xianhuang Great World, they will cause a commotion. 1,300,000. Fang Han ignored Yan's words. He was determined to win. 1,500,000. Almost as soon as Fang Han's voice fell, the masked woman in red raised the price by 200,000. He also looked determined to win. Fang Han couldn't figure him out. 2 million. Fang Han gritted his teeth and raised the price by 500,000. This was also cutting off all means of retreat and risking his life. Sure enough, he raised the price to 2 million. The few people who were competing were immediately shocked. The old man from the Sun and Moon Xianxia looked at Fang Han in surprise. He shook his head and gave up. The young man in blue also felt that 2 million pills was too high a price. He also gave up. However, the middle-aged man with the crane star crown from the Crystal Grotto added, 2,100,000. The man with the scepter, who was suspected to be the great Sky Demon King, shook his head and did not raise the price again. 2,500,000. The masked woman in red was still calm. She shouted a sky-high price without a change in her expression. She seemed to know that this was Fang Han's limit. 3 million. Fang Han clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. His face was ferocious as he slowly spat out 3 words. This time even Lady 13 was surprised because she knew that Fang Han did not have so many elixirs on him. Senior. You. Lu Mei knew that Fang Han's total assets were only 2,300,000 pills. Don't panic. I still have a large amount of yuanying pill on me. And a few treasures. It definitely won't be less than 3 million pills. Fang Han said fiercely. He did have more than 10,000 yuanying pill on him. If they were exchanged for white sun pills, they would be worth more than 1 million. Therefore, he could take out 3 million pills. No one would have thought that an unknown piece of wood could be sold for the sky-high price of 3 million pills. Seeing Fang Han shout out the price of 3 million pills, the masked woman in red from Exquisite Paradise's veil seemed to move a little. She seemed to be hesitating, but in the end, she did not shout out a higher price. Shoo! Fang Han breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that there was no one present who knew the value of the item. If there was someone who knew the value of the item, he would never be able to buy this precious fragment. It was worth it even if he had to use a Dao tool to exchange for this fragment. After a while, Lady 13 brought the nameless divine wood to the VIP room and placed it in front of Fang Han. However, Fang Han returned the 3 million crystal card to Lady 13. He also took out a total of 7,000 nascent soul pills and stored them in 7 or 8 large gourds. Seeing that Fang Han could take out so many yuanying pill, Lady 13 and the others looked at each other in surprise. Logically speaking, even a true disciple of the Tai Gate could not carry so many yuanying pill with him. Fang Han ignored their surprised eyes and waved his hand. A cloud of Xianxia wrapped around the huge fragment and it immediately disappeared. It was directly pulled into the Acheron map, allowing the Acheron's holy water to wash away some of the filth and messy spirit. The world tree had been broken for a long time, and those fragments were contaminated with the filth between heaven and earth. They had to be washed away with the art of oblivion. This was also one of the reasons why many experts could not refine it. Art of oblivion, Azure Emperor Wood Emperor technique, pure young immortal chi, all kinds of conditions could make the world tree shine again. It sprouted. After washing it with the art of oblivion, Fang Han's eyebrows moved slightly. The sapling of the world tree seemed to have sensed the same kind of vitality. Suddenly, endless roots pierced into the huge fragment. Kacha, the huge fragment suddenly turned into a mass of chaotic wood chi and was absorbed by the sapling's roots. The two had completely merged into one. Suddenly, the sapling between Fang Han's eyebrows swelled violently. It turned out that the sapling did not grow. It could not grow an inch in 10,000 years. But after absorbing the fragment of the same origin, it grew wildly. Fang Han immediately felt the endless immortal world spiritual chi pouring down. It was more than 100 times stronger than before. He hurriedly channeled a large amount of immortal world spiritual chi into the Acheron map. Kaka. The world tree is worthy of being called the most wondrous tree in the Xianhuang Great World. It's the only treasure between heaven and earth, a primordial spirit that existed since the beginning of time. The speed at which it absorbs spiritual energy is no less than that of the secret realm of longevity. When you find all the fragments and restore the world tree to its original form, how powerful will it be? I'm afraid even the three ancient emperors and the primordial divines won't be in your eyes. You'll be able to dominate the heavens. Yanli cackled when he sensed a large amount of spiritual energy from the world of immortals rushing into the Acheron map. His injuries seemed to have healed somewhat. Being soaked in spiritual energy from the world of immortals had indeed benefited him greatly. The spiritual energy of the world of immortals contained various kinds of vital energy that were beneficial to the human body. For example, there were 9 types of pure yang vital energy, some light vital energy, and many types of pure vital energy that greatly nourished the mind. However, Yanli didn't have a physical body, so he could only absorb pure yang vital energy. Only experts of the secret realm of longevity could refine the spiritual energy of the world of immortals into 9 types of pure yang vital energy. Therefore, he could only rely on the spiritual energy of the world of immortals to heal his injuries. He couldn't cultivate on his own to increase his cultivation. The boundless spiritual energy of the world of immortals was now lost in the Acheron map. Finally, it slowly descended into the Acheron River. Stimulated by the unruffled water, it immediately condensed into sparkling pearls the size of a thumb. The pearls were faintly discernible with the image of a baby in the center. It was the Yuanying pill. The Acheron map had the ability to refine large quantities of pills. As long as there was enough vital energy and ingredients, refining pills wasn't a problem. It was much easier than refining the 5 Hells Imperial Cauldron, especially now that Yanli was in the celestial realm. He could refine pills in batches, unlike other cauldrons that had to be quenched, selected, condensed, and so on. For example, last time, nearly 200,000 Sky Demon pills were all refined into Blue Sky pills in a few breaths. Over 1,000 Yuanying pills were produced in one go. The spiritual energy of the world of immortals was still rolling down through the world tree, constantly condensing into pills. Every moment, there would be new pills being produced. It was simply an endless source of income. Given enough time, Feng Han would become the richest man in the cultivation world. At this rate, I can refine more than 30,000 nascent soul pills with the abundant spiritual energy in the immortal world every day. If converted to white sun pills, that would be more than 3 million pills. With enough time, what can't I buy? Feng Han calculated the huge flow of spiritual qi in the immortal realm and knew that it was more than 100 times stronger than before. Excluding the spiritual qi that he needed for daily cultivation, the huge remaining wealth was enough to support about 1/10 of a sect. Of course, the one who benefited the most from the sudden growth of the world tree sapling was the Wood Emperor's energy. When Feng Han sensed that the sapling was growing violently, an endless amount of wood energy collapsed and poured into the Wood Emperor's Gang Qi formation hidden in his liver. The Gang Qi formation suddenly roared fiercely. Strands of Gang Qi rubbed against each other, producing a violent thunder. It was the Ewood Divine Lightning. When cultivated to the extreme, the 5 elements Gang Qi would produce lightning. The Ewood Divine Lightning, the Wu Earth Divine Lightning, the Kuei Water Divine Lightning, the Gung Metal Divine Lightning, and the Fire Divine Lightning. Only by refining a type of Gang Qi into a grand formation, circulating it endlessly and continuously refining it until it finally produced Divine Lightning, would it be considered a true consummate Gang Qi. Sensing the changes in his body, Feng Han nodded in satisfaction. The world tree is indeed the #1 holy object. If I can get other fragments and merge them with it, it will continue to grow. If I can produce 500,000 Yuanying pills every day, the supply of pills for the entire Ascension Gate will be no problem. I'm afraid that even the position of sect master will be given to me. Feng Han believed that as long as he could produce 500,000 Yuanying pills every day, Feng Baiyu might really give up the position of sect master to him. 500,000 Yuanying pills every day. That would be crazy. Even 500,000 white sun pills every day would be a big deal. However, the probability of using the white sun pill to cultivate was much lower than the probability of using the Yuanying pill. If a level 10 physical body stage god transformation cultivator used the white sun pill for 20 years, he would have a 50% chance of entering the divine realm. However, if he used the Yuanying pill for 20 years, he would have a 90% chance of entering the divine realm. It was simply incomparable. Spiritual Master Fengling, do you still have a large amount of Yuanying pills? If you do, the Heaven Dao Pavilion is willing to buy them at a high price. Mistress 13 and Lu Mei saw that Feng Han had been in a daze ever since he took the huge piece of nameless divine wood. After about half an hour, seeing that he was still in a daze, they looked at each other to remind him. Of course I have a large amount of yuanying pills. How do I buy them? Could it be that one pill can be exchanged for more than 100 sun pills? Feng Han snapped out of his daze and suppressed his wild excitement. He put on a fake smile and said, however, I am willing to exchange them for the treasures of the Heaven Dao Pavilion that contain the essence of the 5 elements. The Heaven Dao Pavilion definitely has treasures of the 5 elements. The 2 that appeared just now are nothing. There are still good things to come, but there is nothing good today. If you are interested, you can wait in Taibai City for 10 days. After 10 days, there will be an even bigger treasure market. Lady 13 tempted him with interest. At that time, there will be peerless treasures. There will even be Taibai Golden Star Stone, 10,000 layer water essence, 3rd Fire Thunder Luster Sand, 9th Ground Living Soil Crystal, Blue Dragon Bodhi Sun Wood, and other 5 elements essence treasures. If you have a large amount of yuanying pills, you can take them all and your 5 elements Abijna will definitely reach great success. It won't be a problem for you to reach level 6 of the Divine Realm. You have all 5 of these items? Feng Han was slightly stunned. Then, he asked, do you have the 5 elements spiritual roots? 5 elements spiritual roots? Lady 13 looked at Feng Han in surprise. You must be joking, immortal Fengling. The 5 elemental spiritual root is a rare treasure in the world. It's not inferior to a Dao artifact. Even if we have it, we'll keep it for ourselves. We won't sell it. After a pause, Lady 13 said, if you have more than 100,000 yuanying pills, we are willing to buy them at a price of 120 per pill. If you can sell 1,000,000 yuanying pills, we are willing to buy them at twice the price. Twice the price. Feng Han took a deep breath. He felt that the Heaven Dao Pavilion was in urgent need of the yuanying pill. However, 1,000,000 yuanying pills was no small matter. Even with the speed at which the world tree absorbed spiritual energy from the divine realm, Feng Han would still need more than a month to accumulate them. We will talk about it then. Since there is nothing good to sell today, I will go to other places to shop. If I remember correctly, there are 2 other big chambers of commerce in Taibai City, the 6 Ways Alliance and the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. I can go and take a look. Feng Han stood up. As expected, the treasure auction continued. However, there was nothing good left. There were only some low-grade treasures, and at most, mid-grade treasures. There were also some rare spirit herbs, demon beast bones, and so on. These items were good for ordinary experts of the divine realm, but they were normal for experts of the celestial realm. There were many big cities in the Dashuan Empire. The city that Feng Han came to was called Taibai City. It had a radius of more than 8,000 miles and a population of hundreds of millions. It was not the biggest city. The real capital of the Dashuan Empire was called Xianxia City. It was the heavenly palace in the human world, the #1 in the world. In the Dashuan Empire, the 3 most famous chambers of commerce were the Heaven Dao Pavilion, the 6 Ways Alliance, and the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. Countless rare treasures, magical treasures, and medicinal pills circulated within the 3 chambers of commerce every day. They were either bought or sold. Spiritual Master Fengling, please wait. Seeing that Feng Han was about to leave, Lady 13 hurriedly shouted. A platinum card appeared in her hand. This is the VIP card of the Heaven Dao Pavilion. There are many benefits. If you really have a large amount of yuanying pill, selling it to us first is definitely the right choice. Okay, I will come and take a look in 10 days. To be honest, Feng Han was also interested in the treasures that would be auctioned in 10 days. Especially the peerless treasures that Lady 13 had mentioned. That would be worth at least tens of millions of elixirs. It was no small matter. As for the 5 elements essence, the 9 heavens living soil crystal was much more valuable than the mountain god pearl. He must get it this time. The world tree could produce more than 30,000 yuanying pill every day. In 10 days, it would produce more than 3 million yuanying pills. That would be close to 40 million yuanying pills. this huge amount of wealth would allow Fang Han to shock everyone in terms of price. Immediately, Fang Han left the VIP room. Lu Mei, do you think this person is someone who has a large amount of Yuanying pill? Lady 13 looked at Fang Han's back and frowned. It is said that the production of the Yuanying pill requires a large amount of spiritual energy from the immortal world, as well as some herbs and a cauldron. Only the Tai Gate, who has immortal weapons, can produce such a large amount of Yuanying pill. Other than that, no other immortal Dao sect can. I don't believe that this person has the ability to produce the Yuanying pill. Unless he has an expert from the immortal secret region backing him. It's hard to say, but this person's strength is definitely more than that. I used the celestial compass to take a look. This person's mana is equivalent to hundreds of thousands of galloping horses. He is definitely not an expert from the immortal realm. He could be an expert from the Jin Dan realm. Or even stronger. As she spoke, Green Eyebrows took out a small round ball. There were many silver threads spinning on the ball. Take a look, there are many mysterious people coming here every day. Just pay attention to this. Lady 13 nodded. At this moment, Fang Han walked out of the Heaven Dao Pavilion and was about to find a place to familiarize himself with the World Tree. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Wait. He quickly turned his head and saw a red-clothed masked woman. She was none other than the expert from Exquisite Paradise who had bought the Mountain God Pearl. Fang Han stopped in his tracks and looked at the masked woman in red. The scarf on the woman's face was a thin layer. Logically speaking, anyone with slightly better eyesight would be able to see through the scarf and see her true face. However, Fang Han used his eyesight to see through the haze and knew that this was an extraordinary precious weapon. Fang Han had a good impression of the people from Exquisite Paradise. After all, the 28 great divine powers in his life were all given to him by Fairy Huiyun of Exquisite Paradise. Moreover, Exquisite Paradise was the first sect in the immortal Dao to fight against the Tai Gate. They were not afraid of the strong and had boundless mana. Moreover, there was also the legendary venerable immortal Ling Long who made him want to meet her. Of course, he had killed the Nightless Island Lord, whose wife was a true disciple of Exquisite Paradise. There were more or less troubles involved. In summary, it was better to observe the situation of Exquisite Paradise from afar and avoid too much contact with them. However, since the other party had spoken and he was not using his true identity, there was nothing to worry about. What's the matter? Fang Han put on a cold and unapproachable attitude. I'm Piaoyun of Exquisite Paradise. I have a few questions for you. How is it? I already know that you urgently need the 5 elements essence Qi to cultivate the 5 elements divine powers and break through to the next realm. Maybe there's something I can help you with. The masked woman in red revealed her identity. Fang Han felt that when she spoke, her eyes were staring at him from head to toe, as if she was looking for something. Go ahead. Fang Han licked his lips. The masked woman in red waved her hand and said, "This is not the place to talk. Please follow me." While speaking, she turned into a ray of red light and flew up. Fang Han did not hesitate. He leaped up and turned into a ray of clear light, leaping in the sky and catching up with the woman. Flying in this dreamlike Taibai city, Fang Han saw the red light descending and arriving at a 36-story majestic tower. There were glittering golden words on the top of the tower, Exquisite Pagoda. Fang Han also landed. He didn't care what others would do to him. In the Dushuan Empire, he didn't need to worry about murder or assassination. Besides, Exquisite Paradise was also a decent sect. After landing in the tower, Fang Han saw that it was paved with gold and jade everywhere. There were gorgeous carpets and even spiritual weapons hanging in some places. Standing on the tower, one could overlook many sceneries of Taibai City, which was a boundless enjoyment. This exquisite pagoda is the property of Exquisite Paradise in the Dushuan Empire. I wonder if you want to set up such a property in the Dushuan Empire. The masked woman in red, Piaoyun, had already sat down and motioned Fang Han to sit down as well. Fang Han looked at her and said, "Let's get to the point. I don't like to beat around the bush." "Alright then. Fellow Taoist, please tell me what exactly is that nameless divine wood? Although it's a little strange, it's not worth you to buy it at the price of 3 million spirit pills." Besides, in order to buy it, you also spend a lot of yuaning pill. Among the various sects, the nascent soul pill is the best pill. Fellow Taoist is not a disciple of the Greater One sect. Where did you get such a large amount of pills? The red-cloaked masked woman, floating cloud, spat out a series of questions. This is my privacy. It seems a little presumptuous of you to inquire about it. Feng Han gave a hollow laugh and said, as for the nameless divine wood, I don't know its origin, but I happen to practice the wood magic. Since it's a piece of divine wood, I'll buy it and see if I can refine it. Maybe I can make a breakthrough in my cultivation. The masked woman in red smiled at herself and said, it seems that you really don't want to tell me the truth. But if you tell me the truth, I'm willing to give it to you. While speaking, she waved her hand. A yellow cloud flashed by, and the mountain divine pearl appeared in front of Feng Han. Feng Han put on a fake smile and said without looking at it, this mountain divine pearl is a good treasure. It can push any earth magic to the great completion stage. But I want the 9 heavens living soil crystal. My friend, you're too arrogant. The 9 heavens living soil crystal is a rare earth magic treasure. I'm afraid you can't get it without 10 million spirit pills. The masked woman in red, Piao Yun, was stunned and said, it seems that I underestimated your wealth. But I'm afraid you want to use the yuaning pill to exchange for it. How about this? I know that the Heaven Dao Pavilion gives you a price of more than 100,000 yuaning pill. Use 120 white sun pills to exchange for it. 1 million white sun pills is twice the price. How about this? As long as you can provide me with 100,000 yuaning pill at once, I'll give you double the price. How about that? Double the price for everything. Feng Han was tempted. He couldn't help but be tempted, because the market price was 100 white sun pills for 1 yuaning pill. However, if you took 1 million white sun pills, you wouldn't be able to get 10,000 yuaning pills, because yuaning pills were rare and there was no stock. 100,000 or 1 million yuaning pills was a huge sum. The Heaven Dao Pavilion, the Six Ways Alliance and the 9 Cauldron Pavilion could afford it, but the other chambers of commerce might not. But to buy everything at double the price, it seemed like they were desperate. Why are they buying so many yuaning pills? Could it be that Exquisite Paradise has received some news? Feng Han was quick-witted, and he thought of the appearance of the divine race. With the appearance of the divine race, the major sects wanted to increase their strength rapidly, and the most important thing was pills. If the disciples of the Ascension Gate could use the yuaning pill to cultivate every day, in less than 3 to 5 years, divine secret realms would definitely pop up like bamboo shoots after the rain. It wouldn't be a problem to increase dozens of them in a year. Even the experts of the Heaven Realm and the Jin Dan could increase their strength rapidly if they consumed large amounts of yuaning pills every day. For an expert like Feng Han, the spiritual energy he absorbed from the immortal world was equivalent to 500 yuaning pills. Double the price is indeed generous. How about this? I promise you, 10 days later. I will take out 300,000 yuaning pills for you, but I don't know if you can swallow them all. Feng Han thought for a while, shrugged his shoulders, and pretended to be relaxed. He could produce about 30,000 yuaning pills every day, and if he bought all of them at double the price, it would be 6 million white sun pills. 60 million in 10 days. That was an unimaginable amount of wealth. 300,000. Can you really take out 300,000 yuaning pills in 10 days? You know, even the first elder of the Tai Gate, a person of the 10th level of the supernatural power, can't take out so many yuaning pills at once. This time, it was the masked woman floating clouds' turn to be shocked. She originally asked for a big price to test Feng Han, but she didn't expect Feng Han to be so fierce. He said he would take out 300,000 yuaning pills in 10 days. Don't you know it in 10 days? Feng Han clapped his hands. May I know where you will live in the next 10 days? Or will you go to get the yuaning pills? Floating Cloud asked. Feng Han waved his hand. I'll just wander around Taibai City for 10 days. As for the yuaning pills, I will come to trade in 10 days. Please prepare enough yuaning pills at that time. Of course. Fellow Taoist, please. Feng Han's body turned into a beam of green light and disappeared again. Senior Sister Lianyun, do you think it's possible for this person to take out 300,000 yuaning pills? Just after Fang Han left, Floating Cloud turned around and a woman in green walked out. Every step she took, she exuded an aura like an emperor. Her body exuded an invisible pressure, and the heavenly gate above her head was faintly golden. She was a person of the 7th level of the supernatural power, a person of the Desheng Jindan realm. Although this person is an expert of the 5th level of the supernatural power, his magic power is unfathomable, and he has a supreme treasure. I don't know where he came from, but if he can really provide 300,000 yuaning pills, we can definitely make friends with him. Our exquisite paradise is currently lacking peerless pills like nascent soul pills. Recently, Sect Master has been comprehending the great heavenly Tao in the endless void. He vaguely sensed that a great calamity is coming to the Xianhuan Great World, so he ordered us to do everything possible to improve our strength. The senior sister Lianyun, who had reached the Desheng Jindan realm, said, "Unfortunately, senior sister Huiyun was trapped in the Taiyuan Immortal Mansion 10 years ago and died. Otherwise, with her aptitude, she would have a chance to enter the immortal secret realm." Senior sister Lianyun, since this person has 300,000 yuaning pills, then we really have to prepare 60 million yuaning pills to exchange with him. Don't worry, our exquisite paradise is a gate of the immortal Tao, so we can still take out these pills. However, a figure of over 10 million would have to be reported to the grand elders of the sect. Furthermore, this person had to be roped in. Over the next few days, we'll come up with a plan to win him over. Meanwhile, Fang Han was secretly making his way around Taibai City. The city was so large that even with his divine abilities, he wouldn't be able to cover it in a short time. Therefore, he used his divine abilities to make sure no one was following him. Then he used the Sea Glutton energy art to transform into a different person. After finding an inn to settle down in, he went into secluded meditation and began to work on his cultivation. Before going into secluded meditation, he tried to sense the whereabouts of the 3 Jindan assassins, but couldn't find anything. That said, he wasn't worried, and instead had Yan Shan and the Lord of the Bloody Night stand guard. The main reason he was going into secluded meditation was to connect his psyche with the world tree. As of this moment, the world tree on his forehead seemed both real and illusory. It had taken root in both of his seas of consciousness, and was now connected to the roots of the world tree. The sapling was now 100 times larger than it had been before, with luxuriant foliage. As it absorbed the spirit energy of the immortal world, it was constantly transforming it into a yuaning pill on the Acheron map. One with the tree. Fang Han said, focusing all of his psyche on becoming one with the world tree. Gradually, his psyche entered the leaves and roots of the sapling. All of a sudden, he had an idea as he followed the roots of the world tree into the boundless void. The fact that the world tree could absorb the spirit energy of the immortal world meant that it could communicate with the immortal world. If he followed the roots of the world tree, would he be able to sense the immortal world as well? After all, to sense the immortal world, one had to use their psyche to defy the heavens and change one's fate. They could open the gate to the immortal world, absorb vital energy, and cultivate to the point where they could become immortal. That was a level unique to the secret realm of longevity. Perhaps he could use the world tree to take a shortcut? One had to know that in the ancient legends, even mortals could enter the immortal realm by climbing the world tree. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Fang Han's heart began to pound. What was the immortal realm? In the most ancient legends, the immortal realm was the origin of all the worlds in the universe. It was in a supreme position, in a mysterious space-time that no one knew about. The immortal realm was equivalent to the great Tao. It was an illusory Tao that affected every living being. In the immortal realm, there was the Tao of immortality. All space-time was the realm of eternal freedom. Becoming an immortal, cultivating to become an immortal. It was the highest pursuit of every living being in the universe. Physique level 10, divinity level 10, longevity level 10. The arduous cultivation of each realm, the struggle between life and death, was all for one goal, and that was to become an immortal. Enter the immortal realm. Step into the origin of the world, the highest and most mysterious spacetime, and become an unattainable existence that was revered by countless living beings. The spiritual chi of the immortal realm was the vital chi that the immortal realm experts relied on to survive. The first realm to become an immortal realm expert was to use the vast spiritual chi to sense the location of the immortal realm, and then open the door to the immortal realm to receive the immortal chi. achieving a lifespan of 10,000 years, an immortal body, comprehending the laws of time and space, and so on. What Fang Han wanted to do now was to see if he could directly reach the immortal realm. If he could do it, then Fang Han would be the first person in history to reach the immortal realm with Divinity Level 5, Celestial Realm Cultivation Base. No one would be able to imagine how powerful it was at such a level. Perhaps, it would really cause Fang Han's cultivation base to increase greatly, and he would reach the immortal realm in 10 years. Suppressing his excitement, Fang Han returned to a calm state of mind. His spiritual qi, which was as clear as crystal, spread along the roots of the world tree and penetrated the endless void. This was the first time he used his spiritual qi to comprehend the mysteries of the void. There were endless spacetime storms in the void. Before reaching the immortal realm, trying to comprehend it would easily burn one's body, and even one's soul would be shredded and turned into an idiot. But now, Fang Han was using the roots of the world tree as protection. He believed that there would not be any big problems. However, he soon realized that something was amiss. His consciousness seeped into spacetime through the roots. Rumble. Fang Han felt like the world was spinning. There was no light from the sun and moon. All of his consciousness was lost in the endless spacetime. He felt as if his soul had left his body. He was alone and helpless in the depths of spacetime. He would never be able to return. Fang Han could see boundless storms roaring around him, extending into the distance. These storms were spacetime storms. Even a first or second level longevity secret realm expert who had yet to comprehend the laws of space would be torn to shreds, let alone a weak soul. However, Fang Han was now enveloped by a clear light that prevented him from being harmed by the spacetime storm. However, there was no way back. This abnormal danger meant that he was completely lost, and his spirit could no longer return to his body. Don't worry. As long as I use the power of the world tree, it will take me back. At this moment, Fang Han forcibly suppressed his spirit. Instead, he developed strong confidence and an indestructible belief. Step by step, he advanced fiercely. In the end, he actually started running. In the spacetime storm, he ran with his soul. He was not afraid of getting lost. Suddenly, the spacetime storm in front of him became even more violent. The clear light around him was on the verge of collapse, as if it was going to be completely torn apart. Fang Han felt waves of pain in his soul. His spirit was severely damaged. He knew that this was an extremely dangerous moment. At this critical juncture, he shook his body violently. All of his spirit condensed again. His entire soul was condensed until it was sparkling, as if it was about to ignite. All of a sudden, his entire soul was able to see through the depths of the distant space, where there seemed to be a vague origin point. This was the spiritual fire. It was only after reaching the 6th level of the divine power realm that one could comprehend the natal true fire. One could use the spiritual fire to burn the divine power. In the end, one could burn a talisman made of various divine power into a Jin Dan. As for the spiritual fire, it could burn one's magic power and explode with unimaginable power. However, it would damage one's cultivation base. The 6th level of the divine power realm, the spiritual fire, burned one's magic power as a means of desperation. The 7th level of the divine power realm, the Jin Dan, self-destructed the Jin Dan. It was also a means of desperation. The 5th level of the divine power realm, the celestial being, did not have any means of desperation. This time, he almost ignited the spiritual fire. Seeing the mysterious origin of the endless space-time clearly, Fang Han was excited. Could that be the immortal world? He was ready to go all out. However, at this moment, the space-time storm became even more violent. It surged over in an overwhelming manner. Crack! The green light around Fang Han's body shattered like an eggshell. His entire soul was immediately shattered. Puff! Fang Han, who was outside, spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he opened his eyes. His face was incomparably weak. What a pity. If my spiritual power was stronger, this world tree could have absorbed more fragments. I might have been able to see the real immortal world. Fang Han, the immortal world isn't that easy to comprehend. Even if your magic power was 10 times stronger, you still wouldn't be able to come into contact with the gate of the immortal world. Yandy said sternly, don't do such dangerous things in the future. It's easy to die. It's true danger. However, although I didn't see what the immortal world looks like this time, I comprehended a lot of things. I also brought back a trace of the spacetime storm's power. It's just right for me to cultivate the great cutting art. Fong Han laughed strangely. A trace of pitch-black lines danced on his fingertips. They seemed to be zither strings. It turned out that the cultivation of the great cutting art required the power of space. This was really difficult for a divine power realm expert. When Fong Han was in the Taiyuan immortal abode, when Feng Baiyu attacked the palace, he found an opportunity to absorb some of it. However, it was still difficult to achieve. The great cutting art was a supreme-level divine power of the sky demon. After cultivating it, with a wave of his 5 fingers, he could cut the void in all directions. It was more powerful than any magic treasure. There was no need for a flying sword. Even a supreme-grade flying sword would be cut open when it came in contact with it. Even the bloodshed soul-extinguishing sword could not withstand it. However, with Fong Han's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to cultivate it to the great perfection realm and burst out the spatial thunder. I've thought it through. If I'm going to cultivate, I'll do it ruthlessly. In these 10 days, I'll use my mind to comprehend the immortal world every day. Cultivate the great cutting art. Comprehend the magic of space. Fong Han absorbed a large amount of spiritual qi from the immortal world into his mind to recover his damaged mind and magical power. He closed his eyes and entered a state of meditation. Gradually, 1 day passed, 3 days passed, 10 days passed. Fong Han underwent this extremely dangerous cultivation every day. His mind was sharpened and the great cutting art seemed to have made progress. As for Yandy, he had to condense a large amount of yuanying pill every day. With the spiritual qi of the immortal world, he could condense 36,721 yuanying pill every day. Not one bit less. In 10 days, he had condensed more than 367,000 pills, which he stored in the Acheron map. It was basically the equivalent of a mid-sized immortal Dao sect's pill-making lab. One person was like an entire sect. In addition to the 10 immortal Dao sects, the 7 divisions of the Dao of Devils, and the 5 sects of the Dao of Demons, there were many other smaller sects with tens of thousands of disciples. Even then, they didn't have as many pills as Fong Han did. One day, Fong Han rose to his feet, and his aura changed. Deep in his eyes, his psychic power and will flickered, almost as if they wanted to ignite a flame that would ignite his psychic power and magical power. Although the 10 days of cultivation hadn't improved his divine abilities, his vision had improved, and his aura had undergone a heaven-shaking, earth-toppling transformation. It's time to make the deal. Let's go. Fong Han used the Sea Glutton energy art to revert to his original appearance, then flew toward the Dazzle Gem Pagoda. You really are punctual, fellow Taoist. 10 days later, Tianyi is here to make the deal. I wonder if the 300,000 yuanying pills have been prepared. I have already prepared 60 million white sun pills. It took a lot of effort to mobilize them. Many great elders of exquisite paradise agreed with each other before the pills were approved. When Floating Cloud saw Fong Han fly into the Dazzle Gem Pagoda, she breathed a sigh of relief, almost as if she were worried that Fong Han wouldn't show up. You won't be short on pills. Fong Han waved his hand and a series of pearl-like elixirs flew out from his sleeves. They piled up in the middle of the hall like worthless soybeans. Clatter, clatter, clatter. In the blink of an eye, a small mountain of pills was piled up. The red-cloaked masked woman was dumbstruck by the scene. Good. Very good. Floating Cloud, give him the crystal card for the pills. At this moment, a woman in green walked out. Fong Han blurted out, a Jin Dan expert. He could tell that this woman was someone who had mastered the Taoist Jin Dan. She was an eternal magnate. I'm Lian Yun. People in the cultivation world call me Fairy Lian Yun. May I ask which sector from? Fairy Lian Yun stared at Fong Han and asked Floating Cloud to give him the crystal cards containing 60 million pills. Fong Han took them and looked at them carefully. They were not bad at all. They could be withdrawn from the Heaven Dao Pavilion, 9 Cauldron Pavilion, and 6 Ways Alliance. There was once an example of the barbaric emperor withdrawing 1 billion pills in a day. 60 million pills was nothing. After accepting them, he waved his hand and said, "How is it?" "It's not bad at all. Can you check the quality of the pills? The pills I refined are better than the ones from the Tai Gate. It's worth it for you to buy them at twice the price." Floating Cloud grabbed one of the pills and looked at it carefully. His face was filled with joy. Fairy Lian Yun, on the other hand, looked very serious. "Did you refine these pills yourself?" "Of course. However, I won't exchange for White Sun pills next time. If Exquisite Paradise has any heavenly treasure, pure yang magic treasure, 9 solar holy water, I'm willing to do it." Fang Han thought for a while. He also needed pure yang magic treasures to increase Yen Tun's strength. "So you need pure yang magic treasures? I just received news that there's a peerless pure yang magic treasure and 9 solar holy water for sale in the Heaven Dao Pavilion's treasure trading convention." Fairy Lian Yin reminded. "What? Peerless pure yang magic treasure?" Not only Fang Han, but Yandu was also shocked. "There's even a peerless pure yang magic treasure, 9 solar holy water for sale. If I can buy it, wouldn't my trip to the Dashuan Empire be worth it?" Fang Han was excited. The stronger Yandu was, the more useful the Acheron map would be. However, a peerless pure yang magic treasure was equivalent to Hua Tiandu's 9 palaces golden pagoda and Xingyun baby's sun and moon 5 stars bracelet. Its value was immeasurable. If a Taoist cultivator obtained it, he would be almost invulnerable to evil. It was extremely useful for self-defense and defense against demons. Fang Han couldn't believe it. It seems that no one will be willing to exchange Dao treasures in the future. After receiving this news, Fang Han was extremely anxious. He called out to the others and leaped into the air. Like a ball of green light, he flew towards the Heaven Dao Pavilion's auction house. "My friend, please wait." Piao Yun and Lian Yun, the 2 experts from Exquisite Paradise, quickly waved their hands. The 300,000 yuanying pills piled up on the ground were all kept into a huge 100 treasures pouch. Then, they flew up and followed behind Fang Han. To them, Fang Han was already a treasure to be able to take out so many yuanying pills. Furthermore, they heard that these pills were made by Fang Han himself. How amazing was that? It was equivalent to the pill room of the Tai Gate. "Fang Han, these 2 ladies from Exquisite Paradise are trying to rope you in." Yandu laughed when he saw them following behind. "Do you have any ideas?" "Someone who can take out 300,000 yuanying pills in one go, of course they're trying to rope him in." Fang Han thought for a while. "Of course I have an idea. Aren't the 3 mysterious Jin Dan experts trying to assassinate me? I might also secretly cooperate with the people of Exquisite Paradise to kill the 3 gold core experts. That Fairy Lian Yun's divine power is very high, but it's a pity that she's alone. If we can have 5 or 6 Jin Dan experts to set up an ambush in advance, we might be able to get rid of the 3 mysterious Jin Dan experts." "So that's what you're thinking?" Yandu and the Lord of the Bloody Night were suddenly moved. They didn't expect Fang Han to be so meticulous. He was even thinking of killing with a borrowed knife. Indeed, the assassination of the 3 mysterious Jin Dan experts was impossible for Fang Han to guard against. As soon as he stepped out of the Dashuan Empire, he would be doomed. However, even if he joined forces with Fairy Lian Yun, they wouldn't be able to deal with the 3 Jin Dan experts, let alone kill them. In order to kill the 3 Jin Dan experts, even the ancient giants of the Longevity Secret Territory had to be careful. If they were to counterattack and the 3 Jin Dan experts self-destructed, it would be no joke. Fang Han calculated that at least he, Fang Qingxue, and 5 Jin Dan experts had to set up an ambush with a Dao artifact in advance, lure the 3 Jin Dan experts into the formation, and then attack together. Only then would there be a 70% to 80% chance of success. This was the only way to completely kill the Jin Dan without getting hurt. However, it would be difficult to do. Fang Han had a strong desire to kill the 3 mysterious experts. After all, no one would want to have 3 shadows following them all the time, like maggots in a tarsal bone, threatening their lives all the time. Humph, if I could eat a peerless pure yang treasure and raise my strength to the consolidation realm, I would be able to use more of the Acheron map. For example, the Annihilation Demonic Formation. Combined with the Lord of the Bloody Night, it wouldn't be a problem to trap a Gene Dan expert to death. Gene Dan experts self-destructing in the Acheron map is useless, they can't hurt me. During the Great War of the Immortals and Demons, the Emperor Huangquan used the Acheron map and dozens of Gene Dan experts self-destructed in it, but I was still fine. Yan said fiercely. So powerful, I don't believe it. The self-destruction of dozens of Gene Dan experts could destroy the longevity secret territory. Stop bragging. The Lord of the Bloody Night snorted. Lord of the Bloody Night, I will let you know my power sooner or later. Yan was furious. Alright, we've reached the Heaven Dao Pavilion. Let's go down. Feng Han turned into a green light and landed at the entrance of the Heaven Dao Pavilion. Just as he stood still, Lu Mei came up to him and said, Senior, may I know about the Yuanying pill? There's no rush, we can discuss it slowly. I'm here because I heard that you're selling Peerless Pure Yang treasures and 9 solar holy water today? Feng Han didn't want to talk too much and asked about the things he needed. So you're in urgent need of these things, please come to the VIP room. However, today's treasure trading convention is the grandest one ever. There are many experts here, and it's not easy to get a suitable item. If you don't have enough pills, the Heaven Dao Pavilion can provide you with a loan. Lu Mei said as he led Feng Han to the VIP room. Loan? How much can I borrow in one go? How much interest? When Feng Han heard this, he felt a little amused. In the mortal world there were donkey-rolling loan sharks, printing money, Yama's debt, etc. He didn't expect there to be such things in the world of cultivation as well. However, this was very beneficial to Feng Han. Although he had a huge sum of 60 million pills, it wasn't enough to buy the Peerless Pure Yang treasures today. If he could borrow some money, it would be a good choice. After all, he could produce 36,000 Yuanying pill every day. He wasn't afraid of not being able to repay the loan. Seeing that Feng Han seemed to be interested in the loan, Lu Mei's face showed a hint of joy. He hurriedly said, if we can know your identity, background, which sect you're from, and where you're from, we can give you 10 million pills. I can ask Senior to lend me 10 million pills at once, and the interest will be 3% per month. If he borrowed 10 million pills today, he would have to pay back more than 13 million pills next month. Furthermore, it was a compound interest. Only 10 million? Got it. Let's talk about this later. After Feng Han heard this, he waved his hand. He now had a huge sum of 60 million. He didn't care about borrowing 10 million. Furthermore, he had to tell the other party about his background. How could this be possible? Of course, he also understood that 10 million pills was a huge sum. The other party definitely had to know the background of the borrower. Could it be that Senior wants to borrow more? This isn't something that can't be discussed. Lu Mei frowned. She originally thought that Feng Han didn't have much wealth. Now, it seemed that he had a huge appetite. However, this isn't something that I can decide. Then let's call someone who can make the decision. I want to borrow at least 100 million. Feng Han flicked his fingers, making a pung 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 sound. More than 100 million. Lu Mei gasped. She hurriedly stood up and was about to walk out. However, she was stopped by Feng Han. He threw her a bottle. There were 100 Yuanying pill in the bottle. It was a reward. Oh right, does the Heaven Dao Pavilion hire servants to kill people? No, we don't. The Heaven Dao Pavilion is a reputable chamber of commerce. However, if Senior encounters any trouble, we can still hire the elders of the Heaven Dao Pavilion to protect you. Lu Mei hurriedly turned around and received the bottle. She was overjoyed. Are there any Gene Dan experts who are in the 7th level of the divine power to hire? Feng Han asked. Of course. Not only are there Gene Dan experts, the Heaven Dao Pavilion also has experts who are in the 8th level of the tribulations of wind and fire. We also have experts who are in the 9th level of the cosmic form. However, if we hire them once, I'm afraid that we'll need more than 10 million pills. Lu Mei was secretly delighted to receive Feng Han's huge business. She would also receive a lot of rewards. Go. Find someone who can make the decision. Feng Han waved his hand again. Lu Mei hurriedly walked out. A cultivator who is in the 8th level of the tribulations of wind and fire, and an expert who is in the 9th level of the cosmic form. What a guy. Feng Han, the 3 mysterious Jin Dan assassins were hired by young Master Ling to kill you. Now that we have the world tree, we have a lot of wealth. It's not impossible for us to hire experts to kill them. Yan said excitedly. However, time is still short. If you give me a year to accumulate a large amount of pills, it's not impossible for me to hire people to kill Hua Tiandu. However, this matter has to be considered carefully. Although the Heaven Dao Pavilion has a good reputation, we can't entrust all of our resources to them. Otherwise, it would be like asking a tiger for its skin. In the outside world, I won't completely trust anyone. Feng Han rubbed his forehead. Do you need a loan? At this moment, the curtain of the VIP room moved and 2 ladies walked in. They were the 2 experts of Exquisite Paradise, Piao Yun and Lian Yun. Piao Yun was an expert who was in the 5th level of the Heaven Dao realm, while Lian Yun was in the 7th level of the Jin Dan realm. Why? Could it be that Exquisite Paradise is willing to lend me money? Feng Han shrugged. That's right. Since you can take out 300,000 yuanying pills in 10 days, Exquisite Paradise is naturally willing to lend you a loan. The interest rate of the Heaven Dao Pavilion's loan is too high. We're willing to lend you a loan without any interest. If you want to borrow 100 million yuanying pills, you only need to repay it with yuanying pills within a year. Fairy Lian Yun played with a small jade pendant in her hand. Don't tell me Exquisite Paradise doesn't want to know about my background? Are you going to lend me a loan just like that? Feng Han asked curiously. It's okay. Don't you want to hire someone to protect you? Exquisite Paradise can provide you with protection. Fairy Lian Yun said. Let's not talk about hiring experts for now. I do want to borrow money. As for how much I want to borrow, it will depend on the pure yang peerless treasure, 9 solar holy water, and 9 heavens living soil crystal. Feng Han said slowly as he pondered. At this moment, there was a sudden uproar in the treasure trading convention below. It turned out that the first treasure of the day had been slowly carried to the center of the venue. There are many experts here today. In the midst of this commotion, Feng Han suddenly felt more than a dozen suffocating divine senses sweeping toward the treasure in the center of the field. The treasure was covered by a piece of brocade, and the brocade was faintly glowing. It was actually a low-grade treasure weapon that could hide its aura. What kind of treasure is this? It's actually covered by a treasure. Everyone was curious. Those powerful spiritual senses were just trying to see what was going on. Feng Han could clearly sense that among those powerful spiritual senses, there were small tycoons on the level of Jin Dan, and even stronger existences. However, he also wanted to see what was hidden under the treasured item brocade, so he focused all his attention on his eyes. Suddenly, he vaguely saw that there was a huge egg under the treasured item brocade. This huge egg, Feng Han was taken aback. This was because he realized that the huge egg he obtained from under the 7-leaf demon lord's throne was exactly the same as this huge egg. The first treasure to be auctioned in the Heaven Dao Pavilion's treasure trading convention is always good stuff. I wonder what's under the brocade. Floating Cloud guessed. Normally, the first treasure of a treasure trading assembly was the highlight of the show, and one had to get off to a good start. The last treasure was also the highlight, because it was the finale. Now, in this treasure trading meet of the Heaven Dao Pavilion, the first treasure was a huge egg covered with a treasure-level brocade. It attracted the attention of many people. Of course, the most surprised person was Feng Han, because he also had a huge egg. Even an old antique like Yen could not tell what kind of ancient mythical beast's egg it was. However, the life force contained within the giant egg shocked even Yen Du now. Feng Han's huge egg was covered with sky demon talismans. They were not left behind by the 7-leaf demon lord, but seemed to be used by a demon god expert to incubate this huge egg, causing this huge egg to continuously absorb all kinds of energy in the void. What exactly is this huge egg? Although Feng Han did not have the intention to buy this huge egg, he was still very curious. Not only him, even the Jin Dan powerhouse fairy Lian Yun, who was also in the VIP room, opened her eyes wide, waiting to see how the Heaven Dao Pavilion would explain. Indeed, after a while, an extremely strong red light landed on the auction stage in the middle, revealing a cultivator wearing a red robe. He was tall and strong, 9 feet tall, and his hands were red in color. He was actually a Jin Dan expert. Barehanded immortal? When did he join the Heaven Dao Pavilion? The masked lady in red, floating cloud, mumbled to herself. Before this, the Jin Dan expert with the red robe and red hands was a famous and powerful independent cultivator in the world of cultivation. After a few hundred years, he actually cultivated to the Jin Dan. He had always been a loner, but now he had joined the Heaven Dao Pavilion. Feng Han also recalled that he seemed to be one of the famous independent cultivators recorded in the various worlds. The Jin Dan that he cultivated contained more than 20 types of divine powers. The various worlds was written about 60 years ago, and it could be seen that this barehanded immortal was a powerful person who became famous 60 years ago. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the Heaven Dao Pavilion's annual, grandest treasure trading meet. It's rare for all of you to come and support us. Today, the first treasure we're going to sell is the egg of an ancient beast. While speaking, the red-handed immortal grabbed the treasured level brocade and fiercely lifted it, revealing the huge egg. Immediately, a shocking life force erupted. Feng Han felt as if a huge primeval beast had appeared in his mind, viciously pressing down on him. He had a feeling that he was completely incapable of fighting back. He couldn't help but be shocked. The life force of this egg is so powerful? Fortunately, my egg was sealed by the Sky Demon's charm. Otherwise, it would be terrible. Ah! What a strong life force. This egg is too amazing. I'm afraid that even a dragon egg isn't this powerful. *T, have you seen a dragon egg? There were plenty of flood dragons in this world, but where was the true heavenly dragon? It's been extinct since the primordial age. You don't know this, right? I went to the Tai Gate. There are dragon eggs in the Tai Gate. Rumor has it that a heavenly dragon is about to hatch. Primordial heavenly dragon. Exquisite Paradise also has a divine beast phoenix egg, and it seems that there's even an ancient phoenix. An ancient phoenix is equivalent to a big shot in the longevity secret territory. For a moment, everyone was discussing spiritedly. Feng Han also sensed that in some of the VIP rooms, powerful divine wills were communicating and discussing what kind of egg it was. Everyone, I'm sure you all want to know what kind of egg it is. It has such a strong life force. The red-handed immortal looked at the huge egg with a trace of envy on his face. This is an ancient Kuimping egg. It's actually an ancient Kuimping egg. This is a legendary sacred beast. It can turn into a fish or a bird. When it turns into a fish, it's equivalent to a continent in the sea. When it turns into a bird, it can travel 90,000 li with a flap of its wings. Rumor has it that in the primordial age, some almighty experts built their palaces on the back of the Kuimping and roamed the great void starry sky. This sacred beast is even more powerful than a dragon. Is this really an egg of the Kuimping? Why would such a thing be sold? I'm afraid it's impossible. The almighty experts of the longevity secret territory have already taken it out to incubate. That's not necessarily true. It's extremely difficult to hatch such an ancient sacred beast. Even if it hatches, it won't grow without tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. Even if it eats, it will bankrupt an immortal Dao sect. That's true. This egg is difficult to hatch, or it can't hatch at all. Feng Han listened to the discussion and had a rough idea of what was going on. Of course, he knew that this giant egg was very difficult to hatch. Even if it hatched, the young mythical beast would not have any ability and would need tens of thousands of years to grow up. After it became a true almighty expert, the longevity secret territory would no longer exist after tens of thousands of years. What's the use of such a thing? It would waste a lot of yuan qi and resources to incubate and feed it. However, this huge egg was not completely useless. If it didn't hatch, it could be used to refine magic treasures and other things. There were also some demonic Dao mystic arts that used this huge egg as a medicinal ingredient to refine pills. These were all feasible actions. This Kuimping dome was obtained by a powerful figure who traveled the galaxy and fought for it with a few demon gods. In a faraway star billions of miles away, there were 3 Kuimping domes hidden. This powerful figure obtained one, while the other 2 were taken by 2 demon gods from the Sky Demon. That powerful figure urgently needed a treasure from our Heaven Dao Pavilion, so he used this huge egg to exchange for it. Although this huge egg can't be hatched, it can be used to refine some ancient pills or to construct the core of a magic treasure. The Red Hand Immortal explained. Fang Han's heart skipped a beat. He knew that his Kuanping Dome could be one of the three. The starting price for this Kuanping Dome is 30 million white sun pills. For every bid, 1 million pills will be added. The Red Hand Immortal said. Instantly, many of the experts present were silent as they stared at this huge egg and swallowed their saliva. What did 30 million mean? Fang Han's low-grade bejeweled Dharma robe was only worth 300,000 pills. That was enough to buy 100 of them. Experts in the divine arcana state who weren't particularly wealthy would only be worth a few 100,000 pills. 30 million was enough to buy a medium-sized immortal Tao sect. Senior sister, this Kuanping Dome might be of some value to us, should we? The red-clothed masked woman, floating cloud, seemed to be tempted. 30 million is too expensive, and we definitely can't buy it. We have to get it. I'm afraid it won't be less than 50 million. Lotus Cloud thought for a while, then shook her head. Sure enough, what happened next was not out of Fairy Lian Yun's expectations. 31 million. The person who spoke was an old man in the VIP seats. Fang Han recognized him as the elder from the Sun and Moon Kenshu 10 days ago. He didn't expect this old man to be so rich. More than 30 million pills, and he was able to shout it out so casually. It indeed required a lot of courage and a huge amount of financial support. 35 million. On the west side of the VIP lounge, a burly man shouted out a number. Fang Han didn't look carefully. He could already sense that the burly man was an expert in the 7th level of the divine arcana state, Jin Dan. 36 million. Fang Han saw the demonic man holding a scepter and dressed in a black robe. He seemed to be the great sky demon king. 40 million. At this time, a clear voice like that of a young man came from the north of the VIP room. It was an extremely young man, who seemed to be 13 or 14 years old. He was dressed in white and had a calm expression. However, his foundation was extremely good, as if all the spiritual energy in the world had gathered on this young man. This young man's aura was faintly unfathomable, as if it was as vast as the universe. I didn't expect that the genius of the Ascension Gate, Meng Xiaobai, would also come. He seems to have broken through the Jin Dan state and entered a higher level. 2 years ago, I heard that this child went out to travel and wanted to condense a Jin Dan. I didn't expect that after a year, not only did he condense a Jin Dan, but he also surpassed the Jin Dan. I'm afraid he's already an expert in the 8th level of the tribulation of wind and fire. Fairy Lian Yun looked at the young man and was also shocked. What? He's Meng Xiaobai? The genius of the Ascension Gate? But it's fine if he's a genius, but how is he so rich? 40 million pills? If I didn't buy the fragment of the world tree, I wouldn't be able to get so many pills. Only now did Fang Han know that the young man in white was actually the genius of the Ascension Gate, Meng Xiaobai, who had obtained the 5 elements spiritual roots. 41 million. A voice came from another VIP room. Fang Han was about to see who was bidding when Meng Xiaobai suddenly opened his mouth. 45 million. Fang Han was shocked again. Looking at Meng Xiaobai's attitude, he treated 45 million pills as if they were ordinary spiritual weapons. From this, it could be seen that this child was really rich. 46 million. A voice sounded. It was Fairy Lian Yun. She seemed to be probing. Sure enough, Meng Xiaobai didn't hesitate to shout out a price that shocked everyone present. 50 million. This price was enough to buy a peerless treasure. The whole place was silent. In the end, the Kuanping Dome was bought by him. It seems like Meng Xiaobai is also a person who had a fortuitous encounter. It is very likely that he obtained the immortal cave of some ancient almighty, just like Hua Tiandu. However, even if he obtained a fortuitous encounter, it would be a waste. He can't compare to me, who has an endless stream of wealth every day. In the future, it won't be difficult for me to use my wealth to crush this person. Fang Han thought in his heart. The main attraction of the treasure market, the Kuanping Dome, was bought. Immediately after, the second treasure was sold. It was 9 gourds, each as tall as a person. Inside them was 9 solar holy water. Although 9 solar holy water was a good thing, it wasn't rare. Every immortal sex had some. Feng Han offered a slightly higher price and bought it at the price of 2 million elixirs. Meng Xiaobai didn't bid for it either. It seemed like he didn't care about it. As soon as Feng Han obtained the 9 solar holy water, he immediately threw it into the Acheron map and let Yan Tun eat it. After Yan Tun ate it, his body flickered with traces of yellow light. His injuries were completely healed, and he seemed to have gained some strength. However, he still didn't break through to the next realm. 9 solar holy water is too little. It is far from enough for me to break through to the next realm. Look at that peerless pure yang treasure. Since it is a peerless treasure, it must have absorbed at least a pond of 9 solar holy water. Only this can help me break through to the next realm. Yan Tun said, still not satisfied. A peerless pure yang treasure contained an inconceivable amount of 9 solar qi. For example, the sun-moon pentagram bracelet had absorbed a total of 60 cycles of 9 solar holy water. It was condensed again and again, far more than a few gourds of 9 solar holy water. The reason Yan Tun was able to break through to the sky realm was because he drank a pond of 9 solar holy water from the 7-leaf demon monarch. In the future, every time he broke through to the next realm, he would need more and more 9 solar holy water. If he cultivated to the longevity secret realm, perhaps only a torrential river would be able to satisfy him. Yan Tun's original strength was definitely at the longevity secret realm. Now, he didn't need to be restrained by the realm to recover. As long as he had enough pure yang qi, his strength could directly soar. However, a torrential river of 9 solar holy water was something that even the Tai Gate didn't have. Compared to ordinary cultivators, 9 solar holy water was very precious. Although it was nothing to the longevity secret realm, it was still very time-consuming to refine in large quantities. If Yan Tun wanted to completely recover his strength, he would need at least 10 longevity secret realm experts to absorb immortal world's Ling Qi and extract 9 solar holy water. It would take at least 60 cycles of effort. Otherwise, there would be no way. Yan Tun's only chance now was to wait. Wait until Feng Han entered the longevity secret realm and became an eternal overlord. Then, he would slowly help Yan Tun recover. Everything else was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. It couldn't solve the fundamental problem. However, Yan Tun was still very satisfied to be able to recover all his injuries and become as vigorous as a dragon and as fierce as a tiger. Feng Han, look. The next item is what you want, 9 Heavens Living Soil Crystal. This is an item that is even more powerful than Mountain God Pearl. In ancient times, some almighty experts used it to control floods. A small handful of living soil crystal can turn into a 10,000 zhang dam and block the torrential flood. This treasure is also the best material to refine Earth Attribute Magic Tool. After refining, it can restrain Water Attribute Magic Tool. Yan Tun suddenly shouted. In the middle of the auction hall, the third magic tool was already being auctioned. It was a small plate of yellow crystal sand. It didn't seem to have any strong Earth Attribute Magic Tool. However, if one's mental power was very strong, they would be able to feel that this small plate of yellow crystal sand was simply a majestic immemorial mountain. 9 Heavens Living Soil Crystal, an item used by the immemorial experts to control floods. Grabbing a handful and casually throwing it, it could turn into a 10,000 zhang dam and block the torrential flood for thousands or tens of thousands of years. It could allow the common people to live and work in peace and contentment for generations without the disaster of floods. Ordinary experts would use magic to stop the flood. A temporary dam built by them would be washed away in a few years. Everyone should know that this is the Earth Attribute Sacred Item, 9 Heaven Living Soil Crystal. This sacred item is not only the best treasure to cultivate Earth Attribute Magic Tool, its greatest use is to strengthen the cave dwelling. Nurture spirit herbs. If you fuse the 9 Heaven Living Soil Crystal into the cave-dwelling mountain, then you can establish an unbreakable connection with the earth. Not only will the attacks of others be ineffective, but the quality and growth rate of the spirit herbs planted on the mountain will increase countless times. The starting price is 5 million pills. Each increment must not be less than 100,000. The Red Hand Immortal introduced the benefits of the 9 Heaven Living Soil Crystal. Many people secretly nodded, knowing that it was true. The greatest benefit of this treasure was to build a cave dwelling. For example, on Feng Han's reincarnation mountain, if it was fused with the 9-heaven living soil crystal, then the quality of the spirit herbs would increase by several times. More importantly, the mountain would be unbreakable. Even if an expert a few levels higher than him attacked, it wouldn't budge. It could be said that the nest would be built like an impenetrable fortress. More importantly, if one cultivated for a long time, the mountain would produce earth divine lightning. When the enemy attacked, it would automatically condense the earth's origin chi, and the lightning would come out of the mountain to subdue demons and devils. However, the price of 5 million spirit pills was twice the price of the mountain god pearl. It wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. Feng Han needed this item, so he didn't hold back. He opened his hand and shouted, 5. 1 million. 5, 2 million. Immediately after, a person below shouted. Feng Han looked down and saw that it was a divine ability realm level 3 origin aura realm cultivator who had cultivated earth chi. He gritted his teeth, as if he wanted to buy this treasure with everything he had. Feng Han smiled. He could tell that this disciple was cultivating an earth elemental mystique, and his earth energy had reached the grand completion stage. If he could obtain the living soil crystal of 9 heavens and comprehend it, he might be able to transform his earth energy and enter the 4th level of the mystique, the yin-yang realm. After comprehending the yin-yang transformation, he wouldn't be far away from the celestial realm. However, Feng Han knew that this disciple wouldn't be able to buy a treasure like the 9-heaven living soil crystal. Without the support of an extremely strong financial background, it would be extremely difficult to obtain this item. Sure enough, a person in the VIP room shouted, 5. 5 million. The divine ability realm level 3 origin aura realm cultivator was like a deflated balloon, and his entire body went limp. Obviously, 5. 2 million was already his entire fortune. 5, 6 million. Feng Han was determined to win. 5, 7 million. Another person in the VIP room shouted. This time, it was a Taoist who wore a silver robe embroidered with small golden swords. The silver robe flickered, and there were millions of small golden swords on it. The sword chi was oppressive, as if it would break through the air at any time and form a sword formation to kill someone. 10,000 swords robe. Feng Han recognized it. It was a peerless artifact recorded in the various worlds. Although it wasn't as powerful as the 5 Hells King Cauldron and the Blade of Blood, it was still an extremely ferocious robe. It was an artifact of the Heavenly Sword School. Without a doubt, this Taoist was a figure of the Heavenly Sword School's Grand Elder level. 6 million. When Meng Xiaobai spoke, Feng Han was shocked. He knew that Meng Xiaobai was wealthy. The first treasure, the Kuanping Dome, cost 50 million pills. Now, 6 million was nothing. He didn't want to waste his wealth on Meng Xiaobai. However, the living soil crystal of the 9 heavens was hard to come by. His 5 emperors' great demon mystiques, the verdant emperor wood emperor technique had reached perfection, and he could produce the Ewood divine lightning. The red emperor fire emperor chi, Baidi golden emperor chop, and black emperor water emperor fist had all reached minor completion. Only the Huang emperor earth emperor Dao was too weak. If he could obtain this living soil crystal of the 9 heavens, his 5 emperors' great demon mystiques could form a minor cycle of the 5 elements. Their power would increase greatly, and they wouldn't lose out to the other 28 mystiques. Moreover, his physical body would undergo another metamorphosis. If all the 5 emperors' great demon mystiques reached perfection, they could produce the 5 elements divine lightning. Its power would definitely surpass the Black Sun Hurricane, Great Sun Fire, and even the Great Cleaving Art. It would be comparable to the Tai Gate's most powerful doomsday calamity. It might even surpass it. However, in order to cultivate the 5 emperors' great demon mystiques to perfection, who knew how much essence of the 5 elements he would need? Even if he obtained the 5 spiritual items, Tai by Golden Star Rock, Myriad Layer Soft Water Crystal, Third Fire Thunder Luster Sand, Living Soil Crystal of the 9 Heavens, and Blue Dragon Bodhi Sun Wood, it would be far from enough. 6. 1 million. Feng Han cautiously raised the price. 6. 2 million. The Taoist and the 10,000 Swords Taoist also raised the price by 100,000. 6. 3 million. The middle-aged man from the crystal cave, who was wearing a crane cloak and a star crown, who had auctioned with Fang Han the first time, shouted a bid in the VIP room again. 6,500,000. Meng Xiaobai shouted. 6 million. Fang Han was still unhurried and did not raise the price immediately. He was just taking his time as though he was peeling off a cocoon. 7 million. Meng Xiaobai fiercely raised the price again. 1 million. Fang Han sighed. It was as though he would not accept the bid if Meng Xiaobai continued to raise the price. When the rest of the people saw Meng Xiaobai raise the price by 1 million, they seemed unwilling to compete. This white-robed youth had already shown his prowess by bidding 50 million to buy the Kuanping egg. 8 million. Indeed, Meng Xiaobai raised the price by 1 million immediately. He was not long-winded and seemed to want to use his wealth to defeat anyone who competed with him. Indeed, few people could resist such an imposing manner. 1 million. Fang Han said in a deep voice. Meng Xiaobai looked at Fang Han and seemed to be a little impatient. He fiercely shouted a number, 10 million. Then, his expression became calm. 1 million. Although Fang Han raised the price again, he was feeling very uncomfortable. If it was not for Meng Xiaobai, he would not have been able to buy it with 8 million. 15 million. Meng Xiaobai snapped his fingers and a cold smile appeared on his face. Fang Han was about to raise the price by another 100,000 when suddenly, a voice came from a VIP room. 30 million. I'll buy it. The voice was tender and seemed to belong to a very young child. Oh. Not only Fang Han, even Meng Xiaobai seemed to be shocked. The other party directly raised the price of 30 million, which had far exceeded the value of the living soil crystal of the 9 heavens. Moreover, the price had doubled. Compared to Meng Xiaobai, there would always be someone stronger. At this moment, Fang Han no longer raised the price. He knew that no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to compete with the voice of the child. On the other hand, Meng Xiaobai seemed to have a cold smile on his face as he looked at the person who raised the price. However, the VIP room was sealed by a brilliance and no one could see through it. It was obvious that it was sealed by a great magic power. Who is this person? Fang Han thought. He felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it before. 30 million, there is no need to buy the living soil crystal of the 9 heavens. Fairy Lian Yun shook her head. At this moment, no one raised the price. The plate of living soil crystal of the 9 heavens was taken away. Fang Han could only miss out on the treasure. However, what he did not expect was that the curtain of his VIP room moved. Lady 13, Lu Mei, and a tall and mighty old man in Taoist robes walked in with a plate in his hand. On the plate was the living soil crystal of the 9 heavens. Taoist Fang Lung, I did not expect you to have friends from everywhere. This is the living soil crystal of the 9 heavens that the guest in VIP room 99 bought for you. Please accept it. Lady 13 said. What? Who bought the living soil crystals of 9 heavens for me? Fang Han was visibly taken aback, but didn't let it show on his face. Waving his hand, he put on an enigmatic expression. Got it. Thank that old friend for me. After the auction is over, I'll catch up with him. Even as the words left his mouth, he waved his hand and the living soil crystals of 9 heavens flew up into his sleeve, then into the Acheron map. That's right, this is the real living soil crystal of the 9 heavens. Unfortunately, there's too little of it. If you cultivated the Huang Emperor's Tao of the Sovereign of the Earth, you could create Wu to God lightning. Yan Yan looked around at the living soil crystals of 9 heavens in the Acheron map. The Acheron Evil Sect's treasure storehouse used to have a lot of treasures like this. Maybe we should go back and take a look. Where is the Acheron Evil Sect's treasure storehouse? Fang Han asked. The Acheron Evil Sect has an enormous headquarters that's 10 times larger than the Levitation Heavenly Palace. It's filled with countless spatial rifts, and countless treasures and medicinal pills. Unfortunately, we can't go there right now. After the death of the Yellow Spring Great Emperor, the Yellow Spring Devil Sect has been torn apart. Now, there are many elders in the sect. If you don't have enough strength, you will be captured by them and suffer the pain of having your soul refined. The Acheron map is the key to the Acheron evil sect's treasure storehouse. Without the Acheron map, they won't be able to open the storehouse. In fact, they won't even be able to pass the pass of wandering soul. Xianxia chuckled. I know who bought the living soil crystals of 9 heavens for me, Feng Han said. Who? Xianxia asked curiously. You used the sea glutton energy art to create your current appearance, Xianxia said. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell. 30 million pills is not a small sum. If I were to give it to you just like that, I'm afraid even Feng Xianxia wouldn't be able to do it. I'll tell you later. I'm only guessing 60 to 70%. I can't be completely sure. I still have to take a look. Feng Han said faintly, however, with Meng Xiaobai stirring things up in this treasure trading convention, it is a little boring. I think that when we fight for the pure yang supreme grade treasure later, the real price war will begin. This time, Meng Xiaobai did not make a move. Clearly, he is saving his money to fight for the final treasure. Yan nodded as he listened to Feng Han's analysis. It seems that Meng Xiaobai's wealth is not infinite. There is a limit. I estimate that he has several hundred million in assets. At most, a little more than 1 billion. This person just sits there and eats. How can he compare to me, who rakes in money every day? Feng Han said. So you are a person of status, not a rogue cultivator. At this moment, Lu Mei and Lady 13 of the Heaven Dao Pavilion saw Feng Han take the 9 heavens living soil crystal and said, in that case, the Heaven Dao Pavilion is willing to provide you with a loan. All you need to do is to pay us back with the Yuanying pill. By the way, this is an elder of the Heaven Dao Pavilion, Supremacy Gu Meng. He has full authority over all matters. Lady 13 introduced the tall and burly old man in Daoist robes. Feng Han had already noticed that this hunchbacked old man's aura was extremely strong. Especially the hunchback on his back, it wasn't a physical deformity, but an extremely powerful and destructive aura. It seemed like he cultivated some kind of supreme divine power. Oh, it's Supremacy Gu Meng. At this moment, the 2 girls from Exquisite Paradise, Lian Yun and Piao Yun, greeted him respectfully. It was obvious that this old man's mana was stronger than Jin Dan's. Supremacy Gu Meng's divine power has reached the 9th level, and he has cultivated the heaven and earth Dharma form. He heard that Daoist Fengling can provide a large amount of Yuanying pill, so he wants to cooperate with you and see if he can protect you. Lady 13 slowly walked out as she spoke. Divine power level 9. An expert with the heaven and earth Dharma form. Feng Han looked at this old man and knew how terrifying he was. Even if he used the Lord of the Bloody Night, Acheron map, and 28 divine powers, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. He could defeat an expert from Jin Dan now, but it would be difficult for him to defeat someone who had undergone the great tribulation of wind and fire. Of course, his cultivation had improved recently, and he had opened up a second mental sea. He had also comprehended the immortal world and focused his mind to ignite flames. He could escape from an expert who had undergone the great tribulation of wind and fire without getting injured. However, it would be difficult for him to escape from an expert with the heaven and earth Dharma form. Send my regards to Venerable Ling Long. Supremacy Gu Meng, the hunchbacked old man, was polite to the 2 ladies from Exquisite Paradise. After all, they had the backing of an ancient powerhouse who didn't even fear the Tai Gate. Venerable Gu Meng, our Exquisite Paradise has already offered you a loan without interest. Furthermore, it's 1 nascent soul pill in exchange for 200 white sun pills, Drifting Cloud said. Oh? How much can Exquisite Paradise borrow for Daoist Fengling? Asked Supremacy Gu Meng. 100 million elixirs is possible, Fairy Lian Yun said. Then my Heaven Dao Pavilion can borrow 200 million. Supremacy Gu Meng smiled. Same as you, 1 for 200. Alright. Even if we can't make a deal, we can still be friends. Supremacy Gu Meng is powerful, and I have something to ask of you. As for the loan, we'll see how it goes. This is a small gift. Please accept it, Supremacy Gu Meng and Fairy Lian Yun. When Feng Han saw that the 2 parties were fighting to borrow money from him, he quickly stopped them. With a wave of his hand, a series of elixirs flew out and divided into 3 batches. Each batch contained 10,000 elixirs. They piled up and condensed into a pagoda. It slowly flew in front of the three of them. 10,000 nascent souls are worth 1 million. Just treat it as a greeting gift. Fellow Taoist, you're really generous. I've been cultivating recently and I'm in urgent need of pills. I won't mind if you don't mind. Supremacy Gu Meng kept the pagoda in his sleeve. Fang Han immediately knew that he had something similar to 100 treasures pouch. The other two ladies didn't stand on ceremony and kept the pagoda as well. They didn't mention the loan again. At this moment, another treasure was being auctioned. It was something similar to the living soil crystal of the 9 heavens, but it was fiery red in color. Sparks flickered on its surface from time to time. Crackling sounds could be heard as the sparks flickered. Third fire thunder flash sand. This was a fire elemental treasure. If someone cultivated a fire elemental mystique and absorbed this item, they could immediately cultivate the mystique to the fire divine thunder realm. However, Fang Han's Crimson Fire Emperor Qi was not able to do so. Fang Han wasn't going to buy it. It would cost too much. As expected, after a few rounds of bidding, the Heavenly Sword School's Grand Elder in the 10,000 Swords robe bought it for 10 million. Meng Xiaobai didn't make a move. After that, other treasures appeared, such as 7-star exquisite jade, connate blood jade, void crystals used to make 100 treasures pouches, emerald tide stone, 10,000-year frost steel essence, Tai-Bai goldstar stone, 10,000-year soft water crystal, 9 colored orchids, 7 treasure rainbow lotus, dragon whisker root, 10,000-year purple taisui, and so on. Fang Han even saw a sky splitter beast that had already cultivated a mystique. The heaven splitter beast looked like a tiger, but it also looked like a leopard. It had 6 wings on its back, and could fly with incredible speed. Its roar was like thunder, and even ghosts would be frightened if they heard it. Ordinary evil ghosts would be scattered by its roar. It was born with supreme dignity, and was an ancient variant of the Ur Wilds. Even more amazing was that, like the Blackwater kingsnake, it had evolved into a divine ability, and was the best mount for cultivators. This creature lived underground. When it was young, it even hunted azuras for food. This was how powerful it was. It was also bought by someone else for 10 million. All kinds of treasures, strange beasts, spiritual herbs, spiritual pills, flying swords, magical treasures, spiritual stones, and so on appeared. Fang Han couldn't take it all in. He wanted to buy them all. However, he didn't make a move. He quietly waited for the last pure young treasure to appear. Many of the experts in the VIP rooms had the same thoughts as him. They were all waiting for the finale to begin. Even Meng Xiaobai didn't act rashly. The voice of the child who bought the 9 heavens living soil crystal for Fang Han didn't make any sound. It made people wonder if the person had left. All of a sudden, a commotion came from below. It turned out that the auction had reached the finale. Fang Han immediately felt that many people in the VIP rooms were scanning everywhere with their spiritual senses. At the same time, he also saw an item being carried up. This last item wasn't covered by the cloth, so everyone could see it clearly. It was actually a model of a ship. It was a classical ship, about 3 feet long, and had 9 floors. Each floor was very exquisite. There were cabins, decks, and even rooms inside, chairs, secret chambers, decorations, murals, incense burners, and so on. Everything was available. It looked like a super ship that had shrunk. This ship was pure and clear in color. It was as clear as the sky. It was unknown what material it was made of. The runic light inside was faintly discernible. It was unknown how many talisman were flowing. An incomparably vast pure yang qi emerged from it. It made people feel as if it contained a world of pure yang. Countless mysteries were transmitted from the body of the ship. This ship seemed to have a magical power that made everyone want to own it. Good treasure. Fang Han sucked in a breath of cold air. Just from the appearance and aura, he could feel that this ship was much better than the 5 Hells King cauldron. It was infinitely close to a Dao item. Furthermore, it was extremely powerful and had a special characteristic. If it could be refined by an expert of the longevity secret realm, in addition to one's own blood essence, it could become a Dao item. Furthermore, it would be even more powerful than the Lord of the Bloody Night. Why would he sell it? Good stuff. Yan Yu was stunned. This ship is so rich in pure yang qi. It can definitely raise my level. I can't bear to eat it. However, Fang Han, you only have 60 million pills. I'm afraid you can't buy it. Such a treasure. Take it out and sell it. The Heaven Dao Pavilion is really powerful. This is a rare treasure from the ancient times. The Great Brahma Light Ship. It is extremely powerful. According to the ancient records, this ship was refined by a mutant. It was used to avoid the demonic tribulations. However, it has yet to be refined. However, it is extremely powerful. It is almost as powerful as a Dao item. So that's how it is. This Great Brahma Radiant Ship is a Buddhist treasure. Although it is very powerful, without Buddhist cultivation techniques and without understanding Buddhist techniques, there is no way to refine it. Therefore, even longevity secret stage experts have no way to turn it into a Dao treasure unless they destroy the original formation and revert it back to its original materials. Yan Yi observed for a long time and suddenly shook his head. Oh right, the world-cleansing lotus used by the mysterious female assassin who chased after me. You said that it was a Buddhist secret technique. What kind of immortal Dao sect is Buddhism? I've never heard of it before. There are no records of it in the various worlds. Which mysterious sect is it? Fang Han was stunned. However, he had never heard of Buddhism. He did not know how powerful this sect was compared to the Tai Gate and the Ascension Gate. Or was it an itinerant cultivator sect? However, he was certain that there was no such thing as a Buddhist sect in the black-yellow great world. Otherwise, with the power of the world-purifying lotus flower, it would have already become famous and awe-inspiring. Buddhism is not a sect in the Xianhuang Great World. To be precise, it is not a sect but a religion. It is completely different from the immortal Dao and demonic Dao. It is located in the depths of space and space. Even the extraterrestrial demons had been subdued before. Their cultivation method is also different from the immortal Dao. They once went to the Xianhuang Great World to preach. However, for some unknown reason, they retreated. Therefore, apart from a few very powerful elders of the immortal Dao and demonic Dao, no one else knows about the existence of Buddhism. Yan Ye's scales creaked as he looked at the Great Brahma Light Ship greedily. Everything else aside, if I devour this ship, my power will definitely increase greatly. I don't know how much pure yang qi it contains. It is 10 times, no, 100 times more than the one I took from the 7-leaf Demon King. Oh my, how much 9 solar holy water was absorbed when this ship was being refined. I see, let's see if I can get it. Fang Han had a huge sum of 60 million pills, but he did not have much hope of getting the Great Brahma Light Ship. Indeed, the barehanded immortal, who was in charge of the auction, said emotionlessly, this Great Brahma Light Ship is the ultimate treasure of the Heaven Dao Pavilion. Everyone has seen its power. Its value is immeasurable. The starting price is 50 million. 50 million, the first treasure, the Kuanping Dome, was eventually bought by Meng Xiaobai for 50 million. Now, the starting price of this treasure ship was 50 million. 50 million pills, what kind of concept was that? It could support all the disciples of the Ascension Gate for 100 days of cultivation. 51 million. Immediately, someone shouted. Naturally, it was one of the experts in the VIP room. With such a high starting price, only the VIPs could afford it. Furthermore, ordinary experts of the 5th level of the transcendent state could not afford it. In fact, using the Ascension Gate as an example, if the Jin Dan experts like Callan, Wanro, and Ling Xiao wanted to take out 50 million pills, they would go bankrupt. 52 million. Someone shouted again, but it was not painful at all. Fang Han looked over. It was the youth in blue who snatched the Western Draco First True Gold from him. He did not know where he came from, but how could he afford such a high price? 55 million. At this moment, Fang Han was also interested. He hurriedly shouted a price. The youth in blue glared at him fiercely. When he saw that it was Fang Han, his face turned even colder. He spat out, 58 million. 60 million. Fang Han threw out all of his belongings. Although he spent 2 million pills to buy the 9 solar holy water, it was a small matter. He could pay with the Yuanying pill. The youth in blue looked even more ferocious as he gnashed his teeth. However, he was helpless and no longer shouted. It seemed that his financial resources were limited. 70 million. Meng Xiaobai stood up and looked around like a tiger inspecting a pack of wolves. He increased the price by 10 million, as if he wanted to dispel everyone's thoughts. This move was indeed powerful. It made many people speechless. He didn't bid for many of the good treasures in the middle of the treasure auction. He was patiently holding back and accumulating funds so that he could win the grand prize at the end. It seems that I have to borrow money. How about this, Fairy Lian Yun, Fairy Piao Yun? How about I borrow 100 million from Exquisite Paradise? Within a year, I will repay it with the Yuanying pill. Fang Han sneered. Fellow Daoist, feel free to bid. How about we settle the bill after we get the Great Brahma light ship? Fairy Lian Yun shook her body and said slowly. However, her eyes were fixed on the treasure ship below. No one knew what she was thinking. She was clearly shaken by such a huge bid. Fellow Daoist Fang Lang, feel free to bid too. As long as you repay it with the Yuanying pill, the Heaven Dao Pavilion will guarantee a huge loan. Gu Meng had just received 10,000 Yuanying pills from Fang Han. He was very happy. Furthermore, he was here to get to know Fang Han. Now that he knew of Fang Han's strength, he opened the door for him. That's great. Fang Han nodded. 80 million. Just as Fang Han, the Heaven Dao Pavilion, and Exquisite Paradise were discussing the loan issue, a tender voice of a boy suddenly sounded. It was very lazy, but it seemed to be directed at Meng Xiaobai. It was the mysterious boy who bought the 9 Heavens living soil crystal for 30 million and gave it to Fang Han. 90 million. Meng Xiaobai sneered. His voice was emotionless, as if 10 million spiritual pills was just a number. 100 million. Fang Han finally spoke. Meng Xiaobai thought that he had defeated Fang Han. He did not expect him to appear again and shout out a sky-high price of 100 million. He remained silent for a while, as if he was waiting for the boy to compete with Fang Han. However, after waiting for a while, the boy still did not say anything. It was as if he was purposely letting Fang Han win. A hint of anger immediately appeared on his face. 150 million. Meng Xiaobai flicked his finger and shouted out a shocking price. Instantly, everyone who was tempted to compete with him was completely dispelled. Even Gu Meng, who was beside Fang Han, seemed to tremble. Although he was powerful and had cultivated to the 9th level of the heaven and earth Dharma form, he was still shaken by such a huge sum of money. Although he was a member of the Heaven Dao Pavilion, he did not possess such a huge amount of wealth. Hundreds of millions of spiritual pills. Only the ancient giants of the longevity secret realm could remain calm. Experts below the divine power level would not be able to refine so many spiritual pills in their lifetime. 200 million. The lazy boy's voice sounded again. He did not care about Meng Xiaobai's expression at all. He also raised the price by 50 million, treating the spiritual pills like dirt. 201 million. Fang Han smiled and added 1 million. At this moment, he knew that the boy was helping him. Naturally, he would not raise the price. 250 million. Meng Xiaobai raised the price again. At this point, many people were already numb. They did not know how much the Great Brahma Radiance ship would fetch. 260 million. The boy did not raise the price by much this time. He only added 10 million, as if he was going to go all out against Meng Xiaobai. However, it was precisely because of this that he was extremely difficult to deal with. At this moment, Meng Xiaobai's expression changed again. He snorted coldly and sat down. At this point, he knew that no matter how much he raised the price, the boy's voice would suppress it. Although he had a huge amount of wealth, he could not afford to squander it like this. Hence, he gave up on bidding. 261 million. Fang Han hurriedly raised the price by 1 million. Indeed, the boy did not raise the price again. After waiting for a while, no one called out a higher price. The Great Brahma Radiance ship, a peerless pure young artifact, was bought by Fang Han. Seeing that he had bought the treasure ship, Fang Han said to Fairy Lian Yun and Supremacy Gu Meng, "Ladies, I was fortunate enough to buy this treasure ship. I borrowed 100 million from Exquisite Paradise and 100 million from the Heaven Dao Pavilion. What do you think? Very good, very good. Supremacy Gu Meng nodded. Perfected Fongling, the ship has been delivered to you. Please check it. Lady 13 walked into the VIP room with a face full of shock. At the same time, the Jin Dan expert, barehanded immortal, came in with the Great Brahma Radiant ship. Feng Han did not stand on ceremony. He waved his sleeves and kept the Pure Yang treasure ship. He also placed it in the Acheron map. Yan Dan did not eat the treasure immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment. He coiled his body around the treasure ship, as if he was thinking of the best way to eat it. Both parties will borrow 100 million each. You don't have to worry about me running away. I'll cultivate in Taibai City for a month. At the same time, I'll allocate the pills. After a month, I'll repay the debt with the Yuanying pill. What do you think? At the same time, I'll ask Supremacy Gu Meng and Fairy Lian Yun to protect me while I cultivate. After Feng Han accepted the ship, he did not discuss the details with Gu Meng and Exquisite Paradise. What? You'll repay the 200 million pills in a month? When Feng Han said this, everyone present was shocked. They originally wanted to send someone to follow Feng Han. After all, 100 million pills was not a small sum. However, Feng Han's words dispelled their concerns. Feng Han could refine 360,000 Yuanying pill in 10 days. In terms of White Sun pills, it was 72 million pills. In a month, he could refine 200 million pills. Repaying the debt was not a problem. What's his background? Everyone looked at each other. There's no need for that. I'll settle the bill first. This is the crystal card for the 200 million pills. Keep it with Heaven Dao Pavilion. In the future, Brother Fongling can return the Yuanying pill to me. At this moment, the chain of the VIP room moved, and a child walked in. He was wearing a bright star bracelet in his hand. It was constantly flashing with brilliance, but there was no fluctuation of magic power at all. It seemed to be completely hidden. Sun Moon Pentagram Bracelet. It has become a Dao item. When Feng Han saw it, he immediately knew that his guess was right. This child was Xingyun Baby, the son of the Gemini Gates sect master. The Sun Moon Pentagram Bracelet, a peerless pure yang treasure, had been refined into a Dao item by some unknown force. Xingyun Baby had also reached the divine arcane state. Feng Han had already guessed that the childlike voice belonged to Xingyun Baby. Back then, he had saved his life underground and used his Sun and Moon 5 Stars bracelet to cultivate to the divine state. He did not expect to receive his help today. This kid was the son of the Gemini Gates leader. Naturally, his wealth was unimaginable. However, Feng Han was a little confused. How did Xingyun Baby recognize him? He had used the Sea Glutton Qigong to transform himself. Could it be that he had received guidance from an expert to get close to him? Brother Fongling, long time no see. Since you bought the Great Brahma light ship, why don't we go somewhere else to talk? Xingyun Baby blinked his eyes. Since the young master of the Gemini Gate is willing to pay for you, it's naturally safe. Supremacy Gu Meng took the crystal card and checked the number. He nodded and said, Fellow Taoist Fongling, may I know about your request for me to protect you? Of course. I'll come to the Heaven Dao Pavilion in a few days and pay you 100,000 Yuanying pill. How does that sound? 100,000 Yuanying pill was equivalent to 10 million pills. If the price was doubled, it would be even more. It was a huge sum of money. Are you serious? A look of joy appeared on Gu Meng's face. To tell you the truth, I cultivate a type of arcane art that requires a large amount of origin energy to refine my magic power every day. I don't have enough White Sun pills, and I have to purchase nascent soul pills from the High Zenith sect. If you really have an unlimited supply of Yuanying pill, I'm willing to use my Dharma treasures to exchange for it. I'll pay you a visit in a few days. Feng Han stood up and said to Piao Yun and Lian Yun of Exquisite Paradise, in a few days, I will also pay a visit and ask Fairy Lian Yun for help. To tell you the truth, I've been chased by a mysterious expert recently and need someone to escort me. As for the price, I'll pay you a large amount of Yuanying pill. How does that sound? Of course. I will be waiting for you at the Linglong Pagoda. Fairy Lianyan thought for a while and found that the offer was indeed tempting and she could not refuse. Alright, then I'll take my leave first. Fang Han got up and left the Heaven Dao Pavilion with Xingyun Baby. He flew into the sky and entered the clouds. Then, he used the Sea Glutton Qigong to hide his body. Big brother Fang Han, your divine ability is too powerful. Unexpectedly, after just 1 year, you have already cultivated up to the sky human stage. As for me, I've just cultivated my astral energy to great success and am stuck on the path of comprehending yin and yang. Xingyun Baby couldn't help but clap her hands as she watched Fang Han display his divine ability. Xingyun Baby, how did you know it was me? And how did you get so much money? You spent nearly 300 million elixirs in one go. I'm afraid your parents won't let you off if they find out. They'll punish you severely. Fang Han looked at the Nebula Baby and asked a series of questions in his heart. Xingyun Baby bought the 9 Heavens Living Soil Crystal and turned it into 30 million pills. She bought the Great Brahma Light Ship and turned it into 260 million pills. In total, it was close to 300 million pills. This was a huge sum of money for the 10 immortal Dao sects. It was indeed shocking that Xingyun Baby spent it like this. As the young master of a sect, she would definitely be severely punished for doing this. Otherwise, why would the sect submit to her? I came out this time because my father asked me to travel. He said that my great future constellation technique has reached a bottleneck. However, the money you mentioned is a troublesome matter. I came out this time because my father asked me to take out 300 million pills and bring them back to the sect's pill room to store them. He said that there should be some changes in the world recently and he wants the disciples to speed up their cultivation. I saw that you were in a hurry to buy treasures, so I spent it. However, you are very resourceful. Since you dared to borrow money, you should be able to return it. Xingyun Baby used her chubby hands to touch her head. Great future constellation technique? This was an unparalleled divine ability. You actually cultivated it to the divine power level 3 Gang Chi state so quickly. I wonder how much effort the Gemini Gate sect leader put in on you. Especially this bracelet, it actually turned into a Dao item? This is really... If I swallow it, I'm afraid. Yen muttered in the Acheron map. Fang Han understood and asked, Xingyun Baby, your Sun and Moon 5 Stars bracelet actually became a Dao item. No wonder the people from the Heaven Dao Pavilion are so polite to you. This bracelet? Xingyun Baby shook the bracelet on her hand, and pieces of starlight rippled. After I went back that time, I comprehended the divine power secret realm. Then, my father took the bracelet back. In the spacetime of the star tomb, he turned 1 year into 180 years with a few supreme elders of the sect. He used his natal immortal energy to absorb the pure yang of the celestial world and condensed it for 360 years. Only then did it transform into a Dao item. It is something that I will use to defend myself against enemies and protect my life. Yes, the outside world is dangerous now. With this Dao item to protect myself, I will be much safer. However, you lent me 300 million pills. Of course, I have to settle this matter for you. When the time comes, I will accompany you back to the Gemini Gate and use the Yuanying pill to repay you. I believe that not only will the sect elders not blame you, they will even cheer for you. Fang Han knew that Xingyun Baby had embezzled 300 million pills for him. If he didn't make up for the deficit, the consequences would be very bad. Yes, this time, the sect elders and my father told me to use these 300 million pills to buy the Yuanying pill. I want to test my ability so that I can arrange the position of the Gate Master. My father may retire and become a supreme elder in a few hundred years. He will cultivate supreme techniques and won't have the energy to manage the affairs of the sect. In our Gemini Gate, many senior brothers are eyeing the position of the Gate Master covetously. Xingyun Baby pursed her lips and said, although I'm not interested in the position of Gate Master, I don't like those tyrannical and overbearing senior brothers. Don't worry. With me here, the position of the Gemini Gate's Gate Master won't run away from you. Fang Han's heart suddenly moved. He knew that the competition within the sect was very fierce. Although Xingyun Baby's father was the Gemini Gate's Gate Master, the entire Gemini Gate didn't belong to him alone. It was still uncertain who the future Gate Master would be. Take the Ascension Gate as an example. If Feng Baiyu had a son, and Feng Baiyu retired in the near future to cultivate the Tao of immortality, then the one who would become the Gate Master would be Hua Tiandu, and not his son. According to the rules of each immortal Tao sect, the position of Gate Master would be chosen among the true disciples, and not among the elders. After Feng Baiyu retired, Master Tianxing wouldn't inherit the position of Gate Master. This was to prevent the elders from fighting for power, forming cliques, and disrupting the sect. But it also made the true disciples work hard. Feng Han could also become an elder now and enter the Ascension Heavenly Palace. His treatment might be better than being a true disciple, but he would forever lose the qualifications to be the Gate Master. For example, the true disciples were a group of royal family members, and the elders were civil and military officials, court elders, and military marshals. The treatment of the true disciples wasn't as good as the elders, and they weren't as pampered as the elders. Some dangerous missions were first considered to be carried out by the true disciples, because the sect wanted to train them and make them useful. Some true disciples who didn't have any ambition and only wanted to cultivate in peace could also give up their position and become an elder. Therefore, the Ascension Gate only had a little more than 100 true disciples, and the number of elders was far more than that. If in the future, Xingyun Baby couldn't become the Gate Master, and someone else became the Gate Master, then his position wouldn't be as glorious as it was now. It was also impossible for him to have the qualifications to embezzle 300 million pills. Even this time, if he embezzled 300 million pills and returned empty-handed, he would be attacked by many people, and the Gemini Gate's Gate Master wouldn't be able to protect him. But this time, if he brought back a large number of Yuanying pills, it would make people look at him in a different light, and many elders would admire him, laying a solid foundation for him to become the Gate Master in the future. Feng Han was clear about these things. Xingyun Baby has a Tao artifact, and I also have a Tao artifact. If the two of them join forces, together with Venerable Gu Meng and Fairy Lian Yun, and set up an ambush in advance, I'm afraid that we can kill the 3 mysterious Jin Dan experts. Removing a hidden danger. Not bad, not bad, not bad at all. Promising, very promising. At this moment, the white cloud that Feng Han was hiding in was suddenly torn apart by a sword light, and a white-clothed youth walked out of the crack in the white cloud, looking at Feng Han and Xingyun Baby. I knew that our Ascension Gate had another peerless genius. You obtained the inheritance of the Demon Gate Emperor Huang Quan and have the Acheron map. You can also refine the Yuanying pill and distribute it everywhere in the sect to buy people's hearts and conspire to become the Gate Master. Now, you even want to infiltrate the Gemini Gate. You're really amazing. Hua Tiandu's heart is as dangerous as the mountains and rivers, and he's shrewd, but he's not as scheming as you. Good. Good. Very good. Feng Han was shocked. In the sky, he found a place to speak, and first used the Sea Glutton Qigong to transform, and then used the Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist's Water Qi to seal, and also a few ice and snow divine abilities, and even more powerful was the exquisite Great Overarching Heavens Illusion transformation. With such a display, even if a Skyman Realm expert accidentally entered the white cloud, he would be trapped and unable to come out. Even Jin Dan experts would need to use brute force to break it. But the white-clothed youth used a simple sword to break open the gap and walk in. It was as though he had opened his own door. It was as easy as flipping open a door, and was truly powerful. What was even more powerful was that the other party had cleansed himself beforehand, and Feng Han did not feel anything at all. The white-clothed youth was naturally Meng Xiaobai. Feng Han, I was originally prepared to look for you during the Mountain River List competition, but I never thought that I would see you at the treasure auction, and even be tricked by you. However, I'd like to see just how strong your divine ability is today. Let's see how powerful your demon path inheritance, immortal and demon dual cultivation is. Take out your Tao artifact. That blade of blood? And the Acheron map. If you do not take out those 2 Tao artifacts, you will not be my opponent. Meng Xiaobai spoke quietly, and then looked at Xingyun Baby. You actually took out 260 million pills, and messed up my plans to buy the Great Brahma Radiant Boat. I will teach you a lesson too. So that you do not rely on your father's power, and run amok everywhere. All of you can come at me together. Meng Xiaobai's sword tore apart the white cloud, and walked in proudly. His sword was pointed at Feng Han and Xingyun Baby, He was unexcelled in the world, his entire person was brimming with spirit chi, like the sun, just his aura alone was enough to tear apart the blue dome of heaven, and shift the sun and moon. Just by relying on his spirit chi, no one could stop him, and everyone had to concede defeat, as no one had such a sharp spirit chi like him. Feng Han had seen many talented people, but there was no one like Meng Xiaobai. Meng Xiaobai stood there, and no matter when, he gave off a feeling that there was nothing he did not dare to do, and that there was nothing he could not do, and that there was nothing he could not do. He was lawless, unrestrained, extremely daring, and firmly believed that he could defeat everything. This was the spirit and aura that Meng Xiaobai was constantly emitting. However, Feng Han was a little disgusted, and frowned slightly. We are all from the same sect, how can we fight outside? If we want to fight, we have to abide by the sect's rules, and go to the Heaven's Punishment platform in the Heaven's Palace. As for you saying that Xingyun baby is running amok, that is simply nonsense. At the treasure auction, everyone relies on their wealth to buy and sell treasures. Whoever has the money will get the treasures. If your wealth is not as good as others, you say that others are running amok. What kind of logic is this, then can I call you a pauper? Although Feng Han spoke in a pleasant tone, and there was no sharp tone, every word was like a sharp sword, especially the last 3 words pauper, which were extremely lethal, and Meng Xiaobai's expression changed. Pa 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 pa, pa 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 pa, Xingyun baby clapped with all her might, and pointed at Meng Xiaobai. Pauper, you are a pauper. You can't afford treasures, so you come to rob people. Little brat. Between Meng Xiaobai's brows, a white light flashed, and there seemed to be a few extremely fine white lines flickering. When Feng Han saw this, a few streaks of blood shot out from his eyes. Sizzle, 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 the fine blood-red light and the white light collided in front of Xingyun baby, and both turned into nothingness. Feng Han's body made a slight noise, and he took a step back, while Meng Xiaobai's brows only twitched slightly. With this, it was clear who was superior. Meng Xiaobai's magic power was much stronger than Feng Han's. However, this was to be expected. Meng Xiaobai's cultivation surpassed Jin Dan's, and he was probably an expert at the 8th level of the tribulation of wind and fire, while Feng Han was only at the 5th level of the tribulation of wind and fire. Comparing the two, there was a difference of 3 levels. Every level was an insurmountable distance, let alone 3 levels. However, Feng Han just used the power of the Lord of the Bloody Night, and didn't let Meng Xiaobai gain any advantage. Lord of the Bloody Night. Powerful, as expected of a Dao tool? However, it's only a low-grade Dao tool. I would like to see the power of the legendary Peerless Dao tool, the Acheron map. Bring it out. Meng Xiaobai fiercely took a step forward, and his white clothes fluttered in the wind. Instantly, wind and clouds surged around him, and Feng Han immediately felt a little upside down, as if his left and right were in disarray. Indiscriminate slaughter. Meng Xiaobai was awe-inspiring. He slashed down with his sword, and his sword aura overflowed. It reversed yin and yang, and stirred up heaven and earth. It enveloped Feng Han and Xingyun baby within. The sword aura vibrated in all directions, and like a huge spinning ball, it violently spun the people within. In an instant, it spun millions of times, and even the most powerful person would feel dizzy and disoriented. This sword aura was extremely powerful. The Ascension Gate never had this kind of ability, because the Ascension Gate wasn't a sword cultivation sect, and didn't place much emphasis on swordsmanship. The only natural gold sword aura that focused on instant killing, and focused on killing the enemy with a single strike, and eliminated all the fancy changes. However, Meng Xiaobai's swordsmanship was absolutely different. It seemed to have inherited the ultimate skill of an ancient sword sect. There was simplicity in its exquisiteness, simplicity in its profoundness, and simplicity in its profoundness. Yin and yang were inclusive, and both hardness and softness were combined. The sword aura was especially powerful, sharper than any Taoist aura chi, and yet as soft as the fingers. Feng Han was already prepared for this indiscriminate slaughter. When his opponent's sword aura was activated, and he sensed extreme danger, the mana in his mind had already surged out, and all kinds of abilities were displayed in an instant. First, it was the Black Sun Hurricane. Balls of black storms spiraled outwards, followed by the Great Sun Fire. Then, it was the 7 true fists of the vast sky, the Vajra metal bone palm, and other abilities. Pop, these abilities collided with Meng Xiaobai's sword aura shield. Some were shattered by the sword aura, while others shook the shield slightly. You want to trap me too? Fang Han's thoughts did not move. The 2 seas of consciousness exchanged, and the ability was activated. The Lord of the Bloody Night turned into a bloody shadow that enveloped himself and Xingyun baby. He used the saber light to clash with the sword aura, and with one collision, a small opening was opened. He immediately used the divine chi of the serpent and sparrow and slithered out from this extremely small opening. The ability is activated so quickly. Meng Xiaobai was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Fang Han's ability to be activated so quickly. It was as swift as lightning. However, he did not know that Fang Han had cultivated the second sea of consciousness of the Panwu Great Strength ability. The speed of his ability and reaction were twice as fast as before. Moreover, although he did not succeed in comprehending the immortal realm, his spirit had been baptized, and he had already condensed the spiritual fire. This was an ability that only those at the 6th tier of the consolidation realm had. With this, as long as he had enough 5 elements Yuan Qi to complete the 5 Emperor's great demon mystiques, he could enter the consolidation realm without using any strength. Because he had comprehended the realm, he only lacked Yuan Qi now. If Fang Han fought with Wanrou now, there was no need for the Lord of the Bloody Night to be evenly matched. The strength in the Panwu Great Strength ability was not simply explained as strength. Spiritual power also included intelligence, mental strength, and so on. As Fang Han shuttled out, the Lord of the Bloody Night moved slightly, and another saber aura shot out, slashing towards the back of Meng Xiaobai's head. At the same time, Fang Han's body swayed, and thousands of bloody shadows appeared. It was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. This was the true form phantom technique, and it was especially powerful when used in battle. Wanrou had almost fallen for this mystique. Between heaven and earth, there is always a sliver of life. It can be said that the numbers of the great evolution lack one, but they are agile. Only I, the lifeless killing Tao, defying the heavens and destroying all life, cutting off that sliver of life. This is the ultimate sword. Using the ultimate sword, the ultimate sword, the ultimate sword. Between heaven and earth, no one can match it. At this moment, Meng Xiaobai suddenly turned, and his body disappeared without a trace. It was unknown where he had hidden himself. Using concealment to deal with the endless phantoms was just right. As he disappeared, thousands of sword aura shot out from the void, casually waving about. Each sword aura targeted one of Fang Han's phantoms, destroying them in an instant. The true form phantom technique was broken just like that. Fang Han, this person cultivates the ultimate sword technique of the ancient sword sect, the lifeless sword sect. All martial cultivators believe that between heaven and earth, there is always a sliver of life. But the lifeless sword sect does the opposite, and leaves no chance for survival. It is the same when it comes to doing things. This is a sect that is neither righteous nor evil. In ancient times, there was only one disciple, but each generation of disciples was a world-shaking talent. One man and one sword, messing up heaven's secrets. When the man unleashed his killing intent, the earth and sky turned upside down. Later on, because this sword sect was too heaven-defying, the legacy was cut off. Who would have thought that Meng Xiaobai would inherit the legacy of the lifeless sword sect? Yan seemed to recognize that Meng Xiaobai was using the ancient sword technique. His strong psyche was transmitted into Fang Han's mind, warning him to be careful. Lifeless sword sect. There was no sliver of life. The Tao of ultimate killing. It was the same for others, and it was the same for oneself. In this moment, the true form phantom technique was broken, leaving Fang Han's real body in the air. And Meng Xiaobai suddenly appeared mysteriously, thrusting his sword. Bang, bang, bang. The sword radiance was like a spring rain. Fang Han suddenly felt that the world was full of spring rain, fresh and pleasant. He felt as if he was in a quiet house, listening to the spring rain at night. Everywhere was full of vitality. He suddenly felt intoxicated. Not good. Fortunately, his cultivation was profound. In this moment of intoxication, a strong sense of danger rose from the depths of his heart. He saw a sword radiance, like the scorching sun, expanding in front of his eyes. The endless sword aura seemed to want to drown him. Completely crushed. While Feng Han was in a daze, Meng Xiaobai's sword broke through the blood radiance of the Lord of the Bloody Night, and went for the real body. Such swordsmanship was simply shocking. It was also the first time Feng Han had seen such an unstoppable swordsmanship. But after all, he had been through hundreds of battles and was trapped in the Taiyuan immortal abode for 18 years. He had chatted with the mysterious person and was well versed in all kinds of mysterious techniques. In this moment of crisis, he was highly focused. The sword aura in front of him slowed down in his eyes. Ding dong. A wisp of spiritual fire suddenly exploded in his mind. Instantly, all the mana in his mind burned fiercely. Break for me. In an instant, his body changed continuously. Like a huge tree, the wind blew and hundreds of branches swayed. Meng Xiaobai's sword pierced through the air. Then he raised his palm. The Lord of the Bloody Night completely transformed into a huge handprint, dripping with blood. Countless evil spirits howled, and the cries of cuckoos and blood apes could be heard. Tears of blood flowed as it hit Meng Xiaobai's real body. The blood-weeping handprint was an attack that the Lord of the Bloody Night had transformed into. Meng Xiaobai's body flashed outwards and instantly turned into a faint shadow. The sword in his hand had completely merged with his body. The sword and body were one, indestructible. The blood-weeping handprint missed. And his body appeared behind Feng Han's head like a ghost. His sword chi was dense, and it was aimed at the Yuzhen acupoint. It was as if the sword was going to pierce Feng Han's mind. This sword, just as it struck, transmitted a vast and demonic suction force. It created all kinds of invisible vortexes in the surrounding void. With the tip of the sword as the origin, all space, time, light, and Yuan Qi collapsed inwards. It was as if his sword had sucked the void dry. Such swordsmanship. It was enough to be called lifeless. There was no sign of life. There was no sign of life. The lifeless sword sect was a sect that was neither righteous nor evil in the ancient times. Its swordsmanship could be said to be the best in the world. It cut off the last strand of life between heaven and earth. It was a completely heaven-defying move. Every person who cultivated the lifeless sword Dao was extremely talented. With the power of the sword, they could sweep the world and kill everything that stood in their way. Such heaven-defying swordsmanship was not something that everyone could cultivate. Therefore, the lifeless sword sect was passed down to only one person in each generation. In other words, Meng Xiaobai was now the sect leader of the lifeless sword sect. He was also a direct disciple and an elder. He was a general without an army. Of course, this did not stop him from becoming a direct disciple of the Ascension Gate. Because in the future, when he cultivated to the immortal secret realm, he had hopes of competing with Hua Tiandu for the sect leader position. The sect leader position of the Ascension Gate was no small matter. The reason why Meng Xiaobai used Feng Han to test his swordsmanship was also to test him before competing for the sect leader position. He felt that Feng Han was also one of the strong candidates for the sect leader position. Now, among the direct disciples of the Ascension Gate, Hua Tiandu was the undisputed number one. Meng Xiaobai might surpass him. Fang Qingxue was eyeing him covetously. Feng Han was a short man who was growing rapidly. His potential could not be ignored. The current sect leader of the Ascension Gate, Feng Baiyu, would definitely retire in a few hundred years and become a grand elder. He would hide in the depths of time and space to cultivate the supreme immortal path. In a few hundred years, Hua Tiandu, Meng Xiaobai, Fang Qingxue, Feng Han, and even southern Wanrou, northern Yaoguang, western Kalan, and Dongling Shao would all have a chance to cultivate to the immortal secret realm and become an ancient powerhouse. At that time, the fight for the position of sect leader would definitely be very intense. Meng Xiaobai didn't want to kill Feng Han. Instead, he wanted to defeat Feng Han and plant the seed of failure in Feng Han's heart with the ultimate move of the lifeless sword Dao. Naturally, he couldn't kill Feng Han now. Otherwise, the sect's rules would be enough to make him suffer. He was now using the most powerful sword technique of the lifeless sword Dao, void-piercing slash. All of his dermic powers and divine abilities were concentrated on the sword, creating a force field, a domain. Put Feng Han in a situation where he was bound to lose. Fang Han did not expect Meng Xiaobai's swordsmanship to be so fierce. As the sword struck out, all the air was drawn out until there was not a single drop left. The void space collapsed inwards endlessly. All of Fang Xingzhan's gang qis, powers, abilities, physical body, and even the Blood Knight Monarch were all squeezed toward the tip of the sword. In short, Meng Xiaobai's sword was trying to suck Fang Han into the sword. He had never seen or heard of such a mysterious sword technique. Dazzling heaven! Fang Han didn't hesitate. His divine abilities were now twice as fast as before. This was the effect of opening a second brain. His reactions were also fast, and he could pull chestnuts out of the fire in the blink of an eye. He knew that the most effective way to deal with a sword move like this was to use the exalted dazzling heaven, a divine ability that involved spatial transformations. As soon as he unleashed it, it was as if several chessboards had appeared around him, allowing him to escape from Meng Xiaobai's attack in the blink of an eye. Trying to run? Humph. Meng Xiaobai's figure once again hid in the sword light, disappearing without a trace. A series of illusory sword moves rushed towards Meng Xiaobai's face. Sword formations, sword mounds, sword forests, sword pools, and so on appeared everywhere. There were swords everywhere in the void. Fang Han felt like he was in a world of swords. He was being attacked by all of the swords. Dreamscape slash, this was yet another killing move of the lifeless sword Dao. A single movement of the sword could drag someone into a dreamscape, making it impossible to tell what was real and what was not. In the end, one would be killed by the sword light. Fang Han's mind was as calm as still water as he used another divine ability. 5 types of vital energy began to spin wildly within his 5 viscera as he used the 5 Emperor's Grand Devil art for the first time. Azure Qi, Fire Qi, White Qi, Black Qi, and Yellow Qi intertwined as the psychic flame ignited his magical power. A vast wave of energy broke through the dreamscape, and he saw that Meng Xiaobai's sword was only 3 inches from his throat. It was so cold that it froze his entire body, making it impossible to move. The situation was extremely dangerous. Lord of the Bloody Night. At this moment, a blood-red light appeared 3 inches away from his throat, blocking the tip of the sword from piercing him. At the same time, his body moved horizontally and arrived at another piece of white cloud. He had temporarily escaped Meng Xiaobai's aura. Whoosh! He had just moved to another piece of white cloud when the white cloud in front of him suddenly changed. It turned into Meng Xiaobai's figure again. Meng Xiaobai's figure swept out from it, and attacked with his sword across the sky. It was like a comet attacking the moon or a goshawk attacking a rabbit. In truth, Fang Han had met many opponents in his life, but this was the most difficult. Meng Xiaobai did not have any fancy divine abilities, nor did he have any powerful magical treasures, but his sword moves were unpredictable. He had no way of attacking him, and no divine ability could trap him. He could only let him continue to kill him. If I had time to absorb the living soil crystal of 9 heavens, Huang Emperor's Way of the Earth Emperor, and the 5 Emperor's Grand Devil art could form a small cycle, I would not have to fight back tomorrow. Fang Han frowned. If he had not cultivated the second knowledge sea, he would have been defeated in one move by Meng Xiaobai. But now, he could parry, but he could not fight back. Future Constellation. Just as Meng Xiaobai's sword swept over, before Fang Han could do anything, Xingyan Baby's sun and moon pentagram bracelet suddenly emitted starlight. Then, it condensed into a divine spirit. It looked like a giant spirit, but it was not. It wore a star robe, a star crown, and stepped on a star cloud. Its aura was even stronger than the Lord of the Bloody Night. With a flash, it punched out and hit the tip of Meng Xiaobai's sword. The force was so great that the tip of the sword was deflected. Meng Xiaobai's body disappeared again, and the Lord of the Bloody Night also flew out. Together with the divine spirit condensed from the power of the stars, they released a saber aura and slashed towards the depths of the cloud. Pfft! Meng Xiaobai's body suddenly appeared. He was actually discovered by the 2 Dao equipment spirits. The Lord of the Bloody Night was a Dao equipment, and the sun and moon pentagram bracelet was also a Dao equipment. Both of them had been refined by experts of the longevity secret realm, and had even fused with the blood essence of the experts of the longevity secret realm. Working together, they were actually able to force Meng Xiaobai to reveal his body. This is the chance. Seeing the chance, Fang Han immediately became excited. and unleashed all 28 types of divine abilities. Ha 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 ha. 2 Dao equipment spirits, you are truly not a small matter. Feng Han, today's matter, let's forget about it. In the future, during the Mountain River List competition at the Ascension Gate, I will show you. While speaking, Meng Xiaobai had already disappeared, causing Feng Han's divine abilities to hit empty air. With Meng Xiaobai's departure, Feng Han's mental state immediately became more relaxed, he no longer had any pressure, and the trace of danger also disappeared. Only then did he believe that Meng Xiaobai had truly left. That lad's sword techniques are truly terrifying, if this continues, it will not be good. Suddenly, the spirit of the Sun and Moon pentagram bracelet spoke out. But if this continues, he will not be able to control the situation. Feng Han recalled the few exchanges of blows. Although it was not long, but it was extremely thrilling, if there was any mistake, he would immediately be humiliated. If he were to be defeated by Meng Xiaobai, it would truly be a humiliation. Xingyun baby patted the bracelet, and the spirit immediately entered it. Then what do we do now? Now, we naturally have to find a place to stay in White Sky City. Feng Han said, I will refine the honorable martial vessel that was auctioned, and at the same time, I will fuse the 9 heaven living soil crystal into my own power, and train it into a divine ability. Meng Xiaobai is not a problem, but when the time comes, Xingyun baby, you have to help me kill a few people. That's good. Xingyun baby said, our Gemini Gate also has a property in White Sky City. No one will disturb us when we rest there. We can cultivate in peace. In that case, let's go. Feng Han nodded and followed Xingyun baby to fly into the distance. After a while, he saw a tower that was inlaid with crystals on all sides to form a formation, and starlight was shining. In Feng Han's mind, a huge amount of star power in the sky poured down and was absorbed into this tower, which was very powerful. Ordinary cultivators would never be able to enter this tower. However, Xingyun baby shook it with the Sun and Moon pentagram bracelet, and immediately shuttled in and landed in a hall at the top of the tower. It was peaceful and peaceful. Feng Han immediately felt that the endless star power filled his body, which was suitable for him to cultivate the Panwu great strength magic. This is the vast star tower. We have built many of them in the Dashuan Empire as our property. However, we have to pay taxes to the royal family every year. They are all elixirs, and the royal family of the Dashuan Empire will contribute to the Tai Gate. Xingyun baby seemed to have matured after cultivating the magic power and said to Feng Han. Of course, otherwise the Tai Gate will not let you build such towers. Feng Han sat down cross-legged, took out the living soil crystal of 9 heaven, and used the Earth Emperor's Gangqi to cover it. Crack, crack. Under the cover of the Earth Emperor's Gangqi, the living soil crystal of 9 heaven constantly disintegrated, turned into pure earth primordial qi of the earth, and integrated into Feng Han's Gangqi. Gradually, Feng Han's Earth Emperor's Gangqi derived a form, like a dragon or a snake, with scales and claws vaguely appearing. Eh? Yen, why aren't you swallowing the great Brahma radiant ship? Just then, Feng Han took the time to look at Yen Xiu's process, only to realize that Yen Xiu had placed the great Brahma radiant ship in the middle, and was continuously absorbing. I only need the pure yang qi on the ship, but after absorbing the pure yang qi, the material of the ship itself is not a small matter, and is much more precious than the 5 Hell King cauldron. Even if I eat it, I will have to poop it out, as I cannot digest it. It is not like the golden blazing mirror, which completely melted when I was cultivating. Yen Xiu waved his claws. The material left behind by the ship, who knows, maybe in the future, your 5 Hell King cauldron can be upgraded to a Dao tool. The great Brahma radiant ship was a treasure. Other than having endless pure yang qi, the material itself was also a rare treasure. It was not like the golden blazing mirror that Feng Han had obtained as a reward for the Mountain River List rank. The material itself was not much, and was completely supported by pure yang qi. When Yen Xiu absorbed all the pure yang qi, the material was wasted and turned into ashes. But the great Brahma radiant ship would not. After absorbing the pure yang qi, leaving behind the treasured ship body, it would not be a problem to refine another absolute rank treasure. Although the ship cost Feng Han 260 million pills, it was worth it. But if other people bought it, because they did not understand Buddhist techniques, the great Brahma radiant ship would not be able to be refined into a Dao tool. but Feng Han did not have the intention to refine it into a Dao tool. As long as the pure yang qi within could increase Xianxia's strength, what else could he not have? If Xianxia absorbed the pure yang qi, he would be able to increase his level, and would be able to use the Acheron map. The Acheron map was a Dao tool, and when it was at its peak, it was an absolute rank Dao tool with boundless power. Compared to the Lord of the Bloody Night and the Sun Moon 5-star bracelet, it was many times more powerful. It was refined by the Emperor Huangquan in the past, and was prepared to find the legendary Earth Emperor's book. Combining the two into one, it transformed into an immortal tool, and was naturally not ordinary. Let's see if Yan Ning can increase his level. If he does, I will have some confidence in hunting down the 3 mysterious experts. Feng Han could not forget about killing the 3 mysterious Jin Dan experts who wanted to assassinate him. Otherwise, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Being targeted for assassination was not a good feeling. It was equivalent to being a thorn in one's side and a thorn in one's flesh. The great Brahma radiant ship was coiled in the middle of the ship. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and sucked in a huge amount of pure yang qi. Following which, its body expanded by a few times, like an inflated balloon. It was as though it was going to explode at any moment. At this moment, Yan Ning completed a fat dragon. King of Hell's 9 transformations. 10 limitless forests. Acheron by Luo. Remnant wandering demon. Its 2 claws intertwined, as though forming an extremely complicated hand seal. Following which, it changed continuously. A series of complicated hand seals that contained the supreme principles of heaven and earth were evolved by Yan Ning. This was the most powerful technique since the creation of heaven and earth. No one knew what kind of demonic Dao mystique it was. Yan Ning knew a total of 36 mystiques. However, it had only taught Feng Han 5 of the 5 emperors' great demonic Dao mystiques. It had not taught the rest. Now, it seemed like this mystique was one of the 36. Looking at the changes in the hand seals, it was not inferior to any other supreme mystique. As the hand seals changed, the most mysterious syllables that seemed to come from the depths of heaven and earth rang out. Beautiful and pulsating notes revolved around Yan Ning continuously, as though they were forming a huge array. These huge arrays kept on revolving, and a vast and majestic power was added to the great Brahma radiant ship. Suddenly, a huge amount of pure yang qi on this ship was violently sucked into Yan Ning's body. As for Yan's body, it had already swelled up. But under its hand seal, the pure yang energy that was absorbed into its body was compressed inch by inch, disintegrated, and then scattered into its body. Its yellow body suddenly became lively, and countless beads of sweat appeared on its brass scales. It also seemed to be blood. This meant that Yan Ning seemed to have a real body, and was no longer an illusion formed by illusory pure yang qi. The beads of sweat that seeped out of the brass-colored scales were also like golden pearls. When they fell into the Yellow Springs River, they made tinkling sounds like pearls falling onto a jade plate. They were crisp and pleasing to the ears. Tinkling, tinkling. Beads of sweat fell from Yan Ning's body into the Acheron River, where they merged with the holy water of the Acheron River. At the bottom of the river, a mysterious formation seemed to sense Yan Ning's change, and was shaken by the beads of blood essence and sweat. It let out a long whine, as though the gates of hell had been opened. Thousands of ghosts and devils howled at each other, and the sound was like thunder. Demonic qi surged and filled the sky. Feng Han was absorbing the living soil crystal of the 9 heavens, and his Earth Emperor's stellar energy was also transforming. The earthy yellow stellar energy in his spleen was gradually thickening, and had already turned into an earthy yellow color. It was connected to the earth, and seemed to possess an indestructible power. His spleen had become a mountain, a towering mountain that had taken root deep into the earth. It was sturdy, majestic, and indestructible. In the blink of an eye, his Earth Emperor's stellar energy had reached minor success, and it formed a subtle cycle with the other stellar energies of the 5 emperors and 5 sovereigns. Kacha, kacha. Feng Han's body underwent another transformation. Every inch of his pores was emitting 5 colored streams of qi. The 5 colored streams of qi represented the 5 elements yuan qi. The 5 elements yuan qi did not disperse, but instead revolved around Feng Han's body. It gradually condensed into an outer shell. It was a hard shell, like a huge 5-colored egg. It was incomparably sturdy, and looked even more imposing than the Kuanping Dome. Xingyun baby saw Feng Han's appearance, and was surprised that he had turned into an immemorial divine beast that was about to be hatched. 5 emperors and 5 sovereigns. 9 heavens and 10 earths. Supreme sovereigns. Feng Han's emotionless voice came from the giant 5-colored egg. With a crack, the eggshell cracked, and all the 5 elements qi turned into a large formation. It was a sealing formation formed by the 5 emperors' great demon superpowers that had been cultivated to the initial level. This formation had an unfathomable effect. It was called the 5 emperors' great seal. If the 5 emperors' great devil's divine ability were all cultivated to the great perfection stage, they would all produce divine lightning. When they worked together, they would form a chaotic seal that was incomparably powerful. Even the Black Sun Hurricane and Great Sun Fire Calamity could not compare to it. Feng Han had cultivated the 5 emperors' great devil's divine ability to the great perfection stage, and cultivated the 5 emperors' great seal. Just as he was about to think of a way to test the power of this divine ability, he was alarmed by the monstrous demonic qi in the Acheron map. What's going on? At this moment, the Lord of the Bloody Night also flew out. When he saw the changes in the Acheron map in the air, his expression was a little unnatural. He was the artifact spirit of a Tao treasure, and he deeply felt that Yen seemed to be undergoing an earth-shattering transformation. This stupid dragon is making quite a commotion. What if it becomes stronger than me after this transformation? With this stupid dragon's personality, it will definitely find trouble with me frequently. This is not good. I want to transform as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, if I want to increase my power, I can only do it step by step. My cultivation speed is countless times slower than that of an ordinary person. Unless I can devour the blood essence of an expert in the secret realm of immortality, or a large amount of innate blood jades. If I can take the blood pond of the Blood Shadow Demon sect and merge it with my body. Humph. The Lord of the Bloody Night thought to himself. Raising its strength was not a good idea for it. He wanted to increase his power as quickly as possible. Crash! A beam of starlight shot out and condensed into an artifact spirit. This time, the artifact spirit of Xingyun baby's sun-moon pentagram bracelet was alarmed by the Acheron map and rushed out. Baby, this Tao treasure is no small matter, Xingyun baby said. I can sense the monstrous demonic qi and terrifying power within it. It seems to be some ancient seal that has been broken. This magical treasure is too terrifying. I can't believe such a terrifying magical treasure exists in heaven and earth. I wonder who created it. However, it doesn't seem to have recovered. If it did, I'm afraid. The sun-moon pentagram bracelet's artifact spirit was pale, and very human-like in appearance, as if it were made of flesh and blood. Hoshi-chan, this is a talisman from the number 1 Devil Emperor, Emperor Huangquan. It can be used to open Acheron's treasure vault. Who knows how many experts and magnate were killed by it. Big Bro Feng Han has this map, and it'll be very useful in the future. Xingyun baby cocked her head to the side. This treasure seems to be a consummate Tao treasure. As it turned out, the sun-moon pentagram bracelet's artifact spirit was called Hoshi-chan Good. A magical treasure like this must have a very powerful artifact spirit. When it succeeds in its transformation, I want to see just how powerful it is. Xingqian's face seemed to be filled with battle intent, as if he was very experienced in battle. It's absorbing the pure yang energy of the great Brahma Radiance battleship. The Lord of the Bloody Night appeared, looked at Hoshi-chan, and said, I never would have guessed that the pure yang energy of the great Brahma Radiance battleship would be so thick. It seems to be almost limitless. He had just joined forces with Hoshi-chan to deal with Meng Xiaobai, and because of that, he was somewhat resistant to Yan's sudden rise in power. The pure yang energy of the great Brahma Radiance battleship is incredible. In fact, it seems to be on par with mine. I don't understand why it hasn't transformed into a Tao treasure after absorbing so much pure yang energy. Perhaps that's why Master sold it. Hoshi-chan himself was a pure yang Tao treasure, so he could sense how strong the pure yang energy of the great Brahma Radiance battleship was. The great Brahma Radiance battleship had been obtained by many experts who wanted to refine it into a Tao treasure. However, they were unable to transform it, so they tried their best to infuse it with pure yang energy, but to no avail. In the end, they could only sell it in exchange for pills. Creak. At this moment, a quaint sound came from the Acheron map. It was as though a mysterious door that had been sealed for countless years was being pushed open. Finally, Yen emerged from the Acheron map. His entire body was crystal yellow, surrounded by yellow mist. He floated in the void, looking extremely sacred. Behind him, there seemed to be a huge door. Inside the door, there was boundless demonic chi and demonic intent. It seemed to want to devour the mortal realm and turn heaven and earth into a world of demons. Ha 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 ha, I've accumulated enough energy. I've finally opened the door of Avicii. Yen laughed. The door of Avicii. What's that? The Lord of the Bloody Night and Hoshi-chan both felt that the door behind Yen was extremely terrifying. It seemed like a formation, yet it wasn't a formation. It seemed like a divine ability, yet it wasn't a divine ability. It seemed like a magic treasure, yet it wasn't a magic treasure. It even felt like a living creature. It was like a ferocious beast that had existed since ancient times. The door of Avicii could devour all existences that disrespected the heavens. Even the two weapon spirits felt that it was extremely terrifying because there was a destructive force inside. As long as one's thoughts came into contact with it, they would feel endless pain from it. What kind of terrifying thing is hidden inside? Xingyan baby also opened her eyes wide. It's a great formation in the Acheron map. It's also a treasure and a divine ability. Avicii is a saying of the Devil Tao. It means that pain will never stop. Once you enter Avicii, you will have to endure eternal pain until the end of time. Back then, in order to refine this door of Avicii, the Emperor Huangquan killed 36 great elders of the Sky Demon clan and sacrificed their blood to the demon. Then, he sealed the 9 abyss and the 9 underworlds devil chi within. At the same time, he collected the pain of millions of people in the secular world to form a world. Hoshi-chan? Didn't you want me to compete with you? Then come on. Lord of the Bloody Night. You come on as well. Let me see how strong you two juniors are. Behind Yen, the door of Avicii appeared. As it spoke, endless demonic shadows overlapped. Layers upon layers of ghosts and gods and the howling of evil spirits were transmitted from it. A black stream of air condensed into a ferocious face. Sometimes, it turned into a demon god with scales and horns. Sometimes, it turned into many tragic evil spirits. There were drowned ghosts, hungry ghosts, hanged ghosts, and so on. The cold wind was bitter. The wind of the 9 underworlds made one's bones feel cold. All right. The Lord of the Bloody Night's eyes moved. Let's fight it. As it spoke, it transformed into a large blood-red hand, bringing along a monstrous sea of blood as it viciously grabbed at Yen. Its power enveloped the entire Acheron map, as if it wanted to capture the main body of the map and imprison it. Hoshi-chan also turned into a ray of starlight and rose into the sky. He waved his hands and a series of star sand twirled out and exploded repeatedly. It was the star sand thunder dipper that the star destruction path had used before. However, it was much more powerful and mysterious. It gathered together without dispersing. There was no sound, only slight crackling and flickering like fireworks. Fang Han knew that as long as a single spark landed on a person's body, that person's flesh and bones would turn into mud, turning into nothingness. The two great artifact spirits fought Yen alone. Ga, Ga. Yen cackled like a duck as it swiped its massive claws toward Ling Han. The door of Avicii on its back immediately unleashed an incredible suction force that sucked in all of the star sand refining lightning dipper. At the same time, it swung its massive tail. Pa! It ruthlessly whipped the large blood-red hand that the Lord of the Bloody Night had transformed into. Immediately, the blood-red light shattered, revealing the true form of the blade of blood. I have the protection of the door of Avicii. Any attack below the longevity secret realm has very little effect on me. You two juniors, I'll let you feel the pain of Avicii so that you can respect your seniors. Yen chanted loudly and roared divinely. The door of Avicii behind it circulated again, and 2 streams of demonic chi rushed out. Within each stream of demonic chi, there were thousands of faces of humans and beasts alternately roaring, crying, and roaring. Their teeth chattered as if they were chewing on bones. It was a hair-raising sight. This was the aura of Avicii, which contained boundless pain. Even the slightest bit of it would make one unable to use their magic power. That's not necessarily true. I was also born as a demonic artifact. I've mastered the sky demon formation. I'd like to see how powerful the Avicii Grand technique, which is known as the most terrifying and painful technique of the demonic Tao, is. Faced with such a situation, the Lord of the Bloody Knight's body moved and suddenly turned into a ball of blood-red light. It seemed to be a ball of blood. The ball of blood drifted away, avoiding the aura of Avicii. As it drifted away, it suddenly turned into a blood-red knife wheel. It whistled and spun violently, rushing into the middle of the aura of Avicii. The knife wheel spun at high speed and actually cut the aura of Avicii apart. I'm a pure Yang Dao artifact, and it's my duty to exterminate demons. Naturally, I won't be afraid of the demonic Dao's Gang Qi. Hoshi-chan was not afraid at all, nor did he dodge. His body surged with endless starlight, surging, and met the aura of Avicii head-on. When the two came into contact, a huge flame suddenly burned. The flame was a bright color. It was the astral primordial fire, which had an extremely strong magnetic force. Immediately, the aura of Avicii was burned until it was distorted. How dare you? How dare you fight against Avicii? Looks like I'll have to use my mystique and catch all of you in one fell swoop. Avicii Samsara, Endless Pain, 99 Acheron. Demonic realm reappears. Rumble, as Yan Gaosheng chanted, the door of Avicii suddenly expanded. Endless black gas shrouded the entire space and swept everyone in. A demon domain slowly condensed and formed. It looked as if the entire world, including the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers, had been swallowed by the door of Avicii. Everyone had even lost their sense of the world's yuan qi. Feng Han's heart skipped a beat. He felt the speed at which his world tree absorbed the immortal world's yuan qi had slowed down. He knew that this was because the door of Avicii had blocked it. Only then did he truly understand the power of the Acheron map. All right. Stop fighting. Save your strength to deal with the three assassins. Or wait for the opportunity to deal with Meng Xiaobai. If both sides are injured and your magic treasures are damaged, I don't have any extra treasures to help you condense your bodies. Seeing this, Feng Han's heart skipped a beat. He immediately stopped the three magic treasures from continuing to fight. Whoosh whoosh, in the void, inch by inch, light seeped in. It was as if the door of Avicii was slowly spitting out the entire world. The Lord of the Bloody Knight and Hoshi-chan could feel the power. Although Feng Han had stopped them, if they really fought with their lives on the line, even if they could break out of the door of Avicii, their bodies would be severely damaged. All in all, Yan Gaosheng was fighting 1 against 2 and still had the upper hand. It was really amazing. And this was under the condition that the Acheron map had not recovered half of its spiritual power. If it fully recovered, how powerful would it be? What a pity, I have only recovered 1/10 of my strength. If I could recover half of my strength, I would be able to swallow you with a wave of my hand. Yan Gaosheng slowly retracted the door of Avicii and entered the Acheron map. Then, it turned into a tattoo and entered Feng Han's skin. In this silence, a ship was also spat out. It was the main body of the Great Brahma Light ship. However, at this time, the ship no longer had any spiritual power fluctuations, nor did it have any pure yang qi. It was like a secular sculpture. In fact, after the pure yang qi was absorbed by Yan Gaosheng, it had lost all of its spiritual power. Many of the large formations on it had also withered. It was no different from a sculpture. It could not fly, could not emit light, and could not defend itself against enemies. Other than the fact that it was made of very strong materials, it was just an ornament. Feng Han, I did not expect that this ship would contain so much pure yang qi. It actually allowed me to open the door of Avicii in the Acheron map. In order to kill the 3 Jin Dan experts, as long as I ambush them and attack suddenly, I will not give them the chance to self-destruct. I can even take their Jin Dan for my own use. In the past, the Acheron map could only prevent ordinary Sky Demon King from using the Sky Demon body disintegration technique to self-destruct. However, with the door of Avicii, it is different. Yan Gaosheng's voice was transmitted into Feng Han's mind. I think the woman who used the lotus flower of purification cultivates Buddhist abhijna. If I can get her Jin Dan and fuse it with my body, I will be able to comprehend all of the Buddhist abhijna. That way, I will be able to comprehend the various divine abilities of the Buddhist League. Who knows, I might even be able to refine the great Brahma Radiance ship again. What? The door of Avicii can prevent Jin Dan experts from self-destructing? Fang Han was shocked. If I can really get the Jin Dan of the three mysterious experts and fuse it with my body, my abhijna will increase by many times. Moreover, I have opened up a second mind. I am not afraid of bursting. Exploding my body. The biggest concern in killing a Jin Dan expert was that when the opponent was fighting for his life, he would self-destruct his Jin Dan. In that case, even the experts of the immortal secret realm could be injured. This was the same as killing the Sky Demon King. The self-destruction of the Sky Demon body disintegration technique was incomparably powerful. However, the explosion of the Jin Dan was 100 times more powerful than the Sky Demon body disintegration technique. It could cause the void within a radius of 100 miles to collapse, leaving no room for escape. This was also Fang Han's biggest concern in killing the three Jin Dan experts. It was also because of this that no one dared to provoke Jin Dan experts. Cultivating the Jin Dan was equivalent to having an additional protective talisman. In the world of Tao, one could avoid many fatal disasters. However, now that the door of Avicii had been opened, as long as one dealt with it appropriately and set up an ambush beforehand, there was an 80% chance of killing the Jin Dan experts and obtaining their Jin Dan. This was simply a one-of-a-kind method. Fang Han thought about it. If he obtained the three Jin Dan experts and merged them into his body, his spiritual power would probably rise to a terrifying level. He would have no problem beating the Meng Xiaobai up like a dog. Looks like the heavens are really on my side this time. However, I can't be too hasty. Xingyan baby is participating. He is only cultivated to the Aura Qi realm, so it's very dangerous. If he were to be injured by accident, I won't be able to account for it. I'll cultivate here for a month and slowly come up with a foolproof plan to increase my strength. Then, I'll counterattack. Fang Han had to be very careful about this kind of thing so that he would not make a mistake at the last minute and cause a disaster. Killing someone could not be delayed or rushed. Once the plan was well thought out, it had to be successful. A thunderous strike to eliminate the scourge. Moreover, this was the best opportunity to increase his own strength. If he succeeded, then his chances of challenging Hua Tiandu would be much higher. Fang Han's eyes flashed with endless plans. He analyzed and compared them one by one to come up with a foolproof plan. Fang Han and Xingyan baby stayed in this pagoda for a full month. In this month, Fang Han thoroughly familiarized himself with the various cultivation techniques and methods of the five emperors' great demon mystiques. At the same time, he also comprehended some of the wonderful uses of the Acheron map and had a new understanding. The original Acheron map's functions were very weak. Other than storing things, it could only release Acheron's holy water. The various spirit designs and restrictions inside could not be used. Occasionally, it would release the decaying immortal spirit design, but its power was only for sneak attacks. It could not be used for frontal attacks. However, it was different now. Once the door of Avicii was opened, its endless power would be revealed. Every movement was filled with boundless demonic qi. Every breath was filled with boundless pain. When swallowed, it could seal the void. Even the two device spirits of the Lord of the Bloody Night and Hoshi-chan could not do anything to it. It could be seen how powerful it would be if it really fought with someone. The door of Avicii was very mysterious. Although he had been comprehending it for more than a month, Fang Han could only comprehend a small part of its mysteries. However, when fighting with others, he could use some of the various demonic qi in the door of Avicii. The Acheron map had been refined by his blood. He also had some rights to use it and could use some of its wonderful effects. If he were to fight with someone now, such as Wanro, he was confident that he could easily defeat him. There was no need for a bitter battle. Of course, in this month, he was still accumulating the Immortal Realm's vitality to refine the Yuanying pill. Every day, the Immortal Realm's vitality was refined into more than 36,000 high-quality pills. A large number of them were piled up in the Acheron map. This made Fang Han's heart burst with joy. Especially when he knew the benefits of the pills. In the Dashuan Empire, as long as you had pills, you could buy almost anything you wanted. It could be seen that the supply of pills could not meet the demand. After a full month, he had accumulated more than 1,000,000 yuan pill. If he released it, who knew how many people would be shocked? He was afraid that the Tai Gate would come to his door to ask about it. However, these more than 1,000,000 pills were all for Xingyun baby to bring back to the Gemini Gate. If I continue like this, in less than 2 or 3 years, I'm afraid that I will be the richest cultivator in the world. What Meng Xiaobai, what Hua Tiandu, they are all poor people. In the ancient legends, the world tree towered between heaven and earth and ran through the immortal realm. The fragments I have now are not even a billionth of it. I have to find more fragments. If I can produce 100,000 yuan pills or 1,000,000 yuan pills in a day, I'm afraid that I can really dominate a region. Fang Han thought in his heart. Let's go, Xingyun baby. Let's go to the Linglong Pagoda and invite Fairy Lian Yun. Then, we will find Venerable Gu Meng. Good. This is really fun. I actually want to ambush 3 Jin Dan experts. That's right. The 3 Jin Dan experts you mentioned, 2 men and 1 woman, one uses the Star Sand Thunder Dipper, and the other uses the colorful lotus-like sword Qi. Xingyun baby rubbed his head with his fingers. They seem to be the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th of the 40 great bandits overseas. The immortal slaying bandit, the moon-piercing bandit, and the star-destroying bandit. These 3 are all Jin Dan experts. They cultivate mysterious magical powers and are good at assassination. It is often impossible to guard against them. They have never failed to kill a person. He recited the information of the 40 great bandits as if he was reciting a book. Obviously, he had received thousands of instructions from his parents before he came out. 40 great bandits overseas? I see. Fang Han's eyes turned, and everything became clear. In the past, he did not know the identities of the 3 mysterious Jin Dan experts who wanted to assassinate him. Now that he knew, he was more confident that he could steal their Jin Dan magical powers for his own use. Let's go. Fang Han thought for a moment. Then, a colorful airflow wrapped Xingyun baby and flew to the sky, in the Linglong Pagoda in Taibai City. Fairy Piayun and Fairy Lian Yun were discussing with each other. They each held 2 yuan pills in their hands. One of them was made by the Tai Gate. It was relatively small and not pure and transparent. The baby's face inside was also a little blurry, and his facial features did not seem to be regular. The pneuma contained in it was not very strong. However, the one made by Fang Han was obviously much bigger than the one made by the Tai Gate. Moreover, the color was pure and transparent, clearer than crystal. No impurities could be seen in it. The baby's face was chubby and white, and it seemed to be breathing. It made people not want to eat it. Furthermore, as the baby breathed, waves of powerful yuan qi surged like raging waves, swirling within the pill. This was the difference between the yuan pill made by the Tai Gate and the yuan pill made by Fang Han. No matter how one looked at it, the yuan pill made by the Tai Gate was a fake and inferior product, while the one made by Fang Han was the authentic one. In fact, the yuan pill made by the Tai Gate is not bad, but I'm afraid of comparing the goods. In comparison, the yuan pill made by Reverend Fangling is several times better. When I took this pill to the sect, even the sect leader, who was in closed-door cultivation, was alarmed. This is because the effect of a yuan pill is 4 to 5 times that of the Tai Gates. The sect leader said that it must have been refined with the pneuma of the immortal realm after being purified by a rare treasure. It contains a very strong innate wood element energy, which is very useful for refining one's body. As long as one has a slightly better aptitude, after taking this yuan pill, one will have a 90% chance of stepping into the transcendent realm. We have to return 20 million of these yuan pills. After 3 years, at least 100 junior sisters will step into the transcendent realm. Fairy Lian Yin shook her head, then nodded and said, "Now, all the grand elders in the sect have given the order to win over this Fangling. Unfortunately, this Fangling seems to be an old acquaintance of the junior gate master of the Gemini Gate. I don't know how that little Xingyun baby got to know Fangling." Fairy Lian Yin frowned and said, "That Fangling said that he would come to find us in a few days. Now, a month has passed and we haven't seen him. I wonder if he lost track of time while cultivating the great Brahma Radiance ship." The red-clothed masked woman, Drifting Cloud, frowned. That great Brahma radiance ship can't be refined into a Tao artifact. I don't know why he bought it at such a high price. Fairy Lian Yun was also puzzled. However, I'm afraid that Fongling is not his real name. I recently heard some news that there is a disciple in the Ascension Gate who can refine the Yuanying pill. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. It stopped outside the Linglong Pagoda and revealed Feng Han's transformed appearance with Xingyun baby beside him. Fairy Lian Yun, I'm really sorry. I was delayed for a month because of cultivation. This doesn't hinder our cooperation. Fairy Lian Yun said, fellow Taoist, where are you going? Would you like me to escort you? Savage Temple. Feng Han said coldly, I'm going there to find something. Savage Temple. Fairy Lian Yun was shocked when she heard that. That was a legendary forbidden area. Anyone who entered that place would be cursed with bad luck. Even the experts of the Longevity Secret Territory were no exception to that rule. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. As long as you escort me out of the savage forest and don't enter the temple, I'll be able to kill you. Of course, if I encounter any assassins, please protect me. Feng Han waved his hand. I see. That's easy. Fellow Taoist, let's go. Fairy Lian Yun flew up. Let's go to the Heaven Dao Pavilion first. I still need to invite Supremacy Gu Meng. Feng Han flew towards the Heaven Dao Pavilion. When he flew out of the Heaven Dao Pavilion, there was no one beside him. He was all alone. Xingyun baby and Fairy Lian Yun were gone. There was also no sign of Supremacy Gu Meng, the heaven and earth manifestation. It was as if the deal was not done. Fellow Taoist Fongling, is it that serious? Do you need us to use magic items to hide? Supremacy Gu Meng's voice suddenly sounded in Feng Han's mind as he flew into the sky. It turned out that they had hidden their true bodies in their magic treasure pouches. They had asked Feng Han to carry them around with him and used all sorts of abhijna to hide their auras. They wanted to catch him off guard. Senior Gu Meng, you just have to follow my plan. This time, if I succeed in getting rid of the person who tried to assassinate me, this junior will definitely give you double the amount of nascent soul pills. My Yuanying pill is of much better quality than the one at the Tai Gate. You should know that. In the future, I'll also promise to use the Yuanying pill to exchange for something from the Heaven Dao Pavilion every month. Feng Han communicated telepathically. Very good, very good. I'll do my best to ensure your safety. As for the person who wants to kill you, I'll only help you fend them off. I won't be responsible for capturing or killing them. You have to understand this, Supremacy Gu Meng said. As long as you can help me fend off the assassination attempt, that's enough. I won't trouble you with anything else. Feng Han knew that Supremacy Gu Meng didn't want to offend anyone now. He only wanted to ensure his safety. However, this didn't stop him from carrying out his plan. A ray of five-colored light flew out of Taibai City. It gradually left the Dashuan Empire's territory and arrived at a barren forest. On the other side of the Dashuan Empire was a barren forest that stretched for billions of miles. There were all sorts of terrifying monsters in the forest, as well as all sorts of exotic plants and treasures. In the depths of the barren forest, there were many barren temples. It was a barren civilization. It was a mysterious empire from the ancient times. It was much more powerful than the Dashuan Empire, but it was still buried in the dust of history. The ruins of this mysterious empire were still one of the greatest miracles in the cultivation world. Feng Han flew out of the barren forest, but he didn't enter it. This was because he felt a faint sense of danger in front of him. He frowned. Then, his ears twitched. He heard the crisp sound of a flute. The woman from the immortal slaying bandit was sitting on the branch of an ancient barren tree. She was playing her flute leisurely. She seemed to be waiting for Feng Han. When she saw Feng Han flying in the air, the immortal slaying bandit stopped playing her flute and extended her hand. You bought a great Brahma ship at the treasure market. It's useless to you. Give it to me. I'll spare you this time. How about that? The immortal extermination bandit, who had cultivated a mysterious Buddhist technique, was actually blocking Feng Han's path by himself. Asking for the great Brahma light ship was extremely arrogant and mysterious. Originally, the immortal extermination bandit was alone. Fang Han did not need any help to kill this Jin Dan expert in a one-on-one battle. The Bloody Night King, the Five Emperors' great demonic mystique that had formed the Five Emperors' Great Seal, and the Yellow Springs diagram that had opened the door of Avicii. With these three factors, killing a Jin Dan expert might not be a piece of cake, but it was definitely a success. However, Fang Han unexpectedly did not move. He only looked at the other party quietly. This was because he could feel that the other party had come prepared since he had assumed such a stance. As the second ranked among the 40 great bandits, he was definitely not a fool. However, when he used his spiritual will to sense the surroundings, he did not detect any movement. It was precisely because he did not detect any movement that he felt even more terrified. Ha 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 ha. After a moment of silence, Fang Han suddenly laughed out loud. The immortal extermination bandit actually dares to rob a puny Heaven Realm expert like me. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if this news gets out? I didn't expect you to know that I bought the Great Brahma light ship. It seems like I've never been able to escape from you guys. Of course I know. I also know that you can mass-produce Yuanying pill. The quality is several times better than the Tai Gate. Hence, you can be so brazen when you buy things. Even Meng Xiaobai, who inherited the #1 killing path of the ancient times, Lifeless Sword Sect, is no match for you. However, your Ascension Gate also has a lot of internal strife. Of course, talents are emerging one after another. I'm really envious. The immortal extermination bandit stood up on a wild ancient tree. With a faint smile, he sized up Fang Han. He actually knew about Fang Han's background. Hee, I knew my identity long ago. How could I hide it from the investigation of the 40 great bandits? Fang Han chuckled. He understood that he had distributed the Yuanying pill at the Ascension Gate, defeated the 6 Taoists of the Tai Gate, killed the 7-leaf demon monarch, and defeated Wanro in front of many disciples. Any one of these things could make one's reputation soar and spread far and wide. He had never thought that his identity could be concealed from others, but because he was in the Great Xian Empire, he still had to conceal himself a little to avoid attracting attention. Otherwise, if the people of the Greater One sect came looking for him, it would be hard to avoid conflict. Looks like you're not bad either. You know that we're the 40 bandits. The female immortal extermination robber extended a finger and shook it. Originally, young Master Ling hired us to kill you. Since you escaped once, we should have stopped. However, since you have a great emperor's decree like the Yellow Springs diagram, we have no choice but to kill you. Don't talk nonsense. Show me whatever ambush you have. Fang Han's voice was cold. If you're alone, only death awaits you today. He. The immortal extermination robber chuckled and flew up. As she flew, lotus flowers automatically appeared under her feet and formed a lotus platform. Of course, I'm not alone. You're not alone. You invited Supremacy Gu Meng from the Heaven Dao Pavilion and Fairy Lian Yun from Exquisite Paradise. You also have Xingyun Baby, the young leader of the Gemini Gate. You have a total of 3 Dao weapons, but only 2 of them can be used. The Acheron map is damaged. I'm right, am I? Our estimation of your strength will not be wrong. Otherwise, why would we come to capture you? Bang! 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 Upon hearing the immortal extermination robber's words, 3 rays of light shot out from Fang Han's body and shot into the sky. They were Supremacy Gu Meng, Xingyun Baby, and Fairy Lian Yun. Fang Han's expression was cold. He had asked these people to hide so that he could ambush the 3 great bandits. However, he did not expect them to be so powerful that they could infiltrate the Heaven Dao Pavilion and find out about the experts he had hired. Fortunately, the Acheron map has opened the Avicii Gate and its power has increased greatly. It's comparable to the Sun and Moon pentagram bracelet and the Lord of the Bloody Night working together. They don't know that this is enough for me to turn the tables. Fang Han calculated in his heart. He did not panic at all. Originally, he had planned to kill the 3 great bandits and steal their Jin Dan. Now that his plan had failed, he could only retreat and escape. Supremacy Gu Meng, as a level 9 divine power expert, you have a chance of reaching the immortal secret realm. There's no need for you to get involved in this mess. The immortal extermination robber seemed to be wary of Supremacy Gu Meng. After all, a level 9 divine power cosmic form cultivator could unleash boundless power with just a wave of his hand. Supremacy Gumeng took in a deep breath and said, "The Heaven Dao Pavilion's business is all about honesty and honesty. If not, how could our business be spread all over the world? Many experts and even the Demon Emperor come to do business. Today, I promised Feng Han that I would protect him. I will not back down. Don't force my hand. I'm impressed. The Heaven Dao Pavilion's business is based on honesty. Both the Immortal Dao and the Demon Dao know this. In that case, Ghost Emperor, come out." The immortal extermination robber waved his hand. Woo woo woo, woo 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 woo, with a wave of her hand, the world was filled with the cries of ghosts and howls of gods. Gusts of Yin wind drilled out from the ground. Countless Yin souls and evil spirits floated within the Yin wind. In the end, they all condensed into a Yin soul throne. On top of it sat a middle-aged cultivator in hemp robes. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with ghostly flames. This middle-aged cultivator's fingernails were very long. They were more than a foot long and looked like flying swords. He looked terrifying, as if he was a demon who controlled hell. It's this guy. How dare he call himself an emperor? He even calls himself the Ghost Emperor. Yan said viciously in the Acheron map. This is one of the elders of the Acheron evil sect, Yin Wuchang. When Emperor Huangquan was alive, he was also a powerful figure. How dare he call himself an emperor now? However, without a large amount of emotion for getting water, he will never reach the immortal secret realm. Based on his cultivation, even though he's a level 10 divine secret realm cultivator, his lifespan is less than 800 years. If he doesn't get the emotion for getting water, the countless evil spirits in his body will devour him. In the end, he will die. Only the water of oblivion can transform the boundless souls into pure energy. Normally, only those who reached the immortal secret realm were called emperors. But now, this Ghost Emperor was a level 10 divine secret realm cultivator. Obviously, it was because of the chaos in the Acheron Gate. Finally, I provoked the Acheron evil sect? Feng Han knew that this day would come sooner or later. The news of him getting the Acheron map would definitely attract the attention of the Acheron evil sect. Although the Acheron evil sect was torn apart after the death of the Emperor Huangquan, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even the Tai Gate did not dare to have the intention to eliminate them. The Acheron map could be a sign that the Acheron Gate was united. If an expert from the Acheron Gate obtained it, he could refine it and regain his strength. Then, he could open the Acheron treasury. It would not be difficult for him to unite the Acheron evil sect and return to his position as the #1 evil sect in the world. When the Ghost Emperor appeared, everyone felt an eerie pressure. The look in Gumeng's eyes changed. "Gumeng, this is the great Dao token I obtained. I'll return it to the Heaven Dao Pavilion. What do you think? Hurry up and leave." The Ghost Emperor did not even look at Feng Han when he appeared, as if he was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Whoosh! A jet-black token flew toward Sovereign Gumeng. Supremacy Gumeng took a closer look at it, and his face turned pale with fright. An awkward expression appeared on his face. "Fellow Daoist Feng Han, I'm sorry this time. The deal between us is now null and void. I'll return all the nascent soul pills you gave me back to you." As he spoke, he turned all 10,000 Yuanying pills into streaks of light and flew towards Feng Han. Then, he bent his body and shot off like lightning. Whoosh, Gumeng's escape art was unbelievably fast. He disappeared without a trace. The Ghost Emperor did not stop him. He was clearly letting him go. "Let's go." Feng Han had long since seized the opportunity. When Gumeng rose to his feet, he also took to the air. His body blurred, creating thousands of illusions. At the same time, he hid his true form among them. Like a snake or a sparrow, he was about to escape. He'd used his true form illusory technique and serpent sparrow divine chi in order to escape with Venerable Gumeng. As soon as the Ghost Emperor appeared, Feng Han knew that today's matter was extremely dangerous. If he did not find an opportunity to escape, he would be in grave danger. Fairy Lian Yin also flew with him. She seemed to have sensed the danger and was unwilling to stay put. "Humph. You want to leave?" The Ghost Emperor's voice was ethereal, coming from the depths of the earth. He reached out with his hand, and Fang Han was blocked by a sheet of ghostly fire. White flames covered the sky. Ordinary people's firelight was in the form of balls, but the Ghost Emperor's firelight was like a wall. It was not hot, but bone-chilling cold. It was a rare type of cold flame. Nether Ghost Fire. Xianxia flashed. Nether Ghost Fire is a powerful cold flame mystique. It can invade the body and erode the bones in an instant. It can counter many flame mystiques. The Ghost Emperor's cultivation has reached the level of defying fate. He's not someone ordinary experts can compare to. Even Fairy Huiyun's 28 mystiques can't do anything to him. Instead, you're giving him a chance to trap you. Lord of the Bloody Night. Fang Han wanted to use fire to break fire, but Xianxia's lightning-fast communication made him realize something. The Lord of the Bloody Night gathered all his strength and slashed at the ghostly fire. However, the ghostly white nether ghost fire wrapped around the Lord of the Bloody Night and trapped him in the fire. Then, as though a wall had collapsed, all the ghostly fire collapsed and wrapped Fang Han in the middle. Hoshi-chan. Xingyun Baby spun the sun-moon pentagram bracelet, and a large amount of starlight shone out. Immediately, a large portion of the nether ghost fire was swept away. The sun-moon pentagram bracelet was a pure Yangdao treasure. In terms of lethality, it was not as strong as the Lord of the Bloody Night. However, it had a unique resistance against demonic qi and ghostly fire. You want to break through my nether ghost fire with just a mere pure Yangdao treasure? Dream on. The Ghost Emperor sat on the Yin-Soul throne. When he saw Xingyun Baby sweep away the demonic qi and was about to escape, he opened his mouth and spewed out even more nether ghost fire. The world turned white as a huge blob of white flames covered a radius of 25 kilometers in the sky. Large numbers of ancient trees on the ground were triggered by the nether ghost fire. They withered one after another, revealing a putrid black color. And many snakes, insects, rats, ants, tigers, leopards, jackals, and wolves in the savage forest died. Their souls were absorbed into the nether ghost fire, increasing its strength. The nether ghost fire was powerful in this way. Once it enveloped it, all the souls of living beings would be sucked away and fused into the ghostly fire. Even the vitality of plants would be sucked away and rot. This was a destructive and predatory cold flame. To refine this flame, large numbers of murderous beasts were needed to plunder their souls. Then, it would be fused with the baleful earth qi and various demonic attributes. Finally, the ghostly fire would be completed and evolve into the nether ghost fire. It was incomparably powerful. Immortal Extermination Bandit frowned when he saw the Ghost Emperor spit out nether ghost fire again. The nether ghost fire within a radius of 25 kilometers instantly covered the radiance of the sun-moon pentagram bracelet. Door of Avicii. Open for me. Absorb all the nether ghost fire. At this critical moment, Fang Han summoned the Lord of the Bloody Night. Xingyun Baby swept away a large amount of ghostly fire, and the Ghost Emperor spat out flames again. On Fang Han's body, the door of Avicii suddenly opened. Instantly, this supreme door of the Devil Dao opened. Boundless demonic qi surged out and formed a whirlpool. All the nether ghost fire was swallowed by it, and the Avicii devilish qi became more and more intense. Bitter ah, bitter ah, bitter ah, countless cries of pain were transmitted from the Avicii devilish qi. Each cry represented a different kind of pain. The endless cries of pain converged into a boundless sea of bitterness. In the blink of an eye, half of the nether ghost fire was swallowed and transported to the door of Avicii, becoming the driving force of the door of Avicii. Door of Avicii. Door of Avicii. Impossible, impossible. Wasn't the Acheron map seriously damaged? How could it recover to this extent? It can actually open the door of Avicii. The Ghost Emperor saw a door emerging from his ghostly fire. His body trembled as he stood up from the Yin-Soul throne. This shock was no small matter. He was an elder of the Acheron evil sect. Back then, he was under the Emperor Huangquan. He deeply knew the power of the door of Avicii. If it could be fully opened, its power would reach its peak and devour everything. It would turn the mortal world into hell of Avicii, causing countless living beings to suffer endless pain. Thinking about the power of the door of Avicii when the Emperor Huangquan wiped out the demons, the Ghost Emperor shivered all over. He wanted to use other mystiques or treasures to capture Fang Han and obtain the whereabouts of the Acheron map. However, the appearance of the door of Avicii shocked him and slowed him down. This bought Fang Han a chance. Break, the door of Avicii sucked the nether ghost fire away. Fang Han seized the opportunity and rushed up into the clouds again. He wanted to escape. Just now, the Ghost Emperor had used one mystique, and it was already difficult for him to deal with it. If the Ghost Emperor used more mystiques or his cosmic form, he would definitely not be a match for him. Trying to escape? You're underestimating us. Just as Fang Han entered the clouds, two Jin Dan-level assassins, the Piercing Moon Bandit and the Star Destroyer Bandit, appeared from the clouds like ghosts. An airflow shot out from the top of their heads, carrying a Jin Dan. It contained all kinds of mystiques and emitted an extremely majestic aura. It almost froze the void, blocking Fang Han's path. It turned out that the two great assassins had already set up an ambush in advance, specifically blocking Fang Han's path. The lotus cloud flew up from the other side, but it didn't encounter any obstruction and flew away. Obviously, the Ghost Emperor and the 40 great bandits didn't want to offend Venerable Ling Long. Moreover, they had no value in dealing with Fairy Lian Yun. Fang Han, on the other hand, was different. The value of his body was enough to make people go crazy. The two great experts didn't use any mystiques, but only their natal Jin Dan. Because a Jin Dan expert's most powerful weapon was the Jin Dan. Even a low-grade Dao tool like the Lord of the Bloody Night couldn't break it. In order to stop Fang Han, nothing else mattered except the power of the golden elixir. Unexpectedly, Fang Han wasn't surprised when he saw the Jin Dan emerge and unleash a power that could sweep away everything. Instead, he was delighted. Don't. The door of Avicii specializes in devouring Jin Dan. The Jin Dan will be consigned to eternal damnation once it touches a little bit of the Avicii devil chi. The Ghost Emperor shouted when he saw the scene. At this moment, Yan Dan let out a strange cackle. Two streams of devil chi gushed out from the middle of the door of Avicii. They contained millions of horrifying human faces that were howling in pain. They broke through the pressure of the two Jin Dan and came into contact with the Jin Dan. Not good. The Piercing Moon Bandit and the Galactic Exterminating Bandit were shocked, because they could feel that they had vaguely lost contact with their golden cores. This was something that had never happened before in their cultivation. The Jin Dan was immortal, and the Jin Dan was immeasurable. The Jin Dan was a combination of various mystiques that transformed into a mystique seed. It could drive away evil spirits and sweep away some demonic aura. But now, it was being shaken by the devil chi. They originally wanted to blast out their natal Jin Dan and beat Fang Han back, but they didn't expect to make a fool of themselves. Man proposes, God disposes. If you fly out your Jin Dan and attack the door of Avicii, you'll be walking into a trap. Fang Han was overjoyed. If these two people didn't fly out of the Jin Dan, it would be difficult for him to deal with them. Even if they flew out of the Jin Dan and didn't attack the door of Avicii, it wouldn't be easy to capture the Jin Dan. After all, the Jin Dan was something that they had painstakingly cultivated. It was like a second clone of themselves. As long as they willed it, they could retract it. Moreover, the Jin Dan's mana was inseparable from their bodies. But now, if they used the Jin Dan to attack the door of Avicii, it would be like running into a knife's edge. Piercing Moon Pirate. Star Destroyer. The two pirates felt that something was wrong. A strong sense of danger emerged from their wills. They knew that this was the most dangerous moment of their lives. They communicated with all their wills and tried to sense their Jin Dan. At the same time, they called out their names and tried their best to sense and retract it. Suddenly, the two Jin Dan that were about to be pulled into the door of Avicii slowed down. It stopped at the door. Once the two Jin Dan entered the door of Avicii, they would sink forever and never be able to rise again. Ghost Snake Sword. Go. At this moment, the Ghost Emperor swung his hand. A long snake-like black light slithered out and slashed towards Fang Han's head. It was an attempt to restrain Fang Han. That slithering black light was one of his flying swords. It was called the Ghost Snake Sword. It was also a peerless treasure with great power. 1,000 ghosts lock soul. At the same time, many strands of black gas emerged from his body. Within the black gas, there were many ghost flags that emitted a strong ghostly aura. These black gas flags shot out in all directions and even seeped into the ground. Suddenly, the sky and the ground were covered with a thick layer of ghostly fog. It seemed to be sealing the space and preventing Feng Han from escaping. Then, it would be easy to catch him. This was an extremely powerful sealing mystique. At the same time, it was combined with magic treasures to form the Thousand Ghosts Lock Soul formation. Those who were trapped in it could not break out at all, unless they were the ancient giants of the Longevity Secret Realm. Lord of the Bloody Night. Ever since Feng Han had cultivated the second spiritual sea, he was especially sensitive. The Blood Knight Monarch sensed an intense danger coming from the back of his head. The Blood Knight Monarch flew over and blocked the ghost snake sword. The two of them collided, and with a loud bang, there was an explosion that filled the sky with black stars and blood. The ghost snake sword was one level lower after all, and it was knocked back. At the critical moment of setting up the Thousand Ghosts Lock Soul formation, the Ghost Emperor did not even look at the ghost snake sword. He fiercely spat out a mouthful of Gang Chi. The ghost snake sword was like a real snake ghost. It suddenly flashed and dodged the sharp edge of the Lord of the Bloody Night. It continued to slash towards Feng Han. It was extremely slippery. Snakes were originally slippery and agile. Ghosts, on the other hand, were ethereal and formless. How powerful was the combination of the two? It could be seen from the Ghost Emperor's ghost snake sword. Although it was not as powerful as the Lord of the Bloody Night, it was extremely agile. It slithered around and was more slippery than a loach. It always dodged the sharp edge of the Lord of the Bloody Night and killed him when he least expected it. Even Feng Han had never seen such a slippery sword technique. Purifying Lotus Flower. At this critical moment, the immortal execution bandit also moved. She naturally could not sit and watch the Jean Dan of the Piercing Moon Bandit lose. One must know that if the Jean Dan was lost, not only would all the mystiques disappear, but one's life essence and spiritual energy would also be reduced by 99%. In other words, after the Jean Dan of the Piercing Moon Bandit and the Star Destroyer Bandit entered the door of Avicii, their spiritual energy would drastically decrease. Their bodies would also become extremely weak and their lifespan would be greatly reduced. She opened her 5 fingers and a lotus flower spun out. It also cooperated with the ghost snake sword and attacked Feng Han. Xingyun Baby saw that the situation was not good. She raised the sun-moon pentagram bracelet and pushed it upwards. Instantly, a starlight barrier appeared and enveloped Feng Han, herself, and the Star Destroyer Bandit. The two bandits were disturbed by the boundless power of the stars. Their minds were instantly distracted again. Their Jean Dan was once again pulled by the Avicii Chi and was gradually about to enter the door. Humph. The evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. The two of you may have lost the Jean Dan, but your origins are still here. I can use your bodies to refine the Dharma Sage's Saraira. Feng Han seized the opportunity and rubbed his hands. The 5 Emperors' great devil mystique was executed and attacked the two bandits' bodies. Cosmic form. At this moment, the Ghost Emperor had already set up a large formation and sealed off the surroundings to prevent Feng Han from escaping. Seeing that Feng Han was about to take the two Jean Dan, how could he let him succeed? Above his body, a gust of air rushed out and shook the heavens and earth. A cosmic form with black scales, 3 heads, and 6 arms, and a green face and fangs appeared. It held the wolf fang sword, the sawtooth saber, and the skull staff. The other 2 hands formed a seal and the other hand was empty. The empty ghostly hand was as big as a mountain. It ruthlessly came crashing down. In that instant, Yan Dan used the door of Avicii to absorb the 2 Jean Dan of the Piercing Moon Bandit and the Star Destroyer Bandit. Feng Han directly sealed their physical bodies. Xingyun Baby used the Sun and Moon Pentagram Bracelet to block the attack of the Ghost Snake Sword. The Lord of the Bloody Night pounced towards the world-cleansing lotus flower that the Immortal Extermination Bandit used. On the other hand, the Ghost Emperor summoned his Heaven and Earth Dharma form and grabbed at Feng Han. That kind of power was like the sea and hell. Many magic treasures, Abhijna, and even the brilliance of the 2 Tao treasures lost all color in front of the 3-headed and 6-armed Heaven and Earth Dharma form. The only thing that could maintain its original color was the door of Avicii that was destroyed by the map of Styx. However, when the Ghost Emperor released his cosmic form, Feng Han was also shocked. This meant that the Ghost Emperor was going all out without holding back. This kind of demonic cultivator was at the 10th level of the divine arts. Although he wasn't as strong as Hua Tiandu, his might was absolutely overwhelming. Would he be able to withstand it with a strength that was 5 levels lower than him? The cosmic form was evolved from the Jing Dan. The 7th tier of the Abijna was the Jing Dan seed, the 8th tier of the calamity of wind and fire, and the 9th tier of the cosmic form. These 3 tiers were actually part of the transformation process of the Jing Dan. After the calcination of the calamity of wind and fire, the Jing Dan gradually fused with the life essence and formed a cosmic form that could be condensed and dispersed. It was extremely powerful and could fight against any magic treasure, even Dao treasures. Back then, when Hua Tiandu released his cosmic form, it actually shook the Taiyuan immortal residence and even destroyed the Taiyuan glow inside. Its power was so great that it surpassed all magic treasures. After cultivating to the cosmic form realm, even if the physical body was killed, the cosmic form could escape. It could attach itself to the body of an ordinary person and destroy their consciousness. The only downside was that its lifespan would be greatly reduced. Furthermore, the cosmic form was formed by Jing Dan. It could still self-destruct and its power would be even greater. However, there was a drawback. After Jing Dan blew himself up, the cultivator would still be alive. Only, he would lose all of his magical powers and magic power. However, after the self-destruction of the Heaven and Earth Avatar, the cultivator would definitely die. This was because the Heaven and Earth Avatar was the condensation of all of his essence, chi, and spirit. If it exploded, it would be equivalent to his soul committing suicide. Indeed, as soon as the Ghost Emperor's cosmic form appeared, the Lord of the Bloody Night was severely injured. He let out a long wail and retreated. The Sun-Moon pentagram bracelet was also covered with a layer of ghostly chi, as if it had been contaminated. The moon-piercing pirates and the space destroyer pirates who were enveloped by the starlight also recovered some of their strength. They hurriedly summoned all their willpower and pulled back their Jing Dan. In Wu Chang. If you did not cultivate the mystique of the Acheron sect, you could have used your cosmic form to save them. But your 9 ghosts primordial spirit can't even shake the door of Avicii. One day, when I recover my strength, I will absorb your 9 ghosts primordial spirit into the door of Avicii. I will make you suffer endless pain for all eternity. You traitor, you saw the decree of the Emperor Huangquan. Instead of kneeling and submitting, you actually dared to snatch it. It seems that 3,000 years have been too long. You have already forgotten my majesty. Yan Di chanted loudly. The Acheron map emitted black gas again, directly attacking the Ghost Emperor's cosmic form. The Ghost Emperor's cosmic form was called the 9 Ghosts Primordial Spirit. The 3 heads and 6 arms added up to 9. Each head and each arm represented a type of evil spirit. Your strength is too weak. Emperor Huangquan is already dead. Yan Di. I will capture you and burn you with the netherworld ghost flame. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Finally, you will submit to me. The Ghost Emperor said coldly. The 9 Ghosts Primordial Spirit waved its 3 heads and 6 arms again, grabbing the black gas. However, the black gas burned his 9 Ghosts Primordial Spirit. Chi 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 chi. It was as if acid had been poured on his skin. A pungent smoke came out of the 9 Ghosts Primordial Spirit's hand. The Avicii chi was the bane of all the mystiques of the Acheron evil sect. Damn it. The Ghost Emperor suddenly retracted his hand. The 9 Ghosts Primordial Spirit dodged the black gas. At the same time, a majestic ghostly aura expanded from his body, shaking off the Avicii chi that was wrapped around his body. Good chance. Seal. Seeing this opportunity, Feng Han struck out fiercely. The Bitey Golden Emperor Chop, the Azure Emperor Wood Emperor Art, the Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist, the Huang Emperor Earth Emperor Dao, and the Red Emperor Fire Emperor Chi formed a subtle cycle. They connected to form a seal and hit the Piercing Moon Pirate and the Star Destroyer Pirate. Ah 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 ah. The 2 bandits roared in pain. Using the last bit of his will, he was about to detonate his golden core. Explode. Explode, 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 explode. Explode for me. The 2 gold core stage bandits let out their final roars, hysterical and deranged. The 2 Jing Dan at the entrance of the Avicii gate vibrated violently. Cracks appeared on the golden shell. A powerful force seemed to be breaking out of the shell and then erupting like a tsunami. The Jin Dan cultivated by the Piercing Moon Pirate and the Star Destroyer Pirate contained 20 types of supernatural powers. If it really exploded, even the Acheron map would be severely injured. You won't have a chance. Yen suddenly chanted again. Kakata. Mariana. A huge ghostly face stretched out from the Avicii gate and swallowed the 2 Jin Dan. Instantly, the 2 Jin Dan sank into the endless Avicii gate like clay oxen entering the sea. They would sink forever. How can this be? How can this be? We've cultivated supernatural powers for hundreds of years and ended up like this. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. We shouldn't have flown out of the Jin Dan to attack. Once the Jin Dan was lost, the Piercing Moon Pirate and the Star Destroyer Pirate seemed to have lost their mental support. They became dispirited and lost all motivation. Their supernatural powers plummeted, and their bodies fell from the sky. However, Feng Han's 5 Emperors seal froze them and threw them into the Acheron map. They disappeared without a trace. The infamous 40 Great Pirates of the Sea, who were extremely vicious and had killed countless people, were killed just like that. The corpses of these 2 were not to be underestimated. It was the source of a Jin Dan expert. It could be refined into a Dharma Saint Sarira. If an expert swallowed it, their supernatural powers would increase like 10,000 horses galloping. They would be equivalent to an ordinary celestial expert. It was something that experts below the 5th level of the supernatural powers could only dream of. Although Feng Han had no use for it now, if he auctioned it, it would probably sell for tens of millions of pills. Of course, he would keep it for his trusted followers in the sect to increase their supernatural powers. These 2 experts actually have 100 treasures pouches on them. Feng Han caught sight of their bodies and scanned them with his divine will. He found that their clothes were high-grade treasured artifacts, and there were 100 treasures pouches hanging from their waists. He was overjoyed. Something like 100 treasures pouch was refined from a type of rare void crystal. It didn't have any defensive properties, but it could store large amounts of items and medicinal ingredients. Usually, only the disciples of the Tai Gate had them. Because the Tai Gate had developed a planet in the outer realm, it contained large amounts of void crystal veins. They had occupied it and mined it. The other sects did not have such treatment. However, such 100 treasures pouches could be auctioned off in the market. Generally, as long as one was a celestial realm expert, they would buy one for convenience. Moreover, they would carry their important magical treasures, medicinal pills, and Taoist books with them. The 100 treasures pouches of the 3rd and 4th ranked 40 pirates must have a lot of good stuff, but I don't have time to check them all. The most important thing now is to escape. This Ghost Emperor is very strong. If we continue fighting, I won't be able to escape. Feng Han had taken all the treasures, bodies, and Jin Dan of the Galactic Destroyer Pirate and the Piercing Moon Bandit into his pouch. He had accomplished his goal. The Immortal Extermination Bandit was the strongest, but she knew the power of the Door of Avicii. She would not attack with her Jin Dan, and would stupidly attack the Door of Avicii. It would not be easy for Feng Han to finish her off. Let's go. Feng Han gathered all his power together, and the King of Bloody Night condensed his blade light, which was wrapped in a layer of starlight. The 2 of them worked together, tearing apart the space and rushing outwards. However, as soon as they reached the sky, a black flag appeared, blocking their path. Yen knew that the Ghost Emperor had set up some kind of Dao technique or magical treasure. He did not hesitate. Myriad Ghost Soul Lock Array. The Door of Avicii stirred and a vortex appeared. The door swelled and swallowed the black flag. Whoosh! A large hole appeared in the sky, and light shone in. Feng Han did not hesitate. He passed through the hole and entered the white clouds. Then he used the Sea Glutton energy art and turned into the same appearance as the white clouds. He shot off into the distance. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the clouds. Door of Avicii. The Ghost Emperor's face turned from pale to ashen. He did not expect that his myriad ghost soul lock array would be broken by the Door of Avicii, and that one of his flags would be swallowed. His 9 ghosts' nascent divinity was also restrained. Acheron map, I must have you. Feng Han, you can't escape. The Ghost Emperor slammed his hand on his throne, completely enraged. He turned into a gust of wind and chased after Feng Han. It was as if he wanted to chase him to the ends of the earth and not let him go. That Acheron map is so powerful. It could even swallow Jin Dan. No wonder the Emperor Huangquan's name shook so many worlds. But this time, no matter what, I must save Piercing Moon and Star Destroyer. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain to Big Brother. Jin Dan experts. 2 Jin Dan experts. Ancient giants. They were swallowed alive just like that. The immortal execution bandit's face was extremely cold. This time, she had calculated Feng Han's weakness and used the information of the Acheron map to invite the Ghost Emperor. However, Feng Han still managed to escape. At the same time, 2 Jin Dan experts actually fell for his trick. After thinking about it, she did not chase after Feng Han. Instead, she turned into a sword energy and flew out of the sea. This Ghost Emperor is really a maggot. I can't get rid of him no matter how hard I try. Yen, what do you think will happen if we stop and have a big battle with him? In the savage forest, the deeper one flew, the taller and denser the forest became. Some trees were so thick that it would take dozens of people to wrap their arms around it. Some were even as tall as hundreds of people. The branches and leaves were lush and covered hundreds of mu in radius. It was so dark that one could not see the sun. There were thick vines entwined around. Countless monsters, snakes, insects, rats, ants, and wild beasts lived in it. It formed a unique world. A new world that was completely different from the outside world. Feng Han was now deep in the forest. He descended from the white clouds in the sky and shuttled through the dense forest. The greenwood chi on his body had completely merged with the forest. Not even the slightest bit of his aura leaked out. His entire person seemed to have merged with the wild forest within a radius of millions of miles. This was what escape. His Azure Emperor would Emperor technique had been cultivated to the great perfection realm. It was unique among the 5 emperors' great demon techniques. He could control the spiritual energy of all kinds of wood at will. Now that he had entered the savage forest, all the flowers and trees in the forest had become a part of his aura energy. If he flew in the sky, he would be too obvious a target. It would be easy for the Ghost Emperor to catch up and trap him again. Now, the Ghost Emperor, who was at the 10th tier of the Abhijna, was chasing after him with all his might. And he was running for his life. In the previous siege, Feng Han had taken advantage of the fact that the Annihilating Star Pirate and the Piercing Moon Bandit did not know the power of the Door of Avicii. He had foolishly walked into the blade and killed them in one move. However, the Ghost Emperor was different. He knew the power of the Door of Avicii. Its spiritual energy was extremely strong. If they fought, the outcome would be tragic. Feng Han knew his own limits. He could now defeat an expert at the 7th tier of the Abhijna, the Jin Dan. He could even fight against an expert at the 8th tier of the Calamity of Wind and Fire. However, it would be very difficult for him to deal with an expert at the 9th tier of the Abhijna. Against an expert at the 10th tier of the Abhijna, the defeat was certain. Although the Door of Avicii was specially designed to counter the Ghost Emperor's Abhijna and reduce his ferocity by more than half, it had an extremely long lifespan. He was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. He still had many treasures that he had not used. If they were to fight, Feng Han would still be defeated by his opponent's endless ferocious ghost supernatural powers. Feng Han traversed through the savage forest. Using the Verdant Emperor's Wood Emperor technique to hide his aura, it was much easier for him to escape. He did not fight with the Ghost Emperor now. When he found the 5 elemental spiritual roots, cultivated the 5 emperors' great demon Abhijna to perfection, stepped into the 6th tier of the Abhijna, and then refined the 2 Jin Dan of the Piercing Moon Bandit and the Annihilating Star Pirate, his spiritual energy would expand to an unimaginable level. If he could use all his Abhijna to all Abhijna and turn them into a natal talisman, it would be much more powerful for self-defense and for killing enemies. When the time came, he would come back to deal with the Ghost Emperor. Entering the savage forest, Feng Han also felt that it was very strange. He saw countless strange creatures, such as giant centipedes more than 10 feet long that crawled among the withered leaves. They were ferocious and ferocious. There was also a flying rat with 4 wings that ate snakes. There was also a fire scorpion the size of a man. There was also a spider with a human face. It was the most venomous of all. Even the silk flying swords could not kill it. Fire could not burn it. Even a divinity secret realm expert would die immediately after being bitten. There were also thumb-sized ants that were densely packed throughout the forest. Wherever they went, everything would be gnawed into a pile of bones. There were also blood-sucking leeches that curled up their bodies and jumped between the branches. When they smelled the scent, they would jump onto the body of an animal and enter the blood vessels of the animal, sucking the blood dry. There were also iron-armored beasts, coxcomb snakes, peach blossom bees, black evil tortoises, jade toads, and many other ferocious and vicious creatures. There were all sorts of swamps, ponds, rivers, and mountains. There were all sorts of hidden dangers. If a transcendent realm master went deep into the forest, even if he had the flying sword robe to protect himself, it would be difficult for him to escape from some vicious beasts. However, Feng Han was different. His aura was one with the wild forest, so no demon beast would attack him. Along the way, Feng Han saw several hundred types of rare spirit medicines, as well as the aura of many veins of ore that were buried deep in the ground. It was just that no one had come to mine them. The savage forest was a huge treasure trove. For some reason, the Dashuan Empire had not come to mine it. Perhaps it was because the Wildlands Devil sect was hidden in the depths of the savage forest. There was also the mysterious savage ancient temple, and the primeval curse. Whoosh! 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 In the sky above savage forest, a strong cold wind spiraled around. Occasionally, a pitch-black hand would extend out of the cold wind. It was about 1 mu in size as it grabbed downwards. It didn't matter how sturdy the trees or rocks were, they would all be turned into black smoke. Feng Han had just passed over a swamp. Several pitch-black poisonous pythons were scuttling about in the swamp, and some poisonous insects were hidden in the swamp. The pitch-black hand reached out and grabbed them. Whoosh! All of the water in the swamp evaporated. The poisonous pythons, poisonous insects, and even the mud were all turned into black dust that rose up with the wind. This sort of devil claw divine ability was so powerful that it could destroy anything it saw. Everything was turned to ash. Feng Han knew that the Ghost Emperor had caught on to his aura and was using the devil claw to capture him. However, the power of the devil claw was beyond his imagination. This is a supreme divine ability called the Sky Demon Art. The Yellow Springs Grand Emperor had taught him the technique, and now he had cultivated it to the Great Circle. Furthermore, he had even cultivated a magical item specifically for this technique. It was a magical item made up of countless souls, 7 types of devilish metals, 9 types of devilish blood, 18 types of devilish spirits, and 36 types of devilish energy. It was called the Heaven-Covering Devil Hand. It is a supreme divine artifact that is only a little bit away from becoming a Dao artifact. The combination of the Devil Claw and the Devil Claw is extremely powerful. I'm afraid that my Avicii Gate won't be able to devour his Devil Claw for now. If we fight him now, there is a 90% chance that we will die and he will be heavily injured. Or we will be heavily injured and he will be lightly injured. You haven't cultivated to the Unity Realm, so all of your divine abilities are scattered and not very powerful. You won't be a threat to him. Yanqing didn't agree to fight the Ghost Emperor to the death. Feng Han also nodded. That's right. I have more than 30 divine abilities now, but if I attack, the power of the various divine abilities can't be combined. It won't be enough to deal with an expert like the Ghost Emperor. Even if it's the Black Sun Hurricane, it can deal with an expert like the Jing Dan. He can easily destroy the Ghost Emperor. If he can enter the 6th level of the Unity Realm and condense all of his divine abilities into a life divine talisman, he will give the Ghost Emperor a hard time. Let's fly and enter the area of the Temple of Desolation. I believe that there is a legend of a mysterious curse. It will make him wary and we can escape. Rest assured and follow the map to find the 5 elements spirit route. Xingyun baby? Xingyun baby? As Feng Han spoke, he saw that the Sun Moon 5-star bracelet had completely dimmed its light and was hanging on his wrist. The Nebula baby had entered the bracelet. It hugged its head and slept like a little suckling pig, snoring non-stop. At this crucial moment, he actually went to sleep. The sun and moon pentagram bracelet was a Tao artifact. It could form a space inside and could also be used as a storage bracelet. It was the most comfortable and safe for people to hide and sleep inside. However, Xingyun baby could still sleep while being chased by an expert. Even Feng Han couldn't help but admire this baby's strong mental fortitude. This child actually cultivated the 5 Emperor's great devil divine abilities. Especially the Azure Emperor Wood Emperor technique, he actually cultivated it to the great perfection realm. Now that his aura has merged with the desolation forest, my ghost I can only see a faint aura. Damn it. In the depths of the Yin wind in the sky, there was indeed the Ghost Emperor and the Yin Soul Throne. The Ghost Emperor was currently sitting on the Yin Soul Throne. His face was ashen. A vertical eye appeared between his brows. From the pupil of the vertical eye, one could see the boundless forest below. Occasionally, there would be a wisp of faint green flickering and disappearing. It wasn't easy to catch. Every time that faint green light appeared, a big hand burning with black devil flames would appear behind him. This big hand didn't have 5 fingers, but 9. There were also webbing between the fingers, like the claws of a frog. It was extremely strange. When this large hand grabbed downwards, the forest below and the mountain rocks would all turn into black smoke. However, he couldn't catch that wisp of green brilliance every time. This was his Dharma treasure, the hand that covers the sky demon. Coupled with his supreme divine ability, the hand that covers the sky demon technique, its power was enough to surpass a low-grade Tao artifact. It could be said that if the Lord of the Bloody Night was careless and was caught, he could only be captured. How did he cultivate the Azure Emperor Wood Emperor technique to the great perfection realm? Even if he obtained a large amount of wood attribute sacred items, such as the Blue Dragon Bodhi Sun wood, it was useless. The Azure Emperor Wood Emperor technique requires too much wood attribute energy. What kind of fortuitous encounter did this kid get? The Ghost Emperor was furious when he saw that the hand that covers the Sky Demon technique couldn't catch him. As long as he caught hold of Feng Han, even if he couldn't kill him, he would be able to break his wood release and force him to reveal his body. Then, he would be able to use his supreme supernatural power to completely trap Feng Han. Now, the Ghost Emperor already had some methods to resist the door of Avicii. However, he naturally didn't know that Feng Han had obtained the ancient number 1 fragment of the World Tree, which allowed him to cultivate the Azure Emperor Wood Emperor technique to the great perfection realm. Moreover, it was unprecedented. His aura was combined with the savage forest. Even if he caught Feng Han, it would be neutralized by Feng Han's wood substitution. Unless he was the one who destroyed this savage forest. This was because it was extremely difficult to kill Feng Han in a place with wood. However, it was impossible to destroy the savage forest. Even the experts of the secret realm of immortality couldn't do it. The savage forest was billions of miles long. In the distant places, there were many powerful monsters entrenched. There might even be monsters of the secret realm of immortality who didn't establish their own sections. They only focused on cultivating. Just as the Ghost Emperor was furious, the savage forest in front of him gradually thinned out. An incomparably magnificent ancient temple stood in the middle of the forest. I'm in the vicinity of the Wildlands Temple. Feng Han used the wood escape technique to travel through the Wildlands forest. His mind was becoming clearer and clearer. He was like a fish in water. The Azure Emperor Wood Emperor skill had the advantage of being in the forest. It was very satisfying to use it to its heart's content. While he was traveling, he suddenly felt a mysterious force appear in the depths of the forest. I'm the Azure Emperor, reporting to you. He activated the Earth Chi of the Azure Emperor Wood Emperor skill and sent it into many of the Wildlands' ancient trees. All of a sudden, many trees transmitted a weak thought to him, telling him the situation ahead. From the trees' will, he could see abandoned temples standing in the woods. There were countless of them, stretching for thousands of miles. Each temple was as majestic as a mountain. They emitted an aura that no one dared to profane. At the same time, there were many abandoned ancient city walls that had not been weathered for tens of thousands of years. The mottled moss on the walls showed that it had been there for a long time. The Azure Emperor Wood Emperor skill ruled over thousands of trees. Now, if Feng Han was in the forest and used the Wood Emperor skill, he would be able to communicate with every tree and let them tell him everything they knew. He could even ask the trees about the location of some spiritual herbs, monsters, and mineral veins. If Feng Han entered the secret territory of immortality, he could even turn the trees into monsters. He could also use his earth chi to hasten the growth of the herb field. For example, a field of Ganoderma that had just been planted for a year. He could use his earth chi to hasten the growth of a 1,000-year-old Ganoderma or even a 10,000-year-old Ganoderma. If Feng Han entered the higher realms of the longevity mystic realm, such as the 9th or 10th tier, he would be close to becoming an immortal. He could even transform his Wood Emperor Gangqi into any wood-type spiritual medicine. A ball of Gangqi could become a 10,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum or a 10,000-year-old ginseng. The Azure Emperor Wood Emperor skill was a supreme wood-type mystique. It had many functions, not only for defense. In fact, the most important function of this skill was to refine medicinal pills and cultivate spiritual herbs. I definitely can't let him escape into the range of the Savage Temple. Otherwise, I won't be able to chase after him. The Temple of the Wildlands is very strange and has always been a forbidden area for cultivators. At this time, the Ghost Emperor also felt the mysterious aura coming from the Temple of the Wildlands. He felt a chill in his heart. As a veteran devil cultivator who had lived for thousands of years, he deeply felt a sense of danger. Thinking of this, he once again stood up from the Ein Soul throne. He opened his mouth and bit the tip of his tongue. Instantly, a mouthful of thick blood was sucked into his mouth. Pooh! He spat it out. This mouthful of blood was no small matter. Every drop was extremely viscous, dense, pitch black, and gloomy. As soon as he spat it out, he could hear the cries of billions of devils coming from the depths of his blood. Whoosh, 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 in the blink of an eye, the blood turned into rolling dark clouds that covered the sky for more than 100 miles. Then, crackling sounds could be heard. Heavy rain poured down from the dark clouds. The rain shot down like arrows, and its speed was even faster than flying swords. Whoosh, immediately, a drop of black rain hit a big tree first. The tree emitted a pungent green smoke and immediately withered. Then, the tree slowly turned into black mud that flowed in all directions. Suddenly, the forest within 100 miles was riddled with holes by the black rain and turned into black sticky mud. It was a tragic sight. In a moment, many black quagmires appeared in the forest within 100 miles. Because the area was so large, Feng Han was also enveloped in it. When he was hit by the black rain, he immediately revealed his original form. Unexpectedly, the wood escape was broken. What kind of devil skill is this? It's so terrifying. Feng Han was caught off guard by the black rain. He could feel that every drop of rain contained corrosive power that could even penetrate the protective light shield of magical treasures. Fortunately, he had the protection of the Sun-Moon Pentagram bracelet. When the black rain hit the starlight shield, it bounced back and was not destroyed by the starlight. Moreover, the force of the raindrops was enormous. Each drop of rain had the force of 100 galloping horses. The starlight shield shook non-stop, and even Feng Han was shaken. The starlight of the Sun-Moon Pentagram bracelet contained an extremely powerful demon-destroying power. Ordinary flying swords would be vaporized almost immediately when they hit the shield, let alone demonic poisons. But now, Ghost Emperor's black rain was even more powerful than flying swords. This was terrifying. This is the black rain immortal slaughtering art. It consumes one's lifespan and essence blood. Once it's used, a black rain of blood will fall from the sky and destroy all things. It's very powerful, but every time it's used, it consumes 60 years of lifespan. This guy doesn't have long to live, yet he still uses this kind of devil skill. He's just digging his own grave. But we can also see that he's determined to kill us. This time, he's in danger. He must get the Acheron map. Yan's voice had become extremely solemn. Whoosh! 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 These black raindrops forced Feng Han's figure to appear. Suddenly, they bounced back into the air and turned into a black cloud. They condensed again and shrouded Feng Han's head. They kept rolling, as if the black rain would fall at any time. A demonic hand with 9 fingers that were burning with black demonic flames and webbed between the fingers completely blocked Feng Han's path. The Ghost Emperor's Ein Soul throne immediately appeared not far from Feng Han. Feng Han felt that the Ghost Emperor's aura was locked on him. He couldn't escape no matter how hard he tried. Let's see where you can run to this time. The Ghost Emperor's originally pale face became even paler. He was someone who had lived for thousands of years. Relying on his profound devil skill, he had taken many elixirs to extend his lifespan, and he had also absorbed blood essence. But now, his lifespan was getting closer and closer. If he didn't break through to the immortality secret realm, in a few hundred years, his blood essence would deteriorate, and his spiritual energy would slowly dry up. In the end, his cosmic form would begin to dissipate, and he would die of old age. At this juncture, he still dared to use the Black Rain immortal slaughtering technique and consume 60 years of his lifespan. It was obvious that he was determined to get it. This was because only the Acheron map could give him hope of breaking through to the immortality secret realm. It could also open the Acheron evil sect's Acheron treasury and obtain the treasures and elixirs left behind by the former Emperor Huang Quan. I'm not going anywhere. Ghost Emperor. You're chasing me like this, aren't you afraid that the Ascension Gate will cut you into pieces? Feng Han looked at the 9 fingers, the giant sky demon hand. He knew that if he moved, this giant hand would definitely block him. At that time, a fierce battle to the death would be inevitable. So he didn't move, waiting for the best opportunity. Humph. Once I get the Acheron map, I can enter the immortality secret realm and become an ancient giant. I won't be afraid of the Ascension Gate anymore. Hand over the Acheron map obediently, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, next year today will be your anniversary. The Ghost Emperor's pair of pale white eyes flickered. It was unknown what he was thinking, but he seemed to be calculating the best way to strike. Is that so? You think you can kill me? Even if your devil skill is unparalleled, I can still resist it for a while. Don't forget, the Avicii Gate specializes in restraining your divine ability. I naturally can't escape from the experts of other sects who have divine ability 10th level heaven-defying fate-changing. But I will be able to put up a fight. Feng Han sneered, and you probably know how important I am to the Ascension Gate. That day when I was trapped in the Taiyuan Immortal Manor, the sect master personally went to rescue me. I have a signaling talisman now, as long as I use it. I can let the Ascension Gate know that the sect master will arrive in an instant. Can you escape from his grasp? What? After the Ghost Emperor heard this, he immediately became uneasy. Actually, Feng Han was lying. He didn't have any talisman that could summon sect master Feng Baiyu to rescue him. Now, Feng Baiyu and a group of elders were bitterly training the Emperor Mirror to increase their strength, waiting for the invasion of the god race. Even if Feng Baiyu was idle, he wouldn't use a signaling talisman to rescue him. True disciples were used for tempering. In the end, the one to take the position of sect master was not a baby in swaddling clothes. However, the Ghost Emperor also knew that when Feng Han was trapped in the Taiyuan Immortal Manor, the 4 big shots of the Longevity Secret Realm besieged Feng Baiyu and were repelled by Feng Baiyu with the Emperor Mirror. This matter had already spread throughout the Immortal and Devil Dao. Now, many experts had re-evaluated the strength of the Ascension Gate's sect master. Vaguely, the Ascension Gate had become the second strongest sect in the Immortal Dao. Therefore, after hearing this, the Ghost Emperor didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. If Feng Han sent out a talisman and Feng Baiyu sensed it, he would tear the void and rush over. He was afraid that he would really be annihilated. The key was that he couldn't kill Feng Han in one go. He had to use his divine ability to trap him and then bring him back to his lair. Using the geographical advantage and the great formation of his cave, he had to refine Feng Han for many days. Only then could he exhaust all of Feng Han's spiritual power and break the protection of the 3 Dao artifacts. Now, Feng Han had a total of 3 Dao artifacts on him, which was no small matter. He was richer than the experts of the Longevity Secret Realm. It was impossible to destroy him in one go. Even if his realm was 5 levels higher than Feng Han, he couldn't do it. Damn it, if this kid didn't have the Avicii Gate, I could capture him with a flip of my palm. 2 Dao artifacts are useless. The Ghost Emperor cursed in his heart. He had calculated everything, but he didn't expect the Avicii Gate. Otherwise, with a difference of 5 levels, even if he had 2 Dao artifacts, it would be useless. Feng Han, why don't we discuss this? Give me some forgotten love water, Then we can work together and use the Acheron map to open the treasury of Acheron's demon palace. We can divide the treasures inside equally. What do you think? I heard that you have a deep grudge against Hua Tiandu. If you can get a large amount of treasures from Acheron's treasury, your spiritual power will skyrocket and you will become a powerhouse. You have to know that Hua Tiandu's spiritual power is several times higher than mine, and he has a Dao artifact. What's more, he is not afraid of Acheron map. If you don't have a fortuitous encounter, you won't be able to defeat him. The Ghost Emperor said with a gloomy face. Is that so? Ghost Emperor, how much forgotten love water do you want? Fang Han suddenly asked. What? You are willing to give me the forgotten love water? The Ghost Emperor's body trembled, then he waved his hand and took out a crystal the size of a fist. The crystal was hollow in the middle, and there was a faint light inside. The power of space vibrated, as if it was a small space. I just need to fill the space in this void crystal with the forgotten love water. This forgotten love water is enough for me to purify my spiritual power. Fang Han looked at it and knew that the space in this void crystal was quite spacious. It could hold a pond of forgotten love water. However, in the Acheron map, the forgotten love water was a great river that was not inferior to the Dragon Abyss River. A pond of water was not a problem. However, if the Ghost Emperor was given the forgotten love water, he would be able to refine it in the blink of an eye. He would cleanse all the vengeful souls in his body and turn them into pure spiritual power. His spiritual power would immediately skyrocket. Moreover, the Acheron map's Avicii Gate's restraint on him would be greatly reduced. He naturally could not do such a thing. However, at this time, he had to stall for time and find a foolproof plan. Of course I am willing. I came to the Temple of Desolation to find the 5 elements spiritual roots so that I can cultivate the 5 emperors' great demon theurgy and enter the 6th level of unity. As the saying goes, it is better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. Since we can sit down and talk, why do we have to fight to the death? Fang Han said casually, for cultivators, life is the most important. Without life, what is the use of all the treasures? However, what the Ghost Emperor said just now about opening the Acheron's treasury. I am very interested. I know that the Acheron map is the key to opening the treasury. When the Emperor Huangquan ruled the Acheron evil sect, he plundered the world and built an extremely powerful treasury. That is the Acheron evil sect's headquarters. But now, there are many elders there. You, the Ghost Emperor, are not the strongest among them. If we go there and the other elders find out, what should we do? The Ghost Emperor was silent for a while and said, This is easy. Now, many elders are guarding the treasury and restraining each other. However, we just need to find an opportunity and suddenly enter the treasury with the Acheron map. Then, we can control the restriction formation of the treasury for our own use. At that time, even the experts of the secret realm of immortality will not be able to do anything to us. That's true. Fang Han looked around. In that case, we don't need to be at each other's throats. Ghost Emperor, withdraw the Sky Demon hand and let's talk slowly. What do you think? Ha 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 ha. The Ghost Emperor laughed loudly. Withdraw the Sky Demon hand? Do you think I, the Ghost Emperor, am a 3-year-old child? You want to run away again? To tell you the truth, you have to give me the emotion for getting water first, then we can talk about it in detail. If you continue to delay, I will risk Feng Baiyu's arrival and kill you on the spot. Okay then. I will give you the forgotten love water first. Use the void crystal to catch it. Fang Han sighed and waved his hand. A yellow waterfall of water rushed toward the Ghost Emperor. What trick is this little thief playing? He will definitely not give me the forgotten love water obediently. When the unruffled water flew over, a sinister smile appeared on the Ghost Emperor's face. The demonic hand that covered the sky swayed slightly, and the dark clouds and black rain in the sky began to disperse. Ghost Emperor, you are so ruthless. You actually plotted against me. Just as the Ghost Emperor was about to attack, Fang Han suddenly shouted, which surprised the Ghost Emperor. He thought to himself, I haven't done anything yet, how did he know? Could it be that he can predict the future? At this moment, Fang Han suddenly raised his hand, and a white light shot out, breaking through the sky. Signaling talisman. Sect Master, save me. Not good. The Ascension Gate signaling talisman. Seeing the white light fly out, the Ghost Emperor was shocked. The Sky Demon hand chased after it and caught the white light from afar. However, just as the Sky Demon hand was about to catch the signaling talisman, the Acheron's holy water that Feng Han flew toward him suddenly turned into a flood dragon. It was Yen. Behind Yen, the door of Avicii appeared again. With boundless devil chi, it clawed at the Ghost Emperor's body. I knew that you would plot against me. The Ghost Emperor's body suddenly moved, and the dark clouds in the sky immediately turned into a black torrential downpour. It came crashing down on Yen Bao, and even though the door of Avicii was devouring it fiercely, it couldn't destroy the black rain immortal slaughtering art for a while. The Ghost Emperor used 60 years of his lifespan to activate this technique to resist the door of Avicii. Now that he finally succeeded, it could be said that he was a cunning old fox. Lord of the Bloody Night. At this moment, the Lord of the Bloody Night turned into a blade of light and slashed at the Ghost Emperor. Insignificant skill. The Ghost Emperor's body flickered, and the Ghost Serpent sword flew out to meet the Lord of the Bloody Night. At the same time, his body flickered, and countless flags flew out from his body to surround Feng Han. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the Sky Demon's hand flew back to him, holding a yellow pearl in its hand. It seemed to have caught the signaling talisman. The Sky Demon retracted its hand, and the Ghost Emperor held the yellow pearl in his hand. Then the Sky Demon's hand flew out again to grab Feng Han, who was surrounded by the flags. Haha, I've caught your signaling talisman. Let's see what else you can do. Do you think you can escape from this Ghost Emperor's Sky Demon's hand of Avicii and devil arts? How childish. How can this be called a sneak attack? I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice, and I've crossed more bridges than you've walked. The Ghost Emperor took control of the situation in an instant. Instantly, he felt extremely pleased as he played with the yellow bead's signaling talisman. He wanted to see just what this signaling talisman was. At the same time, a few more streams of black gas emerged from his body, covering the sky and earth, forming a large net. He wanted to capture Feng Han and Yen in one fell swoop, wrap them up, and teleport them to his cave abode. However, just as he pinched the yellow pearl, he found something strange. When he pinched the pearl, the yellow yuan qi on it dissipated, and a large golden pill appeared. There were many cracks on it, as if it was broken. In the cracks, there was a huge and terrifying aura wriggling, as if it was about to explode. This is Taiyin Superpower. Treasure Moon Qi. 7 Killing Swordway. Shadowless Sword Body. Aurora Flame Technique. Wood Dragon Force. White Tiger True Kong. A total of 20 superpowers. This is not a signaling talisman? It's a Jin Dan? A Jin Dan that contains 20 superpowers, extremely pure quality, and extremely powerful. The Ghost Emperor realized that what he was holding was not a signaling talisman, but a Jin Dan. And it was the Jin Dan of the Piercing Moon's bandit that Feng Han had just captured. Because the Piercing Moon's bandit had thrown the Jin Dan into the door of Avicii, they had been tricked. Feng Han had used it as a signaling talisman and threw it out. Is Feng Han's brain damaged? Throwing the Jin Dan out as a signaling talisman? That's not right. A cornered dog will do something desperate? That's not right either. What do you mean? For a moment, the Ghost Emperor's mind was in a mess because of Feng Han, and he couldn't figure it out. This happened in the blink of an eye, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Just as he was wondering if Feng Han had lost his mind and threw the Jin Dan out as a signaling talisman, Feng Han's voice came from the Jin Dan. This voice was very simple, and that was the word explode. This word was like a death knell, and it woke the Ghost Emperor up. So this is a trick. He wants to detonate this Jin Dan. To blow me up. So vicious, so insidious. Even if the Yellow Spring Great Emperor had a heart of mountains and rivers and was shrewd, how could he be so vicious? He is even more vicious than the Emperor Huangquan. Not good. I can't let the Jin Dan explode. I can't believe I, the Ghost Emperor, would fall for someone's trick. When the golden core conveyed the word explode, the Ghost Emperor suddenly understood. The strange thing was that in an instant, his mind actually recalled all of his past. Then, his body fiercely released a devil technique to suppress this golden core. At the same time, his heaven and earth dharma form, the nine ghosts' primordial spirit, escaped and rose from his head. But it was too late, the Jin Dan was completely triggered by Feng Han's divine will. Suddenly, an unparalleled destructive force exploded from the Ghost Emperor's hands. Feng Han could not refine the Jin Dan in a hurry. But it was still possible to detonate it. Other people's Jin Dan was like a barrel of gunpowder. Just a spark could cause the world to collapse. But after obtaining the Jin Dan, even a fool would not detonate it. He would refine it himself and obtain the divine abilities it contained. But Feng Han had used a trick to make the Jin Dan explode in the hands of the Ghost Emperor. It could be said to be extremely vicious and sinister. Deceiving everyone, borrowing someone else's knife to kill, creating a diversion to the east and attacking the west. All sorts of sinister schemes were involved in this. Bam! Rumble! Rumble! It was as if thousands of volcanoes had erupted at the same time. The earth was destroyed, and flames soared into the sky. The vital energy of heaven and earth went berserk, and boundless winds swept in all directions. The wild winds uprooted ancient trees, and even some of the mountain tops were blown up. With the Ghost Emperor as the center, a huge mushroom cloud gradually rose into the air. As for the Een Soul throne that the Ghost the Arch was sitting on, it was reduced to nothingness. Even the ground beneath it was blasted open, turning into a small lake. All the soil flew into the air and was blown far away by the wind, causing a rain of mud to fall with a pitter-patter. The explosive power of the Jin Dan had reached such a level. Did it work? Feng Han was in the middle of unleashing all of his divine abilities to fight the Hand of the Sky Demon, when he sensed the incredible power of the Hand of the Sky Demon weakening. "You and I can't live under the same sky, you scum, Feng Han. You're a true fiend." At this point, a nine-headed, six-armed nascent divinity of the nine ghosts burst out of the mushroom cloud. It was in tatters, but its vital energy had been severely damaged, and it was fleeing. "I can't believe the explosion didn't kill him." Capture him. Don't let him get away." Feng Han's eyes were wide with rage as he went all out. Jin Dan exploded, it was actually unable to completely kill the Ghost Emperor. This greatly exceeded Feng Han's expectations. The Ghost Emperor's vitality was extremely strong, and the might of the nine ghost primordial spirit caused Feng Han's hair to stand on end. It was reasonable that the immortal realm expert Jin Dan could not be killed. The fact that the Ghost Emperor could not be killed meant that his devil techniques were monstrous, and his strength was tyrannical. What was even more amazing was that the Ghost Emperor only exploded after holding Jin Dan in his hand. He was in the center of the explosion, not at the edge of the explosion. He still did not die. If Feng Han had thrown Jin Dan out to explode the Ghost Emperor, then the Ghost Emperor could have immediately flown away. At most, he would have suffered some minor injuries. However, it was different when the Ghost Emperor exploded in his hand. He had completely suffered the power of the explosion. However, although the Ghost Emperor did not die, it could be seen that his vitality was greatly damaged. Otherwise, with the Ghost Emperor's character, he would definitely counterattack Feng Han. Now that he did not dare to counterattack and only cared about running away, it meant that he was truly unable to do so. If he did not capture the Ghost Emperor now, when would he be able to kill him? Door of Avicii, absorb. The Ghost Emperor was heavily injured, and some of his magic treasures and divine abilities were also weakened. Yen Ben was originally wrapped in the black rain, but now he also used his divine ability. The door of Avicii swelled, swallowing all the black rain, and then fiercely chased after the nine ghost primordial spirit. Xingyan Baby was also awakened by the explosion. The Sun-Moon pentagram bracelet operated at full power, controlling the magic treasure in the Sky Demon's hand. At the same time, a starlight vortex flew out, sucking in all the flags flying in the air. The Lord of the Bloody Night also suppressed the ghost snake sword. Feng Han suppressed these two treasures and also flew towards the nine ghost primordial spirit. If he could capture this nine ghost primordial spirit, he would be able to recoup the losses from Jin Dan's explosion. Now, Ghost Emperor's physical body had been completely destroyed, and all the magic treasures on his body had been destroyed. Even if it was a Dao artifact, it would be damaged upon contact with the explosion of the Jin Dan, let alone an ordinary Dharma treasure. The Ghost Emperor's Een Soul throne was also a treasure, but now it had been reduced to ashes. It turned into nothingness. Fang Han, you're really too sinister. You can even use such a method. He lied to the Ghost Emperor and told him that it was a signaling talisman to create a diversion. You are too sinister. Sky Demon isn't as cunning as you, Human Demon isn't as sinister, and Old Demon isn't as vicious as you. You can be considered a demon among demons. Yan and Fang Han's spiritual intents immediately connected, and their speed increased again, closing the distance between them and the Nine-Ghost Primordial Spirit. Originally, the Ghost Emperor's cosmic form and the Nine-Ghost Primordial Spirit flew as fast as lightning, covering a distance of 1,000 miles in an instant. But now, his vitality was greatly damaged, and his natal spirit was dizzy from the explosion. He also had to try his best to maintain his vitality, and flew 10 times slower than usual. A man is not a man if he's small, and a great man if he's ruthless. I sacrificed a Jin Dan to blow him up. It wasn't easy to succeed. It was also a dangerous thing. In their spiritual communication, they had already caught up to the Nine-Ghost Primordial Spirit. Yan's door of Avicii swallowed fiercely. At this moment, suddenly, a few eerie demonic lights broke through the air in front of them, revealing their figures. It was actually a few cultivators wearing luxurious leather cloaks, blocking in front. Seeing this, the Ghost Emperor's Nine-Ghost Primordial Spirit seemed to have met its savior. Fellow Taoist, please help me. I'm being killed by people of the righteous Tao. You are from the devil sect of the savage wasteland, quickly help me stop them. Ah. You're Senior Ghost Emperor. You're actually injured to this extent. The cultivators wearing luxurious leather cloaks were shocked when they saw this. Without hesitation, they shouted at Fang Han, we are from the devil sect of the savage wasteland. People of the righteous Tao, quickly retreat, otherwise we'll kill without mercy. This is already the territory of the devil sect of the savage wasteland. Kill them all. Kill without mercy. At this moment, how could Fang Han let the Ghost Emperor go? It could be said that if he met a god, he would kill a god, if he met an immortal, he would kill an immortal. Just as the disciples of the savage wasteland devil sect shouted, he took out the Lord of the Bloody Knight's saber light. With a fierce sweep, a blood-red light broke through the air, and these disciples were all cut into two. All the essence blood was absorbed by the saber itself, and then a burst of blood-red flames burned them all, even turning their magic treasures into ashes. He didn't even care about their spirit weapons. It could be seen that Fang Han was really ruthless. Killing disciples in front of the devil sect of the savage wasteland was a great taboo. No expert of the devil sect would run to the Ascension Gate Mountain to kill people. This was the same principle. Yan, hurry up. Fang Han killed a disciple of the savage wasteland devil sect, blocking the way with a single slash. Yan once again activated the Acheron map, directly wrapping the Nine-Ghost Primordial Spirit in it. The Avicii devilish chi wrapped around the Nine-Ghost Primordial Spirit and instantly entered the body of the Nine-Ghost Primordial Spirit. Fang Han. You and I cannot live under the same sky. I hate you. I actually fell for your trick. You destroyed my physical body and damaged my cosmic form. I am the great Ghost Emperor, who has cultivated for 3,700 years, but I actually died in the hands of a brat like you. I hate you. Once the Ghost Emperor was wrapped around by the Avicii devilish chi, his mind was instantly filled with boundless pain. He couldn't concentrate, and even self-destructing his cosmic form became impossible. Moreover, if he self-destructed his cosmic form, he would completely dissipate. He didn't have the thought of sacrificing himself for a righteous cause. He roared with all his might. You fell into my trap and wanted to grab the Jindan in your hands. You were too stupid, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to hurt you. Now, just accept your fate. Fang Han spewed out Earth Chi, and the Five Emperors' great demon Mystique also spewed it into the Acheron map, helping Yin. Instantly, the door of Avicii expanded again, and swallowed the Nine Ghosts' primordial spirit. The Ghost Emperor couldn't hear a single sound. Fang Han. We actually killed a Tier 10 Mystique expert who defied the heavens and changed his fate. I still can't believe my eyes. We really suppressed the Ghost Emperor. Yen was silent for a moment, and suddenly said, "This is too unbelievable. Our cultivation level is too far apart from the Ghost Emperor. Logically speaking, it should be impossible for us to succeed. In the past, I could easily suppress him, but now, it's impossible for me to do so. Yeah. A Tier 10 Mystique expert who defied the heavens and changed his fate was actually killed by us. Xianxia baby said with his mouth agape. Although he was young, he knew how powerful a Tier 10 Mystique expert was. He could laugh at the world. He was invincible below the immortal realm. Too powerful. Wisdom, this is wisdom. The artifact spirit of the Sun Moon 5 Stars bracelet, Hoshi-chan, flew out and looked at Fang Han as if he was looking at a monster. Although this artifact spirit was insufferably arrogant, he was also deeply shocked by Fang Han's trick. Now, even if Fang Han didn't have any strength, he was still a little afraid of Fang Han. He didn't know what was inside this person's head. He could even use such a sinister trick. This battle was not a battle of strength at all. It was a battle of strategy and trickery. No one would have thought that with such a huge difference in cultivation level, they could actually turn defeat into victory. That's nothing. Jin Dan's explosion was extremely dangerous. If we didn't succeed, we would be in trouble. Fang Han shook his head. Let's go. We will directly enter the Savage Temple. I want to see what kind of mysterious curse is inside. Jin Dan's explosion just now must have alarmed many people. It killed the disciples of the Savage Desolation Devil sect and caused a lot of trouble. Let's leave this place first to avoid being discovered by others. When we reach the Savage Desolation Temple, we will rest and reorganize. Then, we will look for the 5-element spirit root. This time, you also have a share of Xianxia baby. After obtaining the 5-element spirit root, you should be able to take another step forward. In the future, you will have more confidence in competing for the position of sect leader. A ray of light flew up. Fang Han and the others immediately left and flew into the distance. Then, they landed in the majestic temples in the distance and disappeared without a trace. Just a while after Fang Han left, a large amount of light suddenly intertwined from all directions and gathered at the place where the disciples of the Savage Desolation Devil sect were killed. There were hundreds of people. Among them, there was no lack of experts at the 5th level of the Transcendent Realm and even the 7th level of the Jin Dan Realm. These people were all wearing gorgeous leather clothes. They were obviously disciples of the Savage Desolation Devil sect. Elder Wu, who dares to kill the disciples of the Savage Desolation Devil sect in front of our mountain gate? Is it someone from the Tai Gate? And that huge explosion just now? It seems to be. A tall old man said. That's the self-explosion of a Jin Dan expert. Another old man said. Looking at the devastation on the ground in the distance, he couldn't help but shudder. The power of a Jin Dan expert's self-explosion was simply shocking. Even if they were in the midst of the explosion, it still made them tremble. Did our disciples die in the explosion of a Jin Dan expert? No, it was a Jin Dan expert who exploded first. Then, our disciples went to check and were killed. This matter is very mysterious. Disciples, listen to my orders. Search around. If you find any suspicious signs, immediately report it. Yes. Hundreds of lights scattered in an orderly manner, like an army that had been trained for a long time. However, these lights didn't fly towards the abandoned temple in the depths of the Savage Desolation Forest. It was as if there were peerless devils residing there. The people of the Savage Desolation Devil sect are so orderly. I originally thought they were a barbaric sect, but I didn't expect them to be so well trained and dressed in gorgeous clothes. They seem like an army of cultivators. If they were to fight in groups, with their orderly orders, our ascension gate wouldn't be a match. Fang Han stood under a temple and looked at the orderly lights in the distance. The disciples of the Savage Desolation Devil sect were in groups of 5. Even if they weren't in the divine ability realm, the flying swords in their hands were all refined from the 5 elements essence. They formed a small 5 elements formation, which greatly increased their power against enemies. This was completely the strict training method of the secular army. Although the Savage Desolation Devil sect is in the Savage Desolation, they are always sharpening their blades. No wonder the Savage Desolation Emperor exchanged 1 billion pills. Yen said. Alright, it seems like the Savage Desolation Temple is also a forbidden area for the Savage Desolation Devil sect. Now that we're there, we have to explore it properly. I even came out of the Taiyuan immortal manor. Feng Han didn't have any psychological trauma about the Savage Desolation Temple. After all, he had been trapped in the Taiyuan immortal manor for 18 years. He had experienced all kinds of despair. These Savage Desolation Temples are really majestic and haven't changed for 10,000 years. I wonder how that mysterious empire was built. There are so many of them. Feng Han strolled into the temple he was in, admiring the scenery. The temple he was in covered an area of more than 100,000 mu. The hall was wide, but some places had been severely eroded by wind and rain. They had already begun to rot and decay. It could be seen that no great building could withstand the power of time. But the strange thing was that, logically speaking, these temples had been abandoned for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. They should have been in a mess long ago, with rats, spiders, bats, and other beasts building their nests. There was even moss and plants growing in. Especially in the Savage Desolation Forest, where it was humid and rainy, such an abandoned building would probably be covered by vines and weeds in less than 10 years. But now, there wasn't a single plant taking root in the temple. There wasn't even moss growing on the steps under the eaves. In every corner, there were no snakes, insects, rats, or ants burrowing in and out, and no spider webs. It was clear that there was a mysterious force that prevented animals and plants from invading. As soon as he walked into the temple, Feng Han was shocked by the architectural style of the temple. This was because in the incomparably vast temple, there were many god statues. These god statues were either glaring angrily, looking down at all living beings, or opening their mouths and shouting silently into the void. Some god statues had benevolent faces, holding prayer beads in their hands, shaving their heads, wearing strange clothes, and revealing their breasts. These god statues had a strange style. They didn't look like the god statues made by the Immortal Tao or Devil Tao sections. They looked like guests from outer space. Feng Han looked at these god statues, but he didn't use his divine sense to scan them. This was because he felt that there were many strange things in the temple. It wouldn't be good if he caused some trouble. It was unknown what kind of stone this temple was made of, but it was much stronger than basalt and granite. It had the color of sandalwood, and there was a faint fragrance coming from it. This is the stone used for the temple. There's a kind of spirit stone in outer space called sandalwood. It doesn't exist in the Xianxia Great World. After 100,000 years, it will remain intact. The fragrance it produces can drive away snakes, insects, and spiders. Yen said, many experts want to move these temples to their sects, but no one has succeeded. There was once an expert in the secret realm of longevity who used the mountain-shifting art, but he couldn't move a temple. Later on, he met with misfortune and died. Later on, many people didn't have any ideas about these temples. In short, it's best not to touch or destroy some things in the temple. When Feng Han heard this, he immediately said to the void, I'm Feng Han. I came to the temple to look for the 5-element spirit root to enhance my cultivation. I have absolutely no intention of destroying a blade of grass or a tree in the temple. In the future, if Feng Han cultivates to the secret realm of longevity, he will definitely find a group of secular people to restore the temple's incense. Let us offer our respects to the gods. Boom, just as Feng Han's voice fell, the whole earth seemed to tremble. It was as if an earthquake occurred deep underground. Feng Han was shocked. He immediately used the Earth Emperor's aura chi to penetrate into the ground. He wanted to sense what was going on underground. But he didn't sense anything. Ever since he absorbed the living soil crystal of the 9 heavens, he had established an inseparable connection with the earth. If he could cultivate the Huang Emperor's Earth Emperor's path to the great perfection, he could even drill into the ground and travel through it like a fish in water. In that case, it would be even more powerful. It would be even more difficult for an expert like the Ghost Emperor to hunt him down. What's going on? Did my words trigger the mysterious power of the temple? Feng Han was puzzled. Maybe. Anyway, these temples contain mysterious power. Feng Han, you'd better not go back on your words in the future. Otherwise, you might meet with misfortune, Yen said. It's okay. I've cultivated to the secret realm of longevity and become a tyrant. It's not difficult to get some secular people to take care of these temples and restore incense. Feng Han laughed and said, I feel that these temples don't seem to resist me anymore. The search for the 5 elements spiritual roots must be very promising. As long as I find the 5 elements spiritual roots and cultivate all my 5 emperors great demons to the great perfection, I can step into the consolidation realm and condense all my divine powers into a life talisman. When the power is completely condensed and thrown, it will be comparable to the impact of an ordinary Jing Dan expert. Indeed, Feng Han now had more than 30 divine powers. After stepping into the 6th level of the consolidation realm, the life talisman he condensed was indeed stronger than the Jing Dan that only had a few divine powers or a dozen divine powers. For example, Callan's Jing Dan only contained 15 divine powers. If Feng Han condensed the life talisman and used the talisman that contained more than 30 different supernatural powers to hit her golden elixir, she would be the one at a disadvantage. You have more than 30 divine powers now, so what? Don't you have the Jing Dan that you used to kill the galactic pirates? You should refine it too. When you reach the consolidation realm, you will be much more powerful. Your life talisman will also be extraordinarily powerful. The Jing Dan that killed the galactic pirates has more than 20 divine powers. Yanli immediately said, his tone a little agitated. Especially when the Jing Dan that killed the galactic pirates is almost entirely related to the cultivation of the stars. It will be very useful for your cultivation of the coiling warrior great strength technique. Looks like you had a choice. You blew up the Jing Dan of the Thorny Moon pirates. You left the Jing Dan that killed the galactic pirates. Why don't I just go all the way? I'll refine the Ghost Emperor's 9 Ghosts primordial spirit as well. This old ghost has cultivated for 3,000 years. The 9 Ghosts primordial spirit contains unfathomable divine powers. If I refine it and reach the 6th level of the consolidation realm, my life talisman will probably be stronger than Supremacy Gu Meng's cosmic form. Feng Han said viciously. Right now, the door of Avicii was suppressing the Ghost Emperor's 9 Ghosts primordial spirit. The 9 Ghosts primordial spirit was a cosmic form formed from many divine powers. With the Ghost Emperor's 3,000 to 4,000 years of cultivation, he had cultivated at least 30 divine powers. If Feng Han could refine it and use it for himself, then how terrifying would it be to have 70 to 80 divine powers? Currently, he had more than 30 divine powers. After refining the Jing Dan that killed the galactic pirates, he had more than 20 divine powers. After refining the 9 Ghosts primordial spirit, he had more than 80 divine powers. With such tyrannical strength, it was really possible for him to fight with Hua Tiando. That won't do. The 9 Ghosts primordial spirit is simply too powerful. It can't be compared to the Jing Dan. It's impossible for you to refine it now. Unless you condense the life Jing Dan, you'll be able to slowly break it down. Otherwise, with your current cultivation, you'll only be able to suppress it and not touch it at all. Yan's words dispelled Feng Han's crazy idea. Alright, then I'll refine the Jing Dan that killed the galactic pirates now. Feng Han sat down cross-legged and let Xingyun Baby and the Lord of the Bloody Night guard him. Then, he took out the Jing Dan that killed the galactic pirates. The Jing Dan that killed the galactic pirates had a layer of gold on the surface, but inside, it was filled with endless starlight. Numerous stellar arrays were operating inside, forming a total of 20 arrays that represented 20 divine powers. Even the core of the 5 elements array was made up of starlight. In the starry sky, there were many stars that carried the 5 elements Yuan Qi, such as Venus, Saturn, Mercury, Jupiter, Mars, and so on. Those who cultivated the Tao of stars absorbed the power of the stars and thus carried the 5 elements Yuan Qi. In fact, the Jing Dan of the Piercing Moon pirates was slightly more powerful than the Jing Dan of the galactic pirates. However, Feng Han chose to keep the Jing Dan because of its pure stellar divine powers. It would be very helpful for the cultivation of the Pan Wu Great Strength divine powers. Bang! Feng Han first used Acheron's holy water to wrap the Jing Dan. Then, he pointed at it and carefully let his mind seep in. Immediately, he completely felt the power and mystery of the 20 stellar arrays. Thoughts flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. In the Taiyuan Immortal Mansion, he learned a lot from the mysterious man. He also had the experience of refining the Jing Dan of Fairy Huiyun. Now, refining the Jing Dan of the galactic pirates was much easier. Unfamiliar the first time, familiar the second time. Jin Dan disintegrates, restores the divine powers. Feng Han's hands kept changing various seals, and the golden elixir gradually melted. One by one, the great constellation arrays rotated above Feng Han's head. The 5 great constellation arrays at the core were the great constellation arrays, which represented the 5 divine powers. They were also the foundation of the 5 elements Yuan Qi. As for the remaining 15 star formations, they were the Star Sand Thunder Dipper, Heavenly Invisibility Star Escape Art, Star God Great Scorpio, First Star Celestial Image Art, Star Dragon Light Swallowing Grand Spell, Starlight 6 Directions, Star Gathering Spirit Refining Qi, Apocalyptic Meteor Shower, Star Refining Devil Slaying Saber, Thousand Shadow Star Killing Art, Thousand Stars Pilgrimage Art, Big Dipper Palm Print, Southern Dipper Longevity Qi, Star King Advent Art, and Infinite Book of Stars. Among them, the Infinite Book of Stars was a supreme divine power. It gathered thousands of starlight rays and condensed them into a book. This book was a stellar array, which had the magical effect of stealing the fortune of heaven and earth. All of them were stellar divine powers with infinite power. Good, good, good. Feng Han shouted the word good 3 times in a row, and was overjoyed. He opened his mouth and sucked the 20 divine powers arrays, which were condensed from the power of the stars, into his second spiritual sea one by one. All of a sudden, his magic power swelled again, inch by inch. Power shot out from every pore of his body, causing ripples to form in the surrounding space. Even the Lord of the Bloody Night and Hoshi Chan were forced to retreat. After refining the Jin Dan, he now had 55 divine powers. The 5 Emperor's Great Fiend divine powers had 5 types. Coiling Warrior's Great Strength divine powers, Great Cleaving Technique. There were also the 28 divine powers of Fairy Huiyun, and the 20 divine powers of the Galactic Pirate Extermination. A total of 55 divine powers, he had only cultivated to the celestial realm. Feng Han, on the other hand, had 55 supernatural powers. Even among the cultivators from ancient times to the present, among the countless outstanding figures, he could be said to be one of the best. Right now, Feng Han has the strength of at least 1.2 million galloping horses. He's even stronger than us. Yeah, we're Dao artifacts. We can contain a huge amount of energy. In terms of strength, no cultivator can compete with us. Right now, Feng Han is only at the 5th level of the Transcendent Realm, but he already has the strength of over 1 million galloping horses. If he cultivates to the Unity Realm and transforms into a Jin Dan, how strong will he be? The Lord of the Bloody Night and Hoshi Chan looked at each other as they watched Feng Han's transformation. Although the Lord of the Bloody Night was Feng Han's clone and had to obey Feng Han's will unconditionally, he still had his own will. At this moment, he felt the surging power in Feng Han's body, enough to destroy him. He couldn't help but tremble in fear, afraid that Feng Han would eat him in order to increase Yan's strength. The core of his body also had pure yang energy, and even a pure yang array, but it wasn't as vast as the Sun-Moon Pentagram bracelet. Right now, he has a total of 55 divine abilities. If he cultivates to the 6th level of the Transcendent Realm, the natal talisman he condenses will be enough to destroy us. Ordinary low-grade Dao artifacts won't be a match for it. It's comparable to a mid-grade Dao artifact. Lord of the Bloody Night, in the future, he won't need you. He'll have to rely on his natal talisman. Hoshi Chan's body trembled as he spoke. He was also shocked by Feng Han's 55 divine abilities. In the Gemini Gate, some of the more inexperienced first-level Immortal Realm cultivators didn't even have 55 divine abilities. Ordinary experts would have at least 5 divine abilities. If they had more than 10 divine abilities, they would be extremely talented. If they had 20 divine abilities, they would be amazing geniuses. If they had 30 divine abilities, they would be old antiques that had cultivated for at least 3,000 years. If they had 40 divine abilities, they would be hard to come by in 10,000 years. As for those with more than 50 types, that was simply too terrifying. Now, Feng Han was basically using the Lord of the Bloody Night to fight his enemies, other than using some mystiques to escape and confuse them. This was because the Lord of the Bloody Night was the most powerful of them all. The Great Sun Fire, Black Sun Hurricane, and even the 5 Emperor's Great Devil Mystic Arts were no match for the Lord of the Bloody Night. However, once it stepped into the 6th level of the Abhijna, it would be able to gather all of its abhijna together and form a natal talisman. With the terrifying number of abhijna, it would be able to go head-to-head with an abhijna of the 9th level. Not to mention the average Jin Dan. If it turned into Jin Dan, it would be even more powerful. Even if he were to fight against the 9-ghost primordial spirit, he would not be at a disadvantage. Even the big shots of the longevity secret area would have to flee immediately. The dissection of the Jin Dan this time was much easier than the one with Fairy Fire Cloud. It seems like I'm getting used to it the second time. However, after refining this Jin Dan, I feel like my second spiritual sea is almost full. Even if I were to be given another Jin Dan, I would not be able to refine it. Not to mention the 9-ghost primordial spirit. Feng Han circulated all the mystiques in his mind and realized that both his spiritual seas were almost full. Even if the piercing moon bandit's Jin Dan was still around, it would not be possible to refine it. It seemed like if he wanted to continue increasing his mystiques, he would have to open up another spiritual sea. Or raise his realm. The Panwu Great Strength Mystic Art had such a powerful ability. It could open up the spiritual sea without limit, simulating layers of the void. However, opening up a new spiritual sea was twice as difficult. Furthermore, it was twice as dangerous. Feng Han would not take the risk to open it up now. Moreover, he would not be able to gather large amounts of Qi of War. Opening up a third spiritual sea required a lot more Qi of War than the previous ones. Alright, let's take stock of our gains. Then, we will search for the 5 elemental spirit roots. Although I refined the Jin Dan of the Star Bandit extermination, it did not increase my strength by much. Only when I reach the 6th level of the Divine Art Consolidation realm will my strength increase explosively. Feng Han knew that if he were to fight against an expert, he would still have to use the Blade of Blood. This was because the 55 mystiques could not be gathered together. He was still a plate of loose sand. Any mystique he used alone would be neutralized by his opponent, so it was not very powerful. Against experts like the Ghost Emperor, Venerable Gu Meng, and Meng Xiaobai. Whenever he used a mystique, he would immediately eliminate it. This was because all of his mystiques were cultivated by Jin Dan experts. They were useful against 7th level Jin Dan experts, but against 8th level tribulation of wind and fire, the power of the mystiques would be greatly reduced. When fighting against Wanro, he could still use the fire of the sun. However, it would be useless against Meng Xiaobai. Unless he also cultivated to the tribulation of wind and fire and then recultivated his mystiques. Only then would his mystiques be useful. Feng Han was very clear about this. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a long sword appeared. It was trapped in a bloody light, and it was like a ghost or a snake. However, no matter how hard it tried, it could not break free. This was the ghost snake sword. A supreme treasure, not inferior to treasures like the Blood Jade Soul Extinguishing Blade or the Rashomon. Although the Ghost Emperor's flying sword was not a Dao treasure, it was slippery, crafty, and formless. It was a good weapon for killing people. Feng Han grabbed the ghost snake sword. With a thought, a large amount of demonic qi flew out from the diagram of the underworld and wrapped around the sword. Then, the sword gradually weakened and finally stopped in the bloody light. It was motionless. Clearly, it had been refined. The Avicii demonic qi could even hurt the Ghost Emperor, let alone the ghost snake sword. Pfft. Mouthful after mouthful of true energy violently shot out, and all of it fused into the ghost snake sword. The sword flew up and returned to the Acheron map. If the ghost snake sword was taken out for auction, it would definitely be worth as much as the Great Brahma Radiance ship. However, Feng Han would not take it out for auction. In the future, it could strengthen his own people. After putting away the ghost snake sword, Feng Han asked Xingyun Baby to take out the command flags. There were a total of 500 of them. These were the treasures that the Ghost Emperor had used to set up the myriad ghost soul lock array. They were a set of treasures. The quality of each command flag was excellent, and the array setup was difficult for even gods and devils to break through. If not for the 3 Dao treasures Feng Han had this time, and the Avicii Gate was something that could counter the myriad ghost soul lock array, he would have been trapped and would never be able to free himself. I will go back and refine this set of command flags. Nourish the ghosts with the spiritual qi of the immortal world, and turn them into spirits to protect my reincarnation peak. It will be very useful. Fang Han also threw everything into the Acheron map. This set of treasures was originally used to protect the mountain gate. In the future, he could absorb the sky demon and fuse it with it, making it even more powerful. In the future, if he was besieged by the sky demon or the god race, he would be able to defend for a while. The last item. It was a huge palm with 9 fingers, and there were webbing between the fingers. It was very powerful. Although it did not give birth to a weapon spirit and become a Tao treasure, it was more powerful than the Lord of the Bloody Knight's Sun Moon pentagram bracelet. It was a pure destructive power. This was the hand that obscures the sky demon. The Ghost Emperor's most powerful treasure. It was also a supreme treasure, but it was fused with the supreme mystique that the Ghost Emperor had painstakingly cultivated all his life, the art that obscures the sky demon. It could be said that if this supreme treasure was upgraded to a Tao treasure, it would immediately become a middle grade or even a high-grade Tao treasure. Compared to the Lord of the Bloody Knight, the Sun Moon pentagram bracelet was much more powerful. However, it was also very difficult to upgrade. Even Feng Baiyu might not be able to do it. It would require the cooperation of many immortal secret realms and the consumption of his own blood essence. Fang Han obtained a total of 3 treasures from killing the Ghost Emperor this time. The first was the Ghost Snake Sword, the second was the 500 Ghost Flags, and the third was the hand that obscures the Sky Demon. Of course, the hand that obscures the Sky Demon was also the most powerful treasure. As for the other treasures and elixirs, they were all destroyed in the Jin Dan's explosion. Not even a bit of the extremely powerful Yin Soul Throne was left. This was the flaw of the Jin Dan's explosion. The Sky Demon hand that obscures the sky. What a powerful aura. I wonder what this demonic mystique looks like. It's a pity that I don't have time to cultivate it. I can only rely on plundering now. This is also a big disadvantage of cultivation. Fortunately, I cultivated the 5 Emperor's Great Demon mystique myself. Fang Han took a few breaths and sprayed them on the Sky Demon hand. The hand gradually shrank and merged with Fang Han's natal chi shield. It seemed to have some spirituality. GAGA. The Sky Demon technique, the Sky Demon hand that obscures the Sky Demon. Originally, it was to be refined with the 5 Emperor's Great Demon mystique. The Ghost Emperor did not know the 5 Emperor's Great Demon mystique, so the hand was not complete. Fang Han, since you obtained this treasure, it's best to merge it with your flesh and blood and become one with your arm. Seeing this, Yan Di immediately gave advice. Fang Han waved his left hand. Instantly, the Sky Demon hand shrank and shrank again. Finally, it completely merged with his left hand, becoming one with the bones, flesh, and blood of his left hand. In an instant, Fang Han felt that his left hand seemed to have endless destructive power. It could even pluck the stars from the sky and grasp the sun and moon. Of course, this was an illusion. Unless one was a true immortal, no one had the mystique to grasp the sun and moon. However, Fang Han had also witnessed the might of the sky-covering demon hand. When the Ghost the Arch was chasing after him, with a swipe of his claw, all the rocks, trees, and swamp creatures were reduced to black ash. From then on, Fang Han's left hand became a terrifying demonic hand. After the demonic hand merged with Fang Han's flesh and blood, not a single bit of aura leaked out. If he was to fight against an enemy, he could catch them off guard and kill them immediately. Even the enemy's treasures, flying swords, and other powerful treasures could be crushed into pieces. It was a pity that Cover the Sky Demon hand's supreme mystique, Cover the Sky Demon technique, had completely merged with the demonic hand. It could not be separated, otherwise, if it entered Fang Han's mind, it would be another supreme mystique. Furthermore, this mystique was cultivated by a 10th stage heaven-defying fate-changing expert, and its might was extremely strong. Then Fang Han would have 56 different mystiques. Cover the Sky Demon hand's might is extremely strong, and can catch people off guard. Wait till I return to the Ascension Gate. During the Mountain River List competition, I will have a good fight with Meng Xiaobai, and destroy his arrogance. With my current strength, I will not lose to him, but it will be difficult to get rid of him. Wait till I reach the Unity Realm, and use my natal talisman with 55 different mystiques, I will definitely beat him up like a dog. Fang Han calculated in his mind. Big brother Fang Han, don't the Piercing Moon Pirates and the Star Destroyer Pirates have 2 more treasure pouches? Let's see if there are any good things inside. The 40 great pirates of the seas all have rich treasures. If there are any good treasures, I want them too. Xingyin baby suddenly clapped her hands and said. That reminds me. Fang Han took out 2 big treasure pouches from the Acheron map. The 200 treasure pouches were huge, and looked different from the others, as though they could store many things. The Piercing Moon Pirate's 100 treasure pouch had a crescent moon embroidered on it, and even used a silk thread to tie it into a delicate knot. It was a small array formation. Fang Han did not even look at it. He grabbed it with his left hand, and the delicate knot and the small array formation it contained were all turned into black ashes. He had actually used brute force to break it. When the Cover the Sky demon's hand appeared, it could cover the sky with one hand. Why would it care about some small tricks? Moreover, the demon hand had fused with Fang Han's flesh and blood, and was nourished by the 5 emperors' great demonic qi. It would gradually change, and Fang Han would be able to use it more easily. He opened the 100 treasure pouch, and Xingyin baby hurriedly came up and looked inside with her eyes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, just as the 100 treasure pouch opened, a golden light rushed out and turned into a huge fist, bombarding Xingyin baby's eyes. However, it gave her a fright, and she hurriedly retreated. Following which, the golden light flew out, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a huge man that was 6 zhang tall. His entire body was covered in golden light, and his muscles were knotted together. His skin seemed to have been smeared with butter, and each piece of it exuded an explosive power. The huge man held a huge metal staff in his hand. On one side was a sharp crescent moon, and on the other was a shovel. It was unknown what weapon it was, but it slashed down at Fang Han. The huge force caused the surrounding air to tremble, as though a 1,000 zhang waterfall was crashing down. What is this? A puppet man? Fang Han could tell at a glance that this huge, golden man was actually a small puppet, a golden man the size of a fist. However, the mighty giant image that it transformed into was enough to shock the hearts of people, and it had immense strength. Compared to the puppets of any sect, such as the mechanical iron demons and Vajra demons, it was much stronger. However, this huge man did not pose any threat to him. He reached out with his left hand and immediately grabbed hold of the huge man. The huge man seemed to be a little scared. He let out a fierce roar and gradually shrank. As if affected by the huge man's roar, 17 golden lights flew out of the 100 treasures pouch again, transforming into 17 golden men of different figures and appearances. Some of the golden men had very long eyebrows, some had long hands, and some had long legs. Including the golden men from before, there were a total of 18 of them. All of a sudden, the 18 golden humanoids linked their powers together to form a massive formation that slowly came crashing down from above. What great strength! However, puppets are still puppets after all. Fang Han's left hand tore again, and immediately tore the formation apart. The demonic hand released an endless suction force, sucking all 18 golden men over and suppressing them. Then, the 18 golden men revealed their true forms. They were all the size of a fist, and their bodies emitted the smell of sandalwood. These golden men were all bald, and their clothes were bare-chested, unlike the clothes of the Xianxia Great World. These 18 golden men were engraved with many twisted words, and it was unknown what material they were made of. However, one look and one could tell that they were extremely powerful puppets. Fang Han, if I remember correctly, these 18 golden men are Dharma artifacts of the Buddhist sects from the outer realm. They are extremely powerful like the great Brahma radiant ship. They are called the 18 Arhats. They can devour the sky demon to increase their strength. The more the sky demon devours, the stronger it becomes. Ever since Yen opened the door of Avicii, not only did his strength increase, but his memories were also much more complete. Good treasures. However, now is not the time to study them. Let's see what else is in the 100 treasures pouch. Fang Han put away the 18 golden puppets and checked the 100 treasures pouch of the Piercing Moon Bandit again. This time, however, nothing rushed out. Inside, Fang Han saw a large amount of medicinal pills. They were all nascent soul pills. There were also some 9 solar holy water and 6 solar holy water. In addition, there were also large amounts of magic crystals and jade stones that could replenish one's magic power. Moreover, the quality of the crystals was extremely high. They were clearly sacred items that could replenish magic power. However, this was nothing. It was not worth his attention. However, he soon found a jade sword manual. On the jade textures, there were countless sword-wielding figures swaying. Some of the figures were meditating, some of them were breathing, and some of them were using their swords to kill. Derived Moon Sword Manual. A few large words were written on the sword manual. It was a sword sex cultivation manual. There were a few sword cultivators' divine abilities and sword techniques written on it. However, Feng Han was not interested in sword techniques. Moreover, he did not have the time to cultivate other divine abilities. Therefore, he did not look at the sword manual and continued to look for other treasures. Beside the sword manual, there were 81 sword pouches. In the middle of each sword pouch was a treasured sword. On the hilt of each treasured sword, there was a crescent moon symbol. Behind the 81 sword pouches was a huge array diagram. On the diagram, there were thousands of bright moons that emitted a bright and clear brilliance. At the bottom of the diagram, there was a vermilion seal. On the seal, there were 4 small words, Derived Moon Sword Diagram. Amazing! It's actually a complete set of sword arrays. Even the array diagram is complete. How much effort did it take to complete all of them? Feng Han looked at it and knew that it was an earth-shattering sword array. Derived Moon Sword Array. Good stuff, good stuff. Feng Han sighed. The 40 bandits were indeed worthy of their reputation. How powerful would the 81 treasured swords be when combined with the array diagram? He did not know when he should let others have a try. At that moment, the piercing moon bandits' 100 treasures pouches had been checked. Below were the 100 treasures pouches of the galactic bandits. Other than a large number of elixirs and holy water, Feng Han also found a Dharma treasure. It was a huge bow. There was an arrow knocked on the bow. The bow seemed to be made of countless stars gathered together, and the bowstring was a bright bolt of lightning. As for that arrow, it was a simple and unadorned iron arrow. Good stuff, good stuff. This is the falling star bow and the shooting star arrow. They are also peerless Dharma treasures. They are not inferior to the great Brahma radiant ship. The bow and arrow are not defensive Dharma treasures. They are purely used to kill enemies. The 40 bandits are really rich. Although there are no Dao treasures, each of these items is of high quality. Yan Huan cheered. I'll study these things when I get back. Let's find the 5 elemental spiritual root first. I'll open the map and see which temple contains the 5 elemental spiritual root. After looking through the 100 treasures pouches, Feng Han opened the map he got from perfected Xianxia. To be honest, peerless Dharma treasures were things that cultivators yearned for. However, Feng Han did not care about them. The most important thing now was to reach level 6 of the Transcendent Realm. Only then would his strength increase by leaps and bounds. Other than that, no amount of treasures would be of much use. There were hundreds of thousands or even millions of temples in the wildlands. There were big and small temples. It was impossible to search for them one by one. The map he got from perfected Xianxia was indeed detailed. Almost all the temples were marked on it. Some of the temples were even marked with blood-red words, indicating that there were unknown dangers lurking within. There were hundreds of thousands or even millions of temples in the wildlands. They stood tall in the endless forest. If one did not have a specific map, searching for an item would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. However, it was much better with a map. With a clear target, one could just fly over and get it. After looking at the map carefully, Feng Han flew up again and looked at the majestic temples. He wanted to connect the map with the actual terrain. Let's go. Let's fly to the center. Feng Han flew out of the temple and rose into the air. He saw countless temples standing tall on the ground. They were not inferior to the houses in the Dashuan Empire. He could even imagine that when the Wildlands Temple was at its peak, it was stronger and more prosperous than the Dashuan Empire. Some temples were even like mountains, reaching into the clouds. It was unknown how such tall buildings were built. Just as Feng Han was searching for the 5 element spiritual roots in the temples, Meng Xiaobai had returned to the Ascension Gate. It also caused a huge uproar. It turned out that when Meng Xiaobai went out to explore, he was at the 6th level of the Divine Power Realm. He had just condensed his natal talisman and said that he would return after cultivating the Jin Dan. However, when he returned, he had improved and cultivated to the 8th level of the divine power realm, the tribulation of wind and fire. The 8th level of the divine power realm was no small matter. He had passed his own tribulation. The Jin Dan condensed again. As long as there was a huge amount of essence, he could cultivate the cosmic form. Among the 10 levels of the divine power realm, the most dangerous level was the 8th level, the tribulation of wind and fire. When he cultivated, the tribulation of fire triggered by the Jin Dan would burn into his brain from his 7 orifices. The tribulation of wind would blow into his organs from his pores. If something went wrong, he would be turned into ashes and die immediately. If he couldn't cultivate the other levels, he wouldn't die. However, if he couldn't pass the tribulation of wind and fire, he would die. No one could be spared. Over the years, countless Jin Dan experts had failed to pass this level and were burned to death by the tribulation of wind and tribulation of fire. Everything would go up in smoke. This level was also a nightmare that many experts couldn't get rid of. In this level, no expert could help him. He could only rely on his willpower, wisdom, courage, and luck. Among all the true disciples of the Ascension Gate, there was only one who survived the tribulation of wind and fire. That was Hua Tiandu. In fact, hundreds of years ago, or even decades ago, the Jin Dan experts of the Ascension Gate weren't limited to Callan and Lingxiao. However, a few Jin Dan experts had died under the tribulation of wind and fire. This made Feng Baiyu feel that it was a pity. When the tribulation of wind and fire burned, the body, soul, and even the mystiques that Jin Dan cultivators cultivated all dissipated. All that was left behind was ashes. Now that Meng Xiaobai had successfully passed the tribulation and returned, he had become the #1 person below Hua Tiandu. Everyone in the sect was stirred up. Compared to Feng Han's victory over Wanro, the great refinement of the Yuanying pill was much more sensational. After all, Feng Han had relied on external help for those things. His cultivation base was only at the 5th level of the transcendent realm. Although he was respected and had great benefits, and could refine spirit artifacts, he wasn't the kind of person who would shine brightly. At this time, there were many true disciples coming and going on the mountain peak where Meng Xiaobai resided. However, his mountain peak was completely barren. There wasn't even a single tree. There were only jagged rocks and a lonely palace. The entire mountain peak was emitting a murderous sword qi that exterminated everything. It didn't give anyone the slightest chance of survival. Moreover, this aura didn't seem like that of the demonic Tao. The extermination of the demonic Tao was also deceitful. The mountain peak where Meng Xiaobai resided was purely exterminating. It destroyed everything, swept everything, and killed everything. It seemed to be the source of destruction. Especially in the void surrounding the entire mountain peak, there were many sword lights drifting about. Each sword light was like a fish. They swam around, shaking their heads and wagging their tails. It seemed like Meng Xiaobai had raised a school of swordfish around his mountain peak. However, the true disciples who came had fear on their faces when they saw these drifting sword lights. They all knew that this was the 10,000 sword absolute death array that Meng Xiaobai had set up around the mountain peak. As long as anyone tried to barge into the mountain peak, they would immediately be surrounded by 10,000 swords and die under the chaotic swords. End of chapter 100. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.